The story begins with the memories of the main character named Stanley, who says that he spent almost his entire childhood in a hospital, where there was nothing to do. Since Stanley grew up as a rather sickly person, games became a very important part of his life. However, despite the fact that he really enjoyed playing games, sooner or later he began to get tired of them, as they began to seem monotonous to him. At some point, he decided to give up video games for a while, as they did not bring him any pleasure. Stanley tried many different genres, but all the games that came out year after year were not to his taste. There were many reasons for this, as Stanley often disliked the plots and lack of depth in the world. At some point, Stanley came across an unusual game that changed his life forever. The game turned out to be an RPG called Dungeon & Stone, and Stanley decided to take a closer look at it. After downloading the game, the main character realized that it was an indie RPG in a style that has recently lost its popularity. Stanley was initially skeptical of the game, as it was only in English, and he usually avoided such projects. However, over time he came to the conclusion that if the game was free, there was no reason for him not to try it. After installing it, he got to the race selection screen and was surprised by the wide variety of options. Realizing that the game was unlikely to captivate him for long, Stanley decided to choose absolutely any class just to watch the game. At first, it took Stanley some time to figure out the control mechanics. After a few minutes, Stanley changed his mind and realized that the game was not as bad as it had seemed at first. Then he lost track of time and was surprised that he had spent so much time in the game. Over time, Stanley became obsessed with the game as he found it incredibly fun and interesting. The game was highlighted by several details that were both unique and problematic, as NPCs were necessary to progress in the game. If a character died, all progress was reset and they had to start from the beginning. At first, Stanley had a lot of fun playing, but he quickly ran into serious difficulties. At times, Stanley even screamed loudly in indignation, for which he later apologized to the medical staff who passed by. However, each time he remembered the possible traps on the floors of this amazing game and became better and better. Even though Stanley tried to beat the game, he realized that it was so unpopular that no guide existed. From that moment on, Stanley was inspired to complete the game on his own, no matter what, and so his journey began. This journey took a long time, as it began in childhood, when he was in the hospital. Then he grew up, got a job at an information bureau, graduated from university, and got a job at another company. All this time he continued to play Dungeon & Stone, trying to figure out how to beat this difficult game. Over this long period, Stanley tried many times in classes, but nothing worked for him. So much time has passed that any person would have given up due to a series of continuous defeats, after which they had to start all over again. However, 9 years after Stanley first downloaded the game, he was finally able to reach the final level. Standing in front of the final boss room, the protagonist trembles with happiness, feeling that success is already near. Approaching the door, Stanley read the game's notification that he was standing in front of a gate behind which the final boss awaited. The main character joyfully raises his hands up and asks his imaginary opponents if anyone else could get as far. After this, Stanley shed a tear about his past, because he spent his best years trying to beat this game. The game asks the protagonist if he wants to enter the main boss's room, to which Stanley immediately agrees. Suddenly, the game asks if he wants to continue, knowing he may never return. However, the protagonist does not pay attention to this warning, and believes that the game is scaring him before the final boss. Stanley reflects on the fact that he will hardly be able to defeat the boss on the first try, and decides to gather as much information about the enemy as possible in order to prepare. The game finishes loading, while the protagonist hopes that he will still be able to win in one try. Suddenly, the game informs the protagonist that he has reached the abyss, and his training is finally complete, causing Stanley to look at the screen in surprise. After a few seconds, Korean text begins to appear, and Stanley exclaims in horror that he thought the game was only in English this whole time. Stanley also reflects that this is very unfortunate news, as it took him a long time to understand all the terms. The game informs that the user verification is complete, and a bright bluish light begins to shine from the monitor, which begins to absorb the hero. He begins to pass through Stanley's body, as if burning him, although in reality something much more terrible is happening. The game informs the protagonist that the consciousness transfer has begun, while Stanley tries to shield himself from the bright light with his hand. After a few more seconds, the main character completely disappears and loses consciousness, plunging into darkness. When he opens his eyes, he hears the loud cries of a stranger who congratulates all the warriors who have come here. The protagonist finally comes to his senses and hears a huge man, armed with a medieval axe, shouting to his brothers that today they will become real warriors. Looking around, Stanley quickly realizes that he is surrounded by torches that people use as light bulbs. The main character also notes that he is surrounded on all sides by muscular barbarians dressed in leather armor. A short distance ahead of him, Stanley sees a strange man giving a fiery speech. The protagonist tries to understand what this man is talking about, adding that he is hearing this language for the first time, but for some reason he understands it. The first thing Stanley does is decide to calm down and ask himself what he would do if he were caught in a training session in some very difficult game. He also looks at his hands to see what state he is in, and realizes that his body feels normal. However, despite this, Stanley sees that he now has rough palms, strong muscles, and tattoos. This becomes a clear sign that his body has been significantly modified and now looks much more impressive. Stanley wonders if he has possessed another person, while the tribal chief orders everyone who is called to come forward. The first thing he does is shout out the name of a man called Carrick and order him to come forward to choose a weapon. The young man approaches the chieftain and looks around to get a good look at the arsenal of weapons that will be offered to him. After thinking for a moment, the young man grabs the handle of one of the weapons and holds it in his hands for a while to get used to its weight. The tribe chief looks at his comrade's choice of a two-handed axe and praises him for this excellent choice. The chieftain shouts that Carrick is now a true warrior and calls upon Fenelon's daughter, Einar. Stanley listens closely to the speech of the tribe leader and realizes that these names seem very familiar to him. Meanwhile, Einar chooses a sword as his weapon, and the procedure of arming the rest of the barbarians continues. Stanley realizes that the procedure in which young men choose weapons and are recognized as warriors is terrifyingly familiar to him. Meanwhile, the leader says that they must get to a city called Blessed Rapdonia. Hearing the name of this city, Stanley freezes in surprise and realizes that now he has no doubts about the place he found himself in. This place is undoubtedly the game Dungeon and Stone, which the main character tried to pass countless times. In this game, each class started their journey at a specific location according to the story. Stanley realizes that this is how the Barbarian game started out, as the class lives in tribes despite the technological advancements in the game's universe. Stanley looks down and tries to figure out how this could have happened, while his neighbor starts acting very strangely. Looking to the side, Stanley sees that his friend is also an outsider who has been absorbed into the game. This barbarian's eyes are constantly twitching, and he wonders why he suddenly ended up in this game. Watching him closely, Stanley realizes that this man is very different from the other barbarians, and thus gives himself away. Stanley reflects on the fact that, apparently, he was far from the only one who got into this game. The protagonist's thoughts are immediately interrupted by the rude cry of the chief, who asks the tribe who dared to open their mouth. Before the protagonist has time to come to his senses, the stern leader appears in front of him and his neighbor, looking at them with a menacing gaze. Stanley wonders in his mind when the man had time to approach them, while the chief asks him why he allowed himself to make noise. Luckily, the main character decides to show his self-confidence and menacingly shouts at the leader that he would not dare to do anything like that. After this, Stanley turns his gaze to his neighbor and reflects that he ended up in this problematic situation because of him. An ordinary player, finding himself in such a stressful situation, begins to mumble, while the chieftain continues to rage. He looks menacingly at his fellow and tells him that someone allowed themselves to interrupt his speech at the coming-of-age ceremony. The player, who still doesn't understand the situation he's gotten himself into, asks the others if this is really a Dungeon and Stone game. He also tries to ask for help, but the barbarian leader quickly grabs an axe and cuts off his head with one blow. Stanley, watching closely, realizes with horror that his potential ally has most likely lost his life. Looking at this, he asks himself what kind of horror is going on in this game, which has not previously been famous for such an attitude towards the player. However, despite the incredibly stressful situation, Stanley decides to remain calm so as not to attract suspicion. The protagonist quickly realizes that the barbarian leader will kill him the second he shows emotion. The chieftain says that Orm, the son of Kadua, was captured by an evil spirit and therefore was subject to immediate destruction. After this, the chief returns his weapon to its sheath and addresses the young warriors, ordering them to forget everything that this demon has said. Immediately after this, he decides to continue the ceremony, while Stanley reflects that he has now realized several things. It became absolutely clear to Stanley that the people transported into this game were called evil spirits. The main character also understands that they try to kill any person if they find out that he is an evil spirit. Stanley notes that his head could be rolling on the ground right now if he was at a loss in this difficult situation. He comes to the simple conclusion that he needs to do everything to avoid getting caught and not give himself away. However, the protagonist immediately faces a problem, while the chief orders Siram, the fourth son of Senek, to approach the altar. The problem is that Stanley doesn't know the name of the character he's possessed right now. Immediately after the said barbarian approached the altar, the chief immediately ordered others to approach to complete the initiation procedure. Stanley blames the game for not telling him even such an important detail on which his life depends. As the chieftain names the other barbarians, Stanley realizes that he has only one option left, which also does not guarantee success. Stanley decides to start moving 2 seconds after the name is spoken, since he has no other options. A few seconds later, the leader of the barbarians says that Bjorn, son of Yandel, should come to him now. Stanley listens carefully to the sounds of footsteps and begins his countdown to determine if the name being called is his. After 2 seconds, no other barbarian moves forward to approach the leader. A moment later, the protagonist is completely sure that no one is moving, which means this is his chance. Deciding not to hesitate another second, he takes a step forward to break ranks, then walks confidently straight towards the leader. Stanley realizes that there is now no doubt that this name belongs to him. Meanwhile, the leader again addresses Stanley by his game name and asks him to come closer. The protagonist confidently approaches the leader and stops a few steps away from him to undergo the maturation procedure. Several long and painful moments pass as the barbarian leader stares intently into Stanley's face. However, after this, he joyfully and menacingly tells Stanley that he can choose his weapon. Stanley smiles as he hears these words, because he can now be sure that this is the name of his character. After that, he carefully examines the weapon and thinks that now it is time for the second most important decision in this game. Stanley recalls that in exchange for the lack of magical talent, barbarians receive greater physical strength, thanks to which they have an advantage in close combat. After some thought, Stanley realizes that this is the weapon he needs to choose as his first weapon. The leader watches Stanley's choice with interest, and is at first even surprised by the weapon his brother has chosen. The reason for the barbarian leader's slight surprise is that the formidable barbarian decided to choose a shield as his weapon. However, the protagonist reflects that this is the best choice he can make at the very beginning of this game. Meanwhile, the computer game, which is still running on Stanley's computer, writes that synchronization is complete. A notification will also appear on the screen stating that the character's overall item level has increased, and that information and daily logs have been recorded and sent to the administrator. The game states that Stanley's character is level 1, with a strength rating of 25 and a total combat rating of 67. Meanwhile, the main character remembers his first attempts to complete the game, when he chose large swords as weapons. However, as a result of this choice, he did not have enough defense, and he died almost instantly. It was then that Stanley began to wonder what build would be most effective in order to survive in this game. Over the course of his games, Stanley has tried out a huge number of weapons, from a two-handed axe to a flail. None of the huge number of combinations helped the main character to reveal his potential, since he was constantly on the brink of survival. However, at one point, Stanley suddenly had the idea that he needed to choose something else as his weapon. The protagonist wondered if it was really necessary to play as an attacking barbarian. Stanley remembered that his class had high survivability and strength, which allowed him to be a good tank. At the time, Stanley was a bit hesitant about the idea, as he had to heavily refine the fighting style. However, the thought of having to start all over again forced him to at least try to use this build. In his first deathmatch against a boss back then, Stanley achieved unprecedented success and defeated him with almost no damage. These opportunities became a real revelation for the protagonist, and he realized that not using them would be a crime. Even then, the protagonist began to suspect that the developers had failed to balance such a solution. This is precisely the reason for the choice of the main character, who in the meantime had already approached the castle gates. Standing next to his comrades, Stanley watches intently as the wooden bridge thunders down in front of him. He also recalls that the barbarians who have undergone the ceremony are immediately sent to the labyrinth. The path to the labyrinth lies through the city, in which there is a portal that takes everyone to this dangerous place. This city is Rapdonia, to which their valiant leader directs them. The leader of the tribe turns to his comrades and shouts loudly to them that fate awaits them in this place. Inspired by these words, the barbarians give a battle cry and begin to quickly run towards the gates of the huge city. The main character tries to behave like an ordinary barbarian so as not to stand out from the crowd. However, he quickly begins to be tormented by questions about whether these barbarians know the way to the labyrinths that he needs to get into. Quite quickly, the unstoppable crowd of barbarians stops and begins to look at each other. The leader of the crowd turns to his comrades and loudly tells them that they are lost. The other barbarians begin to shout loudly that their leader is unworthy of his title, since he could not lead them to the labyrinth. The upset leader orders everyone to be silent, adding that he will give the leadership position to the one who can lead them there. Almost immediately, the leadership position passes to Feneline's second daughter, Einar, who proudly declares that she will now rule over her brothers. The young warrior's face shows confidence that she will be able to lead her comrades to the entrance to the labyrinth. Stanley continues to watch the young warrior closely and wonders if she can lead them to the labyrinth. However, after some time, Einar also confesses to his comrades that they were lost and could not find the entrance to the labyrinth. The other barbarians start shouting loudly that they need to do something as quickly as possible, as the labyrinth may close. They also start shouting that Einar is not worthy of being their leader, and are already starting to suggest the next candidate. Stanley realizes that the barbarians are not the smartest people on Earth and tries to come up with a plan. A few seconds later, he approaches Einar and puts his hand on her shoulder to get her attention. Turning around, Einar asks Stanley if he came to blame her just like everyone else before him. However, the main character tells her that he came to tell her how to find the labyrinth. The young warrior's eyes immediately light up, and she asks the protagonist how they can find him. The protagonist looks around and tells Einar that they just have to follow the people who are heading towards him. The group of adventurers turns around and makes it clear with their whole appearance that barbarians are not the most respected people in this city. The quick-witted Einar quickly grasps everything on the fly, and tells Stanley that they will definitely try his method. Immediately after this, she returns to the crowd of her comrades and confidently tells them that she has found the way to the labyrinth. After this, she orders them to follow her, and a huge crowd of warriors proudly begins to follow their leader. Within a few minutes, Stanley and his brothers-in-arms reach the entrance to the labyrinth, which is a bizarre portal. Stanley hesitates for a moment, wondering if it would be right to go in there right now. The main character begins to be overcome by thoughts that no one will notice if he separates from the group and runs away. The reason for such thoughts is that Stanley is still an ordinary person who has never hit anyone with his own hands. The protagonist asks himself whether he will be able to defeat the monsters in the labyrinth, and whether there is another option to pay taxes. Taxes are the hallmark of this game, and every person over the age of 20 must pay them or be executed. After this, the main character begins to think that there are many ways to earn money in the game, but the most obvious is going into the labyrinth and fighting monsters. An alternative to this is to work in a tavern or other similar establishments. However, Stanley's main obstacle is that he is a barbarian, and because of stereotypes, no one will want to hire him for such a job. He recalls that in the game, barbarians were the only class that were given good weapons from the start, but because of stereotypes, it was difficult for them to find other work. He also realizes that the biggest problem is that the maze only opens once a month. Standing in front of the purple portal, Stanley thinks that if he doesn't enter it now, he will have to find other ways to survive. After some thought, he comes to the conclusion that if he survives here for another month, his condition will become even worse than it is now. However, his legs do not want to move forward, as he understands that his life is now at stake. Suddenly, Einar's hand falls on his shoulder and he hears her calling him by his game name. Turning around, he calls her the third daughter and asks what she wants. Einar calmly replies that she is the second daughter, and adds that all the other barbarians have already entered the portal. The portal begins to shrink, and Stanley realizes he needs to make a decision right now. He tells Einar to go first and he will follow her. The girl agrees with him. After taking a few steps forward, Einar turns around and thanks Stanley for his help. He replies with a little surprise that it was nothing. Einar asks him how to become as wise as he is, noting that she has never met such intelligent barbarians. Stanley realizes that she will not be satisfied with a simple answer, because that would require her to be born again. After thinking, he says that she needs to think before she does anything. Inspired, Einar thanks him for his advice and adds that she will repay him if they get out of the labyrinth alive. Stanley is surprised by her words and remembers that in the game, the barbarians knew no fear. He asks Einar if she is afraid of dying at the hands of monsters in the labyrinth, but personally, I am afraid of only one thing. It is when people watch my videos on YouTube and do not leave their comments and likes. Please do so, and do not forget to subscribe, otherwise I will have a panic attack. Save me my SSS rank hero. Einar freezes for a moment, as no one has ever asked her such a question before. However, a moment later she asks Stanley if there is anything shameful about this, since everyone is afraid of death. She adds that despite her fear, she was born a warrior and will die if she does not fight. Stanley realizes that her arguments are compelling, and concludes that the barbarians fight because they have no other choice. He realizes that if barbarians do not kill monsters, they will not survive in this world, and so they learn to overcome fear. With these thoughts, he comes to the realization that he too is a barbarian, which means he will have to go through the same trials. There is only 1 minute left before the portal closes, and Stanley, having overcome his stupor, decides to move forward. He understands that he is very scared, but this is not a reason to stay here. The labyrinth is already starting to close, and he starts running towards the portal. In the last seconds, he manages to reach it, thinking about how he not only has a strong body, but also the knowledge gained over 9 years of playing. As soon as Stanley enters the portal, the system notifies him that he has entered the crystal cave of the first level. He looks around and wonders where exactly in the cave he is. Stanley recalls that he was an expert in the dungeon and rock game, which allows him to navigate such places better. Thanks to his knowledge, he comes to the conclusion that he can get out of the current situation. His plan is to combine the physical strength of a barbarian with his gaming knowledge to survive. However, from the very beginning he found himself in a difficult situation, as he was thrown into the darkest corner of the cave. Remembering the other barbarians, he wonders why they all took only weapons and did not take any supplies. He also recalls that in this game, there were crystals scattered throughout the first level that glowed and helped navigate in the dark. Using these crystals, it was possible to do without a torch and avoid traps. After some thought, Stanley realizes that he has entered a region of darkness, a rare zone located in the farthest corner of the first level. He wonders how such a zone could become a starting point, and recalls that characters are transported to random locations. The first thing Stanley decides to do is check the functionality of simple commands and tries to call up the status window. Nothing happens. He tries several times, but all attempts prove useless. Realizing that standing still is pointless, Stanley decides to move by touch, touching the walls. Thus, he walks several tens of meters, fearing to stumble upon a trap in the dark. After a while, he thinks that maybe he is moving too slowly and decides to crawl. Suddenly he hears the clang of metal and feels a sharp pain in his leg. He lets out a scream and falls to his knee, realizing that he has fallen into the goblin's trap. Immediately after this, he receives a notification that he has fallen into a goblin trap. An incredible pain pierces his body, but he tries to suppress it with all his might. Stanley remembers that goblins are setting traps all over the first level. From this, he concludes that the goblin is somewhere nearby. After a few seconds, the pain begins to subside and he wonders where the goblin is. For a moment, it seems to him that perhaps he was lucky and the goblin is far away. However, he quickly dismisses these thoughts, realizing that such hopes may be the most dangerous for his survival. The protagonist thinks that if there is a trap, then somewhere nearby there must be a goblin who probably heard Stanley's scream. He also reflects that the goblin has most likely already noticed that someone has fallen into the trap and is now watching him. The most common tactic of such creatures is to wait until the victim bleeds out and loses strength. Stanley takes a deep breath and thinks about how he shouldn't make any loud noises to avoid attracting attention. Taking a closer look at the trap, Stanley realizes that it is coated with paralyzing poison, and thinks that the barbarian boots were rather useless. With angry thoughts that whining won't help him now, Stanley begins to pull his leg out of the trap. After some time, he manages to escape from the trap, but the poison continues to spread throughout his body. Stanley notes that the poison has made him unable to feel fear, and so he speaks directly to the goblin, ordering him to come out of the darkness. Unable to bear the dead silence, Stanley shouts loudly at the goblin, ordering him to come into the light. After some time, the protagonist reflects that perhaps he just imagined that the goblin was nearby. With the idea that even if he acts like an idiot, it is necessary for survival, Stanley decides to gradually move forward. With every step, the main character begins to make some offensive jokes about the goblin's family. He also reflects on the fact that the bleeding does not stop and his mind is starting to cloud over. Meanwhile, a goblin, armed with a simple shovel, slowly pursues the main character. Stanley's heightened perception helps him detect footsteps coming from behind him. He smiles and asks the goblin if he really didn't like the talk about family. Looking back, the protagonist reflects on how he still doesn't see the goblin, despite knowing he's there. After this, he decides to take a few more steps, listening carefully to the movement behind him. His perception is not deceiving him, and he begins to hear the goblin's quiet footsteps again. Periodically, the protagonist turns around to look back, but the darkness still hides the goblin from him. Stanley muses that the goblin keeps its distance and stops when he does. He realizes that the goblin enjoys seeing its prey bleed and is simply waiting for it to die. Hearing the laughter of the goblin, who had already decided that victory was in his hands, the protagonist decides to abruptly change his plan. He takes a few big steps in the other direction, then slips and falls to the floor. However, this turns out to be just a trick, and Stanley waits, thinking that the goblin must fall for it. The protagonist's plan works, and the green monster slowly approaches his body. The goblin looks at the lying barbarian in surprise and continues to slowly approach so as not to fall into a trap. Getting even closer, he throws a pebble at him to make sure he has really lost consciousness. However, one pebble is not enough, and the goblin decides to throw a few more, while the protagonist continues to pretend. After a while, the goblin lets down his guard and comes even closer to finally make sure that his prey is dead. However, as soon as the goblin extends his paw towards Stanley's body, he looks up at him menacingly. After a moment, he rises and greets the goblin, then prepares for battle. Stanley lunges forward to grab the small monster, but it manages to dodge by jumping back. The goblin growls in fear, and the protagonist realizes that his lunge was too short to grab him. However, anger continues to fill Stanley's body, and he feels his hands begin to shake. Very quickly, the protagonist's body begins to move of its own accord, rushing forward to grab the goblin. This time, the little goblin doesn't have time to dodge and falls into the clutches of the main character, who smashes him on the floor. Stanley triumphantly shouts that he is the stronger fighter and swings his hand to destroy the goblin. The main character also understands that this body is different from the one that spent half its life in the hospital, and deals a powerful blow to the creature. The goblin is still alive after this powerful attack, and Stanley decides to deliver a few more blows with his powerful fists. Each subsequent strong blow is followed by another one, which is stronger than the previous one. No living creature can survive for long under such an unstoppable onslaught, and this goblin is no exception. Quite quickly, the small green creature loses consciousness, while the main character understands that he needs to finish it off. To do this, he raises his arms as high as possible and brings down all his power on the disarmed opponent. The next blow turns out to be so powerful that it knocks all the life out of the protagonist's opponent. Immediately after this, Stanley receives a game notification that he has defeated the goblin and received 1 experience point. Stanley freezes for a moment and watches as the goblin's body gradually begins to evaporate, like water in the heat. At first, Stanley is very surprised by what happened, and realizes that he did not expect the game mechanics to be exactly the same as those in the computer version of the game. Once the body has completely evaporated, Stanley notices the remaining gem. After picking it up, the protagonist remembers that this is the currency that was used in the dungeon and stones to buy things. Taking a closer look, he realizes that what he has in his hands is a 9th-rank magic crystal, which has a very modest price. Turning to his memory, he recalls that for this crystal one could buy a loaf of bread. Smiling at everything that is happening, Stanley smiles sincerely, realizing that everything that is happening seems unreal to him. After this, he feels his strength gradually leaving him, and he lies down on the ground again so as not to waste extra energy. He remembers that in this game there are labyrinths and monsters, after killing which items and jewels remain. Also in the city outside there are familiar landscapes and different races that live together with each other. Stanley realizes that he has definitely entered the world of the game that he knows so well and confidently. After this, he gets to his feet and realizes that he would never have confused the game with reality. Then he leans against the wall again and starts moving forward, trying to find a way out. The protagonist continues to receive notifications that he is still affected by the bleeding effect. After a while, his strength begins to leave him, and he lies down on the floor again to conserve as much energy as possible. The game again sends him a notification that he is bleeding, but Stanley replies that he already knows this. Stanley also reflects on how the idea of giving up his human dignity seems tempting as he has lost the use of his injured leg. The main advantage of this method of movement was that it made it easier for him to detect traps. However, despite this tactical decision, Stanley's bleeding never stopped. After a while, he thinks that the jokes are over and he urgently needs to find help. Stanley decides that if he moves in one direction, sooner or later he will get out of the darkness. In an attempt to stay conscious, Stanley remembers the boy who was killed in front of him and wonders what happened to him. As Stanley considers all the possible options, he understands why people want to believe in gods. The game informs the protagonist that the character's health has dropped below 5%, and he will die if he does not receive treatment. Stanley stubbornly continues to move forward in the hope of reaching people who can help him. Stanley muses that he seems to be moving in the right direction as it becomes lighter. Even though his eyesight is deteriorating, he continues to think that he must get to the light side. Stanley also thinks that there might be people there who can help him. Moments later, an astral projection of himself appears before him, mocking his condition. The projection asks the protagonist why other people should help a dying barbarian, since he is just a savage, a little stronger than ordinary people. Stanley realizes that he may be going crazy and tells the projection that he needs to do something. The projection tells Stanley that he is more likely to run into monsters than people, but the protagonist replies to himself that he knows better from this position. He then comes to the conclusion that his personality is split, mixed, and split again. The obvious conclusion is that the protagonist will go crazy if he loses even more blood. However, the protagonist continues to desperately fight for his life, despite the projection convincing him to give up. A few moments later, he emerges into the light and receives an in-game notification that his health has dropped below 4%. As if hearing his prayers, a group of adventurers exploring the labyrinth appears before Stanley. They notice Stanley quite quickly and decide to cautiously approach him to examine him. The group leader kneels down and looks Stanley over, telling the others that he is probably a newcomer. The group wonders how a newcomer could have gotten to this stage before them, but Stanley is unable to answer. The reason he can't speak is because he lost too much strength trying to get here. Glaring angrily at his potential saviors, Stanley mentally begs them to stop staring and just help him. Meanwhile, the leader of the group continues to look at the main character appraisingly, as if hesitating. However, after a few seconds he smiles, realizing that killing the newbie will bring him neither benefit nor pleasure. He then turns to a priestess named Ursina and asks her if she can help this barbarian. Stanley thinks he is saved, but the priestess coldly tells her comrade that she refuses to heal the barbarian. Stanley is extremely surprised by this development. While the group's leader begins to scratch his chin, the leader then turns to his ally and asks him if he can provide the potion, adding that he will pay for it upon his return. Without thinking twice, the leader's comrade throws him a flask with an iridescent red liquid. The leader quickly opens it and turns to Stanley, warning him that this is going to be quite painful. He then walks up to Stanley and pours the potion onto his injured leg, which was caught in the trap. The protagonist receives a notification that his health points are quickly regenerating, but at the same time his body is pierced by unbearable pain. Unable to bear such torture, Stanley begins to scream loudly, shaking the walls of the cave with his loud voice. Stanley understands why the game didn't allow the use of the potion during combat, while the pain gradually subsides. After a few more moments, his smoking leg appears completely healthy, as if it had never been injured. Finally feeling relieved, Stanley rises to one knee to test his leg's functionality. Looking up at his rescuers, he reflects on how he has lost all hope of survival. Meanwhile, the group's leader asks Stanley if he can explain how he got here before them. The group's leader also says that he would like to know if Stanley knows about any secret passage, and the protagonist realizes that he was not helped for free. Thinking that there is no such thing as a free lunch, Stanley says that he knows nothing, and showed up right after being trapped. The leader of the group looks away thoughtfully and says that he has heard of such phenomena, adding that the chance of such an event is so rare that it happens once every 100 years. Stanley listens attentively to his interlocutor and is surprised that such an event happens so rarely. He then looks at the other members of the party, and realizes that there is a mage and a priestess in this group, meaning that these adventurers are at least of average level. Realizing that they have nothing more to do here, the adventurers begin to move further into the darkness, after which the leader thanks Stanley for the information. Before Stanley can ask him a question, the leader tells him that he doesn't have to worry about the cost of the potion. The protagonist remains in the darkness and reflects on the fact that in the labyrinth, time is money, since it is impossible to stay in it forever. As he watches his saviors go, he realizes that he is very lucky that they took the time to care for him. After this, he takes his heavy shield and holds it in his hand, after which he stops to rest. Looking around, he comes to the conclusion that he should be glad that he was able to survive, despite the fact that he feels a little humiliated. Meanwhile, the group of adventurers continues on their way, following the bloody trail that Stanley left behind as he crawled out of the dark zone. The leader's comrade says that this barbarian was very lucky, because he fell into the goblin's trap and was able to survive by some miracle. The archer walking behind the group says that this barbarian was lucky to have the help of the leader, since he did not skimp on the potion for a simple newbie. Suddenly, the leader says that there won't be enough potions for every newcomer, after which he asks the priestess if she agrees with this, to which she doesn't answer. The archer also stands up for the priestess and says that the priestess did not help the newcomer only because such are the harsh laws of her temple. After this, the archer tells the leader's friend that he should have learned from their leader, to which he says that their leader was trying to give away the roots of a dying man. The archer states that the leader did the right thing, as the barbarians do not accept free aid, and the leader smiles, telling the archer that she flatters him. After a few more minutes, the leader wonders when they will reach the beginning of this bloody trail. The archer, who is also surprised by the length of this path, states that apparently this barbarian was not so lucky. After a while, the leader tells his comrades that it is better to turn here, since there is a shortcut here. The archer tells the priestess that guides are very important people in any group because they can remember maps well. After a while, the leader stops and looks around carefully to check the area for traps. After this, he tells his comrades that they most likely arrived first, and adds that they were not in such a hurry for nothing. After a few moments, a magical sphere of light illuminates the room so that the travelers can look around. The leader of the group approaches the stone statue and places his hand on it to activate the passage to the next floor. A moment later, a bright portal opens right in front of him, further illuminating the dark room. Looking ahead, the leader happily announces that they have opened a portal to the second level and invites his group to follow him. The archer following the group suddenly turns around, noticing one detail that catches her attention. Taking a closer look, she tells her group to wait a bit, and all the members of the squad stop, turning to look at her. Turning around, they see a trap and a sandal, after which the archer asks them if these shoes are the same ones of the barbarian they saved. The wizard raises his hand to create another guiding sphere and says that this sandal definitely belonged to the barbarian. Immediately after this, the sphere moves far ahead, and the squad members see a long bloody trail leading into a dark cave. What they saw made the entire squad freeze in surprise and stand there for some time, not saying a word about what they saw. After this, the wizard turns to the leader and asks him how far it is to get to the place where they came across the barbarian, to which he replies that they found this barbarian about 15 kilometers from here. The wizard respectfully says that not every barbarian can crawl such a distance in complete darkness. The leader's friend quietly concludes that this barbarian is crazy, which attracts the archer's attention. The initially arrogant young man reflects on the fact that he himself would hardly have been able to crawl in such a state for several hours. He also recalls that when they met, the barbarian extended his hand, holding something in it. A few seconds later, the leader's friend's memory tells him that the barbarian showed him a magic crystal. The thought that the barbarian could crawl so far and not throw away the item for trade instills respect and horror in the thoughts of the leader's friend. A few seconds later, the young man confidently declares that he takes back his words regarding this very barbarian. He adds that this barbarian is not a lucky newcomer, but a real psychopath who does not die so easily. Such people don't care at all how hard or painful it will be, because they are ready to fight for their lives to the last. Meanwhile, Stanley continues to fight the goblins, destroying them one by one with his weapons. Due to his amazing luck, Stanley encounters goblins at almost every turn, which is why he spends a lot of energy on battles. The protagonist admits to himself that at first he was nervous when he saw these monsters, but now that he realized that they do not pose a big threat, he is not so scared. Stanley also began to look under his feet much more carefully, thanks to which he never fell into a trap again. Stanley also very quickly learned the habits of these creatures, and realized that their direction of attack was very predictable. Thanks to the knowledge acquired and preserved over 9 years of playing, combined with his strong body, Stanley began to smash the goblins without any difficulty. However, after some time, the main character comes to the conclusion that he still has one unresolved problem. Looking around, Stanley admits that he is very hungry after all this fighting. With these thoughts, he looks back at himself, remembering that the chief of the tribe gave them some provisions to keep them going. Picking up the sack of provisions, Stanley notes that it has been cut into pieces, and some of the provisions have been lost. Looking at his food situation in horror, Stanley reflects that crawling on the ground wasn't such a good idea. After carefully examining his food bag, Stanley realizes that about 5 days' worth of rations for 7 days are missing. While resting at a makeshift camp, Stanley tells himself that he will have to conserve provisions pretty soon. The main character is also surprised that this dry bread is so tasty, as if he had never eaten anything better. After eating a portion of bread, Stanley thinks for a moment, and then comes to the conclusion that he is quite thirsty. He is immediately faced with the question of where he can get water, and he realizes that he has just jumped from the frying pan into the fire. The protagonist remembers that this game had a hunger system, but he never carried water with him because he only needed to eat. Stanley comes to the conclusion that this game was already very difficult, but in reality it turns out to be a real disaster. The protagonist quickly realizes that this is simply like a game, the world of which carries its own complexities, in addition to those offered by the game itself. After thinking carefully, Stanley realizes that since no one was given water, the source can be found in the labyrinth. After a while, Stanley hears a noise and assumes that it is a gurgling source, after which he heads towards this noise. However, Stanley quickly realizes that this source is a common place that other adventurers also come to. Stanley stops and watches the other man closely, waiting for his next move. However, the frightened adventurer quickly refills his water supplies and leaves, after which Stanley remembers that there was an unspoken rule that interaction with other adventurers should only be done when absolutely necessary. Left alone, he decides to lay out all his stones in order to take inventory and count everything. After carefully rereading all the stones, Stanley realizes that he has collected quite a significant amount, and comes to the conclusion that not dying in that situation was a real miracle. The next problem that the protagonist faces is fatigue, which inevitably overtook him after so many battles with goblins. Stanley recalls that there are several ways to rest in the labyrinth, the first of which is to simply go to sleep, and the second is to acquire a group that will guard him while he sleeps. Unfortunately, however, due to Stanley playing a barbarian, which is one of the most threatening classes, he has problems with social interactions. Even though the main character is far from the most stereotypical barbarian, his appearance alone scares off other adventurers. Stanley made numerous attempts to make friends, but everyone refused to accept him into the group. Left alone, the main character reflects on the fact that he could not even imagine that absolutely everyone would refuse him. Looking at the last group of adventurers leaving, he only quietly calls them idiots who are afraid of a simple barbarian. While the protagonist was busy thinking that he only wanted to find companions to wait out the night, another adventurer approached him from behind. Turning around, Stanley noticed that this adventurer was quite friendly and showed no signs of hostility. Coming closer, the adventurer asked Stanley if he was looking for a night companion so as not to be afraid of goblin attacks. Stanley, who is already quite angry with the other people, asks his interlocutor what he means. However, the adventurer, as if nothing had happened, continues to calmly communicate with Stanley, telling him that he looks like a reliable barbarian who can keep watch. Stanley immediately calms down and tells his interlocutor that he is looking for a night companion so as not to be afraid of a possible attack by monsters. Stanley's interlocutor joyfully tells him that he is very glad to hear this news and extends his hand to him, saying that his name is Hans. Stanley states his character's name and extends his hand to Hans to shake, demonstrating his good intentions. Hans gently shakes the protagonist's hand and says that it is better to gather in threes, but at such a time they will simply waste their energy if they look for another comrade. After this, the adventurer tells Stanley that they will spend this night alone, which is why the protagonist begins to suspect his companion of something strange. Stanley wonders if such turns of phrase are just a habit, or if he really has a rather strange companion. Stanley quickly pulls his hand away from his suspicious interlocutor, and Hans suggests drawing lots to determine who will stand guard first. After some time, Hans wins a simple competition and tells Stanley that in this case he will go to bed first. The angry protagonist reflects on how luck is clearly not on his side, and then agrees with his interlocutor. Hans hands Stanley the watch and begins to explain to him how it works, after which the protagonist reflects on the fact that ordinary barbarians most likely do not understand such things. After Hans finishes his explanation, he asks Stanley if he needs to explain it again, to which Stanley replies that he understood it all at once. After this, the protagonist reflects on the fact that apparently barbarians seem completely stupid to others, and this prejudice can be used. Immediately after this, Hans calmly stretches out on the makeshift bed, and Stanley is surprised at how quickly this adventurer behaves. Continuing his watch, Stanley looks at the sleeping Hans and wonders if he would lend him his sleeping bag if he asked. Looking around, Stanley reflects on the fact that there are no goblins or other adventurers nearby, which is a great development. Looking at the small clock, the main character expresses hope that time will go faster, since he already really wants to sleep. Gradually, time continues to move inexorably forward, bringing closer the moment when the main character will be able to get enough sleep faster and faster. Once the clock is at the correct interval, Stanley turns to Hans and tells him that he is waking up. The adventurer looks around and asks his companion if anything unusual happened, to which Stanley replies that everything was calm. After this, Hans says that it is now Stanley's turn to sleep, adding that he will wake him up in 2 hours. Although Stanley initially agrees with his interlocutor, he immediately realizes that he definitely won't be able to sleep. Meanwhile, Hans watches the watch with interest and is glad that his interlocutor did not break it. Stanley realizes that he cannot trust a man he has just met, and decides to snore demonstratively to test his ally. Stanley closes his eyes and realizes that he must act like a savage who has had a hard day in order to convince his comrade. After this, he quietly opens his eyes and mentally expresses the hope that Hans will not guess anything. Meanwhile, the knight companion continues to look around and quietly says that the barbarians are a rather bizarre race. Stanley quickly turns on his side and reflects on how Hans was quite easily taken in by his behavior because of his prejudices. He continues to snore demonstratively and reflects on the fact that now he is completely open, which means Hans can show his true motives. However, after 2 hours of pretending, Hans did not take any action to kill the protagonist, and he ended up not getting any sleep. Looking at the sleeping Hans, Stanley angrily reflects on the fact that he did nothing for 2 whole hours and pretended to be a good person. After a while, his unshakable confidence begins to waver, and he wonders if he should have slept while he had the chance. After a few moments, Stanley finally comes to the conclusion that he cannot let his guard down in front of strangers, since the stakes are too high. Stanley also notes that one should not overdo it, as he may die from fatigue. After a while, the lack of sleep makes itself felt, and the mighty barbarian's eyes begin to slowly close. An unspecified amount of time passes, and Stanley suddenly jumps up, hearing Hans calling his in-game character's name. Quickly opening his eyes, he sees his ally standing right in front of him, holding his hand on his shoulder, still smiling carefree. Someone writes an excuse and claims that he didn't actually sleep, but Hans tells him that he can wipe away his drool. Realizing that his deception will not work, he apologizes to Hans, but Hans says that everything is fine, since nothing terrible happened. Hans's speech makes the protagonist a little wary, and he again begins to think about what he should do in this situation. Looking up at his comrade, he tells him that he can watch him some more if there is a need. However, Hans, with a strange smile, tells Stanley that this is not necessary, since it is now his turn to keep watch. This strange behavior continues to alarm Stanley, and he realizes that something is obviously wrong here. The protagonist remembers that this man seemed kind and spoke to him first when he found himself in a difficult situation. Hans also refused to scold Stanley for falling asleep at his post, even though it was mortally dangerous. Instead, he said that everything was fine and Stanley could go to bed without worrying about what had happened. The protagonist remembers that in a game he knows well, this simply cannot happen, and decides not to lose his vigilance. Hearing the metallic noise, he immediately opens his eyes to look around and understand what happened. Almost immediately, Stanley sees Hans in front of him, who looks at him and asks why he woke up so early. Immediately after this, the protagonist notices the huge hammer that Hans raised above him, and hears the words of his former comrade that he should have slept a little more. A moment later, Hans tries to bring his hammer down on the main character in order to instantly finish him off and not let him rise again. However, thanks to incredible reflexes, the protagonist manages to dodge this monstrous attack, which would have killed him instantly. Hans, who was already confident that he would be able to destroy his helpless comrade, looks at Stanley in surprise. Meanwhile, Stanley quickly takes his shield and prepares to engage his opponent. Feeling the bitterness of betrayal, Stanley's eyes begin to burn, and his whole body begins to be permeated with incredible anger. Hans tries to calm the protagonist, but Stanley remains relentless and rushes forward to punish his offender. Before Hans can react, Stanley delivers a powerful blow with his shield right into his face, instantly stunning his opponent. From the incredible pain, Hans begins to scream loudly and spits out blood, which was formed due to the strong blow from the shield. Before Hans can react, Stanley is already in a position from which he can strike most comfortably. Stanley muses that his opponent didn't die from one hit like the goblins, and then comes to the conclusion that he needs to hit him again. Immediately after this, he rushes forward and delivers a crushing blow with his shield, hitting Hans right in the head. The blow is so powerful that Hans is thrown back several meters, hitting his back hard on the stone floor. Stanley slowly approaches his victim, realizing that he cannot leave Hans alive for what he did. Looking at the relentless barbarian, Hans tries to beg for mercy, stating that he did not want things to turn out this way. With the last of his strength, he begs his opponent to spare him and not finish him off in such a situation. Stanley stops for a moment and asks his former comrade why he did this. Hans honestly admits that the reason for his actions was the magic crystals that he wanted to take from Stanley. Hans also says that he also wanted to take Stanley's shield, since the equipment of the newbie barbarians is easily sold. After this, Hans smiles and asks Stanley if he will let him go after such a heartfelt confession, not noticing how his face is already flying with a powerful leg. The protagonist understands that this confession is insincere, and that his interlocutor is definitely hiding something, after which he decides to continue the interrogation. A moment later, he steps on Hans, preventing him from moving, and tells him that he has one last chance to tell the truth. The protagonist recalls that killing adventurers in this game is considered a serious crime, while Hans tells him that he wanted his heart. Stanley asks Hans in surprise what he means, trying to recall in his memory all the uses of such an object. Hans says that barbarian hearts are sold at incredible prices because there is a constant rush for them. According to Hans, the hearts of barbarians can be used as a rare ingredient in new magic. After listening to the words of his former comrade, Stanley realizes that all this time he was like a goblin to him. Of course, a barbarian is a harder target than a goblin, but the reward is so great that the risk justifies the means. After this, Stanley asks Hans why he didn't attack him when he went to bed the first time, but he replies that he wanted to get some sleep himself. Stanley realizes that his opponent was incredibly practical and decided to use him to his full potential, while Hans asks Stanley if he will forgive him after this story. However, Stanley does not remove his foot from his opponent's body, continuing to keep him in a helpless position. Looking at the scoundrel who was ready to kill him in order to get his hands on some money, he asks him why he should forgive him. Stanley says that he will meet many more people like Hans, and they will all say the same thing to lull him into a false sense of security. After this, the protagonist states that it would be naive to think that he will forgive all people every time. Hans says that he is not asking him to forgive other people, but to spare only him. Stanley begins to swing his shield, and Hans frantically screams at him that he will give up all his riches. As Stanley raises his shield, the offer for Hans's freedom continues to increase, but none of it makes any sense. A moment later, he brings his shield down on the body of his former comrade, and he is silenced forever, after which Stanley stops for a while. Looking at Hans's body, he reflects on the fact that only one day has passed since he came to this world. Stanley also admits that during this day, he had already managed to find himself on the brink of death and kill a man. After Stanley examines Hans's body, he takes the necessary equipment from his body, increasing his defensive stats and obtaining a powerful weapon. Looking at himself, Stanley reflects that he no longer resembles a savage, since he drinks water from a canteen when he feels thirsty, and uses a compass when he wants to know the direction. Stanley also now looks at his watch when he needs to know the time, and treats wounds with potions and bandages instead of relying on others for help. Stanley also notes the irony that he only began to live as a human after he killed another human. Deciding not to bother his head with such thoughts, he continues walking, looking around to avoid falling into a trap. After some time, goblins appear on his path, and he deals with them with incredible ease thanks to the weapons he received. Looking at the hammer, Stanley wonders if he should have taken the weapon instead of the shield, and then comes to the conclusion that he didn't know he could fight properly back then. From the second day of traveling through the labyrinth, the goblins began to move in pairs, and Stanley's combat level increased thanks to the new weapon. With the help of a hammer, he could easily deal with any adversity without expending a huge amount of effort. Stanley's progress became much more stable, due to the fact that in this labyrinth there was no enemy more serious than a simple goblin. However, the difficulty of passing this stage was that the number of goblins became more and more with each section. Looking ahead, Frank tells himself that at this rate he will soon simply die of fatigue. Unable to find a better solution, Stanley decides to try to take a nap without a night companion, leaning against the wall. However, after a few minutes he begins to hear the sounds of goblin footsteps and opens his eyes in irritation. The protagonist reflects on how as soon as he closes his eyes, goblins immediately appear to attack him. Enraged by this unfair state of affairs, Stanley grabs his hammer and shouts at the goblins that it hasn't even been 10 minutes since they showed up. Before the little monsters can do anything, the protagonist attacks them with all his fury. After a while, Stanley looks around and realizes that he has killed absolutely all of his opponents. After that, he leans against the wall again and mentally asks the goblins to stop appearing, at least for a while. Stanley manages to successfully fall asleep, but after a while he receives a game notification that the character was attacked by a goblin in his sleep. This turns out to be unimportant early on, but the protagonist realizes that he did not hear the impending threat. Without thinking twice, he delivers a powerful blow with his huge fists right into the annoying creature's face. The second goblin, who was also sneaking up on the sleeping Stanley, looks on in surprise as his comrade flies away like a bullet. Looking up, he sees an angry barbarian standing next to the glowing crystals, glaring at him. Deciding not to push his luck, the goblin quickly runs away, and Stanley reflects on the fact that he doesn't have the strength to catch up with these creatures anyway. After that, he looks down at his wound and thinks that if he had been a little lower, the goblin would have jumped up and stabbed him right in the neck. Stanley realizes that he did not notice the approach of the enemies, and decides to try to rest normally again. But before that, he realizes that he needs to take care of his wounds. Splashing some of the greenery onto his wound, he wonders why the potion treatment hurts more than the knife stab, and grits his teeth to fight the pain. 14 hours have passed since the battle with Hans, and Stanley understands that now everyone will be looking for knight companions. Stanley realizes that because barbarian hearts are so highly valued, he cannot trust anyone but other barbarians. The first companions that Stanley meets turn out to be people, and despite their friendliness, they do not win his trust. The next group of adventurers also turn out to be human, and Stanley realizes that they cannot be trusted, despite their friendliness. Despite Stanley's continued attempts to find a companion, he fails to come across anyone other than ordinary people. Stanley realizes that he looked menacing before, as he was completely covered in blood and wore only one sandal. One of the people he met told Stanley that if he was looking for other barbarians, there might be problems. The protagonist decides to find out the reason for such circumstances, to which his interlocutor told him that even the barbarians who had just gone through the ceremony quickly rose in levels. Stanley realizes that with such a strong body it is indeed very strange to remain on the first floor, and says goodbye to his interlocutor. Left alone, Stanley realizes that he simply needs a knight companion, who must not be human. As Stanley walks through the labyrinth, he muses that he needs someone like an elf who keeps his promises, or a dwarf who is more like a barbarian. Looking around, Stanley reflects on the fact that most other races have some distinctive features from humans, and therefore will not simply attack other creatures. Stanley continued to wander through the caves for another hour, as if he suddenly discovered something strange. Looking closely at a small ledge in the crystal cave, he notices a sitting fairy who looks rather doomed. A few seconds later, the fairy discovers Stanley and looks at him in fear for a while, afraid to move. However, Stanley calmly approaches her and looks at her carefully, trying to understand why she is so scared. The game notifies Stanley that he has come across a wounded fairy, and the protagonist addresses her, asking her if she is here alone. The frightened fairy quickly takes up her bow and arrows, and Stanley sympathizes with this action, thinking that any wounded loner would be afraid of the huge barbarian. Not feeling any great danger from the wounded fairy, the protagonist carefully examines her to understand what happened to her. Quite quickly, his eye falls upon an arrow that has hit the fairy's body, and the protagonist realizes that this is not the work of goblins. After this, Stanley decides to break the silence and asks the fairy if she has been injured by ordinary people. The fairy quickly rises to her feet and takes a few steps towards Stanley, after which she freezes in place without saying a word. However, after a few moments, she falls to her knees, as the wound she received turns out to be quite significant. The fairy quickly puts her hands in a prayer position and begs Stanley to spare her. Such a sharp change in behavior discourages the protagonist for some time, and he tries to understand whether he is imagining it. Meanwhile, the fairy asks Stanley to let her go, adding that she has a little brother at home who has no one to look after. Stanley muses that he has never seen such a spineless fairy, recalling that most of the fairies in the game were very cold to others. Stanley realizes that if he had known that she had such a gentle nature, he would not have behaved so harshly. The protagonist decides to smile to lighten the mood a little and tells the fairy not to worry. He also adds that he is not going to kill the fairy just yet, not suspecting that his smile actually looks far from harmless. The fairy tells Stanley that she understands perfectly well that he is a barbarian, and then asks him if killing is really such a necessary method. Stanley is a little surprised and wonders why the fairy is looking at him so scared just because he is a barbarian. Thinking that the fairies are afraid of his every word, the protagonist assumes that someone has ruined the barbarian's image. After this, he takes out the medicine and throws it to the fairy, telling her that now it is necessary to take care of her wound. The fairy quickly catches the healing potions, and is surprised that the barbarian is carrying Richie's leaves, after which Stanley reflects that he did not use them because he was afraid that they were some kind of poison. After this, the fairy looks up at Stanley in fear and asks him why he is giving her the medicine. Stanley casually replies that he doesn't really need a reason to help a newbie in need. After this, he tells the fairy that he will watch over her while she heals her wound, thinking that this fairy may actually become his comrade. Looking at her, Stanley understands that despite all the badness of the situation, things are not so good for this fairy either, since she is wounded. Stanley also notices that in addition to the injury, her face shows visible fatigue after wandering through the labyrinth for so long. Stanley also notes that this fairy has a rather pretty face, which makes her a more preferable target for bandits. After a while, the fairy finishes the bandaging procedure and tells Stanley that she is done. Stanley notes that this elf has quite good medical skills, and suggests that it is time to get acquainted. With these thoughts, he steps forward and names his game character, saying that his name is Bjorn, son of Yandel. The fairy is silent for a moment, then shyly looks up at Stanley and says that her name is Erwin. Stanley sits down in front of the fairy and asks her why she is so afraid, to which the fairy replies that it is because he is a barbarian. Stanley asks the fairy what the connection is, to which she replies that fairies and barbarians are usually hostile to each other. Stanley listens to this story with interest, and reflects that this is the first time he hears about this, since in the game these two races were always normal. The fairy immediately tries to justify herself and says that the war ended 10 years ago, and she does not feel anything bad towards the barbarians. She also adds that she doesn't want to fight Stanley, calling him Mr., while the protagonist realizes that he seems to have entered some other version of the game. To begin with, he decides to calm Erwin down and tells her that he does not feel any negative emotions towards her. After the fairy smiles, Stanley asks her if she would like to be his nighttime companion. Stanley adds that he is very tired now, noting that Erwin is in a similar state, so their unification will be beneficial. Erwin listens to him carefully and remains silent for a while, thinking about the risks she might take if she agreed. Immediately after this, she says that she has heard that barbarians value their military honor above all else, and asks Stanley to swear on her that he will not harm her. Stanley looks at Erwin and asks her if he really has to swear, to which the fairy states that she too will swear on the name of her tribe. Stanley agrees with the fairy's proposal and tells her that they must first clarify one point. After this, he says that his name is not Mr., but Björn, son of Yandel, after which he reflects on the fact that his game character is actually only 20 years old. Immediately after this, he calls the name of his game character again and says that he swears by his military honor. Erwin, who heard the oath from her comrade, gives her full name, which is Erwin Fornaci de Tertia, and declares that she swears by the name of her tribe. After this, they simultaneously say words that they will not attack their companion at night. Stanley turns to Erwin and tells her that he will sleep first, adding that it will most likely be more peaceful for her as well. With these words, he hands the fairy a pocket watch and tells her that she must handle it very carefully. After this, the main character lies down on an improvised bed and reflects on the fact that he never thought that it would be so difficult to sleep normally. A moment later, he falls asleep, after which he wakes up from Erwin's scream, who again calls him Mr. The protagonist jumps up from his seat and asks Erwin what happened, to which she states that 2 hours have passed. Stanley wipes his face and reflects on how the magical blanket and backpack combination did its job, causing him to immediately fall asleep. After this, he thinks about giving these things to Erwin, and suggests that she cover herself with a blanket and put the backpack under her head. Such politeness impresses Erwin, and she looks gratefully at her comrade, who did not spare such things for her. Immediately after this, she stretches out on the floor and puts the backpack under her head, thanking him for such generosity. Literally a few seconds later, Stanley realizes that the fairy has already fallen asleep, without even having time to lay her head down properly. This makes the protagonist think that this fairy is very tired, and her day was just as hard as his. After this, Stanley turns his head to the side and reflects on the fact that he has only been in this labyrinth for 3 days, but it feels like he has already spent all 5 here. After some time, Stanley begins to wonder about what happened to him in the old world, wondering if he was wanted. However, all these thoughts turn out to be rather disappointing, and the main character rather quickly decides not to think about it. After several repetitions of the dream, it was time to move on, and the protagonist looked carefully at his watch. Stanley turns his gaze to the sleeping fairy and realizes that there are only 10 minutes left until wake-up. The main character looks at his companion for a long time and becomes immersed in thoughts about his future fate. The main question that torments the protagonist concerns whether he should ask the fairy to go with him further. The emergency understands that a fairy in the group is definitely not superfluous, even though he will have to share the loot with her. But this can be compensated by the fact that goblins began to appear in packs. The main character is faced with a choice of peaceful sleep or a larger number of magic crystals. His thoughts are interrupted by a handful of people who suddenly emerge from another turn of this twisting cave. One of them looks at the sleeping fairy and whispers to his ally if they have found their target, to which he responds with a short yes. People come closer and ask Stanley about his relationship with this fairy, while the protagonist glares at them in response. Stanley talks about them being night companions, and the man asks him how much longer the fairy will sleep. Stanley realizes that setting up his partner is a betrayal, and sternly tells the man that he is not going to reveal such details. The sight of the menacing barbarian strikes terror into the two men, and they back away, looking at him with irritation. One of the people gives Stanley a nasty look and says that now everything has become clear to him, after which he continues to back away. After a few more steps, he turns around and tells his comrade that they must leave immediately. As Stanley watches them, he reflects that he has a very bad feeling about this, as they were clearly looking for Erwin. After this, he turns to the sleeping fairy and tries to wake her up by shaking his hand, but the girl is in no hurry to respond to his actions. A few moments later, she opens the blanket again and asks Stanley for 5 more minutes so that she can get a good night's sleep. Stanley begins to get angry because he cannot understand the behavior of the fairy, who just came with unknown people. He decides to wake Erwin up again and starts shaking her hand, telling her that she needs to wake up immediately. However, the girl continues to behave as if she is in a deep sleep, which arouses some suspicions in the protagonist. He puts his hand on the blanket and thinks that the fairy is pretending to sleep and hiding her face under the blanket. To find out the truth, he quickly throws the blanket off the fairy's body and grabs her by the shoulders to question her. Erwin, clearly not expecting such behavior from her companion, looks up in fear and looks straight into his eyes. Stanley moves a little closer to the frightened fairy and asks her why she is pretending, to which she begins to answer uncertainly. Erwin confides in Stanley that she is afraid that he will leave her once she gets up. Stanley realizes that they have not yet become full-fledged allies, since before this they were only companions who protect each other's sleep for a few hours. According to the rules of their agreement, they crumble to dust once the night is over, but Stanley decides to ask the fairy what the two wanted from her. Erwin honestly admits to her comrade that she has no idea what these two people wanted. Stanley continues to try to clear things up and asks Erwin if she knows these people, to which she replies that these people are from the same clan that tried to harm her. The fairy states that these people had the same symbols on their clothes, adding that this clan is called the Crystal Union. Stanley realizes that he is in serious trouble. His first thoughts tell him that he needs to stay away from this fairy. After that, he takes another look at her and realizes that this fairy is only 20 years old, and she will most likely die without his help. Stanley tells Erwin that they can discuss the details as they continue through the cave, then slings his backpack over his shoulders and turns away. Erwin continues to follow the protagonist and asks him if he will help, to which he replies that he wants to hear the details first. He also adds that for now they will move together so as not to waste even more time. Erwin says she met these people on her first day in the labyrinth, after which they became nighttime companions. Erwin also says that she opened her eyes for a second that night because she felt something strange. Opening her eyes, Erwin saw a man in front of her, slowly undressing, preparing to desecrate the fairy. The man then said the same words that Hans had said, suggesting that she sleep a little longer so as not to disturb him. Erwin tells the protagonist that she only found out later that it was one of the main people in the clan who runs the business on the first floor. Erwin adds that she was able to escape from them, but the Union people continued to attack her, and thus she was injured. Stanley asks Erwin how they were able to find her in this dark cave. Erwin says that these people use communication stones to coordinate, and the protagonist reflects on the fact that there was no such technology in the game, after which he asks her to tell him more about it. Erwin explains that communication stones are mystical devices that help transmit messages to each other. Stanley muses that this is analogous to a walkie-talkie, and comes to the conclusion that Erwin has nowhere to run, and will inevitably be caught if he abandons her. Stanley asks the fairy why they are pursuing her so persistently, and Erwin hesitates for a moment to answer. Stanley assumes that they were going to get rid of the witness, but Erwin says that they have more compelling reasons. The girl claims that she waved the knife a little when she tried to escape the first time, which is why the unpleasant incident happened. Erwin then claims that she hit the man who tried to rape her in that very spot. Stanley immediately feels incredible pain in his soul, and asks Erwin about where exactly she hit. The shy fairy tells Stanley that he has most likely already guessed the place where she stabbed him. She also says that she completely cut off that very part of her body, and that this cannot be cured with trees, after which she smiles sincerely. Stanley genuinely doesn't understand the reason for the joy on Erwin's face, thinking that they will now haunt her for the rest of her life. After this, he comes to the conclusion that most likely this is karma that absolutely all people who decide to behave in this way receive. Suddenly, Erwin begins to sense signs of persecution through his incredibly heightened senses. She immediately tells Stanley about this, adding that they better run without looking back, as the footsteps behind them are getting louder. Further straining his senses, Erwin states that the distance from them to their pursuers is about 150 meters. Stanley muses that it is usually impossible to sense anything at such a distance, and suggests that this is an innate ability of fairies. The protagonist tells his partner that they need to speed up and asks her if she can handle it, to which she replies that she has enough strength for now. Looking at her, Stanley notes that her wound may open up further, however. Erwin still does not complain of pain. Speeding up a bit, Stanley comes to the conclusion that his partner has plenty of courage and is a worthy companion. After some time, Stanley again asks Erwin about the distance from them to their pursuers, to which she replies that the distance has not changed. Stanley realizes that they sped up but were unable to break away, meaning that other members of this union were alerted. Quite quickly, the protagonist realizes that if he wants to help Erwin, he will have to destroy these people. He also understands that there is no turning back after this, and so he needs to think things through carefully. Erwin has been watching his partner with fear all this time and asks him what he is thinking about so intensely. Meanwhile, Stanley turns to the fairy and asks her what she is very good at. Erwin enthusiastically replies that she is very good at washing and cleaning, adding that she is an average cook. Stanley corrects Erwin and says that he is interested in her fighting abilities, causing Erwin to briefly blush. A moment later, she answers the protagonist that she is good at shooting a bow, and also has one attribute of spirit magic. Stanley quickly analyzes Erwin's words and realizes that next to him is a good fairy archer with the rarest attribute. Stanley immediately asks Erwin if she has killed anyone before, causing the girl to briefly freeze in surprise. After this, she tightly grips her bow and honestly admits to Stanley that she has not killed anyone before. However, after this, she resolutely looks her comrade in the face and tells him that she can do such a thing. Stanley looks at Erwin and says that he has heard enough, and then decides that he must make a decision. After a moment, he asks Erwin if she wants to join him, adding that until they exit the labyrinth, the spoils will be 9-1 in his favor. Without thinking twice, Erwin enthusiastically answers the protagonist that she agrees to such conditions. Stanley says that he is very glad to hear her consent, and asks her how far away the pursuers are. to which she replies that the pursuer is 100 meters away. Stanley realizes that their pursuers are catching up with them, even though they are running at top speed. Thinking that he won't be able to escape, Stanley looks around for a hiding place. Noticing a passage in the dark area, Stanley stops and tells Erwin that she must summon the spirit as their plans have changed drastically. The girl immediately summons a fire elemental, and Stanley breaks away from his spot to make a dash forward. After some time, the protagonist reflects on the fact that he could not have imagined that he would return to the darkness again of his own free will. Hiding behind a dark corner, Erwin tells Stanley that he feels one of their pursuers approaching them. Stanley tells Erwin that she must cancel the spirit's summoning so that it does not show them with its glow. After some time, the sounds of footsteps become more and more distinct, and one of the pursuers enters into the darkness. Stanley notes that the man shouldn't be able to see anything, and suggests that he has some method of tracking his target. After this, he takes a small step back and addresses Erwin, trying to speak as quietly as possible so as not to scare off his pursuer. A moment later, Stanley quietly commands his companion to shoot. The fairy resolutely pulls the bowstring and takes careful aim at the target, which is within direct reach. After one tense, long moment, Erwin releases the bowstring and the arrow whistles towards his pursuer. A split second later, a sharp arrow pierces the pursuer's head, causing him to fall dead. Seeing the man she shot fall dead before he could even comprehend anything, Erwin freezes for a moment, realizing what had happened. Stanley places his hand on Erwin's shoulder and tells her that she did a great job, adding that it would have been very dangerous if she had doubted. Immediately after this, Stanley approaches the prone pursuer and examines his equipment to find something valuable. Quite quickly, he notices a special stone that was in the pursuer's hand. Listening closely, Stanley realizes that other voices are coming from this stone, and realizes that this is the very same communication stone. Stanley decides to listen in on the other side's communications to get the most information about the enemy's possible location, and realizes that the Crystal Union has announced a general gathering in the Goblin Zone. After a while, Stanley reflects on the fact that this pursuer did not have anything particularly valuable. Overall, Stanley managed to remove a large bag of crystals, 2 daggers, and 1 potion from the man. The leather clothes that Erwin changed into were also removed from this stalker, after which Stanley told her that these clothes were much better than the ones she was wearing. Looking at her, Stanley reflects that along with the clothes, the aura she emitted has changed for the better. Stanley approaches the fairy and asks her how to use the stone, to which she tells him that there should be a button on the stone that can be pressed. Stanley easily finds the button and presses it hard to make sure everything is working properly. Conversations immediately begin to come from the stone that Certain, who was chasing the fairy, is not in touch and was last seen in the Goblin Zone. The radio also broadcasts information that a barbarian is traveling with her, who may be wanted, as well as a reward for the fairy's head in the form of 10,000 gold. Stanley calms the fairy and tells her that they will be fine, then asks her to summon a spirit, adding that they will have to walk along the edge of darkness. He also adds that they will now move towards the portal to the 2nd floor to keep themselves safe. After a while, they start going down the slide, and Erwin asks Stanley if he is serious about going to the 2nd floor. The fairy again addresses the protagonist named Mr., and he notes that he is starting to get tired of it, after which he tells her that he is indeed going to the 2nd floor. The fairy asks Stanley if he is aware that the 1st and 2nd floors are very different, to which he replies that he does. Stanley tells Erwin that everything will be fine as long as they don't stray too far from the entrance, adding that they make a good couple. Erwin looks at Stanley shyly and asks him if he really thinks so, while the protagonist reflects on the fact that he was the one who told the pure truth. In his opinion, a melee tank and a ranged archer is a personal combination that can help you get through floors. However, Erwin expresses some doubts about this plan, saying that it all looks like they are jumping into an orc lair to escape from the goblins. Meanwhile, the communication stone once again intercepts enemy communications, which say that whoever finds Erwin will receive gold and the opportunity to have fun with her. This information further demoralizes the fairy, but Stanley tells her that she need not worry, since he will not abandon her. Meanwhile, the enemy's negotiations continue to be heard on the radio, from which it follows that the Crystal Union is going to cut off Erwin's limbs and only important parts of the body. Hearing such prospects, Erwin turns to Stanley and says that they need to go to the 2nd floor. The protagonist reflects on the fact that these negotiations were intercepted very successfully, since now he will not have to persuade his partner. The main character reflects on the fact that he is always ready to help someone who needs it, as long as it does not harm him. As Stanley continues to think about it, he realizes that he has 2 advantages in this matter that cannot be ignored. The first benefit is the satisfaction of having done a good deed and not abandoning a person in need. The second benefit is the ability to get rid of the nasty trash that roams the world of this game. Erwin asks Stanley if he knows how to get to the 2nd floor, to which he replies that he doesn't know the specific roads, but he knows what the place looks like. After this, the main character remembers that the levels are built in such a way that if you walk along the edge of darkness, sooner or later you can come to a portal. Suddenly, Erwin stops the protagonist and asks him to listen, after which she herself freezes in place and looks around. Stanley peers half blindly into the darkness around him, but cannot find anything dangerous. However, Erwin quickly points the protagonist in the right direction, saying that there is a goblin trap there. The protagonist wonders why they only encountered a trap now, and suggests that goblins are less likely to use traps in bright places. While Stanley scratches his head thinking that he is the unluckiest person on Earth, Erwin takes a few steps forward to disarm the trap. Stanley tells Erwin that it is better for her not to use the spirit in order to conserve her strength. The fairy, blushing with embarrassment, turns to Stanley and tells him that she agrees with this decision. After this, she approaches the trap and mentally wonders how he guessed her intentions. However, as soon as she gets dangerously close to the trap, several goblins jump down from the ceiling onto her. However, Erwin has outstanding agility, allowing her to easily dodge this attack. The jerk is quite strong, and immediately after that she takes a position from which she will be comfortable shooting. Before the goblin can react, Erwin fires an arrow from his bow, accurately shooting it straight into his head. The other goblin realizes he has nothing left to lose and rushes forward to close the gap with the archer. Once within striking distance, he swings his weapon and makes a small lunge to wound his prey. However, before the goblin can come to his senses, Erwin makes a quick dash and ends up behind him. She immediately pulls back the bowstring and quickly takes aim, after which she makes another aimed shot. Within moments, the goblin is sent to the afterlife, his body quickly evaporating as if he were a vampire in the sunlight. A pleased Erwin turns her head towards Stanley and asks him what he thinks of her fighting skills. Stanley honestly tells the fairy that she tried very hard and is a very good archer, after which he reflects on the fact that fairies are indeed very agile. After this, Erwin extends his hand to Stanley and tells him that she brought the magic crystals that fell from the goblins. The protagonist accepts the crystals from the fairy's hands, after which she clarifies with him that, according to the agreement, the distribution of the spoils is carried out according to the formula 9-to-1. Erwin talks about her younger brother begging her to buy him a few things, and then asks him if she will get anything if she keeps trying. Stanley looks at the fairy in surprise and tells her that everything is correct, after which he wonders if she is trying to insult him. After a few moments, the communication stone plays a new message, according to which the reward for the fairy has been increased to 20,000. Stanley continues to encourage his ally, and tells her that no one will look for them in the dark, adding that the pursuers do not work well as a team. Continuing to listen to the conversations, our heroes notice that some hunters decide to try their luck elsewhere. Stanley muses that everything is going too smoothly, adding that something bad usually happens to his luck at times like this. As if hearing the protagonist's thoughts, Erwin stops Stanley and tells him that there is a pack of ghouls in front of them. Stanley looks at the monster in surprise at this question about where they came from, remembering that they used to appear in the south. This leads the protagonist to think that they got lost again while trying to escape the pursuit. Erwin peers over Stanley's shoulder cautiously and asks him if she should deal with them. The protagonist remembers that the experience reward system in this game is quite strange, and tells her that they should fight together. According to the rules of the game, experience can only be gained for the first kill of a monster of any kind, so you need to kill more different types to level up. Stanley steps forward and tells Erwin that he will take on the close-in opponents while she should start with the far ones. After this, the main character takes another step forward and remembers that in the game, ghouls do not attack unless you get too close to them. After a few seconds, the ghouls turn their heads towards Stanley, who continues to approach them. A moment later, they rush at the protagonist, and he reflects that at least in this way their behavior coincides with the game. Stanley then jumps into the fray as well, delivering a powerful shield attack to one of the ghouls that got too close. Immediately after this, he decides to immediately attack with his hammer while he still has the opportunity. The main character remembers very well that ghouls are stronger and faster opponents than goblins. The heroes also remember that these monsters are still not high-ranking opponents, so their movement is predictable. One of these ghouls, who jumped on the main character from behind, receives an arrow from Erwin right in his head, which interrupts his attack. Looking towards Erwin, Stanley realizes that with a reliable comrade, fighting such opponents is an extremely simple task. Stanley and Erwin continued north until they reached their destination on the third day of their travels. Noticing something strange, Erwin leaned closer and told Stanley that there was blood here that didn't look much like goblin blood. Following the bloody trail, Stanley begins to think about the appearance of this blood, and the most terrible thoughts creep into his head. These thoughts are finally reinforced after they reach the end of this bloody trail, on which lies the trap along with his sandal. Stanley stares at the trap for a moment without saying a word. However, unable to deny the obvious, the protagonist mentally admits that this is his starting point in the labyrinth. Ironically, he was teleported right next to the entrance to the portal to the second floor, causing him to take a detour that was many kilometers long. As Stanley replays all the memories he has been through, he slams his hand into the ground, asking the world if this is all some kind of joke. Stanley scratches his head and wonders how he could have gone so wrong, assuming it was all his terrible luck. Erwin, quite frightened by such behavior, tells Stanley that she apologizes profusely if she did anything wrong. Stanley irritably tells his companion that she is not guilty of anything, so she does not need to worry about it. Suddenly, the fairy begins to understand the reason for this strange behavior after she notices blood, bread, and a sandal. She says in a sympathetic voice that she didn't expect Stanley to go through such an ordeal, and the protagonist reflects that, apparently, she guessed everything. However, Erwin comes to the wrong conclusion and assumes that someone very important to Stanley died here. Without giving this event any more significance, Stanley asks Erwin if she is ready to go to the second floor, to which she replies that with him, she will definitely not be lost. Hearing this answer, Stanley confidently walks into the portal to finally get to the third floor. After a few seconds, the game notifies Stanley that he is being transported to the second floor into the Goblin Forest. Erwin, with his natural grace, lands on his feet with ease, while Stanley hits the ground like a wardrobe. Erwin quickly runs up to Stanley, but he immediately tells her that he is fine, that she had never fallen out of portals like that before. After which the protagonist reflects on how he begins to envy the agility that the barbarians lack. Looking around, Stanley says that the area looks like the northern zone of the Goblin Forest. After listening, the protagonist reflects on the fact that within a radius of 50 meters, the presence of other life forms is not felt. Erwin honestly admits to Stanley that she has never heard of there being a forest on the second floor, to which he replies that she was most likely told about another second floor. Stanley also tells Erwin that there are 4 portals on the first floor, each of which leads to different zones, one of which is the Goblin Forest. The eastern zone is called the Beast's Den, which is home to a huge number of different werewolves. The western zone is called the Land of the Dead, which is inhabited by a huge number of various kinds of undead. The southern portal leads into dark rocky mountains, which are inhabited by stone elementals that pose a serious threat. Erwin says that she remembered all of this, after which she adds that any of these areas leads to the third floor. Stanley tells Erwin that she is right, then asks her if she knows how to get back from the labyrinth to the city. Erwin tells Stanley that they will simply be thrown out once the labyrinth closes. Stanley says this is true, adding that on the first floor this happens after 168 hours, and on the second after 240. Stanley also adds that the Crystal Union is unlikely to follow to the second floor, since they do not know how to work as a team. According to the protagonist's plan, they just need to wait for the labyrinth on this floor to close. After a few moments, Stanley rises to his feet and invites Erwin to step forward to take a proper look around. Erwin tells his companion that she feels nostalgic being back in the forest. The fairy sincerely states that she understands that there are only monsters here, but this place feels just like the abode of fairies. Erwin also immediately warns Stanley about the trap located here, after which he asks him to try to walk in one step with her. Immediately after this, she looks around and easily finds another trap, pointing it out to Stanley. The protagonist admits that he sees nothing, but Erwin quickly picks up a pebble to check his guess. A moment later, she throws a pebble onto a pile of leaves and a trap immediately springs out of it. Looking at Erwin in surprise, Stanley realizes that this must be some kind of unique detection skill that only fairies have. Erwin asks Stanley what he thinks about the fact that she just disarmed several traps at once. With the thought that it would be better not to praise Erwin without reason, Stanley says that she is very good at throwing stones. The disappointed fairy asks Stanley if that's all he can say, to which he replies that she will now always be responsible for finding traps. After this, he turns towards his companion and tells her that she should not be happy about such trifles, since he already considers her an experienced adventurer. These words have an incredible effect on the young fairy, and she immediately brightens up before the eyes of the protagonist. After this, she smiles shyly and covers her face with her hand so as not to show it to the main character. After that, she chuckles again and repeats Stanley's words about the experienced adventurer to enjoy them. After a while, Erwin stops Stanley and tells him that there are traps here, but there is no sign of goblins. Stanley realizes that the presence of traps on the second floor is more of a feature of the area than something specific. The protagonist tries to remember everything he knows about this location, and remembers that in addition to disguised traps, goblins appear here in groups of more than 10 individuals. Stanley also remembers that the further they move away from the portal, the monsters will only become stronger, but decides that they will not advance that far. The protagonist tells Erwin that they must first deal with the traps in the area, and then expand the exploration area. For several hours, Erwin and Stanley expanded their search area and knocked down traps with rocks to ensure their safe escape. After some time, they managed to disarm almost all the traps, and Erwin happily boasts of his successes to the main character. Suddenly, Erwin stops being happy and freezes in place, straining his ears to sense the presence of living beings. A moment later, she quietly turns to Stanley and tells him that there is a group of goblins nearby. Stanley whispers to her how many goblins are in the group, to which she replies that she senses more than 10. She also says that these goblins are moving as if they are unaware of their presence and asks Stanley what they should do. Stanley replies that they will fight and asks Erwin how close they can get without being noticed, to which the fairy replies that she can get within 30 meters. After hearing the important information, Stanley says that in this case they should act according to the plan. Erwin quickly nods to his comrade and moves forward to signal him in case she spots an enemy. Watching her, Stanley wonders how she can walk on the grass without making any noise. Meanwhile, Erwin successfully locates a group of goblins and watches them closely to get the information he needs. After this, she turns to the protagonist and begins waving her hand, signaling him that he can attack. Immediately after this, she raises her bow and quietly pulls the string to fire a powerful shot. A moment later, she releases the bowstring, and the arrow begins to cut through the air at great speed. Meanwhile, Stanley picks up speed to crush the goblins with incredible momentum. Stanley quickly runs past Erwin and tells her to continue to stay back and shoot the other goblins. Erwin makes a small tactical retreat while the protagonist rushes forward against the enraged goblins. Looking at his opponents, Stanley reflects on how the second floor is very different from the first. The main difference is that there are 3 times as many enemies on this floor, and they are much more dangerous. The main character also notes that in another situation he would be scared, but this body moves as if on its own. The warrior's heart that Hans wanted so much trembles incredibly in such a situation, and gives the main character incredible powers. Letting out a loud battle cry, the protagonist rushes forward, covering himself with his shield and swinging his hammer to deal powerful blows to the goblins. Due to the fact that goblins are rather stupid creatures, they rush forward in an uncoordinated bunch, making them easy to overwhelm. The protagonist uses every advantage he has, but a second later 2 goblins attack him from different sides. Thanks to the fact that the main character has a huge shield, he protects himself from the attack of one opponent and concentrates the attack with a hammer on another. This way, he instantly gets rid of a threat that would otherwise cost him health points. The onslaught of enemies does not stop, but Stanley does not feel tired and continues to fight fiercely with his opponents. Every goblin that gets within dangerous distance receives a powerful blow from the hammer, which sends him to the next world. However, Stanley's suddenly heightened fighting instincts tell him that he is in grave danger. Stanley obeys these instincts and barely manages to dodge the goblin's powerful attack, which would otherwise have hit him right in the face. Jumping to the side, the protagonist reflects on how his head would have flown off if he had reacted even a second slower. Meanwhile, the enemies continue to advance, and the main character understands that he will not be given even a second to rest. Looking at the crowd of opponents, Stanley realizes that getting injured in this situation is inevitable, and mentally prepares himself for the pain he will feel. However, Erwin, who successfully takes up position, makes a precise shot at several goblins at once, instantly killing each of them. Satisfied that her shots had hit their target, Erwin lets out a happy sigh, knowing that she hadn't let her comrade down. Turning slightly, the protagonist realizes that Erwin has taken up position and it is time to finish off the group of goblins. After this, he raises his shield and orders all enemies to attack him, after which he rushes into battle uncontrollably. After some time, our heroes destroy all the opponents, and the main character receives 11 magic crystals from the victory over the first group of goblins. Stanley also muses that it would be nice to take the armor or weapons, but they disappeared along with the goblins. Immediately after, he turns to Erwin and hands her 2 crystals, stating that she has earned a reward for this battle. Immediately after this, Stanley sternly states that they need to keep moving forward. After some time, Stanley and Erwin went beyond the 3-kilometer radius of the portal, and goblins began to appear every 5 minutes. This time, the goblin squad has an archer, who is a rather unpleasant opponent if you don't target him right away. However, as soon as the goblin notices the opponents, he suddenly begins to disappear, as if made of smoke. However, the experienced Stanley immediately guesses that it is about magic and disguise, and tells Erwin to concentrate. Meanwhile, the goblins, armed with melee weapons, rush forward to draw attention to themselves. Stanley thinks that the archer makes this fight more difficult, but still doable. The protagonist continues to crush the goblins with powerful blows of his hammer, while an archer, hiding in the bushes, decided to take aim at him. Stanley's combat instincts do not deceive him this time either, and make him become wary and turn to the side. As soon as he focuses his gaze on the dangerous direction, he notices an arrow rapidly approaching him. It's only by a miracle that he manages to dodge to the side, causing the goblin to miss with his shot. Stanley decides to immediately take advantage of the fact that the archer cannot camouflage himself, and rushes forward to not give the enemy time to fire a second shot. Stanley first puts as much force as possible into the upcoming hammer strike in order to finish off the goblin with one blow. Despite its ability to camouflage itself, the goblin is not known for its agility, and the creature's fate is sealed. Before the monster can react, Stanley throws it into the air with a powerful uppercut from his hammer. After making sure that no one is around, Stanley tells Erwin that they can take a rest, and the fairy sits down on the ground, exhausted. Stanley says that they fought for about 15 hours, and suggests that his companion sleep first, after which he removes his backpack and blanket. Erwin happily decides to take up the offer, and the 2 heroes store their gear nearby. Stanley carefully guards his companion's sleep, and reflects on the fact that she, apparently, is completely exhausted. Feeling his partner snore, Stanley assumes that she probably feels safe. After this, the protagonist raises his head to the stars and reflects on the fact that they spent 15 hours hunting. Stanley also notes that, among other things, they often met other adventurers who not only travel in groups of more than 3, but also have different races. Stanley reflects that, despite always passing by in silence, he grew impatient just from seeing them. From the protagonist's point of view, adventurers are much more dangerous than goblins, since their intentions are difficult to read. Adding to the tension is that Stanley now has someone to worry about. Stanley says out loud that the biggest problem is that Erwin is incredibly handsome. Quickly waking up, Stanley's partner looks at him with hot eyes and asks him if he really thinks so, to which he tells her that she should quickly go back to sleep. A joyful Erwin lies back down and smiles sincerely at Stanley, who reflects on how fairies usually behave quite differently. The next day of our hero's adventures in the labyrinth begins in exactly the same way, and they again come across a group of goblins. However, over time, each of them becomes stronger and stronger, and the days begin to fly by quite quickly. Thus, Stanley and Erwin had already spent 6 whole days in the labyrinth, skillfully maneuvering between suspicious adventurers and evil goblins. After some time, the 7th day of their wanderings begins, and there are 2.5 hours left before the labyrinth closes. Erwin confesses to Stanley that she is incredibly tired and wants to go to bed immediately after returning from the labyrinth. Stanley turns to Erwin and tells her that he shares her wishes, adding that they need to move on. Moving on, Erwin stops his comrade again and tells him that there is a trap in front of them. After this, Erwin says that a group of goblins appeared in front of them, which included 8 normal individuals, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. Coming a little closer, the protagonist and Erwin discover the very same group of goblins that the fairy had previously warned about. Having approached rather unnoticed, Erwin manages to kill one of the goblins with a precise shot right to the head using his bow. As soon as the goblins turn in the direction of the shot, a furious Stanley appears in front of them, ready to tear his opponents apart. The protagonist lets out a loud battle cry to strike terror into the hearts of his opponents. This has an effect, and the goblins are left stunned for a while, making them easy prey. Stanley muses that Erwin can easily deal with the archers, so he needs to start with the warriors. Thanks to his incredible physical strength, Stanley easily crushes one opponent after another. The protagonist reflects that after so many battles, he has become a master of such battles, and could receive the title of the 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed Avalokiteshvara. The main character also notes that Erwin has gotten used to hunting and now knows exactly who and when to shoot. The protagonist notes that, despite the warning that there were 2 archers in this group, not a single arrow flew in his direction. Feeling that the time it takes to kill goblins has been significantly reduced, Stanley praises his partner for a job well done. He also adds that next time she should tell him that she dealt with the archers so that he doesn't even think about them. Erwin says that she wasn't sure she killed the second one, and Stanley understands her motives perfectly well. He reflects on how unverified information can be more dangerous than no information, and notes that his partner has become a much more experienced fighter. Suddenly, Erwin notices a suspicious glow, and tells Stanley that there is something very valuable lying next to the goblin. Coming closer, the heroes realize that in front of them lies the essence of a goblin archer, which is quite a valuable find. However, Stanley is not very happy with the essence, realizing that he would like to get something more useful. Essence is part of the dungeon skill system, and provides passive or active skills depending on the type. These essences can provide very powerful enhancements. However, there is a limit to the amount of essences a character can absorb. Coming closer, the protagonist reflects on the fact that the chance of this item dropping is about 0. Stanley realizes that he has been too lucky, and he immediately gets a bad feeling about what is about to happen. Erwin asks Stanley if she will turn into a goblin if she absorbs the essence, to which he replies that she will simply gain one of their skills. Stanley briefly remembers his pursuer, and speculates that he most likely absorbed the wolf's essence, and was tracking them by scent. Stanley looks at Erwin carefully and asks her if she wants to take this essence, to which she begins to mumble uncertainly. After this, she looks resolutely at the protagonist and tells him that she will take this essence if Stanley does not need it. Stanley realizes that there is no point in him claiming this essence, since he needs strictly defined essences. Stanley tells Erwin that she can take this essence if she promises him something, after which he begins to remind her of something important. However, his words are interrupted by other adventurers who suddenly emerge from behind the trees. One of the adventurers asks the main characters what the hell they are doing, and then points menacingly at them. Erwin tries to justify himself and asks them why they are making claims against them, adding that they were simply hunting these goblins. However, Stanley interrupts Erwin's attempts at negotiation and tells her not to tell them anything. With that, he pushes Erwin straight towards the essence, causing the fairy to automatically absorb it upon contact. One of the adventurers angrily yells at the protagonist, asking him what the hell he just did. Meanwhile, Erwin's body begins to be enveloped in a thick glow, and she disappears from the sight of all observers for a second. A few moments later, she reappears next to Stanley and thanks him for what he did. Looking at his opponents, Stanley reflects that he expected them to face people like this, These people rushed here as soon as they saw the essence in order to try to take it by criminal means. However, it doesn't matter now as Erwin has absorbed her, and the protagonist tells them that they can come over if they want to fight. The protagonist understands perfectly well that they are in the minority, and therefore they need to be more impudent in order to gain an advantage. Stanley grabs his hammer and in a menacing voice orders his opponents to come closer if they are ready to fight. After some time, Stanley quickly runs away with Erwin to get to the portal. The protagonist turns to Erwin and tells her not to slow down until the portal. Erwin asks Stanley what he thinks about the likelihood of pursuit from this group they just drove off. Stanley remembers the words of the leader of this group and tells Erwin that they can still encounter them even if they do not pursue. Stanley explains his point by saying that a group of 4 is an excellent number to clear the second floor. From the protagonist's point of view, these guys are trying to leave the labyrinth by closing the second floor, and that's why they hang around the portal. Suddenly, Erwin senses the presence of other life forms and strains his hearing to determine who it is. A moment later, she tells Stanley that there is a group of goblins ahead, to which the protagonist says that this time they will get around her. Erwin tells Stanley that they won't be able to get around them because this group is running straight at them. Stanley is surprised by this, and muses that the goblins usually didn't find them first due to Erwin's detection abilities. Stanley suggests that this is not a mere coincidence, and suggests changing the direction of their movement. Erwin agrees with him and turns to look at him, only to notice an arrow flying straight towards her face. With his unstoppable determination and speed, Stanley manages to grab Erwin and pull her aside, allowing her to escape mortal danger. Turning to the side, Stanley angrily reflects on the fact that this shot was not fired by a goblin. Erwin tries to ease the pain in his neck and tells Stanley that she could have returned on her own, to which he replies that the shot was fired by those same adventurers. From the protagonist's point of view, these people lured the goblins and are now waiting for an ambush from the other side. Realizing that they want to wear them down first, Stanley orders Erwin to use force to start the fight. Erwin looks at the protagonist curiously, to which he replies to her that he means the power of the essence. The protagonist remembers that each essence has its own specialization, and Erwin absorbed the essence of a goblin archer. He also recalls that in the game, such an essence increased the points of characteristics and gave the skill of poisoned arrows and the ability to use camouflage. Erwin honestly admits to Stanley that she doesn't know how to use these skills, to which he replies that she already uses them. Looking at herself, the fairy is surprised to see that her body has become translucent, and Stanley notices that the thief's walk skill is activating. Looking closely at Erwin, the protagonist thinks about the principle of the essence, assuming that the skills are activated simply at will. Immediately after this, he hands Erwin his backpack, which contains equipment and a blanket. Stanley tells Erwin that he will deal with the goblins himself, while she must find the crossbowman. Erwin asks his comrade if it is too dangerous to go alone, adding that he could get killed. However, Stanley resolutely replies that they don't have time, and she needs to keep her head down and wait for the signal, after which she should shoot the crossbowman. After this, he runs forward, while Erwin asks him about what the signal will be after which she should shoot. After running a sufficient distance, Stanley slows down and prepares to fight the group of goblins. Stanley finds himself in a large clearing and immediately sees a huge group of goblins located to his left. Meanwhile, the goblins look in surprise at the adventurer who ran right at them and try to figure out what they should do. After a few seconds, their instincts take over and they rush to attack, while the protagonist reflects on the fact that the adventurers never showed up after the shot. The protagonist assumes that the enemy will appear immediately after he kills the goblins, and swings his hammer to crush the enemy. The goblins continue to come, but they are all inevitably destroyed by the main character's powerful hammer. Looking around, Stanley realizes that this time there are more than 10 goblins again, and he needs to fight at the peak of his fighting abilities. As Stanley fights back with circular attacks, he reflects that the arrow aimed at him could not have come from anyone other than the archer. At that very moment, a crossbow bolt flies straight towards Stanley, but he manages to block it with his shield. The protagonist quickly realizes that he also needs to watch out for arrows, while he begins to feel a sharp pain in his back. The cause of this pain turns out to be a goblin, who, in a sincere impulse, rushed forward and stabbed the protagonist with his knife. The barbarian's robust body has only suffered minor damage, and the protagonist turns around to destroy the goblin with a powerful blow. Stanley reflects on the fact that he needs to keep in mind that there is a crossbowman out there somewhere, and now he is left without Erwin's help. As a result of the continuous battle, the wounds on the protagonist's body become larger and larger, and it becomes more difficult for him to destroy the goblins. However, the main character's strength does not leave him, and he again crushes another goblin, destroying him with his hammer. Seeing the huge number of goblin bodies evaporating, Stanley reflects on how dangerous things are getting. After a few more seconds, his fighting instincts begin to tell him that he is in very great danger. Looking up and quickly looking around, Stanley realizes that 2 arrows were fired at him at the same time from different directions. One of these arrows belongs to the goblin who is hiding in the bushes, and the second one belongs to the crossbowman. Quickly assessing his chances, the protagonist realizes that he won't be able to block both arrows. Thus, he decides to defend himself against the crossbow bolt, as it poses a greater threat. A split second later, the protagonist feels the goblin's arrow hit him right in the elbow. Stanley also realizes that the arrow was poisonous, which is why he cannot move his arm. The protagonist realizes that he has only one usable hand left, and he has to choose between a shield and a hammer. Without thinking twice, the main character gets rid of the hammer and remains armed only with a strong shield, which can also be used as a weapon. Stanley realizes that the real threat is the adventurers lurking in the bushes, not the goblins that continue to advance. After this, he rushes forward and realizes that it is much easier to kill small things with a hammer, but in this case, he will not be able to block the crossbow shot. Another group of goblins jumps on Stanley, and he successfully fights them off by swinging his shield. One by one, the goblins are thrown to the sides and smashed against trees or rocks due to the strong inertia. An angry Stanley yells at the goblins and asks them how many of them are left. He begins to emit a furious aura, and quickly realizes that the goblins are successfully escaping into the depths of the forest. Watching them, Stanley decides not to chase after them as it doesn't make sense. A few moments later, the adventurers who shot Stanley with a crossbow a few minutes earlier emerge from the bushes. The adventurers are surprised that Stanley was able to deal with all the goblins and admit that they are very impressed. The protagonist, looking angrily at his offenders, reflects on the fact that he does not see the crossbowman who was next to them. The adventurers turn to Stanley with nasty grins and ask him where the fairy went. Instead of answering, Stanley orders his opponents to attack him so that he can deal with them as quickly as possible. The leader of the adventurers says that he recognizes a typical barbarian who is full of energy even after a fight with a crowd of goblins. After this, he carefully examines Stanley and maliciously notes that the wound on his body is enough to prevent him from resisting for long. The adventurer says that they can let Stanley go if he tells them where the fairy went, after which the protagonist smiles maliciously. The adventurer says that only a psycho would laugh in such a situation, after which he suggests that his comrades attack Stanley. He also tells everyone to stay alert and to imagine that they are fighting a giant monster. A moment later, the adventurers rush forward to attack the protagonist, who is still forced to fight only with a shield. Stanley muses about how his left arm barely moves and wonders if Erwin found the crossbowman, before deciding that he needs to send out a signal that is unique to this world and will definitely attract attention. Without thinking twice, the main character raises his fist as high as possible, then straightens his middle finger. According to Stanley, this gesture is the most effective in attracting attention and signaling an attack. While the adventurers look in amazement at the creative tricks of the protagonist, Stanley himself hopes that Erwin will understand his signal. Immediately after this, he rushes forward in order to buy some time in the hope that Erwin has already begun choosing a target. The leader of the adventurers, who is at the head of the squad, takes on Stanley's angry blow and tries to close himself off from him. However, Stanley's pressure turns out to be very strong, and the leader of the bandits quickly begins to ask his comrades for help. One of the adventurers, originally from the eastern countries, draws his sword and rushes forward, but Stanley manages to block his attack with his shield. The protagonist realizes that some of the fighters in this squad are quite formidable opponents, which is not a sufficient reason to retreat. He continues to strike with his shield in order to create an opening for Erwin to get a well-aimed shot in. However, the shot does not happen at the same moment, and the protagonist begins to be overcome with doubts about whether Erwin managed to cope with her task. Turning around, he tries to understand what is happening to his partner, and whether she has run into some kind of trap. A moment later, the main character notices an arrow flying at great speed, loudly cutting through the air. The other adventurers watch the flight of this arrow with tension in order to understand who it is flying at. The protagonist also painfully wonders whether this arrow belongs to his ally or one of the adventurers. Every split second it takes for the arrow to reach its target seems like excruciating minutes to the protagonist. However, it finally becomes clear that this arrow belonged to Erwin, and the enemy crossbowman is neutralized. The shield wielder shouts at his allies to focus on the barbarian while he focuses on the arrows. A moment later, another arrow begins to fly towards the adventurers, but the warrior with the shield easily blocks it. The protagonist quickly realizes that a fighter with a shield can very effectively protect his comrades from arrows. Meanwhile, the rest of the adventurers begin to attack Stanley from different sides in order to take advantage of their numerical advantage. Fighting off the relentless onslaught of bandits, Stanley quickly realizes that he can't handle them all at once. Looking back quickly, Stanley notices that one of the adventurers has gone behind him and is already swinging his weapon to strike. However, the protagonist decides not to dodge, so as not to receive even more damage, and sacrifices his health. The blow lands squarely on Stanley's left arm, and he struggles to endure the pain. Realizing that the damage to his left arm is not something serious for him, he rushes forward and delivers a powerful blow with his shield to his opponent. So Stanley makes the gruesome decision to trade his left arm for one of his opponents. The adrenaline of the battle invigorates the protagonist, and his eyes immediately light up with a bright fire. Meanwhile, the adventurer jumps into the air to perform a finishing attack with his sword, but Stanley easily dodges it. Having a few seconds to rest, the main character makes several jumps to the side. This speed of reaction turns out to be surprising for this adventurer, and he looks at Stanley in surprise. A moment later, a comrade runs up to him, shields him from another arrow, and asks him to concentrate. However, this time the arrow is covered in fire, and the warrior's shield instantly catches fire. Realizing that the shield is no longer usable, the warrior throws it away, and Stanley knocks down his ally with his resourcefulness. Before the warrior can take his next action, Erwin fires another arrow, which hits him right in the arm. Thus, the fairy neutralizes another enemy while Stanley fights the remaining adventurer. The leader of the adventurers observes what is happening and comes to the conclusion that they have problems. To help his ally, the adventurer decides to escape into the forest to deal with the fairy. Meanwhile, another adventurer continues to attack the protagonist and orders him to surrender. Stanley maintains his defensive stance, contemplating the fact that he will have to rely on his ally. Immediately after this, he makes a lightning-fast lunge forward in order to stun his opponent with a blow from his shield. This attack is quite fast, and the shield is in the adventurer's face in the blink of an eye. However, he manages to take advantage of his outstanding agility and dodges, exposing his comrade to the blow. The monstrous inertia of this blow throws the criminal's ally back 10 meters. Immediately after this, the adventurer tries to counterattack with a sword strike, but Stanley dodges. Stanley looks closely at his opponent and tells him that he is now alone, mentally not understanding how such a strong warrior ended up in this group. After this, he rushes forward to continue the battle with his opponent. Noticing that his opponent is trying to dodge in order to buy time, Stanley decides to take action. He first confuses his opponent with a feint with his shield. Immediately after this, the lunge turns into a throw, so that the adventurer does not have time to get his bearings. A moment later, Stanley grabs his opponent by the clothes and lifts him high into the air. Incredible rage begins to permeate Stanley's barbaric body, and he decides to move on to the finishing move. To do this, he sharply pulls his hand towards himself to pull the opponent up. Realizing he can only use one hand, Stanley decides to use his teeth. A moment later, he bites into his opponent's throat and finishes him off in the most brutal manner. Once the heat of battle subsides and the protagonist's rage begins to subside, he begins to look around to make sure the other adventurers are not moving. After this, he glances again at his dead opponent and exhales tensely. After a while, Erwin runs out into the clearing, excitedly shouting to Stanley that she has arrived. The protagonist turns around and notices the frightened expression on Erwin's face, realizing that she managed to get rid of her opponent. Running up to the main character, Erwin tells him that he has very serious wounds and offers to drink a health potion. Stanley looks at the fairy in surprise, after which she says that the effect of such a potion will be much better than applying green to the wound. Surprised, Stanley decides to take the fairy's advice and drinks the vial of potion in one gulp. Immediately after this, he strains himself to endure the incredible torment that the health potion causes. Stanley contemplates his insides being boiled alive and his skin burning and itching. Erwin looks happily at Stanley, tells him that he did it, and then asks his partner what time it is. Quickly glancing at his watch, Erwin says that 10 minutes have passed, and the protagonist realizes that they don't even have time to rest. Stanley quickly looks up at Erwin and tells her to take off her clothes, causing the fairy to become embarrassed. Stepping aside, Erwin begins to unbutton his jacket, but Stanley clarifies that the clothes should not be taken off himself, but off the adventurers. After a while, Stanley says that they will have to limit themselves to equipment, crystals, and backpacks. After some time, Stanley brings the trophies obtained from the red-haired adventurer and a crossbow. Immediately after this, they decide to rush to the portal to exit through the first floor. There are 50 seconds left before the first floor closes, but the heroes manage to reach the portal in time. They rush forward at high speed to jump into the portal and return to the first floor. As soon as they move to the first floor, the protagonist lands face down on the stone floor with appropriate grace. Erwin happily shouts about how much fun the adventure was, while Stanley wonders why he has such bad luck. The pleased fairy tells Stanley that he did a great job and pulled her out of serious danger. Stanley replies that Erwin has also proven herself to be an excellent marksman, and muses that they barely escaped. Erwin turns to Stanley, telling him that she wanted to say something before they were attacked, adding that it was about the essence. Stanley adds that he actually forgot about it, and suggests that they talk outside the labyrinth in one of the taverns. There are 8 seconds left before the maze closes, and Stanley is trying hard to remember the name of the tavern. Time continues to tick, but the main character still cannot remember the name of that tavern. 2 seconds before the maze closes, Stanley remembers this and yells at Erwin to find him at the Black Whale Tavern. Well, a moment later the labyrinth closes and the protagonist receives a notification that his character will be transported to Rapdonia. Stanley begins to steam and looks around to make sure everything went according to plan. After a few seconds, the steam clears and Stanley realizes with relief that he really is back. Turning around, the main character finds himself right in one of the squares of the city from which he entered the labyrinth. Stanley concludes that this is not surprising, since all the adventurers gather in one place. The main character also takes out a pocket watch and sets it to a new time, since the flow of time in the labyrinth differs from the real world. Suddenly, one of the barbarians addresses Stanley, calling him by his game name, and the protagonist tensely tries to remember what his comrades call him. Stanley shakes hands with his comrade, calling him Carrick, the second son of Vannon, to which he replies that he is the third son. Another barbarian approaches Stanley and Carrick and says that he is very glad to see them safe and sound. Immediately after this, a fair number of other barbarians approach Carrick, and Stanley comes to the conclusion that this guy is very popular. After a while, Stanley wonders why the barbarians act so surprisingly warm-hearted for their class. Immediately after this, a crowd of formidable warriors begins to walk around the city, frightening other townspeople with their appearance. The other barbarians turn towards the protagonist and ask him if he will go with them, to which he, after thinking for a bit, agrees. After some time, a crowd of barbarians comes to the crystal appraiser, who counts 41,498 crystals earned by one of the warriors. This warrior turns out to be Carrick, and the other barbarians praise him for being able to enrich his clan by such large sums. Stanley lays out several bags for the appraiser to look at, and she asks him if they all contain crystals. As soon as Stanley nods to her, she begins to count crystals on the scales at lightning speed, and the protagonist notes that he has never seen such speed in his life. In less than a minute, the appraiser completes her job and tells the protagonist that he has earned 182,413 crystals. Carrick and the other warriors proudly approach the protagonist and praise him for being able to earn such a huge amount. All the barbarians unanimously say that Stanley was able to obtain not only crystals, but also get good equipment. Listening to the joyful shouts of his comrades, Stanley wonders why they remain so inspired by his success. After thinking for a while, Stanley comes to the conclusion that he is the first barbarian who went into the labyrinth almost empty-handed and returned as a civilized man. A moment later, he decides to bask in the glory and raises his hammer up, shouting that he is the best. The barbarians quickly pick him up in their arms and begin to throw him up into the air, shouting joyfully. Other people in the building wonder why it's become so noisy, then add that these barbarians are always nothing but trouble. After a while, all the barbarians come out to the square to rest and share battle stories. Being with his comrades, Stanley understands that it is better for him to be here now, since he may not know some of the nuances about life in this city. After a while, his gaze, directed at the crowd, notices that Erwin is in it, talking with her comrades. Coming for a closer inspection, he unmistakably recognizes in the young fairy his former ally. At that very moment, Erwin tells the other fairies that she has now figured out how to control the spirit. Stanley looks at his surroundings and realizes that he is constantly surrounded by savages. After another moment, Erwin turns his head towards Stanley and slowly waves his hand at him. Looking into the eyes of his ally, the protagonist quietly says that they should meet at night, to which the fairy, who is an excellent lip reader, also agrees. Another fairy, noticing Erwin's gaze, asks her if she knows this barbarian, to which she quickly denies. Meanwhile, Carrick, who also noticed the changes in his comrade's behavior, asks him if he knows that fairy, pointing to Erwin. Hearing the protagonist's denial, Carrick loudly shouts that the best warrior would not hang out with cowardly long-eared ones. These words irritate the fairy who was standing next to Erwin, and she looks angrily towards the barbarians. Stanley realizes that he has just gotten himself into a difficult situation due to the fact that barbarians are usually at odds with fairies. Turning to the side, he notices that the last of the barbarians have finished assessing their trophies and have left the building. Deciding not to waste time, he turns to his comrade and tells him that it is necessary to leave. The protagonist mentally understands that in such an atmosphere, he will not be able to talk to his ally, and decides to wait until night. Suddenly, the main character hears the voice of a child who sincerely and tearfully calls for his father. Turning towards the source of the voice, he notices a small child running up to his dad and telling him that he missed him very much. Stanley also notices other scenes of reunification of people who escaped from the labyrinth. However, not everything is so cheerful, as many people have disappeared forever in the labyrinth. In an attempt to feed their families, many people die every month, leaving their wives, mothers, and sisters without support. Whatever the circumstances, the loss of comrades in arms has a profound effect on every adventurer. Looking at these scenes of genuine grief, Stanley realizes that he has played in the dungeon and the stone a huge number of times. He also admits to himself that seeing faces that were previously displayed in 2D graphics on the monitor is very strange in reality. After some time, the barbarians end up in a tavern, and decide to celebrate their trip to the labyrinth with an incredible revelry. Without changing their sincere nature, they begin to drink incredible amounts of alcohol in order to get drunk as quickly as possible. Immediately after this, hilarious fights begin, while Stanley wonders in horror about what kind of comrades he got. The protagonist reflects on the fact that he ended up here only so as not to miss some important step. But in the end, he is forced to watch the big guys drinking. After a few minutes, the protagonist makes a strong-willed decision to get up from the table and tells his comrades that he needs to go. The other barbarians turn around and ask themselves how it came about that the main character of the day decided to leave. However, just a minute later, they tell Stanley that if this is his will, they support it and wish him luck. Stanley leaves the faithful and walks around the city, looking around so as not to miss anything important. Despite his stern expression, Stanley reflects that this city is quite peaceful. Overhearing the gossip of ordinary citizens, the protagonist realizes that there are no monsters or people here who can harm him. Immediately after this, he decides to go shopping, realizing that law and order reign in this place, so he can relax a little. Having bought the necessary things, Stanley heads to the tavern, thinking that there is no sense of betrayal here. Stanley also realizes that this world is much wilder than the 21st century in which he has been accustomed to living his entire life. With the money he earned, Stanley was able to rent one of the hotel rooms to spend the night there. The first thing the main character decided to do was take a shower to wash away all the dark memories of his previous trip to the labyrinth. Under the hot water, Stanley realizes that he can peacefully exist in this city if he can improve his financial situation. Feeling incredibly pleased at being able to use the shower, Stanley goes out to his room, thinking that he feels much better now. A minute later, he lands on a huge bed, which seems to him to be the softest thing he has ever lain on. Sitting on the bed, he stares at the ceiling for a long time, without moving a single muscle, and becomes immersed in his thoughts. After a while, a lump rises in his throat and he covers his face with a giant hand. Stanley admits to himself that he really wants to go home, despite the fact that he managed to survive in this world for some time. The protagonist also adds that he desperately wants to go home, even if no one is waiting for him there. After some time, night falls and Stanley wakes up on his bed, feeling full of energy. Turning back and looking at his watch, he comes to the conclusion that he left the labyrinth at noon and slept for 5 hours. Immediately after this, he decides to find the Black Whale Tavern. But the first passerby he meets tells him that this place has not existed for 10 years. Stanley asks a passerby for details, to which he replies that the owner's son got into debt for gambling, and as a result, the owner of the tavern changed. Stanley muses that the game's events seem to have taken place a long time ago, and asks the townspeople about the new name, which is correct. After some time, Stanley finds himself at a small tavern, which bears the proud name of Fidenpuss. Looking at the sign, Stanley comes to the conclusion that his character can read the local script, after which he comes to the conclusion that he will need to visit the library. Once inside, Stanley immediately hears loud voices that are having good-natured fun, and tries to figure out how Erwin can find him in this situation. A few moments later, Stanley hears Erwin's pleased voice, and notices that she came here with the fairy who was in the square last time. As Stanley gets closer, the elder fairy looks at the protagonist with suspicion. Stanley introduces himself as his character, and asks the fairy who she is, to which the woman replies that she is Erwin's older sister. Stanley says that he didn't know there was such a thing as a name like Big Sister, after which the woman says that he can call her Tertia. Stanley sits down at the table and asks Tertia why she came, after which the woman angrily stands up and says that she has a question for him. Tertia asks Stanley why he invited this little girl to such a tavern in the middle of the night. She also adds that Stanley first called Erwin to this tavern last night, and now has the audacity to ask why she came with her. Tertia also states that Stanley is a damn thick-skinned barbarian, while Erwin begs his sister with a look to calm down. Stanley, with genuine confusion and anger in his voice, asks Tertia what she means when she says it happened last night. However, the older sister Erwin continues to look angrily at Stanley, and asks him if he decided to pretend to be a fool. To clarify the situation, Stanley turns to Erwin and asks her how much time has passed since their last meeting, to which the girl replies that it has been about 30 hours. Stanley freezes in place for a moment and realizes that he has slept for 30 hours. The main character also realizes that all this time he naively believed that he slept only 4 hours, from noon to evening. Stanley admits to himself that now he understands why he is so cheerful. His sleep time was more than a day. Looking at the friendly Erwin, Stanley feels a sense of shame for not arriving on time. Immediately after, he calmly apologizes to Erwin and her sister, adding that he hasn't woken up since he left the labyrinth. Sister Erwin's face instantly changes, and the protagonist assumes that the reason for her surprise is that she has never seen a barbarian apologize. Deciding not to show it, Tertia states that she didn't expect much from Stanley anyway, then asks him why he needs Erwin. Stanley realizes that telling the truth will only make things worse, and asks Tertia why she is even interested in this, adding that if she is interested, she can ask her sister everything. An incredible anger permeates Sister Erwin's entire nature, and she says that the behavior of such a low-level barbarian is very funny. Stanley says that it doesn't matter, adding that Tertia better stop acting like this if she's going to continue to take care of Erwin. A minute later, Sister Erwin takes out a huge bag containing 350,000 crystals and hands it to Stanley. The sister adds that this is a fair price for the essence that Erwin received. Looking at this, Stanley realizes that he has seen something similar in Korean dramas, when relatives try to destroy the love of two people. Sister Erwin looks closely at Stanley and asks him why he does not take the offered amount. A moment later, Sister Erwin adds that she knew Stanley had very different motives, Stanley turns his gaze to his ally and asks her if she agrees with this proposal. He also adds that he originally planned to form a group so that it could raise money to pay for the essence. Erwin looks at Stanley in surprise and asks him if that was all he needed, to which Stanley replies that in that case they would have split the spoils in half. This news greatly impresses Erwin, and she prepares to happily agree, but at the last moment she stops short. A moment later she says with a sad face that she is forced to refuse, and the protagonist wonders what the reason is. Sister Erwin calmly declares that she will now go into the labyrinth with her sister. She also adds that they were simply following tradition when they let her go alone on her first outing, adding that she would never have agreed to such a move otherwise. Stanley reflects on the fact that he now understands that Erwin was in the group all this time that could lead to the upper floors. After this, Tertia holds the bag forward and tells Stanley to take the money if he understands everything. The protagonist says that 350,000 is half the cost of the essence, adding that they initially agreed to split the spoils in a ratio of 9-1. Sister Erwin smiles and says that her memory sometimes fails her very badly. Immediately after this, she takes out another bag, which contains an additional 280,000, and the protagonist comes to the conclusion that most likely she is just teasing him. Thinking that he now understands why the barbarians dislike the fairies, he turns to Sister Erwin and tells her that it would be great if she left them. Sister Erwin asks Stanley if there is anything else they should talk about, while Erwin herself tugs at her sleeve. Afterwards, Erwin thanks his sister for worrying about her so much, and then asks her to leave, adding that she wants to thank and say goodbye to her friend. Looking at Erwin, the older sister says that she can allow this, since Erwin is no longer a child. Suddenly, she turns to Stanley and orders him to take the barbarian oath immediately. Stanley looks at Erwin's older sister in surprise, and she states that he must swear that he will not sleep with Erwin. A flushed Erwin asks her sister why she decided to bring this up right now. Stanley looks at Sister Erwin with confusion, but she continues to insist that he must swear to this. A moment later, the protagonist imitates the warrior's oath of honor, mentally realizing that he doesn't care at all about this oath. Having confirmed this oath, Sister Erwin turns in the other direction and says that in this case she can leave. After a few steps, she freezes in place and turns around, saying that she forgot to say something. With these words, she respectfully thanks Stanley for saving Erwin, calling him by his character's full name. After Sister Erwin leaves, Stanley's ally lies down tensely on the table. After this, she looks up and asks Stanley what she should do, adding that she has never spoken to her sister in such a way. Stanley muses that her sister is probably just worried about her, and tells Erwin that she doesn't have to worry about it. Erwin thanks Stanley again for his offer, and then says that he and his sister made a promise to each other a long time ago. Stanley says that it's no big deal, musing that he himself wouldn't refuse if a high-level fairy wanted to drag him through the labyrinth. Erwin also hands Stanley a bag containing the 63,000 crystals she received for the redhead and the crossbowman, adding that she has already taken her share. Erwin also adds that the backpacks from these two people are at her house, so she will be able to look at them in person tomorrow. After some time, she asks Stanley how she can thank him. Erwin adds that she cannot ignore the help Stanley gave her, and the protagonist reflects that he now understands why his sister made him swear. The protagonist reflects that any loving relative would have assumed that such a big guy could ask for something strange. Turning around, Stanley tells Erwin that he can't think of any specific way to show his gratitude, and asks her if she wants to eat. Erwin tells his comrade that she is not hungry, after which Stanley tells her that in that case he will eat himself. Erwin spends some time in thought, and the blush appears on her cheeks again. She turns to Stanley and tells him that she'd better order a drink. An inspired Erwin says that she wants to drink the so-called return drink with Stanley, and the protagonist remembers that there was a similar tradition in the game. Stanley hesitantly asks Erwin if he should be happy about this, to which she states that he can simply thank her. Stanley expresses his gratitude to Erwin, to which she replies that they supported each other in the maze, and now they should share the first return drink. Immediately after this, Erwin suggests that this is not Stanley's first visit to the labyrinth, to which he objects that this was his first time in the labyrinth. This news surprises Erwin very much, and she admits that all this time she thought it was a joke. Stanley tells Erwin that he is only 20 years old, so this was the first time he had ever been into the labyrinth. After a while, Stanley orders some food for himself in order to get some proper nutrition. They also spend some time having heart-to-heart conversations, during which they indulge in a drink. At a certain point, they both exchange compliments towards each other, and say that it was a great pleasure for them to work together. With these words, they loudly clink their beer mugs together in order to drain them afterwards. After a while, Erwin starts looking at the protagonist with a smile, and tells him that he is wearing a surprisingly short shirt today. The protagonist, who finishes drinking from his huge mug, reflects on the need to stop beating around the bush and get down to business. Immediately after this, he wipes his lips and says that he has an idea of how Erwin can thank him. Inspired, Erwin asks her friend what kind of method this is that suddenly came to his mind. Stanley whispers to Erwin that they shouldn't do this here because the others might call security. Such words have a peculiar effect on the young fairy, and she begins to come up with many different options. A moment later, she asks Stanley if they could go to his house in that case, and the protagonist comes to the conclusion that this is a great idea. After some time, Stanley and Erwin enter a room in the tavern, and the protagonist asks the fairy to show more flexibility. Erwin, being incredibly stressed, tells Stanley that she cannot fulfill any of his requests due to physical limitations. It becomes clear that all this time Stanley was trying to stretch his ally's arm. One cat begins to protest, saying that at this rate he will tear it off. Stanley guiltily muses that he's having a hard time controlling his strength, while Erwin whines that she's never arched so much before. Realizing that this would simply damage his ally's limbs, Stanley suggests that they get some rest. Immediately after this, the fairy begins to rub her hand and asks Stanley if it has come off, while the protagonist notes that increasing flexibility by 4 is not particularly noticeable in real life. A slightly disappointed Erwin asks Stanley if he really thought she was there to check the specs. Stanley comes up with the most reasonable explanation in his life, and tells Erwin that the city is forbidden to use skills. The reasons for such actions are that in this game there are a lot of different skills that should help the character survive. The main characteristics were strength, spirit, and abilities, but there were a great many subtypes. For example, increasing stamina allowed you to carry heavier items and deal more damage with physical attacks. Thanks to this system, even characters with the same basic stats played differently. Stanley spent thousands of hours studying these stats, and even after 9 years of playing, he still didn't understand the effect of some of the stats. One of these parameters is the possession effect, which Erwin received a boost to after absorbing the essence. Stanley only knows about obsession as it is a low-level spirit tree stat. He asks Erwin if she felt any changes after returning from the labyrinth, adding that these changes could have manifested themselves in obsessive thoughts or incontinence. Without thinking twice, Erwin says that she didn't really like cookies before, but after returning she ate a whole bunch. Thinking about it, Stanley realizes that the obsession most likely intensifies various desires. He muses that there might be new characteristics that he won't know about and decides to remember them just in case, while Erwin decides to pull him along. Stanley turns to Erwin, and she tells him that she really wants to lie down, while the protagonist realizes that he would like to check a couple more things, but he has no choice. Stanley agrees with his ally and puts out the candles, then goes to bed to get a good night's sleep. For a while he thinks about nothing and slowly begins to fall asleep, enjoying the soft bed. However, a moment later he tensely opens his eyes and says that there is one misunderstanding in the current situation. Looking at Erwin, who had already fallen asleep in his bed, Stanley remembers that her sister told them not to sleep together. However, seeing Erwin sleeping peacefully, Stanley assumes that her sister meant something else by those words, and decides not to disturb her partner. The next morning, Stanley unloads all of his gear on the floor and Erwin looks at it carefully. The fairy adds that they have collected quite a lot of equipment, after which she says that it was not in vain that they came here early. The protagonist states that he plans to sell almost everything, but Erwin asks him if she can take the leather suit and belt, to which the protagonist agrees without any problems. Immediately after this, they go to the appraiser, who tells them that he will give $350,000 for this sword. Another seller values the remaining gear at $180,000, and Stanley decides that this deal suits him. Immediately after this, the protagonist goes to another merchant to offer more goods for sale, and receives $250,000 for this. Once the sale process is complete, Stanley concludes that he has earned 1,450,000 stones. Erwin is surprised by such a huge income, while the main character understands that if you subtract his partner's share from this, you get 1,400,000. Stanley realizes that this is an incredibly good start, and remembers that he has never managed to earn this much on his first try. After Stanley reaches the square, he turns to Erwin and tells her that it is time for them to say goodbye. Stanley adds that they can walk together to the central square, and a frustrated Erwin agrees to the idea. After some time, the heroes approach a crowd that is watching the terrible procedure. Erwin asks Stanley why there is such a crowd here, and the protagonist realizes that there can most likely only be one answer. This answer is that today the procedure of execution of certain people will be carried out. The unfortunate citizen is placed in special shackles to make it easier to cut off his head. Stanley looks at all the unfortunate people, and reflects on the fact that they have not committed any serious crimes like murder or violence. The only crime these people committed was that they did not pay taxes, which is considered a mortal sin in this world. The protagonist remembers that Rabdonia is the last city in the world, which was destroyed by a witch's curse. The only place where you can get resources is the labyrinth. In order to reduce the number of mouths to feed, those who cannot pay their taxes will be executed. As soon as the head is cut off from the body, a huge number of townspeople run to him, holding bread in their hands. A moment later, the common people begin to dip their bread in a pool of blood, after which they begin to greedily bite off pieces. Erwin asks Stanley in horror why people behave this way, to which he replies that there is a belief that the blood of the executed brings financial luck. Stanley asks Erwin what the tax is for the first year, to which she replies that the tax is 700,000 stones for non-humans. Stanley notes that this amount is slightly different from the game, but is in a fairly close range. After this, Stanley asks Erwin what the tax is for the second year, to which she replies that the tax is already 800,000. The protagonist realizes that this amount already matches the game, and reflects on the fact that taxes are increasing every year. He quickly realizes that he needs to continue to develop, otherwise his blood will end up on someone else's bread. Stanley realizes that he needs to save as much money as possible so that he doesn't have to worry about the future. From the point of view of the main character, to do this, you need to climb at least to the 6th floor of the labyrinth. Immediately after saying goodbye to Erwin, Stanley heads to the library to get acquainted with the building. Stanley notices a lot of stairs on himself and assumes that no one has seen the bookish barbarian before. Suddenly, he bumps into Einar, who also decided to spend time reading a book, but fell asleep due to overexertion. Looking at the fearsome warrior, Stanley is surprised that he met her in this library. Stanley approaches her and tries to wake her up, trying to figure out what she is doing here. After some time, Einar wakes up from his sleep and looks at the main character with an extremely surprised look. After some time, she comes to her senses and addresses Stanley by his game name, to which he replies that he is very glad to see her unharmed. Warrior Einar, as befits any barbarian, loudly answers Stanley that she is also very glad to see him. Stanley asks Einar to be quiet, to which she also loudly apologizes, adding that she did not expect to meet the barbarian brother in the library. Einar also says that she decided to follow his advice and learn to think before doing something. Stanley reflects that this is very commendable and clearly different from other barbarians he has met before. Einar also states that while traveling through the labyrinth, she realized that it was not only monsters that needed to be left behind. Summing up her story, she adds that this is why she decided to study, adding that despite all this, reading is still difficult for her. After this, Einar resolutely gets up from the table and tells Stanley that she wants to go to the temple in order to learn to read and write. Stanley asks Einar if she will go there now, to which she replies that if she does not do it right away, she will forget. After this, the terrible warrior heads to the exit and says that she promised Stanley to repay him for the advice if she returns alive. She smiles and tells him that he can come to the Raging Bull Tavern if he finds himself in trouble. Stanley expresses hope that Einar will not forget her promise in a couple of days and agrees to her proposal. Watching Einar go, Stanley comes to the conclusion that he may soon need this help. Immediately after this, he decides to explore the library and comes to the conclusion that this building is incredibly huge. While wondering how he can find the right book, he stumbles upon the caretaker of this library, who is sleeping peacefully. Coming closer to the girl, who has lowered her gaze and closed her eyes, Stanley loudly clears his throat to wake her up. After some time, the librarian starts to move, waking up from a loud noise. However, her gaze remains calm and she asks Stanley what happened. Stanley approaches the librarian and tells her that he needs a book, adding that he needs to find something about the history of this world. Instead, the librarian calls upon her magic and casts a bizarre spell. The spell immediately permeates Stanley's body, and he wonders what kind of magic the librarian used on him. The girl says that he will find the right book if he wanders around, adding that taking books with him is prohibited, and that after reading they must be put back in their place. Stanley tries to explain his problem, but the girl immediately closes her eyes and falls asleep again. Stanley watches her in surprise and wonders what is wrong with this girl. However, as he went further, Stanley quickly figured out the principles of the librarian's magic, since the books he needed immediately began to be highlighted for him. Thus, Stanley found the necessary books with unprecedented ease in this huge library, which could have been walked through in at least a week. Having found the book he needed, Stanley reflects on how he now understands why such a large library is looked after by only one person. The first book he chose was The Fallen World, which told the story of how for 1,000 years these lands had been cursed by a witch and were uninhabitable. Rabdonia is the last fortress to escape the disaster, and the ruling family has opened a path to another dimension for the people who were dying due to lack of resources. Stanley notes that the ancient history of this world is similar to the game's prologue, and then opens the second book to basic notes on alchemy. This book tells us that the magic crystals of monsters can be turned into bread, water, steel, and other useful resources. The next book Stanley opens is the tale of why there is hatred between barbarians and fairies. The next book is called Evil Spirits of the Abyss, and tells the story of those who came from another dimension in order to take over someone else's body. As Stanley delved deeper into the book, he realized that despite the lack of reasons, it became clear that the ruling family and the church did everything to get rid of this phenomenon. Stanley puts the book on the stack and thinks that he needs to keep a low profile and then he will be fine. The next book tells of the first king, who died 150 years ago, and Stanley remembers that the game began with his death. The idea that the plot event took place 150 years ago finally explains to the protagonist the reasons for the discrepancy between the game and reality. The other book is called Notes on Dimensional Instability, and Stanley remembers someone talking about it recently. The leader of the group who saved him during his first trip to the labyrinth mentioned that what happened to Stanley was a rather rare occurrence. Stanley clearly remembers that such events can only happen once every 100 years. Diving further into the book, Stanley learns that passing through the portal while it is closing can cause instability. After this, Stanley comes to the conclusion that the events that happened may be entirely his fault, and realizes that it is better for him to stop thinking about it. Looking around, Stanley realizes that it is already late night and he will need to read the rest another time. Stanley lies down in bed and realizes that 3 days have passed since returning from the labyrinth. He also reflects that a month here lasts 30 days, and the labyrinth opens at midnight on the first of the month, which means he has 27 days left. After this, he closes his eyes and thinks that he needs to look for companions starting tomorrow. A moment later, he opens his eyes, feeling the warm sunlight on his face, signaling that morning has already arrived. The main character also hears a loud knock on the door and Erwin's voice, asking him to wake up as quickly as possible. Stanley opens the door to a friendly fairy and asks her what she needs at such an early hour. In just a moment, very strong currents of wind begin to blow across his face. A joyful Erwin tells Stanley that he was able to make a contract, adding that she used the 10 spirit stones her sister gave her. The fairy shows her friend a new spirit, adding that wind goes very well with fire, allowing for deadly combos. Stanley calmly states that she was very lucky to make a contract with a spirit in only 10 tries. Stanley recalls that spirit stones are items that allow you to enter into a contract with a 10% chance, which are also quite expensive. Stanley also tells Erwin that she can recall her spirit, causing the fairy to respond in fascination that she hasn't shown everything yet. However, Stanley turns around and watches as all of his things are scattered around the room and asks her how much more of a mess she plans to make. Erwin, who clearly didn't expect her wind spirit to be so powerful, froze in surprise for a moment. Immediately after this, she screams in fear that she will clean Stanley's room right now. The wind elemental watching this tries to understand why its mistress behaves so changeably in such situations. Erwin finishes cleaning, and Stanley reflects on how quickly she actually got the job done. After this, he once again congratulates Erwin on signing the contract, and the inspired fairy thanks him for such warm words. Should I also ask Erwin why she spent her time coming here when she could have spent it preparing for the labyrinth? Erwin doesn't know what to say to such words and tells Stanley that he is right. Afterwards, she is upset and states that she came running here because she wanted Stanley to know about it first. The protagonist suggests that Erwin's attitude towards her is due to the fact that he was her first companion, and the fairy thinks of some special connection between them. Stanley muses that it's usually best to keep the relationship purely businesslike, then switches into barbarian merchant mode, and tells her that she can come to him if she has any questions. He also adds that they are comrades, and mentally notes that Erwin may be an exception, and rightfully be considered his friend. Erwin is very happy with such an offer and immediately agrees, while the protagonist notes that it would be useful to have more connections. With 26 days left before the opening of the labyrinth, Stanley decides to visit the tavern where the barbarians gathered. One of the barbarians turns to look at the stranger and quickly recognizes Stanley as the hero of the previous labyrinth. They immediately raise an incredible noise and welcome the best warrior of the tribe, which makes Stanley's ears start to curl up into a tube. The barbarian asks Stanley if he would like to settle here, adding that the rent here costs 300 stones a night. Before Stanley can ask the reason for such a low price, his comrade tells him that they sleep 10 people in a room of 5. Hearing this, Stanley reflects that he now understands perfectly why rent is so cheap. Stanley says that he came here to see Einar, Feneline's third daughter, to which his comrade replies that Einar is the second daughter. A few moments later, they run into Einar, and she asks Stanley in surprise what he is doing there. The accompanying barbarian answers for Stanley that he was looking for her, and Einar asks the reason why he decided to find her. Stanley mentions that he would like to fight Einar, and she asks him if he is looking for a training fight, to which the protagonist agrees. Looking at Einar, Stanley understands that if we talk about pure strength, then he is much weaker than her. He lacks ingenuity. Einar tells the protagonist that he could have not asked her about it and just gone to the training ground. Einar also states that if the training fight is not scheduled for early morning, then she is ready to hold it at any time. Stanley takes out his shield and offers Einar to have this fight right now, to which the terrible warrior immediately agrees. Stanley reflects on the fact that he came here to learn, but does not want to lose, and then rushes into the attack. Einar swings his massive sword, waiting for the moment when Stanley is within range. As soon as the protagonist gets close enough, she brings the incredible weight of the sword, backed by her power, down on Stanley. Despite the fact that the main character has a very high-quality shield, he is defeated by just one powerful blow. The other barbarians immediately start shouting that Einar is now the best warrior, while the warrior asks Stanley if everything is okay with him. The protagonist understands that Einar is a very skilled fighter, which means he will not waste his time in vain, and offers to fight again. In the next fight, Einar also disarms Stanley and wins in just a few minutes. The main character does not give up and immediately rushes into another training duel, which he also loses miserably. Despite his constant attempts, He never manages to win against the warrior, but he gains experience. These fights continue for quite a long time, and after a few hours the full moon rises above the sky. Despite this, during all this time Stanley was never able to defeat Einar, who continued to hold the lead. The formidable warrior informs Stanley that she needs to rest after such a good day of training. Stanley suggests ending the mock battles for today, and muses that Einar is smarter than the average barbarian, and is unlikely to betray him. After this, he asks Einar if she is going to go into the labyrinth alone, to which she replies that she does not have money to gather a group. Realizing that he is unlikely to meet a better candidate than Einar, Stanley asks her if she would like to become a teammate. Einar looks at Stanley's outstretched hand in surprise, and asks him if he really wants this, to which he replies that he will take 80%, but will pay for the creation of the team. Suddenly, Einar interrupts Stanley's story and tells him that she does not want to hear another word. Stanley begins to get scared that Einar is unhappy with the conditions, and tries to appease her by saying that he will pay for the equipment. However, a moment later, Einar firmly shakes Stanley's hand, not listening to his next sentences at all. The warrior states that she still won't understand anything even if he explains, adding that she will simply trust him as her comrade. Stanley smiles and sincerely tells Einar that he would be very happy to work with her, thinking that he finally has another comrade. The next day, Stanley and Einar return to the Barbarian Temple to talk to the tribe's leader. The chief greets them both, and the protagonist reflects on the fact that it was because of him that he did not want to return here. The chief turns to Stanley and tells him that departed warriors rarely come to the temple, asking him if he wants to learn to read and write. Stanley states that he came here for an entirely different reason, adding that he needs a spiritual seal. The protagonist adds that he needs a specific seal, which is called the Seal of the Immortal. Stanley remembers that different peoples have different characteristics, and fairies can make contracts with spirits to borrow their power. Dwarves in turn can receive an armor blessing, which increases the effectiveness of their equipment. Beastmen can form contracts with ancient beasts called spirit beasts. Meanwhile, the barbarians have spiritual seals applied to their bodies that give them strength. The tribe leader looks at Stanley suspiciously and loudly asks him how he knows about these seals. The leader adds that young warriors are usually unaware of such things, and Stanley realizes that he is suspicious of him again. However, the protagonist had thought of everything, since he had already visited the library and was specifically looking for information about spiritual seals. Stanley confidently replies that he read information about these seals in a book after visiting the library. After this, Stanley tries to explain that the book said that the spirit seals helped the barbarians in the war with the fairies, but the chieftain forcefully hits him on the back, laughing sincerely. After this, he says that he is very proud of Stanley and Einar, adding that if a warrior wants to gain more power, then they have no reason to refuse it. Stanley replies that in that case he would like to receive this spiritual seal right now, if possible. The leader of the tribe declares that he must first pay 800,000 stones in order to obtain this seal. The inspired chief looks at Stanley and asks him if he can handle such a challenge and spend so much money. An irrepressible Stanley replies that he has a similar amount, reflecting on how difficult it is to earn that much early in the game. However, the protagonist reflects on the fact that at higher ranks, not only money will be needed, but also rare materials. After this, he hands the leader 3 bags containing the required amount. The leader looks at Stanley in surprise and asks him how he was able to earn so much. Stanley smiles and reflects that he has already made up an excuse just for this occasion. Stanley theatrically declares that he was lucky to have stumbled upon an early fairy in the maze. He also says that he used this fairy as a slave and took crystals from her, after which he gave her the unnecessary essence. The protagonist emphasizes that he gave the essence only to force her sister to pay a huge amount of money. Having heard this true and incredibly truthful story, the tribal leader laughs sincerely and says that he hasn't had so much fun in a long time. The other barbarians run up to Stanley and celebrate him, the characters talking about how he beat the damned long-eared ones again. The tribe leader hands Stanley a gift, adding that he has great potential that deserves encouragement. Looking at his hand, Stanley realizes that he has just been given 2 coins, each worth 100,000 stones. Realizing that a simple fairy tale could bring him such riches, he raises his hand and shouts that he will continue to mock the useless fairies. Stanley reflects that the more he looks at his comrades, the better they become, realizing that barbarians have their own charm. In essence, the spiritual seal is a kind of strengthening technique that is needed to fill the body with special ingredients. Barbarians tattoo newly born children when their souls are still pure, so that the paths of the soul are visible even as they grow older. The priest tells Stanley that he will not be able to choose another spirit seal if he paves the way, but the protagonist says that he agrees to this. Stanley muses that the other barbarian seals are also very useful, but when playing on credit, the immortal seal is the obvious choice. Stanley also understands that an advanced immortal spiritual seal is the main requirement to be a barbarian tank. The priest begins the process of applying the seal, and Stanley feels an incredibly searing pain pierce his body. Within moments, his body begins to beg for mercy, and he wonders if he will have to endure this every time. Once the procedure is complete, Stanley receives an in-game notification that he has unlocked the first level of the Immortal Seal, increasing his regeneration. This seal also increased Stanley's physical characteristics, and he thanks the priest for his work, but the shaman suddenly starts laughing. Stanley looks at the shaman in surprise and wonders what the reason for such behavior is. The shaman watches Stanley with curiosity and tells him that this is the first time he has seen a warrior thank the shaman for his work. Stanley immediately tenses up and decides that he must get out of here as quickly as possible before the shaman suspects anything. Some time passes, and deep night gives way to early morning, which promises new adventures. This morning, Stanley went to the shopping district to buy the necessary equipment. Through training with Einar, Stanley quickly realized that the sword was not particularly suited to him, and that it was better to focus on learning shield techniques. Approaching the merchant, Stanley tells him that he needs a one-handed blunt weapon. The seller offers him various sledgehammers and goods, and the protagonist reflects that this will be too much for the monsters of the first floor. After thinking for a moment, the seller hands Stanley a medium-sized mace, and the protagonist decides that this weapon would suit him perfectly. In addition to the new weapons, Stanley decided to buy himself a custom helmet and half armor to better withstand damage. After leaving the labyrinth, many of Stanley's activities became simple routine, and he began to get used to life in this world. Every morning at 7 o'clock he wakes up and has breakfast with Erwin in a nearby tavern. Stanley also visits the library every day, where he stays until 4 o'clock in the evening. After the library, Stanley often goes to places he has never been before in order to gather information that cannot be found in the library. This is necessary in order to replenish your knowledge base with various legends and stories. Immediately after this, it is time to go to the Barbarians in order to continue your training. During this time, Stanley has already conducted dozens of training fights together with other comrades. After a week of constant training, Stanley began to fight not only with Einar, but also with other barbarians. Thanks to the constant improvement of his skills, Stanley began to sometimes defeat even a warrior like Einar. Despite her defeats, Einar always praised Stanley and told him that he had become much stronger. After training at the barbarian camp, Stanley usually returns home, after which he washes up and sees Erwin again. Stanley was very surprised that the fairy did not get tired of running back and forth to his house, but Erwin always replied that she did not get tired at all. At this rate, a whole month had already flown by, and one night Erwin, who was already returning home, said goodnight to Stanley. She also tells him with an inspired look that she wishes him luck in the labyrinth. Stanley notes that he didn't expect the maze to open tomorrow, and Erwin responds with a mutual wish of luck. The next evening, Stanley is already heading towards the labyrinth in order to try his luck there again in the company of Einar. First, they look into a special store, saying that they came for a magical connection. The woman asks Stanley if they need a bond for two, to which he responds with a short statement, after which she asks them both to place their hands on the crystal. Stanley and Einar touch the magic ball, and the woman says that they are 9th-rank researchers, after which she names the price of 15,000 stones. Stanley notes that this is quite an expensive pleasure, but necessary, since the magical connection guarantees the appearance in one place. Stanley asks the woman how a researcher's rank is determined, to which she replies that it is determined by the total amount of essence in the soul. Stanley also asks her if the price changes depending on rank, and receives an affirmative answer. After the connection is established, Stanley and Einar decide to go get a bite to eat. The main character orders the most expensive dinner, and Einar looks in surprise at all these wonderful dishes, which cost Stanley only 800 stones. The surprised warrior, who is used to living in Spartan conditions, takes a piece of pie and takes a bite. Immediately after this, tears of happiness begin to well up in her eyes, and she says that she cannot believe what is happening. Right after this, Einar decides to try different dishes and says that now she will try much harder to earn money to be able to live like this all the time. Having had a good meal, Stanley and Einar head towards the portal so as not to have to jump into it at the last moment. Stanley notes that last time he didn't notice how big the portal seemed. Quite quickly, another bunch of barbarians comes to the portal, who begin to honor their guide and call him the best warrior. Looking at the newcomers, Stanley reflects that they most likely just finished their coming-of-age ceremony. Einar watches them with interest and says that it brings back memories of the old days, while the protagonist reflects on the fact that only a month has passed since then. After a while, the huge portal begins to pulsate, attracting the attention of other adventurers. Einar tells Stanley that they can move out, but then stops her, saying that it is not time yet. He tries to explain, namely that he needs to check something, adding that he read some information about the portal's moments of instability. But Einar tells him that she still won't understand anything. Some more time passes, and there is 1 minute left before the portal closes, after which Einar asks Stanley if they should go in. Meanwhile, the protagonist observes the portal and notes that it has become much smaller, and is now almost the same size as last time. A few more moments pass, and the guard says that the portal is almost closed. Stanley decides that action must be taken now and shouts to Einar that they must run as fast as possible. Both heroes manage to jump into the portal, and Stanley begins to hear the measured sound of water drops. After this, He opens his eyes and discovers complete darkness around him, confirming his own. Einar, who is nearby, waves her arms and tells him that she can't see anything. Stanley tells Einar not to worry, then lights a torch and says that this time they will not disappear. Einar draws Stanley's attention to the stone sculptures, and the protagonist happily notes that nothing has changed. Stanley tells Einar that it is a monument that can be used to open a portal to the second floor, musing that every gamer should know how to use bugs to their advantage. A moment later, he approaches the monument, places his hand on it, and a bright light illuminates the room. The next moment, a huge portal opens, allowing access to the second floor of the labyrinth. Einar is very surprised by what she sees, while Stanley resolutely suggests that she move on. A moment later, they find themselves in a new zone, and Einar asks Stanley how he managed to do this. The warrior claims that she was told that it takes 3 days to get to the second floor, but the protagonist says that he found this method in a book. Listening to the quiet, heart-rending screams, Stanley unmistakably determines that they have entered the land of the dead. A few moments later, Stanley turns to his ally and asks her if she feels the same way he does. Einar looks at Stanley in surprise, and he says that something is moving through his veins and filling his whole body. And sometimes he says that apparently his soul level has risen, and Stanley concludes that this means that the character level has risen. In this game, as you level up, the mana you need to use skills increases, as does the amount of essence you can absorb. At level 2, Stanley can use 2 essences, making him significantly stronger than any beginner. Einar notes that what happened is quite strange, since Stanley did not kill any monsters, to which the protagonist replies that opening the portal first is considered an achievement. In this world, experience is called achievements, and when hunting, it can only be obtained from the first monster, which makes further leveling up more difficult. Over the years of playing, Stanley has learned that one way to break through this wall is to speed through portals. A joyful Stanley muses that he needs to remember this trick and use it to its full potential before others find out. To do this, he turns to Einar, tells her that this will be their secret, to which the warrior agrees without hesitation. Stanley understands that it is better not to be seen by anyone, since sooner or later experienced researchers will get here. Meaning he's more afraid of other people than monsters, Stanley suggests his ally move on. To free his hand, Stanley ties the torch to his helmet and secures it with a rope. Einar runs his hand over the torch and says that it is not hot, to which Stanley replies that it is a magic torch that will burn for 3 days. Stanley recalls that there are powerful monsters in the lands of the dead that are much stronger than anything that can be found in the Goblin Forest. The advantage of this place is the absence of traps, which allows you to make up for the absence of a fairy or a ranger. In other words, this location is the perfect place for 2 barbarians who rely on brute force. A few moments later, Einar notices the appearance of the enemy and immediately prepares for battle. She calls Stanley's attention to the ghouls that have appeared in front of them, and the protagonist notes that there are only 3 of them. And sometimes she takes a few steps forward, saying that she is tired of hanging around doing nothing, and decides to deal with the dead herself. Before the main character has time to come to his senses, Einar makes several quick dashes towards the enemy. Within moments, she swings her massive sword and unleashes a whirlwind attack, hitting multiple targets at once. Having dealt with the ghouls, Einar says that these opponents are not anything serious, and the second floor will be very simple. After some time, Einar's optimism begins to rapidly decline. Her face begins to become gloomy. The reason for this turns out to be a terrible scream, which frightens such a formidable warrior and surprises Stanley, who clearly did not expect such behavior. Stanley tells Einar not to worry about the screams, as only banshees that don't attack first scream like that. Stanley says that if they attack the banshees, they will hunt them until they get out of the labyrinth. This frightens Einar greatly, and she rushes forward to forcefully hug Stanley. Suddenly, several skeletons armed with simple weapons appear in front of them. Einar, who had been trying to cling to Stanley as tightly as possible out of fear this whole time, realizes how ridiculous she looks in front of these monsters. In order to quickly smooth over this misunderstanding, Einar rushes into battle, and Stanley advises her to aim between the skeleton's ribs. However, before he can finish his thought, Einar crushes each skeleton into fine dust with a powerful blow. After this, she asks Stanley if he told her anything, to which the protagonist decides to remain silent. After that, Stanley and Einar walked north for almost 8 hours and encountered all sorts of monsters. Among these monsters were elder ghouls, which are a strengthened and enlarged version of the normal undead. They also encountered mutants who had turned into skeleton warriors and skeleton archers, who nevertheless did not pose a serious threat. Despite the variety of monsters, on the first day they pose a very insignificant threat, including because the combat capabilities of Einar and Stanley have increased slightly. Stanley quickly realized that the mace was the perfect weight and length to use with his shield. The type of weapon he had made it much easier for him to crush the skulls of his opponents. Also, the half armor, which takes the form of a vest, reduces the area that needs to be covered by the shield, giving Stanley more room for aggressive maneuvers. At a certain point, an archer appears behind Stanley and fires an arrow from his bow. Although this helmet is not designed to withstand crossbow bolts, It deflects simple arrows with unprecedented ease. Stanley quickly closes the distance with the skeleton and delivers a powerful mace attack to crush his opponent's bones. The protagonist realizes that he has become much better at destroying enemies and has acquired an ally who is no worse. Meanwhile, Einar shouts the name of the ancient barbarian goddess Vihela and crushes his opponents. Stanley, watching his comrade fight, notes that she is performing extremely well in combat. He also realizes that at first he didn't understand why Einar shouted the name of his goddess every time he fought. However, after just a few fights, Stanley himself began to shout this name with incredible ease. Stanley notes that fighting in a team with a barbarian is very different from traveling with Erwin. Einar carefully examines Stanley and tells him that he has a wound on his hand. The main character does not attach much importance to this, and states that it will heal very soon and is almost closed. Einar, who is observing the regeneration process, is surprised by this and says that this is most likely the effect of the spiritual seal. Stanley recalls that the immortal seal's effect improves natural regeneration and allows for faster stamina recovery. After some time, Stanley notices that the ground has become dry, which means they are moving to another region of the Deadlands. Stanley also senses that the Banshee's scream is getting much louder and tells Einar to get ready. From the protagonist's point of view, such cries mean that rank 8 monsters will appear soon. A few moments later, Einar asks Stanley what those strange sounds are, and the protagonist tells her to prepare for battle. The cause of these sounds is the Death Demon, which immediately appears in front of Stanley and Einar. Looking at this monster, Stanley notes that it looks much scarier than he imagined it in the game. Stanley firmly tells Einar that she should aim for the head, as there is no point in attacking other places. With a quick nod, Einar rushes forward to deliver a crushing blow to the massive monster. Stanley follows her and goes around the huge monster in order to help his comrade. Stanley delivers a powerful attack straight at the enemy's back, but the monster doesn't even flinch. Stanley ponders intensely that the body of this monster is too hard and like stone. The monster turns towards Stanley and delivers a powerful blow to the ground, but the protagonist manages to dodge. Stanley notes that the monster has become much stronger and thinks that he should divert attention to himself. Taking advantage of the moment, Einar jumps into the air and brings his two-handed sword down directly on the enemy's body. However, a moment later, surprise at what was happening was clearly visible on her face. Einar misses by just a few centimeters, but her sword does not enter the enemy's body and does not cause significant damage. The huge monster quickly turns around to deal with its offender. Being a barbarian, Einar does not have time to react and dodge the counterattack. However, the formidable warrior's agility is enough to land on her feet and stop her fall with the help of her sword. Stopping, Einar tells Stanley that this monster is too tough, so they need to change tactics. Stanley reflects on how the Death Demon in the game had very good defense, but in reality, he became even stronger. Looking at the demon's regeneration, Stanley notes that Einar's sword only scratched him, causing a wound that healed within 3 seconds. Coming even closer, the demon lets out a menacing cry that strikes terror into the hearts of all creatures within reach. However, it doesn't end there, and Einar, along with Stanley, feels the earth begin to shake. Dead bodies begin to emerge from the ground, and Stanley realizes that the monster has just used its active skill. With this skill, the Death Demon can summon a huge number of ghouls to help him. Stanley continues to stand next to Einar and realizes that the battle will now become much more difficult. In order to deal with everything that is happening as effectively as possible, Stanley tells Einar that they must first destroy the ghouls. Stanley rushes forward and shouts to Einar that he will distract the Death Demon. A moment later, the huge monster attacks Stanley, but he successfully blocks it with his shield. This is followed by an even more powerful one, and the protagonist manages to jump to the side, successfully avoiding any damage. Despite this, the shockwave that is generated from the impact with the ground throws Stanley back several meters. The demon tries to catch up with the main character and makes several more sweeping attacks, but the main character skillfully defends himself. A few seconds later, Einar shouts to Stanley that she dealt with all the ghouls that were attacking them. Looking around, Stanley is convinced that all that remains of the living dead are smoldering remains. Jumping to a suitable distance, Einar grabs his two-handed sword and makes a powerful swing. A moment later, she lowers a huge sword, which weighs several tens of kilograms, onto the body of her opponent. The Death Demon is immediately distracted by Einar, but Stanley decides to continue attacking him so as not to slow down. At the same moment, he delivers a powerful attack with his mace to hit the Death Demon on the head. This blow proves to be very effective, as it instantly stuns the huge monster. The temple where the injury occurred begins to bleed, causing the demon to become enraged. Stanley reflects that he landed a pretty good blow, as a simple cut would not have drawn so much blood. However, the main character forgets himself a little, and the Death Demon quickly turns around and successfully attacks him. Thanks to his armor absorbing most of the damage, Stanley successfully survives the attack and jumps back. However, Stanley feels blood dripping from his mouth as a result of the severe injury. At this point, he notes that this attack would have crushed the goblin in an instant. After this, he looks closely at the demon and notes that the monster has already begun its healing. The The reason for the success is that Stanley attacks too slowly and cannot keep up with the monster's regeneration. Meanwhile, Einar resorts to an extremely unconventional method of fighting the monsters and captures his leg. Before the stunned monster can do anything, Einar tenses all his muscles and lets out a loud battle cry. Stanley quickly deduces his ally's plans and realizes that she is trying to upset the monster's balance. He immediately rushes to the rescue and delivers a powerful attack directly to the other leg of the monster in order to upset its balance. The two heroes succeed, and the death demon begins to fall to the ground. A moment later, the huge carcass lands on the ground with a thud, alerting everyone in the area to its presence. Due to the fact that instead of arms, the death demon has only appendages resembling primitive weapons, he cannot stand up on his own. Einar and Stanley approach the defenseless monster and ask him if he really can't get up on his own. Immediately after this, they begin to cheerfully smash their opponent's face, and the protagonist reflects that this brings back memories of his childhood. Stanley reflects on how this activity is incredibly meditative and heals all his emotional wounds. While smashing the monster's face into a bloody pulp, Stanley admits to Einar that he is having a lot of fun doing this, to which the warrior replies that she experiences the same emotions. After the death demon evaporates, Einar tells the protagonist that she sees a large magic crystal. Stanley tells Einar that this stone is worth only 100 ordinary ones, and the warrior is surprised that one such demon is worth 100 crystals. Stanley also says that with the reward for the ghouls, it will only be 300. However, Einar does not share Stanley's pessimism, and asks him how much bread cost in that tavern. After this, she happily turns around and says that she can eat one pie for each death demon, and Stanley notes that Einar counts money in a very interesting way. Immediately after this, Einar resolutely rises to his feet and says that they must continue the hunt. Stanley smiles and muses that hunting with barbarians isn't so bad, remembering that Erwin was a bit passive at times. Meanwhile, Erwin, who is in the labyrinth with her sister, says that she suddenly felt sad. After Stanley and Einar had perfected the tactics for hunting death demons, they began hunting only these monsters. In this way, they managed to catch and destroy about 70 death demons and get some loot. Stanley recalls that early in the game, the dungeon and stone have a very low drop rate for essence, so most people play whatever they get. Einar and Stanley take a break, and the protagonist reflects on the fact that it is profitable for him to hunt death demons, since they drop useful items. The next day, the death demons began to appear in pairs, but for Stanley and Einar, this was not a significant problem. The only change in tactics was that they would first take out one demon, then the second. If Stanley and Einar did not have time to deal with the death demons, they simply retreated, since these creatures attack prey outside the territory. In the afternoon, the real trouble began, as demons began to appear in groups of 3. By the end of the second day, Stanley and Einar decided to stop hunting these monsters and go elsewhere. After some time of wandering, they came across ruins in which there were other adventurers. The adventurers were low-level newbies and became wary when they saw the two barbarians. Stanley looks around at the other adventurers and tries to think of a way to talk to them. Suddenly, his diplomatic outbursts are interrupted by Einar, who rudely tells the adventurers to get lost if they don't want anything. This technique has an immediate effect, and the adventurers immediately become frightened. Instantly apologizing for the disturbance, they turn around and walk away in the other direction. Einar tells Stanley that they will have to leave, as the adventurers know their location, adding that people cannot be trusted. Stanley notes that Einar didn't like people last time, and wonders if something strange happened to her while exploring the labyrinth. Watching Einar's menacing figure, Stanley decides to ask about it another time. After some time, Einar tells Stanley that they are unlikely to find a place as good as the previous one. Suddenly, Stanley hears muffled voices pleading for help. The heroes immediately become alert and realize that someone next to them is on the verge of death. Einar whispers to Stanley that those sounds are not made by those who are attacked by monsters. Stanley is contemplating going elsewhere when suddenly a figure of a woman appears in front of them, firing a flare. Looking closer, Stanley notices that there are 4 corpses lying on the ground. Even at a cursory glance, it becomes obvious that these people were killed by poisoning, not killed by monsters. Stanley and Einar continue to stand in place, carefully looking at the woman, who has been standing with her back to them all this time. However, after a few moments, the girl turns around and looks at the uninvited guests in surprise. A second later, the girl asks Einar and Stanley if they are newcomers, and the protagonist realizes that they are facing a marauder. In this game, marauders are people who hunt other explorers and steal their wealth and equipment. In Rabdonia, such activity is punishable by death, but there are some restrictions. In fact, outside the labyrinth, no one will know anything about it if there is no one to tell about this crime. The girl indifferently throws the bloody knife aside and asks the heroes if this is the first time they have seen the marauder. Stanley and Einar continue to watch the approaching girl in horror, not daring to say anything. A moment later, the girl clenches her fist and addresses the barbarians. Stanley tells Einar that they have serious problems and reflects on how professional this looter looks. Carefully analyzing the marauder, Stanley notes that she has red hair and a torn right ear. Stanley also sees a tattoo under her eye and comes to the conclusion that if he doesn't know anything about such a notable person, then she must be very good at her job. Stanley realizes that she leaves no witnesses to her crimes, while Einar tells Stanley that this woman looks very strong. Taking a look at the group of dead adventurers, Stanley realizes that they have high-level equipment. Stanley notes that 3 of the adventurers do not appear to have helmets, but the 4th appears to have resistance to poison. Moments later, Stanley asks the marauder if she was a member of that team. However, the girl indifferently grabs the body of one of the adventurers and says that this question is difficult to answer. The girl states that these people most likely considered her their friend and begins to search the bodies. Stanley immediately notices the bottomless bag that holds large balls and concludes that it is an expensive travel bag. Stanley realizes that he can't even imagine how much stronger this woman is than them. The protagonist comes to the conclusion that they have only one way to get out of here alive. Meanwhile, Einar, as if reading Stanley's thoughts, asks him if they will fight her. However, Stanley replies that they must run as fast as they can and save their lives, after which they turn around and begin to pick up speed. The girl calmly watches the fleeing barbarians and is silent for a while, thinking about what she should do. Meanwhile, Einar and Stanley continue to flee this place as quickly as possible, into the bloody war. Stanley looks around to make sure there is no one following them. He also keeps a close eye on the trees on which he left marks so as not to get lost. Stanley's plan is for them to get to the portal to the first floor using these markings. However, Stanley suddenly sees something that makes him stop instantly. The reason they stop is because a group of adventurers appears on their way. Quickly assessing the size of the group, Stanley concludes that there are 4 well-armed men in front of them. Thinking about how hard it is to trust people, Stanley talks about a marauder being after them. One of the adventurers asks Stanley what guarantees there are that they themselves are not marauders, after which Stanley takes an oath to convince his interlocutor. This turns out to be enough, and the man says that he now believes them, while the protagonist reflects on the fact that this oath is definitely dishonest. The leader of the adventurers says that if they defeat this marauder, then all the rewards and things will belong to them, to which Stanley says that he is satisfied with such conditions. After this, the leader of the adventurers invites Stanley and Einar to join them, stating that he is using the dwarf's skill. He also adds that thanks to this skill, no one will be able to notice them. Stanley recalls that this skill allows everything within a 3-meter radius to blend into the surroundings, allowing one to avoid battle. Stanley reflects on how lucky they are, but the leader of the adventurers suddenly changes his expression. He states that they were very lucky that both barbarians walked into the trap themselves. A moment later, Stanley receives a game notification that the character is under the effect of suppression. The adventurer asks the barbarians if they are surprised that they cannot move, then laughs and adds that they will not be able to answer anyway. Stanley realizes that these adventurers are themselves marauders, and are using essence that could have been extracted by explorers of their level. Stanley realizes that he needs to take even the slightest damage to break the suppression effect while the marauders inspect their loot. One of the marauders grabs Einar by the cheeks and examines her carefully, saying that, unfortunately, the only women they did not catch turned out to be a barbarian woman. Another marauder says that this is even better, after which he declares that the hearts of barbarians are worth an incredible amount of money. Stanley reflects on how he can literally feel all the disgusting desires of these adventurers with his whole body. The comrades tell one of the killers to deal with one blow in order to avoid problems. As Stanley watches the knife approach his body, he wonders if he will die just like that. Taking aim at the throat, the marauder begins to strike, disposing of the barbarian with a simple movement. However, a second before the cold metal touches Stanley's skin, the most desperate plan of his life occurs to him. He decides to wait until the knife hits his body so that he will at least receive some damage. According to this plan, the moment the cold steel touches his skin, he will be able to move. Using his incredible reflexes, Stanley manages to jerk his head back fast enough to prevent the knife from piercing him deeply. Thanks to this, Stanley avoids a fatal wound and is able to move. Immediately after, he swings his mace to crush his opponent, who still looks at him in shock. Without giving the man time to think, Stanley brings his club down right on his head. The other marauders, watching this with indescribable horror, decide to immediately deal with the problem while they still have the chance. Meanwhile, Stanley quickly pulls the knife out of his neck to help Einar free herself. Realizing that he doesn't have much time, he throws a knife at his companion to cause a slight wound and break the paralysis. And sometimes he watches carefully as the knife flies towards her body, so that he can rush to help at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels blood start to spurt from his neck and he freezes in place. His strength immediately leaves him and he lands on his knees, mentally wishing Einar luck. Meanwhile, the body begins to obey the formidable warrior again, and she immediately grabs her giant sword. Rushing forward, she cuts the knight into 2 uneven pieces with one blow. Immediately after this, she puts strength into her legs to rush forward again at the rest of the bandits. Getting close enough and swinging, she prepares to finish off her opponent while he tries to negotiate with her. However, the barbarian's anger cannot be appeased by mere words, and Einar decapitates his opponent with one blow. Immediately after this, the formidable warrior turns her gaze to the last remaining bandit who threatened her life. However, the daredevil decides to flee and abandons the idea that could cost him his life. Einar, angry, watches him go and decides not to pursue him. After this, Einar turns his gaze to Stanley and sees that he feels absolutely terrible. Stanley has difficulty speaking due to the fact that his neck continues to bleed. Stanley gets an achievement that permanently increases his spirit by 3, while Einar manages to give him a potion. After some time, the wound gradually begins to heal, and Einar says that the scar will remain for the rest of his life. Immediately after this, she happily declares to the protagonist that he is most likely the only barbarian with a scar on his neck. Stanley talks about how they need to catch up with this guy and punish him for what he did to them. After some time, they manage to track down the unlucky marauder, and Einar lifts him into the air so that he cannot escape. Stanley tells his ally to let him go, adding that they need his skill to hide from this girl. However, a moment later, a sparkling object, resembling a knife, flies into the face of the marauder that Einar is holding. Einar, frightened, lets go of the marauder, and both heroes realize that he was hit by a poisoned dart. The girl who was watching the events tells the barbarians that their fight was quite impressive. Stanley realizes that this girl has been watching them all this time, and now they have no other options. Einar and Stanley rush into battle to snatch at least a tiny chance of getting out of here alive. However, 2 menacing barbarians with weapons at the ready do not frighten the red-haired girl, and she calmly awaits their approach. As they approach the girl, Einar and Stanley jump forward to perform powerful lunges. However, the girl easily dodges Einar's sweeping attack with a lightning-fast dodge. Immediately after this, she turns her gaze to Stanley, who still hasn't attacked her. With perfect timing, the girl quickly draws her weapon and blocks the protagonist's attack. Seeing such a fragile girl being able to block a mace strike, Stanley wonders how much essence she has. The protagonist quickly makes a tactical decision where he will push this girl to get some chance to knock her over. Stanley makes every effort to move his victim from the spot and not give it room to maneuver. Moments later, Stanley feels incredible pain that pierces his entire body like a needle. He immediately falls to his knees and is surprised that his body has stopped obeying him. To the protagonist's surprise, the girl pierced his armor and pierced his back with a simple dagger. Stanley suggests that the girl most likely knows how to use aura, and concludes that in that case they had no chance. Meanwhile, Einar goes behind his victim and prepares to launch another attack. However, the girl makes a quick dash to the side, simultaneously inflicting several cuts on the warrior's body. A moment later, Einar feels blood begin to flow from her. Stanley realizes that now they will not have a single chance to avoid death. The girl playfully tosses the knife and says that Stanley should surrender, since the basilisk's paralyzing venom is already spreading through his body. The main character reflects on the fact that this girl surpasses them in strength, speed, and other parameters. Meanwhile, the girl interrupts Stanley's thoughts of death with a quick thrust of her dagger, which stops a millimeter from his face. She confidently declares that if they swear not to tell anyone what they saw, she will spare their lives. The girl states that she intended to do this from the very beginning, since she has no desire to kill barbarians. Before Stanley can ask his question, the girl replies that she is indebted to the barbarians. The protagonist reflects on the fact that he now understands why she simply watched their fight instead of intervening. Meanwhile, Einar, who retains the remnants of her powers, asks Stanley not to trust this girl. From her point of view, she is only deceiving them, and will actually finish them off at any other moment. Stanley turns his gaze to the red-haired girl and asks her what will happen if he refuses. The girl calmly replies that in that case he will simply die, adding that she promised someone that she would never kill barbarians. Stanley asks the girl who she promised such things to which she quickly replies that such questions are none of his business. After this, Stanley, without thinking twice, swears on his warrior's honor that he will not tell anyone about what he saw. The girl immediately removes the dagger from Stanley's face and tells him that he is a rather unusual barbarian. Immediately after this, she takes out the potion and pours it on Stanley's body to get rid of the poison's effects. After this, the girl approaches Einar and asks her what she will do in this situation. To the protagonist's surprise, Einar loudly declares that she refuses to take the oath. After this, the woman takes out a knife and says that in this case she has no choice. Stanley looks at the cold gaze of the red-haired girl and understands that Einar should not die in such a situation. He slams his hand on the ground and shouts loudly at Einar, demanding that she swear. Einar does not understand such persistence on Stanley's part and looks at him in surprise. She adds that the barbarian's promise cannot be broken under any circumstances, so it cannot be thrown away. Stanley says that she told him that she would follow all his orders, and then asks her to just trust him. Stanley muses that such pride is of no use when your life is at stake, while the energy wavers for a while. After a little thought, she turns her head to the side and swears that she will not tell anyone about what she saw. After the red-haired girl gives Einar the potion and is about to leave, Stanley asks her to answer one question. Looking closely at the mysterious adventurer, Stanley asks her what floor she is on. The girl looks closely at the barbarians and begins to walk away, at first without saying anything. After moving a sufficient distance, she informs the protagonist that she is a researcher from the 8th floor. Stanley realizes that if this is true, then their viability depends on this researcher being true to her promise. However, the protagonist vows to himself that the next time they meet, everything will be different. After some time, Stanley and Einar move to the first floor to exit the labyrinth. Having learned from bitter experience, Stanley lands softly on his feet, while Einar flies face first into the ground. The protagonist asks the formidable warrior if she is okay, to which she replies that she is in a little pain. After this, she states that she can no longer be considered a warrior anyway, so she has no right to complain. Stanley says that only the strongest warriors survive, and because of this, they have a chance to defeat her in the future. To which Einar states that she doesn't always understand everything when Stanley talks a lot. Einar also adds that despite this, some things from his words are still understandable to her. After this, she states that she will endure the shame and the desire to kill herself in order to become as strong a warrior as Stanley. The protagonist reflects on the fact that he is unlikely to fully understand her feelings, since he is not a real barbarian. Afterwards, they take a break, and the protagonist reflects on how the last 20 hours have mentally destroyed him, but he still cannot fall asleep. Lost in thought, Stanley admits to himself that he hardly feels as bad as Einar. After this, he carefully watches his ally sleep, which brings back memories of his previous entry into the labyrinth. Stanley realizes that he feels like crap, just like he did when he was saved by a group of adventurers. Although his life was ultimately saved, the general attitude of the people towards him left deep marks. At that moment, the priestess refused to heal him, and the swordsman threw the potion as if he wasn't worth it. Stanley realizes that he felt like he was being treated like a wounded dog begging to be saved. He remembers being happy to be alive, but he still can't forget the feeling that's eating him up from the inside. After this, Stanley vowed that this would never happen again, and ultimately made the best choices in the situations that arose. The protagonist realizes that he was only focusing on the present under the conditions he suddenly found himself in. As soon as he found himself in this world, another man who could have become his faithful comrade was beheaded in front of his face. Immediately after this, a series of other unreal things began to happen one after another. Stanley realizes that he had no choice but to put his own safety first. However, the protagonist concludes that this will not lead to survival, and he needs to change his plan. Looking at his tattered equipment, he turns to Einar, hoping that she is still awake. The girl quickly turns towards him, and he asks her what she would say if he showed her this path, which is associated with great risk. She replies that he will agree immediately, since they will die anyway if they become stronger. Stanley realizes that this life will be filled with chaos regardless of his choices, and decides to attack first. The protagonist tells his ally that they should go to the rift to improve their skills. After some time, Einar and Stanley find themselves in a place with a huge number of different monsters. Stanley realizes that the place is too complex due to the large number of different monsters and the need for torches. After a while, they reach another stone statue, and Einar asks Stanley what it is. Stanley says the sculpture is a memorial to the man who first found the labyrinth. Stanley carefully examines the text on this memorial, and realizes that its description matches the one in the game. He also suggests that in this case, the hidden conditions for activation should have remained unchanged. The protagonist turns to Einar and tells her that everything that happened here must remain a secret, after which the warrior swears by the honor of a warrior. However, a moment later she asks him what the rift is, and he tells her that it can be perceived as a labyrinth within a labyrinth. The protagonist remembers that in the game this zone was called the Instance Dungeon. To open the rift on the first floor, it was necessary to place the magic crystals of 4 types of monsters on the memorial. As soon as Stanley places the crystal of the monster from the second floor next to him, the rift opens before the heroes. Such locations were passages to another reality that appeared randomly on each floor. Each such rift opens automatically depending on its type, but there are ways to force it to open. Taking a good look around, Stanley quickly realizes that they have entered a bloody citadel. The protagonist realizes that he knew in advance where they would end up because he used the Death Demon's magic crystal. Stanley realizes that the good news is that all first-floor rifts are traversable, no matter the difficulty. He also notes that the most important thing now is who will show up here and keep them company. After a few seconds, the rift begins to waver and another adventurer begins to pass through it. Stanley and Einar are keeping a close eye on the rift and trying to figure out who will join their group. Meanwhile, Erwin's older sister turns to her and tells her that she has summoned a spirit again. Erwin tells his sister that it is very difficult for her to handle just one dagger, to which the older sister states that she needs to be able to defend herself without a bow and spirit. Erwin says Mr. Barbarian told her to focus on what she does best, and trust her team to perform the assigned role. The older sister puts her hand on Erwin's shoulder, and tells her that Mr. Barbarian was right, adding that the world is not so welcoming. According to the elder sister, companions are just companions and cannot be trusted too much. Erwin agrees with his sister's thoughts, mentally noting that Mr. Barbarian was a good companion. After this, Erwin asks his sister if they can go to the second floor, assuming that Mr. Barbarian must have already collected a lot of money. The older sister states that it is forbidden to go to the upper floors, and immediately after hunting a little on the first floor, she suggests that Erwin find the rift. Erwin states that she always thought that these rifts couldn't be found, to which the older sister replies that rifts like these just need to be looked for well. Sister tells Erwin that such portals open approximately once every 8 months, and now is just the right time. Erwin is surprised to hear that Mr. Barbarian never said anything like that, after which his sister reflects that Barbarian is also a newbie. After this, the older sister smiles and thinks that she can help her sister become much stronger. After this, she tells Erwin that she can trust her, because in a year she will become a much more formidable warrior. Suddenly, a little fairy hints to her older sister Erwin that the sound she just started hearing cannot be confused with anything else. A moment later, the rift appears in front of them, and the older sister points Erwin straight at it. She immediately tells Erwin that she needs to run forward as quickly as possible in order to jump into the rift while there is still time. Within moments, they are within touching distance of the rift. A moment later, Sister Erwin reaches out to touch the rift and enter inside. However, just as her fingers were about to touch the bizarre matter, the rift disappears, leaving them in the first-level dungeon. The first and her sister remain on the first floor, not having time to get into the bloody citadel. Meanwhile, Einar and Stanley welcome a new member of the group who has joined. This adventurer turns out to be a dwarf, dressed in good armor and asking the heroes in surprise how they got here before him. Looking closely at his companions, the dwarf said that he was very glad to see the two barbarians. The rift begins to shake again, and Stanley notices a woman in strange shoes emerging from it. Another man appears behind the woman, silently following her, while the sorceress looks around and says that she could not even imagine that she would end up in the bloody citadel. Looking at this girl, Stanley is surprised that a mage has appeared in their group, who is a very valuable ally. The rift begins to close, and Stanley is surprised that there could still be mages on the first floor after so long. Stanley continues to examine his potential companions who came here using the rift. The dwarf is also surprised that there is a mage on this floor, and Stanley suggests that they have a good combination. Einar turns to Stanley and asks him if mages are really that cool, adding that she only saw one in the library. The protagonist states that mages are a very valuable resource for the city, and therefore only the truly strong can enter the labyrinth. After that, he turns his gaze to the sorceress, and says that this girl is strong enough if she ended up here, to which she replies that she has not seen such clever barbarians for a long time. The sorceress states that she is a 6th-tier mage and gives her name, saying that her name is Alice Raven. After this, she shows the porter who follows her and says that his name is Tarjin. The dwarf also introduces himself, and casually says that his name is Hikuro, and that he has been exploring the labyrinth for 3 years. Stanley introduces himself with his game character's name, while Einar also greets all the adventurers. After this, Stanley remains silent for a while to formulate his thought. He turns to his companions and tells them that they are not like those who will work on the first floor. Alice states that she cannot reveal the details, adding that she heard that a rift was about to open, to which Hikuro replies that he has the same reason. Immediately after this, the sorceress declares that in this case they should unite and divide the spoils between everyone except the porter. The sorceress also suggests to all her companions that she be the leader of this group, and Stanley is about to agree to this. Suddenly he is interrupted by a formidable Einar, who shouts that she does not agree with these conditions. Immediately after this, she loudly states that she wishes for Stanley to lead the group, adding that he is the wisest warrior and is not like normal barbarians. Einar states that Stanley reads 6 hours a day, and Alice is surprised by this, stating that a barbarian who reads is something truly unique. Despite this, Einar continues to shout loudly and says that Stanley is not just a unique barbarian, but the best. Having finished her thought, she shouts that before them stands a great warrior named Bjorn. Einar's words echo throughout the citadel and in the ears of her companions, who remain impressed by the performance. Meanwhile, Stanley is burning with shame and mentally asks Einar to stop such a promotional campaign. The awkward silence is broken by Hikuro, who says that it is extremely difficult to find a wife who will respect her husband as much, which immediately causes embarrassment to appear on Einar's face. Hikuro smiles good-naturedly and tells Einar that she may be embarrassed by this, but the formidable warrior does not give in and continues to argue with him. Meanwhile, Alice suggests to her companions not to be distracted by meaningless conversation and to head forward to explore as much as possible. The dwarf restores the sorceress and says that they only managed to get acquainted and did not learn anything about each other's skills. Alice confidently replies that there is no need for that, as there will be monsters of rank 7 and below in the Blood Citadel that they can easily deal with. Alice adds that, to tell the truth, she can handle all the monsters on her own. She also adds that she wants to take the loot from the keeper, since she needs it for research. However, upon hearing this, the dwarf becomes angry and asks Alice if she really wants to take everything for herself. Stanley realizes that such conflicts happen all the time in this game, while the dwarf asks the sorceress if she really thinks he's an idiot. Tension immediately arises between the two heroes, and Stanley realizes that the cause of the conflict is money. The loot from the keeper is the flowers of the rift, and for successful mages, research always comes first, while ordinary adventurers try to sell them for money. Alice tries to settle the conflict and states that she will give all the magic crystals from this rift as compensation. The dwarf refuses such conditions and states that Alice is trying to feed them scraps, to which the sorceress is indignant, saying that there is no guarantee that the keeper will get anything at all. Stanley, watching what is happening, notices that the sorceress is very depressed and apparently did not expect such a development of events. After some time, the sorceress relents and says that she will give up some items, taking the essence for herself, after which the dwarf adds that they will roll dice to decide which of the two of them will get the rift stone. Stanley realizes that he cannot return empty-handed and asks the entire group for a moment of attention. He states that he doesn't need any essences or items, and all he came for was the rift stone, assuming that it will be enough. However, Alice and the dwarf do not appreciate his words, and ask why he even decided that they would need 2 barbarians in the group. Stanley says that he is willing to give the rift stone to them, but takes 2 essences from the normal monsters for himself. Alice and the dwarf look at each other for a moment, considering Stanley's offer. After a few moments, they both break into genuine smiles and say that the proposal sounds good. Immediately after this, Alice and the dwarf make an agreement and become as friendly as if nothing had happened. After that, they also happily move forward, talking politely to each other, and Stanley reflects on the fact that he just joined a group with a couple of sociopaths. Looking at the two of them, Stanley reflects on how he is once again convinced that he needs to become stronger. Letting out an exasperated breath, Stanley realizes that he will have to put in an incredible amount of effort to rise higher. With these thoughts, he lifts his head up and promises himself that he will definitely climb to the top. The Bloody Citadel location is divided into 4 parts, the first of which is the drawbridge at the entrance to the fortress. The next part contains a combat zone outside the outer walls, which is teeming with a huge number of monsters. After this comes the underground prison behind the walls of the inner castle, which also holds many secrets. The finale of the Citadel is the place of worship of demons in the Lord's Room. After some time, the group of heroes stumbles upon gargoyles who are simply sitting in place. The protagonist remembers that gargoyles are rank 8 monsters, and most of the time they just sit in one place and look like statues. However, this impression is deceptive, as everything changes as soon as they notice an enemy in dangerous proximity. After a few seconds, these monsters start moving and immediately attack their opponent. When under the influence of the gargoyle's gaze, Stanley feels as if the petrification skill has been used on him. The protagonist realizes that the most obvious method of fighting the gargoyles is to sacrifice one of the companions so that the others can fight. However, this time, Stanley's party includes a mage who can turn the tide of battle with just one spell. Alice uses her great knowledge of magic and charges her staff with strange energy. She then points her staff towards Stanley and removes the curse that was placed on him. The gargoyle notices that their petrification skill is no longer working, and rushes into battle to deal with their opponent using their claws. However, barbarians, who have excellent control over their bodies and rely on brute force, can easily deal with such enemies. The dwarf Hikuro is not left out either, letting out a menacing battle cry to increase his defensive stats. Immediately after, he rushes forward to deliver a powerful blow with his hammer to the gargoyle's leg. This attack is quite powerful and destroys the stone leg of the huge monster. After immobilizing his enemy, the dwarf leaps forward to finish them off with a powerful blow. Before dying, the gargoyle only manages to notice a huge hammer rapidly approaching her face. After a few moments, defeated enemies begin to evaporate, leaving behind a small amount of loot. The dwarf who destroyed the gargoyle quickly notices that his hammer begins to glow slightly due to the gem that was underneath it. After this, he wipes his face with his glove and tells the other companions that he has not fought in such a glorious company for a long time. Watching him, Stanley realizes that this dwarf is quite skilled, as he deals damage from the bottom up. Suddenly, the magic stone that fell from the gargoyle flies into the air and begins to levitate. A surprised Einar tells Stanley that the magic stone suddenly began to move and fell straight into the porter's backpack. The sorceress states that this is the effect of a crystal gathering spell, adding that she will share all the loot after completing the dungeon. Approaching a solid door, the dwarf decides to use the might of his hammer to cut a passage for himself and his comrades. The heavy stone doors cannot withstand the onslaught of the mighty warrior and fly apart. Looking around, the dwarf says that it is too dark here and a light source is needed. Alice smiles and creates a living source of light in her hand, which will move around the space and illuminate the path. However, as soon as the flame rises into the air and illuminates the room, it becomes clear that it is inhabited by monsters. The group of adventurers realizes that they will not be able to break through without a fight, and prepares to organize an attack. Stanley remembers that these monsters are called undead, and have no rank and do not give experience or crystals. Looking at these monsters, the dwarf declares that attacking them would be a waste of time. However, the dead notice the group of adventurers and rush forward to devour their prey. Realizing that they have no other choice, Einar the dwarf and Stanley rush forward to deal with them quickly. Einar skillfully cuts through several opponents at once with the help of her huge sword, giving her a large radius of destruction. Also, thanks to incredible damage, the warrior instantly cuts off critical body parts from the dead. Hikuro doesn't stand aside and delivers powerful attacks with his hammer, which crushes opponents into pieces. Stanley also continues to fight fiercely with his mace, which still poses a serious threat. Also, thanks to the Count, the main character successfully dodges the attacks of other opponents that surround him. As soon as the dead are gone, Stanley notices a very valuable item left behind by one of them. Looking at it, he unmistakably determines that this is the horn of the commander of the dead. Einar is impressed by the size of the forge and asks the others how to use it, to which Hikuro tells her that she will learn everything soon. After taking the loot, the group of adventurers approaches a steel door, and Hikuro comments that the hammer will be useless against such a heavy door. Alice steps forward and casts a spell to try to open the doors. She then places her staff against the steel structure and begins to emit an incredible amount of flame that will melt any iron. This procedure produces a large amount of smoke, causing other adventurers to cough heavily. However, after a few moments, Stanley looks in surprise at the results of the experienced sorceress's work. The smoke clears and Alice theatrically invites her companions to join her. Looking at the radiant face of the sorceress, Stanley understands that the magicians in this game are too unbalanced. Moving further, the group of adventurers finally enters the first part of the citadel, approaching the drawbridge at the entrance to the fortress. Alice calmly states that the bridge was raised exactly as she expected. After this, she turns to Einar and asks her to blow well into the horn that they took from the dead. Einar agrees to Alice's proposal and takes as much air into his lungs as possible to wake up the entire area. Moments later, she begins to blow the horn, and an in-game notification informs Stanley that a long-dormant magical seal has been activated. Having finished blowing, Einar watches the changes in the castle with interest. A few moments later, the bridge begins to descend with a loud roar. However, things are not that simple, and Einar quickly notices that the water that surrounds the castle is also beginning to move. Within moments, the water, which begins to resemble a bloody slurry, begins to rise rapidly upward. After taking a good look down, Einar shouts to his partners that there is something in this water. Alice states that these are just dead people floating in these waters, and asks Einar not to worry. A few seconds later, one of the dead men jumps out of the water and grabs the ledge with his vile hands. Stanley remembers that now comes the rather difficult part, as they need to survive under the onslaught of countless undead. Stanley also muses that this stage is only difficult for normal groups, while Alice states that the spell is already ready. After this, she asks her teammates to come as close to her as possible, which they all do with great enthusiasm. In order to deal with a huge number of opponents, Alice uses a special spell that deals damage over an area. Within moments, all the dead who had come dangerously close to Stanley's group are wiped off the face of the earth. Once the spell wears off, Stanley and his comrades are faced with a huge number of defeated enemies. The dwarf says that he has never seen such spells, to which Alice states that they were simple dead people. Stanley, watching Alice, reflects on how he had no idea how big the gap in power was between them. Meanwhile, Alice tells her comrades that all that remains is to simply wait until the bridge lowers. After some time, the heavy oak gates hit the stonework of the bridge with a crash. Immediately after this, Alice invites her comrades to explore after her, and Stanley realizes that they have passed the first part of the Blood Citadel in just a few minutes. Stanley follows his companions without saying a word. However, in his heart he understands that it was ridiculously easy, which means that something unimaginably difficult awaits them ahead. Stanley's group easily passed the drawbridge and the outer wall, and went to the inner castle. In normal situations, Stanley and his comrades would have problems with the huge number of monsters, but with Alice, these problems were solved. Thanks to her spells, most of the opponents were destroyed in the first seconds of the battle every time. Stanley muses that even though the spell no longer kills all monsters at once, it is still very powerful. Looking around, he notes that each use of this spell destroys 90% of the enemies. Looking ahead, he notices that the Death Demon, who also inhabits this citadel, is doing just fine thanks to his regeneration. Alice says that the rest of the monsters must be destroyed by her teammates, and Stanley and his comrades rush into battle. Einar is also at the forefront of the attack, having previously developed tactics to combat death demons with Stanley. Stanley immediately comes to the rescue and grabs the death demon's second leg to stop him from lunging forward. With an effective double grab technique, Stanley and Einar easily knock the huge monster to the ground. A dwarf watching the heroes asks in surprise if they use this tactic every time they hunt these monsters. Alice enters the battle, using a spell to deal massive damage to the demons. Lightning begins to shoot out from her staff, striking several death demons at once. A spell called Worsening Wounds weakens the impressive regeneration of death demons. Once these creatures lose their ability to constantly regenerate health, Stanley and his comrades quickly deal with them. After the battle is over, all acquired trophies are magically drawn back to the carrier's backpack. Einar, watching this, tells the protagonist that now she understands why everyone treats magicians this way. Hikuro tells the barbarian that mages open up a huge number of possibilities. Hearing the praise, Alice replies that this is why they study hard, not forgetting to mention their talent. Looking at the sorceress, the main character understands that in fact she pretends to be modest, but loves to brag and conduct research. The sorceress says that she is going to collect some materials, to which the dwarf replies that he will be happy to help her. After a few minutes, the collection of necessary supplies comes to an end, and the group decides to move on. Einar, watching the treasures, begins to dream about the mountains of delicious pies that she will be able to buy with the proceeds from this trip. Stanley, following Alice, looks around and is mentally surprised that the sorceress examined the entire area, but did not take the valuable thing. This valuable item is a statue that must be destroyed to obtain a rare item. Some gamers are used to pressing the interaction button when they see unique objects or suspicious walls. Stanley knows many secrets in this game, and wonders what might hurt Alice's ego if a common barbarian discovered something she missed. Therefore, Stanley decides not to destroy the statue so as not to arouse suspicion. Moving further, the group of heroes finds themselves in the inner castle, which is a ruined ruin. Alice states that she has heard a lot about this place, but adds that it does not look promising. Stanley decides to dig through the rubble to find a possible secret entrance. The group successfully opens a huge hatch, followed by a staircase leading into the castle's catacombs. Immediately after this, the protagonist receives a notification that the group has entered an underground prison. The dwarf asks Alice what kind of monsters they might encounter, to which she replies that rats, banshees, death demons, and a corpse golem live here. The brave warrior says that he fought with all these monsters except the corpse golem. The sorceress warns him about the flesh explosion skill, which scatters poisonous chunks that pose a deadly danger. After this, they begin to laugh in a friendly manner, and Stanley wonders how people who were recently arguing can have so much fun. Einar points to the rat skeleton, asking if it is another monster. Alice intervenes and begins to tell Einar about the nature of these creatures, but the warrior sharply replies that she did not ask her. Not accustomed to the rudeness of barbarians, Alice puffs out her cheeks and looks at her interlocutor with resentment. A few moments later, a loud sound is heard in the corridors, and Einar again loses his composure from horror. She immediately jumps to the main character and hugs him, trying to cope with incredible fear. The reason for Einar's fear is the banshee's cry, which had frightened her greatly during her trip to the second floor. Noticing her weakness, Alice grimly tells her comrades that they may be in trouble if they encounter a banshee. She then approaches Einar and says that the banshees are not very dangerous, but their encounter will be terrible and unforgettable. Einar asks fearfully what she means, but Alice only smiles mysteriously and replies that the ways of magicians are inscrutable. Stanley states that the mages must have a way to deal with the banshee, and Alice is surprised by his knowledge. After this, she takes a few steps forward and declares that the time for jokes is over. Alice casts a spell and fires a beam of red energy from her staff. The beam hits the banshee directly, causing her to writhe in pain. Several banshees appear around Alice, looking at her with loud screams. However, this does not frighten the sorceress, as she uses the fire ring spell. Thanks to the ultra-high temperatures, even such elusive monsters as banshees begin to melt before our eyes. Having dealt with the ghosts, Alice looks at her companions and suggests moving on. Stanley once again acknowledges that mages are some of the most unbalanced characters. After some time, the heroes enter an underground prison and encounter chimera wolves. After dealing with them, Stanley and his team come across the Ghoul Lord, who also turns out to be a difficult opponent. The protagonist notices that the interior of the underground prison resembles the laboratory of an evil scientist, full of ugly monsters and strange objects. After some time, the dwarf asks his comrades if they are afraid to be in this place. The sorceress replies that she is used to such spectacles, since she often performs autopsies herself. She also mentions that there is a secret door here, behind which they will meet a corpse golem. After this, the group decides that the most effective tactic would be to leave non-critical items at the entrance. Alice asks the protagonist to light the torch on his helmet so as not to waste magic on lighting. With preparations complete, Alice opens a huge door, and the group finds themselves in a corridor filled with the bodies of dead people. Stanley immediately feels a terrible smell hit his nostrils, and endless piles of corpses block his view. Walking along these corridors, he realizes that in the past, he would have definitely lost consciousness from such a sight. Fortunately, his strong barbarian body is much less affected by such sights. After some time, the porter, who is an ordinary person, gives in and begins to experience bouts of vomiting. Alice Raven can't take it anymore, covering her nose and mouth from the nauseating smell. Stanley reflects that, although the girl is used to seeing this kind of thing during autopsies, the disgusting smell is still unbearable. The dwarf, who is also having a hard time enduring the hardships, turns to the protagonist and Einar, rejoicing that they too can endure these trials. After some time, a huge pile of fallen corpses begins to rise in front of the heroes. A moment later, the pile begins to shake, and eerie voices of dead people can be heard from within. Stanley realizes that his ears are not deceiving him, and the corpses are indeed trying to talk to them. After a while, a greenish glow begins to emanate from this pile of flesh. Following this, the mountain of bodies bursts into mad laughter, and even the most steadfast hero's blood runs cold. Stanley watches in fascination, realizing that he never imagined the boss's appearance ritual would be so terrifying. Looking at the huge creature made up of human bodies, he notices that in the game these bodies did not make a sound. With incredible effort, he overcomes his stupor and reflects on the fact that they have no time to think. He turns to his comrades and shouts at them to gather together. Taking a look at Hikuro, he realizes that the formidable warrior has frozen in place and cannot move. Meanwhile, the huge golem begins to move, and the vile bodies stretch their hands towards the heroes. Stanley quickly glances at Alice and the dwarf, who have been knocked out by the smell or horror. Gritting his teeth, Stanley realizes that in this situation he won't be able to count on his comrades. Since only the barbarians were fearless enough to resist the influence of terror, this battle could prove very difficult. Dungeon Stone has always been a fairly niche game, but it still had elements that could appeal to just about anyone. One of these details was the terribly realistic illustrations that looked like photographs. These illustrations were so often seen on the internet that many people recognized them, even those who did not play the game. However, Stanley once again realizes that these pictures are only a poor imitation of reality. Finding himself alone in front of this monster, the protagonist perfectly understands his comrades, who have lost the ability to move from incredible horror. Stanley looks at Alice, who has a lot of experience in autopsies and has seen enough dead people in her life. The dwarf, who had seen many terrible monsters during his 3 years of exploring the labyrinth, also could not overcome his fear. Even the porter, who seemed strong for his role, could not cope with his fear. Stanley realizes that despite the disdainful attitude of his comrades, the only ones who remained sane were the barbarians. Meanwhile, Einar grips his sword tighter and prepares to rush into battle. For a moment, the warrior takes a break to look at her comrades and ask them what they are doing. As soon as she turns back, she notices a poisonous projectile approaching them at great speed. This projectile turns out to be a stinking corpse that poisons everything it touches. Einar tries to save the dwarf from this projectile and raises his sword up to take the blow himself. However, when the corpse is crushed under Einar's huge sword, its poisonous blood gets into the dwarf's eyes. Turning around, Stanley realizes that one of his companions has been incapacitated in an instant. He then looks at Alice and realizes that she is still in no condition to fight. Stanley yells at Einar to take the dwarf and step back, protecting the mage. After this, the main character runs forward to distract the monster from his comrades. As he approaches the monster, he remembers that the corpse golem's attack sequence is quite simple. According to the rules of the game, the monster throws a corpse bomb at distant targets. Stanley successfully dodges this attack and gets into close range, causing the golem to use its arm. In an attempt to catch Stanley, the golem makes a sharp lunge, but the protagonist dodges thanks to his agility. Stanley jumps aside, realizing he can't get too close. From the protagonist's perspective, if he gets closer, the golem will switch to the mage and hit him with a ranged attack. Stanley decides to keep a middle distance to give Alice time to recover. Stanley also uses his shield to remain as bait and stall for time. Meanwhile, the sorceress makes great efforts to restore her ability to work. After coming to her senses, she uses a fire spell to set the golem on fire. In the blink of an eye, the huge monster is completely engulfed in all-consuming flames. Stanley looks at what is happening in horror and wonders if the magician's true power is really that great. Hearing the dying screams, the protagonist realizes that the first phase of the golem's destruction was completed with one spell. However, after a few moments, the huge hand again reaches out towards the heroes. Following her, the golem himself emerges from the hell, having entered the skeletal phase. However, this does not frighten the main character and Einar, who immediately rush into battle to finish off this boss. Stanley remembers that the corpse golem is a rank 7 monster. Monsters of this rank are not suitable for beginners, but a couple of barbarians can defeat it if they remove the outer shell. With their brute physical strength, Stanley and Einar deliver powerful blows directly to the golem's weak point. This is enough to destroy the huge creature in a few moments. Once the golem's body completely disintegrates, it becomes clear that he left behind a very valuable reward. After a quick glance, Stanley tells Einar that the huge monster left behind an essence. The rift is a treasure chest that spawns elite monsters that can leave behind valuable rewards. Stanley recalls that this location contains many items from the Guardians, which are desirable items for every adventurer. The main feature of the rifts is that the chance of essence dropping increases many times over. Looking at the essence, Stanley realizes that they came across such a reward relatively late. While the other comrades are recovering, Einar asks Stanley what they should do, to which Stanley replies that this essence should go to them. The protagonist adds that they have done almost all the work, and reminds that this was the agreement at the very beginning. Stanley realizes that he himself would like to obtain the essence from the Death Demon for powerful regeneration. The main character was also very interested in the essence from the Wolf Chimera, which increases strength many times over. It came as a big surprise to Stanley that they had obtained the essence of an elite corpse golem. Looking at the essence's stats, Stanley realizes that it is suitable for a tank, as it significantly increases resistance, strength, and carry weight. When absorbing essence, your movements will be dulled due to a decrease in perception, but the other stats are definitely worth it. Among other things, this essence gives a bonus to defense by 55 points at once, and also adds resistance to poisons. The problem is the flesh explosion skill, which deals a lot of damage at the cost of its own health points. Another disadvantage is the passive skill acidic blood, due to which, with each injury, blood will get on the equipment and greatly reduce its durability. Stanley understands that this essence is very valuable, but in reality, healing the equipment will require a lot of money. Stanley decides to wait a bit before absorbing the essence and returns to the dwarf to heal his eyes with a potion. Having received the necessary treatment, the dwarf says that everything would have turned out very badly if he had not been helped. Stanley is glad that Hikuro realizes that Einar saved his life, to which the warrior replies that all he had to do was see the goblin for his body to turn to stone. Stanley muses that they almost died from the mid-boss due to mental issues, despite having enough strength. This makes Stanley remember once again that he is in reality and not in a computer game. Once Alice comes to, Stanley says that they need to discuss the payment, adding that they dealt with the corpse golem. Alice replies that she knows this perfectly well, adding that she managed to use the spell in time. The protagonist states that they saved her, after which he notes that one spell would have solved the problem. Alice agrees with these arguments and asks Stanley what he means by this. Stanley realizes he needs to act now, and clasps his hands in his lap. After this, he stands up and confidently declares that they will take the rift stone for themselves. There is a long and painful awkward silence, as none of the adventurers dare to break it. However, the dwarf is the first to speak, clearing his throat loudly beforehand to attract attention. The dwarf states that he does not object to this distribution, citing the fact that Einar saved his life. Alice slightly lowers the brim of her hat and says that, on the contrary, she is ready to make concessions. Looking at Stanley, she states that if they come across the rift stone, he will have a chance to get it. The protagonist realizes that his negotiating position is still not strong enough, and states that the corpse golem has dropped essence. This information greatly impresses Alice and the other members of the squad. The inspired sorceress states that this essence is even rarer than the guardian's essence. Immediately after this, she dreamily reflects on the possibilities that her research will provide, and the protagonist realizes that the real negotiations are only just beginning. With these thoughts, Stanley turns to Alice and says that he has a business proposition. He will give her this golem essence. The hero also adds that in exchange for this, he will take the guardian's essence if it drops. He asks the sorceress what she thinks about this, and for a while Alice says nothing. A few moments later, Alice asks Stanley if he really wants to exchange the corpse golem's essence for the guardian's essence. The sorceress emphasizes that nothing at all may fall out of the guardian, but the protagonist declares that he is ready to take the risk. Alice immediately claps her hands and says that she is happy with this deal, since the essence of the corpse golem interests her much more. Stanley rejoices at the successful completion of the negotiations, while the dwarf asks Alice how she plans to absorb the essence, reminding her that mages cannot do this. Alice happily announces that she has a special tool to obtain the essence without consuming it. Stanley realizes that Alice is using a unique test tube, which is a very expensive item. The dwarf is surprised that Alice has such an expensive item, to which the sorceress says that she only has one test tube. Stanley recalls that such a test tube does not pay off on essences below rank 6, and suggests that the sorceress uses it due to the rarity of the golem essence. After a few moments, the sorceress finishes absorbing the essence into the test tube and tells the group that they can move on. Stanley, walking in the middle of the group, mentally prays to all the gods for the guardian essence to drop on him. After some time, the heroes get out of the golem's location and find themselves in the dark corridors of the castle. Approaching the statue, the dwarf says that it looks very much like a gargoyle, and the sorceress confirms his suspicions. Alice says that the Lord's room must be somewhere nearby, after which she begins to examine the statue. After a few moments, she manages to press the right spot, and a loud click is heard in the corridor. Alice immediately stretches her hand up, and a fancy book conveniently lands in it. The dwarf is amazed at Alice's incredible knowledge, and the sorceress says that books are treasures that convey knowledge. Stanley, who knows all about this hiding place, notes with annoyance that Alice knows much more than he thought, and has gotten ahead of him. Alice happily declares that she found the book on her own, so she can take it for herself. The dwarf doesn't object to this distribution, and Alice covers her face with the book, quietly chuckling. Stanley is surprised that Alice did not know about the secret place in the fountain, and wonders how deep her knowledge of the game goes. Meanwhile, the inspired sorceress invites her comrades to go further. For several hours, the heroes wander the corridors of the castle and hunt various monsters. In addition to a huge number of ordinary opponents, a more serious monster appears before the heroes. This monster turned out to be the second intermediate boss, named Bone Rider. Alice enthusiastically says that they were very lucky to come across both a corpse golem and a successful Bone Rider. Stanley agrees with Alice's thoughts and reflects on how lucky they really are. They met several riders such as hatred, sadness, or desire. The rider of sadness inflicts psychosis, while the knight of hatred uses a skill that lowers the levels of his opponents. The horseman of hatred is one of the most difficult opponents, but the horseman of desire appeared before the hero. This rider can regenerate with his skills, but Alice can easily block this feature with the skill worsening wounds. Thanks to this, the Bone Rider becomes no more dangerous than the Death Demons, with whom Stanley and Einar have already fought more than once. Rushing forward, the protagonist realizes that they really are facing the most successful type of boss. On top of that, after killing the Bone Rider, he left behind an essence. Stanley realizes that the contract states that the essences are his, and assumes that his luck has finally turned. The inspired warrior congratulates Stanley on obtaining another essence. Without thinking twice, Stanley turns to Einar and offers to take it with her, to which the formidable warrior asks him in surprise if he really allows her to take the essence with her. The protagonist reflects that this essence is incredibly useful, but from a practical point of view it is better to give it to Einar. The reason for this decision is that life force absorption works well with swords. Stanley also makes this decision because of one important feeling that he realized as soon as they entered the labyrinth. This tells the protagonist that Einar is a very reliable ally who can be relied upon. The warrior thanks Stanley, and he understands that because of her character, she will never leave him in trouble. Einar begins to absorb the essence, while Stanley thinks that he should take his time and find a more suitable essence for himself. Thick smoke begins to emanate from Einar, and the protagonist remembers that there is something he did not tell his battle friend. The smoke clears and Einar looks around, asking his comrades if the process of absorbing the essence really ended so quickly. Einar, slightly reduced in size, looks at her hands and says that she doesn't feel any major changes. After this, she looks up at her companions again, amazed at their changes. She approaches Stanley and tells him that he has grown significantly larger, despite the fact that she absorbed the essence. After this, she looks at her other comrades and says in surprise that the little dwarf is no longer so little. After some time, Stanley explains to Einar that under the influence of the essence, she has shrunk to about 170 centimeters. Alice decides to use her wits and says that this is a standard effect for the Bone Rider essence, as the density of the bones increases greatly, and they shorten. Alice adds that Einar shouldn't worry about her getting shorter, but the warrior screams loudly that this is the end for her. The girl claims that now no one will perceive her as a warrior, because she has always been underestimated because she is a woman. Alice quickly consoles Einar, assuring her that she looks much more beautiful now. The sorceress adds that Einar's facial features have become softer, and now she looks very aristocratic. However, the warrior falls to her knees and sadly declares that now she looks even less like a warrior. The other companions try to cheer Einar up, but their poor social skills are of no avail. Stanley tries to bring the warrior to her senses, telling her that there is no need to be sad about such trifles. He then points to the approaching death demon and invites Einar to test her new power. The demon stares in surprise at the shrunken barbarian, which gives Einar time to come to her senses. After a moment, she agrees to join the fight, stating that she still has a duty, even if she no longer looks like a warrior. With these words, Einar raises his giant sword and, letting out a battle cry, delivers a powerful blow. Having prepared herself, she sends the death demon back to the world of the dead with one blow. The dwarf and Alice are amazed that Einar was able to kill the demon with just one blow. The main character happily runs up to his partner and tells her that she has become much stronger. Impressed by her strength, Einar remarks that perhaps not all is lost. Stanley continues to be happy for Einar, saying that she will now become a great warrior thanks to this essence. After some time, the group approaches the end of their journey and sees the Guardian's door. Alice and the dwarf note with slight sadness that their journey will probably end soon. Stanley still hopes that the Guardian will drop an essence that will make their entire trek worthwhile. The protagonist thinks that if this happens, it will be a real stroke of luck. But then he remembers an important moment. He asks himself if there were situations in his life when everything went easy and simple. Memory tells Stanley that every success is followed by an equally serious failure. Remembering this, he wonders what the worst-case scenario could be in this situation. Meanwhile, the dwarf reaches for the door handle to open the door and fight the boss. However, Stanley looks closely at the door handle and notices that its color seems strange. Quickly realizing what was going on, he rushes forward to stop his ally, asking him to close the door immediately. The dwarf, surprised, asks what Stanley means, but does not have time to stop. The doors swing open and the game notifies everyone that the Master of the Blood Citadel is awakening from a deep sleep. Alice looks into the room in horror, not believing her eyes. On closer inspection, her worst fears are unfortunately confirmed. The sorceress wonders why there is no horseman of death in this citadel. This time, the owner of the citadel turns out to be a terrible monster, reminiscent of a man, who says with a grin that he has not seen living creatures for a long time. A frightened Alice realizes that the vampire in front of them is an extremely dangerous opponent. Stanley muses that this monster is usually only encountered after the 6th floor, noting that they encountered an advanced mutated version. The mutation of this monster is that it has intelligence and a name, which makes it even more formidable. Monsters are usually classified into 4 categories, the first being mutants, which retain their race and characteristics but gain a new class. The second category are advanced monsters, whose rank is higher than average for the floor they are on. The third category is rare monsters that can only be found in special rifts with a small chance. In addition to golems, this category also includes mimics, which are very difficult to find on normal levels. The last category is monsters with individual character and name. The group soberly assesses their chances and decides to flee from this enemy, realizing that they cannot cope with him. Stanley remembers this monster called the Vampire Duke Cambermere, and realizes that it is a rank 5 boss that can act completely unpredictably. Alice notes that she has never encountered a guardian becoming an advanced mutant before, and Stanley agrees with her. The protagonist reflects that monsters of this level only appear in the rifts from the 3rd floor, and he himself has never seen a Vampire Duke. Stanley recalls that the only time he saw this monster was on a stream of the game. Alice asks Stanley how he knew about the danger, and suggested closing the door before they opened it. Stanley is surprised that Alice's curiosity does not subside even in such a situation, and suggests that she just run, to which she replies that she is not running. Realizing that the sorceress will not leave him alone, Stanley explains that he simply felt something was wrong. In fact, the reason for his behavior was that he noticed the strange color of the door handle. The protagonist recalls that he tried to find the Vampire Duke hundreds of times, repeating the actions of the player from the stream, but to no avail. As he watched the broadcast over and over again, he noticed one detail: the color of the door handle. Stanley realizes that if he hadn't been so distracted by his luck, he would have noticed this before they opened the door. The dwarf tells his companions that they cannot leave until they kill the creature anyway, and asks them if they should fight it. Stanley says they need to get to a place with sunlight, but suddenly the spirit form of the Vampire Duke appears in the air. Stanley turns to Alice, who asks everyone to close their eyes before raising her staff. A moment later, she casts a spell, which is followed by a bright flash of light. After some time, Stanley opens his eyes and looks around, realizing that the vampire has disappeared. Einar notices that clouds of dark smoke are rapidly disappearing into the ventilation shaft, and anxiously says that the vampire has disappeared. Stanley recalls that spirit form is one of the black magic spells used by vampires to travel quickly. Although the main body remains in place, the vampire can use the release skill to switch places with his projection. Stanley realizes that Alice has reacted in time and bought them 3 minutes when he suddenly hears the voice of the porter. Turning around, he sees that Alice has lost consciousness and is hanging helplessly in the arms of the porter. Looking at the sorceress, Stanley realizes that she has been seriously injured and wonders if it is related to the vampire essence. However, the thought occurs to him that a vampire might have the essence of another creature. Stanley recalls that the video he watched ended before the player could do anything, so he didn't know what powers the Duke had. Stanley understands that it will take too long to sort out all the versions of what happened, and suggests that his comrades first get outside. He claims to know the way out and asks them to follow him. In response to the dwarf's questions, Stanley says that he simply memorized the route and muses that he will have to act suspiciously to survive. However, the dwarf decides not to tempt his luck and follows the protagonist, rushing forward at a rapid pace. Stanley confidently leads his comrades through the labyrinths, which he knows like the back of his hand. The reason for such good orientation is that Stanley has been here hundreds of times. After several long minutes, they finally reach the exit, and the dwarf is surprised that Stanley actually remembered the way. However, a suspicious noise immediately attracts Stanley's attention, and he quickly turns around without slowing down. Looking back, he shouts to his comrades that the vampire is already catching up with them, and asks everyone to run as quickly as possible. The adventurers use all their last strength to make a dash for the saving sunlight. Meanwhile, the bloody mist that the Vampire Duke has turned into continues to pursue them rapidly. Despite this, everyone makes every effort to avoid becoming a victim of the huge vampire. A moment later, they emerge into the street, where the gloomy sun illuminates them. The smoke follows them, and the adventurers turn around to make sure they are safe now. Once exposed to sunlight, the smoke begins to clear, and the heroes realize that the monster will not dare to go further. Stanley pauses to reflect that the weakness of the spirit form is light, and thanks the gods that the sun has not yet set. The dwarf takes a deep breath to regain his breath, noting that Stanley was able to memorize the route in just one go. After this, he turns to Stanley and asks if he really just went through the ceremony a month ago. The tense question causes Stanley to confidently answer that he is capable of such a thing, since he is a great warrior. The dwarf agrees that Stanley will definitely become one in the future. The dwarf then wonders what they should do next, adding that the sun is setting quickly. Stanley agrees that time is short and asks the porter to take the magician and continue on his way. Stanley says they need to get to the outer wall, to which the porter replies that Alice needs a rest. The protagonist raises his voice and asks the porter if he wants everyone here to die. He adds that the porter must protect the magician with his life and not be indignant about such trifles. The porter looks down and agrees with Stanley's arguments, then rises to his feet. Having reached the right place, the main character realizes that they have only one way to survive. He says that they need to look around a bit before Alice wakes up, and muses that he needs to pick up an important item they passed by earlier. With these thoughts, he approaches the statue and with one blow cuts off its head, revealing the hiding place. After examining the contents, Stanley says that luck has smiled on him again in his hour of need. In the head of the statue, he finds a disposable item that heals and is useful in combat with monsters. Having received the item and hidden it in his boot, Stanley approaches the awakened Alice to check her condition. The sorceress replies that they narrowly escaped the vampire, but Stanley warns that he will return when the sun sets. Stanley asks Alice what happened to her and why she lost consciousness after using the spell. The sorceress says it's hard for her to describe everything in detail, but it was like sharing pain. Stanley asks Alice how long it will take to heal, to which she replies that in 20 minutes she will be able to use a 7th tier spell 5 times. Stanley asks if Alice has any sun-type spells, but she coldly replies that asking a mage about his arsenal of spells is incredibly rude. Stanley recalls reading about this before, but never understood what the problem was. He also reflects that, being a barbarian, he is usually indifferent even to conversations with kings. Alice looks at the unsuspecting Stanley and realizes that explaining the rules of decency to him would take too long. After this, the girl exhales and states that she can use the sunspot sphere. Stanley recalls reading in the archives that this spell is similar to the fire sphere, but has a solar attribute. Stanley asks Alice if she can use the attribute enhancement spell at the same time. Alice says that she will need half an hour for this, and the protagonist replies that he will try to buy her this time. The sorceress rises to her feet and agrees with Stanley, after which she decides to clarify one point. She asks Stanley why he is acting like he has become a leader, to which Stanley states that the issue is not that important right now. Alice agrees with Stanley's arguments, after which she remembers that he has been very decisive all this time. The dwarf laughs and says that he trusts the guy, adding that he has a keen eye for the human spirit. Stanley thanks Hikuro for his support, and a few moments later the game announces that it is night. Almost immediately, Stanley hears the otherworldly voice of a vampire who states that he feels very strange. The monster talks with interest about how it cannot contain its thirst for blood when it sees adventurers. Coming even closer, the vampire count asks Stanley and his team if they know the reasons for this. Stanley, Einar, and Hikuro stand ready for battle, realizing that they need to hold out for half an hour at any cost. However, the vampire count's insatiable appetite continues to grow, and he prepares for battle by strengthening his claws. After preparing to attack and summoning monstrous wings, the vampire lets out a loud scream to instill terror into its victims. Immediately after this, the air rises to prepare for an attack from an unexpected direction. Stanley manages to notice the monster's plans and asks the porter to take Alice and move away to a safe place. Stanley then reflects on how it all feels like a game, since despite their comparable intelligence, the conversations only consist of a few sentences. Choosing the right moment, the vampire rushes forward to pounce on the adventurers. Gradually approaching the heroes, the monster prepares to attack with its sharpest claws. On the vampire's path there is a courtyard, which is closed by a powerful shield from the vampire count's attack. Hikuro understands that this monster is quite heavy, and each of its blows carries a mortal danger. Stanley, watching the dwarf, is surprised that he manages to hold off the vampire, despite the fact that he is several times larger than him. Stanley quickly deduces that this is the effect of the first essence from a rank 7 monster. This effect is called counterbalance, and thanks to it the user can withstand opponents that are superior in mass. In addition, such a fighter cannot be thrown back or knocked down as long as his feet are on the ground. Stanley and Einar rush forward to help their comrade, and the warrior shouts that she will come from the left. The vampire does not immediately notice the movement of the other adventurers, and allows the formidable female barbarian to flank him. Einar brings the full weight of his ball down on the monster, but it manages to jump back with lightning speed. Luckily, the protagonist had foreseen this development, and was in the right place to strike the vampire in the back with his shield. Given a small window to attack, Stanley grips his club tightly to put maximum force into his strike. As soon as he brings the mace down on the vampire, he covers himself from the attack with his strong arms. However, the power of this attack is incredible, causing the vampire to be thrown back. At that very moment, Stanley feels incredible pain in his arm, and thinks that the pain-sharing effect has affected him. Looking at the discarded vampire, the protagonist realizes that he was not even embarrassed by such an attack. The monster continues to look at its prey with greedy eyes, and its body begins to turn into crows. Moments later, a huge flock of birds rushes towards Stanley and his companions, hoping to tear them apart with their beaks. However, the fearless dwarf shouts to his allies that he will step forward and raises his shield before the flock of ravens. The dwarf's second essence is living armor, which helps him quickly restore his equipment. Stanley reflects that he blocked all the ravens he could, but blood splattered everywhere. Turning to his comrades, he realizes that his worst fears have come true. Einar and Hikuro have fallen under the effect of the curse. Stanley realizes that he himself has also fallen under the vampire's skill called the sacrificial seal. Stanley is horrified to realize that this seal causes the vampire to gain enhanced physical abilities based on the number of victims wearing the seal. Stanley also remembers that the vampire has a skill that allows one to gain the skill of the target whose blood was consumed. Among other things, the vampire can use black magic, which can help him turn into smoke to dodge attacks. This magic also allows him to transform into a crow to cause an explosion or summon monsters using blood. During another attack, The vampire manages to throw Hikuro aside, causing him significant damage. Einar shouts to Stanley that Hikuro missed a hit, but the protagonist asks her not to get distracted. The very next moment, the vampire rushes to attack Stanley, and he miraculously manages to protect himself from her with his shield. Stanley realizes that even though Alice will finish her preparations in 5 minutes, they may not have enough strength to fight. Having considered all possible options, Stanley orders Einar to take the dwarf and retreat back. In response to Einar's worried look, Stanley shouts that he will hold off the vampire and asks her to hurry. Einar decides not to argue with his comrade's authority and rushes to the side to evacuate Hikuro further away. Stanley realizes that in this situation he will no longer need the weapon, since this is no longer a battle. Finally, Stanley asks the goddess Varvara for help and takes a step forward. The vampire immediately delivers a powerful attack that pierces through Stanley's defense. However, the surprised vampire quickly realizes that Stanley is not paying attention to the incredible pain and pours a health potion into himself. The vampire becomes enraged and continues to stab his victim, while Stanley prays to the gods for enough healing potion. Stanley's comrades watch this strange and gloomy scene with horror. Alice, horrified, asks her comrades what kind of stupid thing Stanley decided to do. Looking at Stanley's attempts to constantly drink potions, Alice assumes that he is completely desperate. The girl reflects on how she has never heard of anyone fighting using such strange tactics. She also winces and reflects on how the pain of taking potions is unimaginable. The sorceress also remembers that this pain only intensifies if the wounds become more serious. Meanwhile, Stanley continues his desperate attempts and drinks more than half a dozen potions. Alice carefully notes that smoke is already starting to billow over Stanley's body from the amount of potions he has taken. Being an experienced sorceress, Alice understands perfectly well that in such a situation, Stanley could die from shock at any moment. However, the brave barbarian continues to fight the merciless vampire, who tears his body with his claws. Alice notes that even moving in such a state is a real miracle that only a few can accomplish. However, Stanley's body continues to take damage because he cannot block every attack. Despite this, Stanley continues to maintain a clear mind that allows him to make important decisions. These important decisions include blocking attacks aimed at critical points that cannot be easily healed. Alice states that this incident reminds her of something she once read in books. According to the book, the real value of a barbarian lies not in his physical strength, but in his incredibly strong mind. Looking at Stanley, Alice admits that she now understands these words perfectly. The porter suggests that Alice run away, but she asks him if he is crazy, adding that they have nowhere to run. Looking at the vampire, Alice understands that the only way to get out of the rift is to defeat the Guardian. Looking at what is happening, Alice briefly becomes lost in thought and wonders what she is doing at all. From Alice's point of view, even a barbarian who has recently gone through the coming-of-age ceremony can reason rationally and make rational decisions. Alice also mentally notes that she is a magician and says that it will all be over for them if Bjorn dies. She also asks her porter to go to Hikuro to help provide first aid. Alice adds that this is necessary so that Einar can return to battle and help her comrade in the fight against the vampire. After this, Alice reflects on the fact that magicians do more than just shoot spells from behind their backs, and they must analyze the situation based on their knowledge. After this, she takes the flask with the essence and realizes that she needs to make a decision in order to save her team. Watching Stanley fight the vampire, Alice realizes that this would be the best option in this situation. The sorceress quickly raises her staff and performs the simplest procedures to increase accuracy and automatic targeting. A moment later, she yells at Stanley to turn around and fires the cone straight at him. Stanley turns his head and watches as the flask of corpse golem essence heads straight towards him. A moment later, it shatters against the armor, and Stanley automatically absorbs it to power up. Stanley immediately receives several in-game notifications that his pain resistance has been increased by 70%, and his strength has been increased by 15%. After a few moments, the essence absorption is complete, and Stanley gains additional resistance to poisons and a few other useful bonuses. The main character feels an unprecedented surge of strength and understands that now the chances of winning have greatly increased. A moment later, Stanley realizes that his head has gone blank, and his vision has become significantly blurred. The main character also reflects on the fact that at a crossroads, a person always needs to choose. This choice is that he will have to sacrifice some things for his own survival. Other things, from Stanley's point of view, need to be preserved, and one needs to have the wisdom to correctly understand what to choose. Stanley recalls that at the very beginning of his journey, he resolutely threw his weak heart back. Meanwhile, the monster takes advantage of Stanley's slight slowdown and throws him back with its attack. Stanley realizes that he can't block all attacks, so he'll have to ignore minor things like arms or legs. Important tasks, and the protagonist sets up defensive key points, thanks to which he will be able to continue to gain time. The monster quickly catches up with Stanley and delivers another powerful attack using its deadly claws. There is a dull crunching sound, and Stanley realizes that his shield has been shattered into tiny pieces. After this, he looks at the vampire and realizes that his claws were unable to cut the bones, it suddenly dawns on him that he has just been fed an essence that increases bone density. Stanley reflects that it pains him to even think about how he will have to change his training and development plan because of this event. However, he soberly weighs the circumstances in which he finds himself, and understands that this is a very fortunate development of events. Stanley realizes that now he can at least move, which means he will make it more difficult for the enemy to destroy him. The protagonist reflects on the fact that even such a small thing increased his chances of survival by several orders of magnitude. Stanley comes to the conclusion that he can't just take damage without fighting back in order to last even longer. A moment later, a small bottle shatters on his back, and his body immediately absorbs its contents. Stanley feels an unprecedented surge of energy, and realizes that he has been given a restoration effect that increases his regeneration. Looking at Alice, who spends the most valuable potions to help her comrade survive, Stanley realizes that she has come to her senses. The vampire prepares to attack again, and Stanley realizes that his regeneration is now significantly increased. The protagonist realizes that he may have a chance to win this unequal battle. At that very moment, he rushes forward towards the huge monster at such a speed that even his helmet flies off his head. Stanley then activates his immortal barbarian mode to continue holding off the vampire despite the massive amount of blows dealt to his body. Stanley muses that he doesn't care how much his muscles are cut. After a few moments, the acidic blood obtained from the corpse golem's essence hits the vampire's face and begins to damage him. At that very moment, Alice shoots another bottle to help her comrade. The vial enters Stanley's body and immediately breaks, spilling its contents under the protagonist's armor and skin. He understands that the vampire's damage will be immediately healed with the help of potions and essences. Sensing his possible defeat, the vampire begins to become enraged, causing veins to appear on his face. Having gained the necessary strength, he manages to throw Stanley aside, but Einar is already rushing to help. The formidable warrior shouts to the main character that she will help him in this fight. Immediately after this, she makes a quick lunge towards the vampire, but he easily dodges. Meanwhile, Stanley has already come to his senses and rushes forward in an attempt to punch the vampire in the face. The immortal creature dodges this attack, but the odds are starting to stack against him. Despite this, the vampire obeys his instincts and counterattacks powerfully, piercing Stanley's body with his claws. An incredible pain runs through Stanley's entire body and he feels like he is burning from the inside. Einar continues to attack the vampire in order to knock him off Stanley, but the monster keeps evading the attack. Feeling that things are getting worse, the protagonist wonders when the spell will be ready. In response to his pleas, Alice shouts that the sunspot sphere is ready for use. Realizing that there is very little time left until the decisive moment, Stanley experiences an incredible surge of strength. Immediately after this, he resolutely rushes at the vampire and grabs him with his hands, after which he lifts him into the air. Ignoring the incredible pain, Stanley screams the name of the barbarian goddess to help him. He then throws the vampire into the wall to stun him and prevent him from dodging. He also shouts loudly to his comrades that the time has come to deliver the final blow. Having come to his senses, Hikuro charges his equipment with otherworldly energy to cast a powerful spell. Having prepared a powerful electrical discharge spell, the dwarf initiates its casting. To do this, he swings his hammer and directs a discharge of powerful electricity directly towards the vampire. The formidable monster does not have time to react to such an attack, despite its speed. Due to such a powerful spell, the vampire duke receives a stunning effect, causing him to freeze in place. Meanwhile, Stanley realizes that it's time to use his secret move. Stanley quickly pulls out a vial of goddess tears from his boot and thanks himself for keeping it until the very end. Stanley realizes that he could have used the vial to help Alice recover, but fortunately, she managed without this help. Clutching the bottle tightly in his hands, he quickly runs towards the stunned vampire. After this, he pushes a bottle with the necessary substance into the monster's mouth. To make sure the vampire gets the effect of the vial, he hits him hard in the jaw, breaking the vial inside. The vial breaks, and Stanley is notified that with the destruction comes grace. The vampire's body begins to emit a divine light that is incredibly destructive to creatures of his kind. Also, due to strong shock, the effect changes its status to paralysis, which is a stronger control effect. After this, Stanley realizes that Alice is using the sunspot sphere spell. Alice shouts at her friend to get out of there, adding that the ball will hit him if he stands too close. Immediately after this, Alice falls to the ground without strength, and a huge fireball heads straight for its target. Stanley realizes that things are bad for him because he won't have time to escape to a safe distance. A moment later, the sphere crashes down on the vampire, and the area is briefly illuminated by a powerful blast of fire magic. Due to the pain rupture, everyone who hit the vampire suffers from the stun effect, but Stanley recovers faster than the others. As Stanley tries to regain his motor skills, he wonders if they were able to defeat this monster. Stanley tenses every muscle and realizes that the surroundings have become very quiet, which could mean either a good or a terrible outcome. Rolling over onto his stomach, Stanley realizes he needs to gather more information to understand the situation. However, looking at the place where the vampire count had just been, he realizes that everything did not turn out as he had planned. Looking forward, he notices the vampire count standing in front of him, who is still alive, albeit badly maimed. After this, the protagonist receives a notification that the vampire has the skill of eternal life, which increases his regeneration depending on the missing health. On top of all this, the vampire has a passive skill that prevents him from dying unless the heart is destroyed. Stanley realizes that the vampire's wounds are already beginning to heal, which means there is very little time left. The protagonist's fingers begin to tremble, but the thought that if nothing is done, the vampire will immediately rise again gives him strength. Quickly turning to his allies, he realizes that they are all unconscious, after which Stanley comes to the conclusion that he must finish what he started. Feeling incredible pain in his body, Stanley nevertheless manages to move forward towards the stunned vampire. Moving closer to the stunned vampire, he pushes him forward to knock him down. Immediately after this, he falls to his knees and crawls closer to his enemy. Looking at the vampire's body, Stanley wonders how he was able to survive despite his body turning to stone. Stanley quickly realizes that the vampire covered himself with his hands, which is why he did not damage his heart. After this, he begins to deliver powerful blows to the vampire's chest in order to finish off his opponent. After this, he places his palms on the vampire's chest and decides to use the flesh explosion skill for the first time. This skill causes the protagonist's palms to explode, dealing damage to both the vampire and himself. After clearing his throat, Stanley realizes that this skill is very painful, despite its power. A moment later, Stanley regains his strength and realizes that to survive, he must ignore the pain. After a moment, he places his hands on the vampire's body again and uses this skill a few more times. Stressed to the limit, Stanley knows his instincts are screaming at him that he shouldn't continue doing this. However, Stanley ignores his instincts in order to finish what he started and keep himself safe. Even though death looms over Stanley, he understands that he will die anyway if he does not continue this activity. So even though Stanley's health has dropped below 1%, he continues to use this skill. The game warns the protagonist that his spirit points and health have reached 0%, and the countdown begins. Instead of dying, Stanley begins to lose spirit points, and yet he decides to continue using this skill. After a few more moments, there are very few spirit points left, but Stanley relentlessly tries to get to the heart of the enemy. For a moment, Stanley stops, feeling all his strength leaving him. Looking at his hands, he realizes that there is almost nothing left of them, and he can hardly continue. After this, Stanley decides to use the rest of the body to blow it up, thereby destroying the vampire's heart. Leaning closer, Stanley uses flesh explosion, and the game notifies him that he has killed the vampire duke. Stanley wearily reflects on the fact that his opponent has finally died, and tells himself that he did not fight in vain until the very end. The game tells Stanley that he has leveled up, but the protagonist remembers that in this game the character does not heal after leveling up. The game also tells him that his soul power has been increased by 10, and his maximum essence has been increased by 1. A moment later, Stanley realizes that the essence of the guardian vampire permeates his soul, causing him to gain the vampire's regeneration and immortality skills, thanks to which he begins to quickly restore his health. After a while, Stanley finally comes to his senses and quickly jumps up to look around. It turns out that all this time he was lying on Einar's thigh, who asks him if everything is okay with him. Stanley asks her what happened to the others, to which she states that they left 3 days ago, adding that his fate is more important to her now. The warrior states that she was very worried about him, as he lay unconscious for 4 days. Stanley immediately jumps up and realizes that, based on this information, he has been in the labyrinth for 7 days already. Stanley quickly looks down at his hands and moves his fingers to make sure they've recovered. Stanley is surprised to note that he feels no changes in his body and does not see any injuries. After this, he lowers his gaze a little lower and freezes for a while from severe shock. The protagonist quickly turns to Einar and asks her where his pants went. The formidable warrior calmly replies that she tore them off him because they were too disheveled. The warrior also states that he has nothing to be ashamed of, adding that she always knew that Bjorn was a great warrior. Stanley asks the warrior what happened while he was unconscious, to which she states that the dwarf took the numbered items for himself, and the sorceress took the rift stone. Stanley realizes that if he survived, then the enemy dropped essence, which in turn means that they received all 3 keeper items. Einar replies to a thoughtful Stanley that they had originally agreed to throw dice for the rift stone. After this, she says that the sorceress continued to insist that this would be more fair to her expenses. According to Einar, the dwarf did not claim any part in this dispute, since he himself had done almost nothing, and also tells Stanley that the sorceress said that he took the best thing, so he will not complain if the rift stone goes to her. Stanley muses that Alice was apparently the only one who realized that he had absorbed the vampire essence. Stanley also reflects that if you add the amount for the large golem's essence and the potion she spent on it, then this trip really didn't bring her any losses. After this, Einar begins to tell about how the sorceress walked around and collected various objects, and then simply walked through the portal without waiting for anyone. Stanley thanks Einar for her help, and tells her that he is very glad that he can rely on her, to which the warrior replies that they are comrades for a reason. Einar asks Stanley if it's time for them to leave, but the protagonist says that he still has one more thing to do. Stanley muses that even if Alice had gutted every item in the place, she might have missed something very important. After this, he looks at the red sun with inspiration and asks if she has any extra clothes. After collecting all the necessary things, Stanley and Einar return to Rapdonia during the closing of the labyrinth. The protagonist understands that he has experienced a lot of problems this time, and expresses hope that the profits will balance out. When he gets to the store, he gives everything to the appraiser, who tells him that he has collected 231,000 stones. The others reflect on how small a sum it is for such a difficult journey, before remembering that it is all balanced by 2 essences. After this, he reaches out for the bag, but the appraiser immediately pulls it back. Afterwards, the woman states that he has collected quite a lot of things for the 9th rank researchers, and asks him about what is in his backpack. Stanley asks why he should answer her this question, and reflects on the fact that no one has ever asked him this question before. A few moments later, guards appear behind him and order him not to move. Stanley turns around in surprise and tries to understand what is happening, while the guards tell him that he is going to prison. Meanwhile, Erwin, who found herself in the square, rubs her forehead after a difficult trip into the labyrinth. The girl reflects that she didn't think it would be so hard on the 3rd floor. Erwin reflects that the strength of the 7th rank monsters was astonishing. She also notes that the 6th rank monsters were also very strong, despite the fact that her sister fought them. After this, the fairy decides to find Stanley to tell him about her adventures. Erwin also muses that she would really like to show him her new essence, and wonders if he will test it like last time. Afterwards, she remembers their adventures in the tavern, and reflects that she is a little worried, but still wants to see Stanley. After this, she approaches the appraiser so that he can tell her how many stones she has earned. The employee states that she earned 180,000 stones, adding that it is a lot for a researcher of her rank, to which Erwin replies that she wanted to go to the labyrinth with her sister. The employee asks Erwin what her sister's name is, to which she replies that her sister's name is Daria Wittenberg de Tersha. The employee states that Daria is a verified researcher, after which he tells Erwin that she can go freely. Immediately after this, Erwin heads to his room to get some proper rest. Finding himself alone, Erwin decides to take a shower to wash off the dirt from his days spent in the labyrinth. After getting properly dressed, Erwin wonders if her friend has returned to his room. Having dressed up properly, Erwin goes outside and thinks about treating Stanley to a delicious dinner with the stones he earned. However, once at the tavern, she learns that the owner of room number 302 has still not returned. Erwin begins to sink into dark thoughts, but decides to push them away so as not to give in to panic. A week later, Erwin decides to visit the tavern again to make sure that Stanley is okay. Approaching the room, she finds an employee who is in charge of the open room. Erwin angrily asks the employee why he allows himself to touch the things of the tenant of this room. However, the angry employee reports that he had already waited longer than he should have for the guest of this room, adding that since he still hasn't returned, everything is obvious. This news penetrates young Erwin through and through. Her hands begin to tremble. After some time, Daria finds Erwin sitting next to this tavern in the rain. Coming closer, the sister calls out to Erwin to get her attention, but the young fairy does not rise. Only after a few moments does she look up at her sister, and Daria sees that large tears are pouring from her eyes. Daria says with sadness in her voice that the situation has already been explained to her, and asks how much longer she is going to sit here. Destroyed from the inside, Erwin rises up and tells Daria that she must become stronger in order to protect everyone she cares about. Meanwhile, the main character realizes that he has been sitting in this prison for a week already on charges of looting. During the first interrogation, he was asked where he got this crossbow, to which he replied that it was a weapon from a man who tried to kill him. However, the investigator, with a menacing smile, declares that first they will figure out who attacked whom first. Stanley asks the interrogator if he is going to lock him up for such a stupid reason, thinking that something is wrong here. Stanley recalls that there is a written rule that no one questions researchers unless there is compelling evidence of wrongdoing. However, the founder states that the rules changed a few days ago, and they have now decided to conduct an investigation on all Rank 9 researchers to reduce the number of attacks. The interrogator again asks Stanley where he got all this equipment. Stanley calmly replies that the gear belongs to the guy who attacked him first. Stanley vividly recounts an incident in which they encountered a group of marauders. Stanley also decided not to mention this girl, since she might realize that he was possessed by an evil spirit if he broke the barbaric promise. The investigator asks Stanley where the neck wound is, which he survived. Stanley points to where the knife hit him and realizes that the vampire essence healed his scars at the most inopportune moment. After this, Stanley decides to confess about his trip to the rift, but the interrogator states that there can be no vampires on this floor. Stanley loses patience and tells the interrogator that he can call a magician who will check everything using memory magic. The investigator states that only researchers of the 7th rank and above can request this. Stanley states that he can pay for all of this, and the interrogator reluctantly agrees. 2 days after the magician arrived, he was unable to do anything due to Stanley's strong mental barrier. The summoned magician told the investigator that a more qualified specialist would be needed for this. However, the investigator refused to allocate such resources and continued to pressure Stanley to simply confess. During the 7th interrogation, the interrogator told Stanley that they had received strong evidence of his guilt. Stanley remembers very well that this is the communication stone that he took from the Crystal Union. Meanwhile, the investigator states that the crossbowman was not Stanley's first victim, adding that they checked the unique number and received a certificate from the Crystal Union. After this, the interrogator states that Stanley will be executed in 3 hours. The main character understands that the point of no return has been passed and words can no longer solve this. Stanley also understands that the only way to avoid death is to prove his innocence. Having made a plan of action, he approaches the bars of the grate and places his hands on them. He then activates a flesh explosion to destroy the metal grate. There is a powerful explosion and the iron bars quickly break under Stanley's pressure. As soon as the guard comes to, he notices that Stanley has left his prison cell. The guard hesitates in fear and does not understand what he needs to do in such a situation. As the guard tries to scream, Stanley delivers a powerful kick to knock him out. Looking around, Stanley realizes that he needs to act as quickly as possible. Smoke begins to billow from the protagonist's body, and his arms gradually begin to heal after the flesh explodes. After this, he looks down at the unconscious guard and decides to search him. A moment later, he finds a bunch of keys on him that unlocks the other cells. Turning around, he sees that the prisoners have noticed his escape and are asking him to open their doors. Looking at them, Stanley realizes that some of them must have committed real crimes. After thinking it over, the protagonist realizes that the innocent barbarian doesn't care about such costs. Once Stanley frees all the prisoners, they run out to freedom and rejoice at being freed. Meanwhile, the scene moves to the Explorers Guild, which remains undisturbed for now. After a few moments, the guards begin to hear a rumble from multiple knocks on the door. A few moments later, the doors fly apart, throwing back the guards. At that very moment, a huge number of criminals rush through these doors and immediately begin to commit riots. One of the employees of the Explorers Guild asks all adventurers to help in capturing the prisoners, adding that there will be a reward for this. The fighters immediately rush forward to catch the escaped criminals. Stanley decides to avoid a fight, realizing that the prisoners will be arrested sooner or later. The protagonist expresses hope that the prisoners will hold out for at least 5 minutes. After this, he continues to run through the corridors to find a way to prove his innocence. When he reaches the branch manager's office, he encounters a group of security guards who stand in his way. Immediately after this, Stanley decides to use the flesh explosion skill to deal with his opponents. He explodes his palm to sprinkle a huge number of prisoners with his blood. The criminals begin to writhe in pain as acid hits their bodies. However, this was Stanley's plan, using the sacrificial seal skill to gain an ability boost. Having received an incredible amount of doping, Stanley feels that he is now ready to fight even against armed opponents. The guards rush desperately into battle, but Stanley is not afraid of fighting people clad in armor. Using his incredible strength, he smashes every opponent into the ground with one blow. These attacks are so powerful that any guard who takes damage from Stanley will be knocked unconscious. One of the guards manages to land a powerful attack with his sword on Stanley's body. However, within a moment, his wound is completely healed due to incredible regeneration. Before the guard can come to his senses, Stanley decides to counterattack with his fist and knocks him out with one blow. However, the blow is so strong that the guard is thrown several dozen meters to the side. The guards are surprised that a 9th rank barbarian has such strength and wonder how this is possible. Stanley is glad that only weak researchers were locked in the branch and rushes forward at the guards. Quickly closing the distance between his opponents, he knocks out the frightened guard with one blow. Even the fate befalls other guards who dare to stand in his way. Quickly clearing the way, Stanley looks back at the doors that lead to the branch manager's office. Stanley calmly enters the branch manager's office and looks around to find his target. However, the branch manager turns out to be a cunning man and hides an ambush to attack Stanley. Stanley fails to locate the branch manager in time, and he carries out his plan. The branch chief makes a quick strike at the protagonist, hitting his leg with his rapier. The man orders the barbarian to surrender immediately, so as not to make his fate even worse. However, a moment later, acidic blood hits his face, causing his skin to burn. Stanley mentally apologizes to the writhing branch manager for having acid blood. Suddenly, Stanley's attention is drawn to a thin female scream coming from the corner of the office. Turning to the side, he notices a girl hiding behind a long table. Stanley looks at the frightened girl in surprise and asks her who she is. The branch manager orders the barbarian not to touch her, adding that she is the daughter of the regional leader. He also states that if he dares to touch her, he will definitely not leave here, but Stanley punches him. Having knocked out the branch manager, Stanley decides to change his plan. Stanley realizes that the girl's presence changes everything, while the lady continues to condemn him for what he did. Stanley quickly walks up to her and covers her mouth with his hand, ordering her to shut up. As soon as the guards burst into the office, Stanley orders them to bring the investigator, the leader of the Crystal Union, and the mage from the tower. He also adds that if his demands are not met, the girl will die. As the guards run off to carry out the order, Stanley approaches the balcony. After this, he takes as much air as possible into his huge lungs. Gathering his strength, Stanley shouts loudly to the townspeople to listen to him. Stanley shouts loudly that his name is Björn Yandel, and the other villagers take notice of the loud barbarian. The protagonist loudly declares that the guild is trying to frame him, and that he is actually innocent. Stanley loudly repeats that all the accusations are false and the investigation is compromised. Meanwhile, the Magic Tower receives an urgent call from the Explorers Guild. The head of the Magic Tower states that the branch manager needed help, because some madman had broken into the branch. Alice, who had been talking to the head all this time, asks him what all this means. The elderly wizard claims that this madman has freed all the prisoners and taken the regional leader's daughter hostage. Alice realizes what this means, and immediately dons her magical form, declaring that she will gladly deal with this problem. We can only guess at the scale of Stanley's surprise when Alice suddenly appeared before him. The sorceress floating in the air asks him what he is even thinking when he does such things. She begins to lecture the protagonist, telling him that she expected to meet some idiot, to which he replies that they need to deal with this problem as soon as possible. Stanley approaches Alice and tells her that they have very little time for her to use memory magic. Alice states that she agrees to this proposal on the condition that Stanley fulfills one wish, to which the protagonist replies that this wish must be within reasonable limits. After this, Alice lands on the floor with ease and tells Stanley that he promised to fulfill her wish. Having prepared herself properly, the sorceress uses a memory spell to check his head. A moment later, the sorceress states that the spell does not work, and asks him if he has some kind of mental barrier artifact. Stanley tells Alice that he just got out of prison, while the interrogator asks the branch manager if everything is okay. The investigator also says that they almost suppressed the escapees on the first floor. A moment later, a terrible thought comes into the investigator's head that someone could have gotten into this office. Looking up, the interrogator sees Stanley and asks him how he could have ended up here. The investigator menacingly declares to the chief that this barbarian is the same guy who let everyone out, to which his interlocutor replies that he already understood this. The branch manager claims that this barbarian claims he was framed and asks the founder if he was the one responsible for this investigation. The chief asks the investigator what was the basis for the conclusion that this barbarian was recognized as a marauder. The investigator says that the talk about the sham nature of the investigation against this barbarian is just speculation. With these words, the investigator says that the barbarian brought a quantity of stones that a 9th-rank researcher could not collect. He also states that they checked the backpack and found a bunch of equipment that this barbarian took from others. The investigator also says that witnesses from the Crystal Union confirmed that Björn Yandel is the killer. Stanley says that clan members' testimonies, unverified by mages, have no force, and the branch chief agrees with him. The interrogator claims that the barbarian is lying, since he claimed to have absorbed the vampire's essence. The branch manager is surprised by this, and the investigator states that no one can believe that a vampire was in the first-floor rift. The man also states that the barbarian is lying because he has the ability to block magic, and wonders if it is okay to disturb the precious mages in the tower for such an occasion. Immediately after this, the interrogator adjusts his glasses and reflects on the fact that his arguments cannot be refuted. Meanwhile, Alice calmly states that Björn did indeed absorb the vampire essence in the first-floor rift. The head of the branch and the investigator look at Alice in surprise and ask her what she means. Alice continues her monologue and states that she was there with him, adding that she cannot use memory magic on him. The investigator is not sure and asks Alice if her words are really true. He adds that this barbarian may look like someone Alice knows, but the sorceress doesn't let him finish. She asks him if he really claims that her words are a lie. The investigator tries to justify himself, but Alice continues to press him, saying that he should not look down on magicians. The frightened investigator falls to his knees and apologizes to Alice, stating that he expressed himself incorrectly. The reason for this behavior is that the Tower of Magicians is very close in power to the nobles and protects the interests of all its factions. Stanley reflects on the fact that the investigator questioned the nobleman's words, thereby digging his own grave. The head of the branch states that even for Alice, everything would have seemed absurd if she had not encountered this situation personally. The sorceress replies that there really were no precedents with a vampire in the first-floor rift before this. After this, she immediately tells the head that these are not the words that a man of his position should say. The guild leader looks at the sorceress in surprise, trying to understand what he means. Alice states that since the labyrinth's discovery, it has been filled with mysterious phenomena and surprises. She also asks the branch manager how he knows what is absurd and what is not, and then asks if he is being overconfident. Stanley, observing Alice, realizes that she is not inferior even to the head of the branch, since magic is on a completely different level. Suddenly a man enters the room, looks at Stanley and asks him if he is the barbarian everyone is talking about. The guards announce the man as Neil Urbans, and the man looks around. Looking intently at Stanley, he asks him what kind of mess they have made here. Stanley wonders who this man is, while the girl being held hostage calls him her father. Stanley immediately realizes that he is dealing with a regional leader who is one of the 13 members of the council. The only person who stands above this council is the guildmaster, who is at the top of the power pyramid. The guards who came with the regional leader throw one of the people to the floor. Urbans approaches Stanley and tells him that he heard that he was looking for this man. The investigator looks at the prisoner of the city guard with horror and realizes that this man is familiar to him. Stanley comes closer and realizes that this is the very head of the Crystal Union who slandered him. Stanley points his finger at him menacingly and claims that it was he who brought the false accusation against him regarding the communication stone. The head of the Union tries to justify himself, but Alice quickly approaches him to test his words with magic. Just a few moments later, Alice confidently declares that the man was lying. Stanley understands that now no one will be able to get away with it, since the words of the magician from the magic tower are on his side. The regional manager rubs his head tiredly and addresses Stanley by his game name. The man declares that Stanley is innocent, and the protagonist immediately releases his daughter and the hostages, asking what will happen to the head of the Crystal Union. Urban says that since this man gave false testimony, they will conduct a more thorough investigation and choose a punishment. He also adds that they will subsequently check the entire clan and fire the investigator, to which he tries to protest. However, Urbans looks menacingly at the interrogator and asks him if he wants to shift the responsibility for his incompetence onto the guild. He also adds that they will check all the cases he has done, and if they find any problems, they will also punish him. After this, the culprits are taken into custody and led out of the office, while the regional leader declares that it is time to talk about compensation. The guards give Stanley his equipment, and Urban says that they will make him a rank 7 explorer by upgrading his equipment. Stanley sternly asks the leaders where the compensation is, adding that with a 5th rank essence, he will already become a 7th level researcher. The leader objects and states that Stanley only has 2 months of experience, but Stanley sternly asks him to bring any 7th rank researcher and test their strength. He immediately starts shouting loudly for everyone to come to him one by one, and the leaders ask him to calm down. Suddenly Alice approaches Stanley and declares that this barbarian is telling the truth. Stanley looks at the sorceress in surprise, and she smiles slyly at him, hinting that he should play along with her. Alice says that this barbarian defeated a 5th rank vampire guardian and returned alive, having obtained the essence. The sorceress says that the guild should have rewarded him for something like this anyway, and the leader asks Stanley what he wants. Stanley smiles and realizes that this issue may already be resolved, since he only needs one thing. He claims that he needs money and asks for at least 5 million stones as a reward. The head of the branch is surprised by such high prices, but the manager agrees to the demands. Alice immediately states that an additional million will be needed for her services, and Stanley assumes that his request was approved thanks to her. After this, Stanley realizes that the power of the magic tower is incredibly great, and heads there with Alice. After some time, they end up in the laboratory of Alice, who studies at Artemian's school. Looking around, Stanley realizes that this room is in complete disarray. Meanwhile, Alice puts on a lab coat and offers Stanley a flask of liquid to drink. Stanley asks her what is in the flask, to which she replies that it is just water, since she has no other cups. Stanley watches this liquid closely and realizes that strange liquids or monster organs were probably stored here before. After that, he asks Alice why she brought him to this building. Alice calmly tells him that he promised her one wish, and Stanley remembers that he agreed to this. Stanley comes to the conclusion that establishing connections with the magician would be a good idea that could help him in the future. Stanley asks Alice not to ask for anything impossible, but the girl replies that she understands this perfectly well. She then states that she was very eager to research the essences that Stanley had absorbed, adding that it would be very useful for him. The girl states that they may discover something unknown, since Stanley has not received these essences before. Stanley mentions that the essence of a corpse golem was very rare, but no vampire had ever become a rift guardian before. The protagonist assumes that this is the reason for Alice's anxiety, and asks whether all magicians behave like graduate students. Stanley asks Alice to slow down a bit and asks her why she mentioned such strange terms when they signed the papers. After that, he plunges into memories in which they were given papers according to which they promised not to talk about what happened here. At that moment, Alice said that they would sign these papers in case they would not record that Stanley had the essence of a vampire. Meanwhile, Alice answers Stanley that this reason can be interpreted in this way as well. After this, she turns around and says that Stanley must come to her once a week for 3 hours for 6 months. Stanley states that he does not agree to such conditions, and offers instead to come for 3 months on the condition that he will see the results of the research. Alice asks Stanley to be a little more grateful, since he got out thanks to her and received 5 million stones. Stanley realizes that although he is grateful, he must show Alice his character right away if their partnership is to last. With these words, he approaches Alice and tells her that in fact it is she who owes him. Thinking that any person who cannot stand up for himself is a fool, he begins to glare at the girl. Stanley sternly confronts Alice about feeding him the corpse golem's essence without his permission. Alice pushes Stanley aside and tells him that she gave him the rare essence for free. Stanley tells Alice that she gave him the essence in order to survive herself, but Alice objects and says that she saved him. The protagonist continues to insist on his own and say that he did not ask for this, and demands 10 million from Alice so that the temple can erase this essence. Alice asks Stanley why he wants to get rid of such a valuable essence, calling him a crazy barbarian. Stanley states that he had other plans and Alice ruined them badly, but the girl states that this essence is very rare and expensive. Stanley replies that this is the biased opinion of a mage who cannot absorb essences, and asks her to ask any other researcher about this. Alice says that she has several acquaintances among the researchers. Turning to the crystal ball, coming closer, she activates it with her finger, establishing a connection with her comrade. A few moments later, Alice's friend answers her and asks her about the issue she is bothering him about. Alice asks him what he would think if someone fed him an essence he didn't plan to consume. The researcher states that he does not know why Alice suddenly asked such a strange question. After that, he says that the answer to it is actually obvious. The researcher replies that to begin with, he would be very angry with this person. Alice is very surprised by this outcome of events, saying that this essence could be of the 7th rank and be of exceptional rarity. However, the researcher says that this does not change anything, since the unplanned essence will only interfere. The researcher also states that it is difficult for magicians to understand such a concept, while Stanley is beside himself with pride. The researcher continues his story, saying that people like him cannot absorb everything and expect to rise higher. Alice asks her friend what compensation he would ask for, to which he replies that he would take money. He also replies that the amount of compensation would be about 15 million stones. The researcher says that each subsequent essence costs more, and is surprised that the servants of God love money so much. Alice asks her friend what to do if they can't compensate him with money, to which he replies that he would most likely break the man's neck right there. Stanley, who is listening attentively to this conversation, reflects on the fact that some people lack imagination. Stanley realizes that this researcher is familiar with the tower's mages and is a very experienced person. The protagonist reflects that if you ask the same question to 9th rank researchers who are barely surviving, they will answer differently. Suddenly, Alice's mentor enters the room and says that he has never seen a barbarian be able to persuade a magician. The man tells Stanley that he is very glad to meet him, and reveals that he is the lady's teacher who has just brought her to the S. Stanley realizes that he is standing in front of a man who controls 5 floors of the tower, and is more important than the regional manager. Grandfather says with a smile that he was eavesdropping on their conversation and couldn't help but intervene. Alice indignantly states that she was installing soundproofing magic, to which the mentor replies that he still has a lot to teach her. His mentor also states that his youngest student has brought a man to her for the first time, who is also a living barbarian. Stanley asks his mentor why there is such an emphasis on his life, to which he replies that barbarians are usually brought dead, or only their hearts are brought. Stanley realizes that something is wrong here and begins to look menacingly at the old man who turned out to be kind. However, after a few moments, Alice's mentor smirks. He immediately starts to chuckle and waves his hand at Stanley, saying that he was just joking, which surprises the protagonist, who had never encountered magicians with a sense of humor before. Stanley rises from his chair and realizes that he must respond with a barbaric joke to avoid arousing suspicion. He looks menacingly at the old man, and with a smile on his face says that he really wants to split his skull. Coming closer, Stanley tells the mentor that it's just a joke and calls him a graying old man. The mentor is very surprised by such rudeness, and Stanley mentally asks the mentor if he likes it when people tell him all sorts of nonsense and call it a joke. After this, he gently taps his grandfather's hair with his palm and tells him that he was just joking. After a while, the mentor begins to blush with rage, and Stanley realizes that he has gone too far. However, a moment later the mentor becomes irritated with sincere laughter and says that the boy has real character. He then states that the older generation can tell the difference between a joke and a threat, and Stanley realizes that he has definitely gone too far. To play out the situation, he begins to laugh sincerely and say that he admires his mentor's ability to savor barbaric humor. The mentor smiles and says that he came to talk about the 10 million stones and asks Stanley if he would agree to something else. With these words, he takes out the ring of the frost spirit and says that it has been assigned the number 9425. Stanley looks at Alice's mentor's offer in surprise and realizes that he has a numbered item in front of him. The protagonist remembers that these items can only be obtained from the Guardians, and each of them contains a unique skill. Stanley asks his interlocutor what use the ring is, to which he replies that it seals one of the skills that gives absorbed essences. Artemian says that Stanley has the essence of a corpse golem, and the acidic blood will cause him a lot of problems. Stanley agrees to this proposal and realizes that Artemian does not know about one function of this ring, after which he leaves the laboratory. Alice looks after him excitedly and mentally hopes that he will not forget his promise. After this, she apologizes to her mentor, but he replies that there is nothing wrong with it, since the item was probably useless. He adds that the market price is around 1.5 million stones, which means that this barbarian will regret his decision. Meanwhile, Stanley exits the doors of the magic tower to head to his home. He reflects that in this world, magic is considered the pinnacle of reason, but Alice did not know about the goddess's tears. With these thoughts, he notes that some mages are no different from newbies in the game who do not understand the true value of the Frost Spirit Ring. After this, he returns to his tavern to sleep on his bed again. The surprised employee probably asks Stanley why he was gone for so long, adding that he thought he was dead. The employee states that he has already given his room to someone else, after which Stanley asks him what happened to his things, to which he replies that he threw them out. An angry Stanley states that he had another week of paid accommodation, and the employee says he will refund everything. Rage clouds Stanley's eyes and he reflects on how he shouldn't forgive this behavior. However, after a few moments he stops and asks himself how long it has been since this behavior became natural for him. He recalls that from the moment he appeared in this world, his mind remained calm no matter what. The protagonist also notes that during his first murders his mind did not fail him. During his prison escape, all his actions were dictated by simple rational arguments. Stanley understands that he acted without any doubts and with the utmost determination then. However, the protagonist comes to the conclusion that a 20-year-old office worker would not argue with the old man from the tower. Stanley comes to the conclusion that after each fight, instincts that were sealed deep within the body burst out. Thus his mind becomes simpler, rougher, and more aggressive, which means that his consciousness gradually merges with this body. After thinking it over carefully, he tells the tavern employee to give him 30,000 stones so that he will forget about everything. The tavern employee angrily slams his hands on the counter and says that his trinket was not worth half that amount. Stanley angrily asks the employee why he sold his things without waiting for his return. After this, he leans over to the little man and menacingly tells him that he initially told him that he had thrown everything away. In order to settle this misunderstanding, the most expensive room in the tavern was allocated. While examining it, the main character realizes that it has a normal window and its own bathtub. Stanley also wonders how Einar is doing and decides to meet her tomorrow to split the spoils. The next day he comes to the hotel furiously to meet the formidable warrior. Meeting Stanley at the entrance to the hotel, Einar loudly shouted the name of his game character. She immediately runs up to him and hugs him, stating that she was very worried about him, after which she adds that such a great warrior would survive even in hell. After this, Einar asks Stanley if he has heard the latest news. Stanley asks his comrades to clarify this news, and they joyfully shout to him that they are talking about the Barbarian of Freedom. Stanley realizes that they are most likely talking about him, and asks his comrades to tell him the name of this barbarian. The barbarians say they have no idea, and Stanley muses that the guild was able to keep him anonymous. However, other barbarians continue to shout joyfully that they are proud that such a man appeared in their tribe. They all continue to shout loudly and chant words about how Barbarian Freedom is the best warrior. After some time, Stanley and Einar head to a place called Carmelby. The formidable warrior looks around and tells him that this is the first time she has come here in person. Stanley recalls that this area is where the middle class of Rapdonia lives, and this area is also called the Free Market. After dividing the equipment, Stanley receives 800,000 stones and gives Einar's share. According to their agreement, Einar receives 300,000, and the warrior is surprised by such a large amount. But Stanley insists and says that she deserves every stone. Einar smiles sincerely and thanks Stanley for such generosity. A moment later, she turns around and shouts to Stanley that people have put clouds on a stick and are eating them. Stanley realizes that they are talking about cotton candy and notices Einar's interested look. Stanley decides to buy one cotton candy for Einar, and the girl wonders how people could come up with such a strange food. The girl wonders how much cotton candy she can buy with her share, and the main character advises her to eat normal food first. Einar finishes her cotton candy and thanks Stanley for treating her the same way he did before. Stanley is surprised and looks at his interlocutor to understand what she means. The girl says that despite the minor changes, the other barbarians no longer see her as a warrior and avoid her. Einar also screams that lately people have been constantly pestering her to offer their love. A girl who is not used to men serenading her and showing her attention says that this has never happened to her before. With these words, she slams her hands on the table and asks the main character if she has really become so ugly. Stanley, who clearly expected a different logical conclusion from this chain, is silent for a moment, at a loss for words. Before he can answer, Einar cries out with sadness in her voice that she can no longer go into the labyrinth with him. After some time, Stanley reflects on the fact that Einar eventually left his band for several reasons. The main reason, despite the change in appearance, was that the Elder of the Sacred Land, a renowned swordmaster, noticed her talent and offered her to study sword art under him. Stanley recalls that he asked about the Elder's possible vacation to go to the labyrinth, but Einar said that he uses a special training method. Stanley understands perfectly well what Einar means and wonders if these words are true. He understands Einar very well and reflects that it is becoming obvious that this is a very good opportunity for her. Meanwhile, the formidable warrior declares that she will try her best and come back strong enough not to drag him back. Faced with a difficult decision, Stanley takes a long sip from his mug of beer. After this, he exhales tensely and realizes that he cannot hold on to his comrade. Stanley also recalls that during her second exploration, she was defeated by a marauder and forced to use an oath. He also recalls that in the rift, All Anar could do was watch others take initiative. Stanley is well aware that this was most likely the last straw that influenced her decision. Stanley puts his mug down on the table and reflects on the fact that he will have to look for companions again. He also suggests that he may go alone as he has grown a lot in 2 months. However, Stanley realizes that from the 3rd floor onwards it will be impossible for him to travel alone, as the game is based on teamwork. Stanley enters the magic tower and reflects that as the floors increase, the absence of certain roles will become critical. Entering Alice's office, Stanley muses that he needs companions of a similar level to climb higher and hunt monsters on higher floors. Looking at the joyful Alice, Stanley understands that if he can recruit her, then everything will be very good. Stanley greets Alice to initially set a good mood for their conversation. After this, he looks at the special research chair and understands that he first needs to survive these tests. As soon as Alice hears Stanley's proposal, she immediately and flatly refuses to go with him. Before the protagonist can finish speaking, she states that all participants must be at least rank 6 and that the team must include a priest. Alice also states that something like this could take up to 3 years, and the protagonist realizes that he should try his luck elsewhere. After this, Alice hands him the data she obtained as a result of researching the vampire essence. Looking at them, Stanley understands that there is only general information here, and there are no specific features. According to this data, vampire essence increases natural regeneration, as well as other indicators responsible for physical strength and agility. The most useful skill that the essence gives is the ability to not die until the host's heart is destroyed. Stanley also notes that this essence gives him an active skill that allows him to temporarily absorb the abilities of the victim whose blood he drinks. Among other things, Stanley also has a regeneration skill that increases proportionally to the lost health points. Stanley realizes that his regeneration upgrade can be considered complete, since he has never grown so quickly. Stanley announces that it is time for him to head home, and Alice stops him for a moment. She asks the protagonist about what happened in the fight with this vampire, clarifying that she means the thing he put in his mouth. Stanley realizes that the curious girl is referring to the goddess's tears, which he took from the damaged statue. However, after a few seconds of thought, he decides to play dumb and claims that the situation was too chaotic, so she imagined it. Alice is outraged and declares that she saw everything with her own eyes, but Stanley loudly says that he is hungry and needs to go. Immediately after this, he activates the barbaric escape mode and immediately leaves this room. Alice immediately guesses that Stanley is hiding something, and asks the imaginary barbarian if he really thinks she won't figure it out. After some time, the inquisitive student ends up in the library to find the book she needs. This book turns out to be a comprehensive record of faults, which contains a lot of useful information. The girl immediately opens the book and begins to study it, mentally noting that the author of this work is still unknown. Having found information about the Bloody Citadel, the girl begins to carefully study other pages, but they turn out to be damaged. Alice manages to get information about the goddess's tears, and the girl decides to use another book, in which this item is described in more detail. With a little effort, Alice easily finds the right page, which tells all about the goddess's tears. According to the description, the tears of the goddess is a consumable relic of unknown origin, and when destroyed, grants a powerful holy blessing to the surrounding area. Alice learns that 150 years ago, during the collapse of dimensions, Cardinal Andrin used 3 such items to save the Holy Pope. Astonished, Alice realizes that this is a great relic that has a powerful effect. Turning to her memory, Alice realizes that this effect was very similar to what she saw. After this, Alice wonders how a barbarian who recently went through the ceremony could know the location of the goddess's tears and immediately understand their effect. Meanwhile, Stanley is in a hurry to get out of the magic tower so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself, while Alice begins to suspect something important. Meanwhile, Stanley remembers the item he took from the Citadel, namely the golden mask. Looking at it in his room, Stanley remembers that it allows the wearer to change his face for 30 days. He recalls that he got this item in the game, but there was no interest in changing the face of the pixelated 2D character. The protagonist comes to the conclusion that this is now his reality, and he has already managed to encounter the forces of the law and spend time in prison. Comes to the conclusion that if the whole city becomes his enemy, then this item may come in handy. Meanwhile, the action moves to a rather richly furnished room, where people begin to discuss the news. Daria overhears people talking about the Crystal Union being disbanded. Turning around, she hears that an entire clan has disappeared in just one night. Daria recalls that the Crystal Union created a massive information network using stones and communications. She also recalls that this clan offered various services for newcomers on the first floors and quickly grew. The people sitting at the table do not feel much regret and say that these people were never real researchers. Meanwhile, Daria reflects on how everything was fine at first, and some good guys found salvation there. After this, she notes that as soon as the clan began to grow, it immediately became mired in disgusting deeds. Having finished her meal, Daria gets up from the table and pays the waiter for the dinner. Daria also reflects that it was enough for her to know what they were trying to do to her dear sister. She also reflects on something she doesn't want to admit, but without Varvara, everything could have ended very badly. The girl heads for the exit, when suddenly people start talking about how this clan fell apart because of barbarian freedom. Residents say that this barbarian was able to escape from prison to clear his name. They also say that this barbarian was a 9th rank explorer and had undergone the ascension ceremony twice. Hearing this, Daria notes that she does not believe in such coincidences. As Daria heads towards her home, she wonders if the barbarian her sister is looking for is really dead. She also understands that if this barbarian freedom is the same person, then the situation with the disappearance is completely explainable. Entering the house, Daria touches the door handle and wonders whether she should tell her sister about this. Opening the door, she notices that Erwin is not sleeping, and turns to her to check on her well-being. Meanwhile, exhausted by constant training, Erwin was able to reach unprecedented heights and signed a contract with 3 spirits at once. After some time, Stanley comes to the guild and addresses one of the employees. Stanley states that he is looking for a suitable companion, adding that the team must be 4 people, and the activity must be above the 3rd floor. The employee asks for his ID and badge, which Stanley does without difficulty. The officer checks Stanley's documents and carefully reads the information provided in them. After this, he loudly screams that Bjorn has 5 stars and jumps up from his chair. Stanley asks the employee in surprise what he means, to which the employee replies that he misheard and hands him a list of commands that might work for him. Stanley muses that this is most likely some kind of internal guild code and decides not to elaborate. After carefully reviewing the list of suitable people, he stops at one name that makes him surprised. The man turns out to be Hikuro, who happily greets Stanley and tells him that he knew it would be him. Stanley says that he hasn't seen Hikuro for a long time, but the dwarf asks to continue the conversation, adding that they are waiting for another person. Stanley asks the dwarf if he has chosen someone, to which he replies that it is a mage who is chosen in his own way. Stanley is very surprised that a mage has joined their team, and reflects on how rare this member of the group is. The dwarf says that this magician has already arrived and asks Stanley to turn around, after which the protagonist looks back expectantly. This man turns out to be a thin young man who happily says that he hasn't seen Varvara for a long time. Coming closer, the young man introduces himself as Lior Wabdvalki and says that he came here to join their team. The dwarf greets Lior and asks him if he is the mage they were going to meet. Lior replies that it would be strange to meet a mage in this place under other circumstances, and the dwarf realizes that this is indeed his partner. Realizing that there was nothing he could do, he smiled sincerely at the young man and introduced himself, saying that he was a 6th rank researcher. Lior replies that he is a member of the ruling family, and the dwarf freezes in confusion. But the protagonist says that this means that he does not work for the guild. Lior says that he hasn't seen such knowledgeable barbarians for a long time and asks Stanley his name. Stanley states the name of his game character and invites Lior to sit at the table. As soon as the young man sits down, Stanley tells him that he will speak directly. After a few moments, he asks him why he wants to become a researcher, reflecting on how it is a rare thing for 8th tier mages to do so. From the protagonist's point of view, he may not have enough skills to work on the middle and upper floors, so staying in the city is more profitable and stable. Lior states that he wants to become a famous explorer and put Baron Marchwin's family in good stead. The dwarf asks the young man if he is a nobleman, to which he replies that his mother's sister's husband is the 3rd brother of the Baron's wife. Stanley understands that the young man is hardly connected with the nobility, but he declares that he does not intend to act arrogantly. Taking a closer look at the boy, Stanley realizes that he can use daily and administrative magic, and also knows a couple of spells, making him an 8th rank wizard with no experience. After some time, Stanley comes to the conclusion that a mage on the team will become bait for good fighters, and decides to accept Lior into the team. After some time, the heroes began to receive requests from the best researchers, and they met several times a week to sort out the paperwork. The dwarf looks at the final team roster and states that he was sure Stanley would reject the last application. After the team was assembled, Stanley decided to spend some money to buy himself some good equipment. Dressed like this, he looked into the library, which caused a quiet confusion among the caretaker. After taking a closer look, the girl asks Stanley what it is, and Stanley proudly says that he will have to explain everything since she is so interested. Raising his shield, Stanley proudly shouts that he wears armor and shield made of lithium. Stanley also continues to brag and states that he purchased an extended backpack to increase the amount of weight he can carry. However, the girl is not impressed by these stories and asks him to take a step back, adding that other visitors will complain about him, so he should stop coming to the library in armor. After some time, Stanley decides to take a walk around the city to buy himself a few more things. As Stanley passes the gateway, he begins to hear loud snoring. Looking around, he notices that the snoring is coming from the barbarian, who is sleeping, oblivious to everything. Stanley is surprised that this barbarian has no weapons, and remembers that barbarians guard their weapons as if their lives depended on it. Stanley approaches the barbarian and calls out to him to wake up and pay attention to him. Looking up, the barbarian notices the menacing Stanley standing right in front of him, glaring at him. Stanley tells him not to be scared, adding that he has no intention of harming him, before asking where his gun is and what he is doing here. The barbarian apologizes to Stanley, saying that he didn't have money, which is why he sold his weapon. Stanley immediately notes that this barbarian speaks informally and has sold his weapons, after which he realizes who stands before him. Deciding to introduce himself, he states the name of his game character, to which he replies that his name is Tarakan, and he is the son of Lien. After some time, Stanley takes Tarakan to a tavern and buys him some food. Tarakan tells him that he will not forget this kindness, and the protagonist reflects on the fact that this barbarian told him that he had gone through the ceremony a month before him. This barbarian also told him that he was lost and could not find the labyrinth. Looking at the exhausted barbarian, Stanley realizes that most likely this man was simply afraid to fight the monsters. The protagonist assumes that it would be very easy to escape from the heated group of barbarians, due to the fact that they are not very attentive. From the protagonist's point of view, the main problem is that the barbarians cannot find work in the city because no one needs them. Stanley wonders if all players end up here when they open the boss room in the Abyss Gate, as any experienced player would know full well what happens to barbarians who don't go to the labyrinth. Stanley asks Tarakan what he did a month later, and he states that he didn't go to the labyrinth again. Stanley tells Tarakan that he is completely crazy, but he states that he cannot fight monsters without a weapon. The protagonist reflects on the fact that this is precisely why he should not have lost it, and wonders if this man had played this game at all. After this, Tarakan secretly continued his story and told Stanley that he had gone through hunger, cold, illness, and was rejected by his comrades. Stanley wonders how this man even lasted 3 months with such behavior. He also recalls that if he had fled out of fear that day, he would have met exactly the same fate. Tarakan finishes his story and asks Stanley if he would like to help him with this matter. After this, he starts talking loudly about how he can help in the labyrinth and will follow him no matter what. Stanley sternly replies that he will not take the old man into the labyrinth, causing him to hesitate a little. Stanley continues and states that he will help him in another way, after which he digs through his pockets. He hands Tarakan 3 coins, each worth 50,000 stones, and offers him to buy weapons so that he can go himself. Tarakan reaches out to Stanley's hand and thanks him for his help, stating that he will definitely repay him. Stanley suggests that Tarakan go to the gun shops because he is tired of talking. Tarakan says that he understands everything and begins to talk about their next meeting, but Stanley interrupts him. Stanley says that his interlocutor must remember one thing. Even if he spends this money on stupid things or gets rich in the labyrinth, Tarakan should never try to find him again, no matter what happens. He adds that Tarakan should never try to find him again, no matter what happens. After this, he lowers his menacing gaze to his interlocutor and asks him if he understood everything. After some time, Stanley comes home to his room and sits on his bed, immersed in dark thoughts. He understands that in this situation he behaved in the most disgusting manner. After a little soul-searching, Stanley realizes that his reaction was most likely due to what he himself had experienced. Stanley realizes that any logical person would say he is acting like a fool. Stanley understands that he really behaved badly and hypocritically, but it was the best thing that could have been done in this situation. After this, he raises his eyes and expresses hope that Tarakan will definitely survive and not miss his chance. After some time, the day of the trip to the labyrinths comes. The main character and his comrades find themselves in a crystal cave. The excited Lior, a future 20-year-old youth who has never been in the labyrinth, immediately begins to displease the main character. Pathfinder Brown Rothmiller, who has also joined the party, stops Lior and asks him to be calm. From Stanley's point of view, he is the most normal member of the squad, who behaves very restrained in any situation. Hikuro watches what is happening, chuckles, and states that he hasn't gone into the labyrinth with such a team in a long time. The last member of the squad actively wiggles her ears and declares that she can't wait to break into battle. This girl is Milana Karlstein, a 7th-rank beastman with 5 years of experience exploring the labyrinth. The girl enthusiastically suggests to her comrades to quickly find some monster in order to finish it off. The dwarf laughs and tells the beastwoman that he will obey her like a real princess, which immediately makes Milana lose her temper. Stanley recalls that she is rumored to be the 13th princess of some tribe. Brown turns to the rest of his comrades and suggests that they continue moving in this direction. He also advises them to stick together, and the 5-man squad moves on. Under Brown's leadership, they managed to reach the portal to the 2nd floor in just 10 hours. However, it was already open, and Brown noted with suspicion that someone had arrived here before them. Stanley notes that the time it took them to reach the maze is very impressive, but Brown is still dissatisfied. Stanley realizes that Brown used his guiding skills to figure out the direction to the block, and got there in an impressively short time. Looking ahead, Stanley laments that they were unable to collect the experience for opening the portal. At this point, he remembers his adventures with Einar, and realizes that if he were to go with her, he could exploit a game bug. This time the team gets to the 2nd floor in the beast's lair, which is a unique location. Hikuro states that he has been here many times, but still can't get used to the smell. After a while, the dwarf turns to the wizard and asks him if everything is okay with him. The unfortunate youth, who encounters such a stench for the first time, asks not to ask him about such things. Stanley approaches Brown and asks him if he is okay, clarifying that he most likely has an essence that is connected to the subscriber. Brown calmly states that he has already gotten used to this place a couple of times and asks not to lag behind him, so as not to fall into the mushroom pit. Stanley realizes that one look at this guy inspires confidence, and continues to follow him across the vile ground. Stanley recalls that the beast's lair is a canyon that is impossible to pass without a guide, even though there are no traps. Thanks to the strength of the team, Stanley is not bothered by any monsters, and they quickly deal with any creatures. A wide variety of monsters, from werewolves to saber-toothed tigers, quickly become victims of experienced researchers. In the evening, thanks to Lior's signal magic, 4 people could sleep at the same time, which significantly helped the squad. However, Hikuro decided to stay, and stated that signal magic only works on monsters. The inexperienced Lior asks the dwarf what the problem is then, to which he replies that other explorers are more dangerous than monsters. Lior can hardly believe what he is hearing, but the dwarf states that he can sleep, as he plans to replace him at his post. Stanley, keeping a close eye on Lior, muses that this will most likely be his last exploration with the mage. On the second day, just after noon, the group approaches the portal to the 3rd floor, and Brown states that they will be hunting rank 7 and 8 monsters. Stanley remembers that the 3rd floor is a huge map called the Pilgrim's Way, which all 4 branches of the 2nd floor lead to. He also began to reflect on the fact that the starting location depends on the chosen portal, and expressed hope that they would end up in the right place. Meanwhile, Milana turns to Stanley's character and tells him that it took her a whole year to get to the 3rd floor. Stanley asks them how long it took them to advance to the 4th, and Milana and the dwarf answer that they did it in about 2 years. Milana approaches the dwarf and tells him that he has less experience, but he has achieved rank 6, to which the dwarf replies that, unlike him, Milana was born into a good family. Brown interrupts a friendly squabble between 2 comrades and asks them to be quiet for a bit. Stanley is surprised by the sudden change in Brown's character, and reflects on the fact that he sounds more dissatisfied than before. Watching Brown walk away, Stanley assumes that he is used to working alone, and that is why he reacts this way to noise behind him. After some time, the team gets to the 3rd floor, finding themselves in the hill of steel rocks. As soon as all the adventurers step onto solid ground, Brown freezes, sensing an ambush. Stanley's sharp reflexes don't fail him, and he rushes forward, blocking the danger. The danger is a herd of wild boars that rush forward when they see their next victim. Luckily, Stanley manages to raise his powerful shield and block the attack of the huge beast. Stanley wonders where the monsters could have come from right in front of the portal. Looking to the side, Stanley realizes that the dwarf has a more modest shield, which is why he gives up his position. The shield begins to crack, and Hikuro decides to use an emergency recovery skill. At the same second, the shield begins to recover, and the dwarf continues to withstand the incredible onslaught of the monster. He turns to Stanley and tells him that there is a rank 7 monster in front of him, advising him not to try to push them away. Stanley speculates that these boars' active skill is counterweight, which grants knockback resistance. The essence of these creatures that Hikuro possessed greatly helped the heroes in the Citadel in a difficult moment. This time, the dwarf decides to resort to using this skill as well, stopping the huge creature in its tracks. Lior decides not to waste time and uses a tier 8 curse called Corrosion. This spell allows you to weaken the enemy's defense by corroding any hard surfaces on his body. The dwarf thanks Lior for his help and swings his weapon to attack the monster. Rather than finishing off the vile creature, the dwarf brings his hammer down on the boar's head. There is still 1 boar left alive, and Milana takes off, leaving behind only clouds of dust. Once she reaches Stanley, she uses his body as a springboard, jumping onto his backpack. Immediately after this, the girl rises into the air and draws her blade to deliver a powerful attack. The girl screams that she hopes to get the essence after this battle. A moment later, she falls like a stone on the monster and delivers a quick attack with her sword. This blow is enough to cut the boar's life strings. The monsters begin to dissolve, and Stanley muses that these creatures don't usually appear in an area like this. Immediately after this, he turns to Brown and asks him if there are people nearby. Brown uses the heat search skill to detect traces, possibly of people. After looking around, the tracker comes to the conclusion that he cannot find any traces that could hint at the presence of people. He then states that the smell indicates that someone was there after all, and Stanley suggests that these people were watching the fight and then ran away. The dwarf asks Brown if he means to say that it was a planned attack, to which the ranger states that they were unlikely to be the target of these humans' interest. Brown adds that luring monsters to a neighborhood is a common method for marauders, as they take advantage of the moment when those leaving are most alert. Upon hearing this information, Milana suggests finding these marauders and killing them, adding that they could be rewarded. The dwarf states that it will be difficult to catch these marauders, and in the end, all the blame may fall on them, to which the girl replies that the dead do not speak. Brown suggests leaving a warning for the marauders in front of the portal on the second floor and moving on. Meanwhile, Leora's tender soul, who is not used to such dark conversations, tries her best to stand firm. After this, the squad continues its journey, and Brown says that this is the first time he has seen such a method of attack by marauders. Stanley asks his comrades how many times they have encountered the marauders, to which the girl replies that she has seen them 8 times in the last 5 years. The protagonist is surprised by such a modest number, and states that over the past 3 months he has already met them 5 times. Milana says that Stanley has no luck at all, while the dwarf says that the situation was really bad 150 years ago. But recently the number of marauders has greatly decreased. They also state that most likely the marauders met them because of Stanley, and the protagonist mentally wonders where he sinned so much. Brown says that Stanley is not to be laughed at, adding that he meets them once every 3 months. The protagonist realizes that Brown is still luckier than him, and continues to move forward with his head down. After some time, the squad reaches the border of the locations, destroying monsters along the way, and comes to the conclusion that tomorrow they will go to another place. The dwarf turns to Lior and asks him if the explanation is all right, to which he replies that he is fine. Stanley, watching the young man, realizes that he is lying, because before he was chatting incessantly, but now he acts as if he has kept his mouth shut. A few minutes later, Lior declares that his fantasy of adventure has in fact been destroyed. He also states that he understands perfectly well how this sounds from the outside, adding that the squad probably thinks he is young and naive. Stanley speculates that the young man might have been quite surprised that explorers were killing other explorers. In addition to this, some researchers even think that it is possible to get money for this. Lior says that he already understood that one day he too will have to kill a person. Afterwards, he explains that he's been trying to prepare himself for this the whole way, and Stanley asks him if he succeeded. Lior looks up at Stanley and stares at him for a moment, gathering his strength. After this, the young man decides to talk about how he can do it if he is faced with such a choice. Stanley reflects that the young man is actually full of confusion and fear, despite his determination. The dwarf looks at the confused youth with concern and tries to find words to encourage him. Stanley reflects that such words are much better than self-confidence, which turns into cowardice in the face of death. Brown says it's important not to overestimate your abilities, and that it's much more reliable to say what you can definitely do. After this, he turns to his team and asks them if they can give him a minute. The ranger also says that there is something he would very much like to show them before they begin preparing for bed. After some time, the team approaches the cliff, and a wonderful sight opens up before them. This cliff offers a great view of Rapdonia and a huge number of magical fireworks. Brown says the spectacle is very beautiful and can only be seen at this time of day. Brown also says that no one has ever been able to figure out why this phenomenon occurs on the 3rd floor. After this, the man comes to the conclusion that the reason is not so important if the spectacle is so beautiful. After this, he turns to Lior and asks him if he feels the desire to continue his research after what he just saw. This sight really impresses the young magician, and he stares at it for a long time, fascinated. After the light fades, the labyrinth is filled with darkness, the squad prepares for sleep, and Stanley remains at his post. Even though the rest of the squad fell asleep pretty quickly, Stanley realizes that the young magician is not sleeping. Deeply impressed by what is happening, Lior tosses and turns for a long time, trying to calm his mind. Stanley smiles as he watches the newcomer, and it takes a while before he hears his sleeping breath. The next day, he reflects on the fact that if he sums up all the experience he has gained so far, it would amount to about 50. The main character also understands that he needs 150 points to reach level 4, which will take quite a lot of time. He also remembers that he has now absorbed 2 of the 3 essences, which means he has a free slot. After this, he plunges into dreams of obtaining some very useful essence. Brown stops the team and tells them that they have reached their destination. The man states that this is where the settlement of orcs begins, and they are serious opponents. Stanley recalls that this is the area with the most monsters on the 3rd floor, where only monsters of rank 8 and above appear. Stanley realizes that this is the 2nd most difficult location on the 3rd floor, making it the most suitable area for hunting. The dwarf suggests trying to get used to each other in order to finally decide where they should go after that. Brown immediately tells the dwarf that a group of orcs is approaching them. When they get close enough, the monsters stop and start growling when they see strangers. Stanley and his comrades immediately prepare for battle, drawing their weapons and shields. The orcs, in whose group there are warriors, archers, and wizards, also prepare for battle and rush forward. Lior concentrates his magic to create an ice spear and throws it at his opponents. Stanley muses that Lior and Brown will deal damage from a distance while he and Hikuro block enemies. Following this tactic, Stanley raises his shield and rushes forward to stop the enemy's advance. Meanwhile, Milana uses her agility to kill the approaching enemies one by one. Brown continues to use his one-handed crossbow to pick off opponents. Suddenly, the orc shaman uses the rage skill and Brown freezes in place in surprise. Noticing that a shaman is casting a spell, he immediately informs his comrades about it. This spell triples the orc warrior's resistance to physical attacks for 10 seconds. Feeling an unprecedented surge of strength, the fanged monster looks menacingly at its victims. However, despite his raging rage, the orc decides to use a clever maneuver and breaks forward, taking advantage of the incredible strength of his body. Stanley turns around and thinks that if the monsters break through the front line and attack the back row, things will be really bad. Brown realizes that he needs to protect the most vulnerable member of the team and tries to cover him with his small shield. Young wizard Molly is completely under threat and he cannot withstand this onslaught. The orc launches a powerful attack, but Brown manages to block it, receiving a strong negative effect. The monster is surprised that he was unable to reach the wizard and looks at Brown for a moment. A moment later, Milana appears behind him, telling him in a grave voice that 10 seconds have already passed. The next second, she delivers a powerful attack and instantly kills the orc. Immediately after this, Milana finishes off the other opponents and finds herself in front of the shaman. Left alone, the shaman does not give up and tries to resort to his magic to gain at least some advantage. However, Stanley quickly closes the distance between himself and his opponent, delivering a powerful attack that blows off the shaman's head. Immediately after this, the team gets together and admits that this battle was very adrenaline-filled. Stanley reflects on the fact that they spent 8 minutes fighting this battle and concludes that such progress is to be expected for a team with 2 tanks and a scout. He glances at his comrades and realizes that this combination suits him. After some time, the group decides to move on and continues to fight the orcs. At one point, a 7th-rank Great Orc warrior appears in front of them, posing a serious threat. Despite this, thanks to the coordinated work of Stanley and his team, they manage to deal with this enemy without any particular problems. After some time, the adventurers meet other explorers who are not so optimistic. One of them casts a spell, causing a small fireball to fall right next to Stanley. Stanley quickly raises his shield and realizes that if something like that had fallen on their heads, they would most likely have died. The protagonist and his comrades stop in their tracks, trying to understand what the other researchers want. The wizard declares that the orc settlement is the territory of the Zarvi clan and demands that they leave this place immediately. Stanley recalls that despite Dungeon and Stone being a single-player game, it had a lot of content restrictions. However, it did include the opportunity to create your own clan and take control of hunting grounds. Hikuro states that he thought this clan was active from the 6th floor, and then asks the people why they want this settlement. The arrogant wizard declares that he is not going to explain anything. The dwarf says he has heard that some clans are now being given territories for their services, adding that there is no evidence that they are actually members of that clan. The wizard looks menacingly at Hikuro and says that he is telling very interesting things. The dwarf gives the wizard a similarly menacing look, and for a while they stand in silence, exchanging glances. After this, Hikuro says that he is often told similar things, and Stanley realizes that they will go the hard way. Suddenly, Stanley notices Milana clinging to him and wonders why she is acting like she is hiding from someone. A moment later, everything becomes clear as one of the clan members turns to Milana and asks her if she has completely lost her mind. Milana emerges from Stanley's shoulder and addresses the beastman, calling him Talon. The man with cat ears immediately snaps at her and orders her not to call him that in front of other people. The wizard asks Talon if this girl is his sister, to which he replies that these are temporary difficulties. Mac immediately states that in that case he can make an exception for her, since he is in debt to her father. But Talon states that there is no need for this, adding that his father would not mind such treatment of Milana. The magician comes to the conclusion that in this case he can at least explain the reason why he is driving away these adventurers. After this, he states that they urgently need the essence of the Great Orc Warrior for internal clan reasons. Stanley is surprised that the 6th floor clan is looking for the Great Orc essence, which is not very rare. Meanwhile, the wizard says that they won't have any monsters left anyway, and suggests that the adventurers leave quickly. Stanley understands that in the labyrinth, the rules are written by the strong, so it is better not to forget about this, so as not to do stupid things. Stanley reflects that he understands perfectly well that the dwarf wants what's best for the team. Suddenly, Lior steps forward and declares that he can deal with this problem. Coming closer, the young man addresses the magician, calling him an older colleague, and declares that he too has decided to dedicate his life to this skill. Suddenly, the clan mage cuts him off and says that he looks like a piece of trash. After this, he orders him not to dare call him his elder, calling him a pig. He also recommends that Lior find at least a little shame in himself, and not dare to call himself a magician. Stanley realizes that his comrade has completely failed, and admits that absolutely no one would want to hear such words. The dwarf intervenes again and shouts at the mage that he is behaving too rudely. However, the wizard looks at the dwarf calmly and asks him what the problem is, adding that he only told the truth. These words prove to be the last straw, and Hikuro decides to use the discharge skill. Stanley realizes that things are going really badly, as the dwarf is serious about fighting the 6th floor clan. However, the dwarf's uncontrollability only gains momentum, and he rushes off to punish the wizard for his rudeness. Meanwhile, the wizard does not show the slightest emotion and only waits for the dwarf to approach. Realizing that the situation could escalate to incredible levels, Stanley rushes forward and stops Hikuro. With all his might, he slams the dwarf into the ground, causing him to lose his speed. The other comrades look on in amazement as Stanley stops the mighty dwarf in 1 second. Meanwhile, the main character sternly asks the dwarf to stop and not do stupid things. Stanley realizes that they just almost got killed because of such stupidity. Meanwhile, the arrogant mage tells the dwarf that he has a very good team and recommends that he be sure to thank this barbarian. After a while, the squad steps aside and the dwarf apologizes to his comrades. The dwarf apologizes, claiming that he lost control because the mage dared to insult Lior. Brown sternly states that Hikuro's actions could have destroyed the entire team. Stanley muses that Brown is being right, as it's better to blame him for everything so that he remembers. But the tracker immediately states that this topic can be closed. Immediately after this, Brown states that, despite everything, from his point of view, standing up for allies is a good idea. Stanley realizes that Brown is too big to become the leader of the group. Milana also apologizes to her comrades, stating that it would have been much easier to deal with the situation without her. Lior immediately begins to console her, and states that without her everything would have been much worse. Watching this, Stanley is surprised by how suddenly the atmosphere has changed and feels himself becoming uneasy. Milana states that she doesn't really like to talk about her family, then says that she is the only one who couldn't make a contract with a spirit beast. Unlike fairies or magicians, the main power of human health lies in the ability to make contracts with the spirits of ancient animals. The contract between a beastman and his animal can take many different forms. Some call upon animals to help in battle when the forces are not equal. Others become possessed, and this enhances their physical abilities. Some receive special blessings that grant incredible abilities. Although not everyone can sign a contract, the main problem is that Milana is a direct heir to the Karlstein family. The girl declares that she cannot summon a spirit and thus disgraces her family, despite the fact that in childhood she had good relations with her brothers and sisters. After this, the girl remembers how great she spent time with her peers when she was very little. After that, she says that when she became an adult and was not chosen by a spirit beast, everyone began to ignore her. People called her a half-breed and decided not to mess with her, because they thought she was a leper. The girl states that now everyone says that she has dirty blood, which is why the spirit beast was unable to establish contact with her. Other family members also accuse the girl of being an illegitimate child. The girl claims that her mother died almost immediately after her birth, and she could not tolerate such treatment, after which she left home and learned to fight. It is thanks to this that Milana became the researcher she is today. The dwarf, inspiring, tells the girl that she has been through a lot and thanks her for her sincerity. Stanley hopes that this is the end of the emotional outpouring, but the dwarf states that he wants to talk about himself. The warrior admits that he used to dream of becoming a blacksmith and put a lot of effort into achieving success. The dwarf states that despite this, he was faced with a problem that he could not solve. The problem was that he lacked talent and had not completed his preparatory training for 10 years. Hikuro states that this was one of the reasons he became a researcher after his 30s. Lior joins the self-deprecation process and declares that he is the most untalented. The young man says that he could have become a magician thanks to his family's status, but he did not have the talent to get into the tower. At this moment, the scene of the conversation with that magician that happened just recently appeared before his eyes again. The young man states that if he were a real magician, then that man would definitely show at least a little respect. Dewey supports the boy and states that he is an excellent magician, causing Stanley to continue to wonder what he should do. Brown states that he has been on many teams but has never encountered anything like this, and the protagonist immediately mentally agrees with him. However, a moment later, the ranger declares that he also needs to apologize, and Stanley finally loses faith in NPCs. Brown says that when Hikuro and Milana talked about age and experience, he became very upset. Brown adds that this is why he interrupted their conversations and asked them to shut up immediately. The man claims that this was all because of his envy, because he believed that they had no right to complain because they were not born human. Hikuro and Milana turn around and tell him that human explorers also have their advantages, but the protagonist realizes that only a minority have such advantages. Hikuro laughs heartily and states that they look like a real team of losers, after which he suggests that they cover for each other's weaknesses. Thus ends the scene of incredible team bonding, with each comrade promising to do their best. Stanley realizes that everyone else has already laid out their problems, which means that only his remains. Stanley realizes that he is not used to such groups and wonders what to say. Stanley frantically tries to think of what he can say to earn the sympathy of his comrades. Unable to come up with anything better, he loudly shouts that he is left without a mother. The companions freeze and begin to wonder if that is not reason enough. After this, Stanley uses all his meager acting skills and screams about how his mother died when he was born. He also adds that his dad went into the labyrinth and never returned when he was very little. He claims that he is now an adult, but he cannot see them, even if he really wants to. Stanley looks closely at his companions and tries to figure out if this is a good enough story, thinking that he didn't even lie, since Einar told him about it. Brown talks about how Stanley's character has had a really hard time, and Milana apologizes to him for complaining about her family without even knowing about his problems. The companions approach Stanley and offer their help, adding that they can replace his parents if he is having a hard time. Stanley quickly pulls his hand away and says that everything is fine. Meanwhile, the companions realize that Stanley is the youngest in the team, and the protagonist wonders why he has once again become the most pathetic member of the group. Stanley decides not to worry about it, reflecting on the fact that he is a Munchkin barbarian who reached rank 7 in just 3 months. After this, he realizes that he is actually a barbarian in the game reality, who is balancing on the brink of death. Milana, noticing the change in Stanley's character, asks him if everything is okay. The girl assumes that he is tormented by thoughts about his mother, but the main character reflects on why his life is so miserable. Meanwhile, Brown asks the dwarf where they should go next, to which he replies that they most likely need to go to the witch's forest. Stanley listens carefully to the hero's suggestion and ponders how good an idea it is. The team begins to question why they need to go to the witch's forest instead of the 4th floor, and the dwarf concludes that they are not ready for that yet. He also states that he has seen many teams who underestimated the difficulty and died there, after which he adds that they will always have time to go there. Stanley muses that the Witchwood is a bad place to hunt, and realizes that the dwarf is insisting because the 4th floor is no better. The protagonist remembers that on the 4th floor, monsters of the 7th and 8th rank are introduced, but sometimes you can also encounter a 6th one. He also reflects on the fact that these creatures are quite rare, and can only be found 1 every 4 days. Stanley tries to remember the odds of these monsters appearing and comes to the conclusion that despite their rarity, they are worth it. He also notes that he died many times because he went there unprepared. After weighing the pros and cons, Stanley realizes that the dwarf's concerns are clear and turns to him. Filled with determination, Stanley suggests that it would be better to go to the 4th floor. Stanley explains his thought by the fact that he and Hikuro are quite strong tanks, and even against rank 6 monsters, they will be able to create an opportunity for escape. Lost in his thoughts, Stanley comes to the conclusion that despite the lack of damage, their team has a mage and 2 experienced researchers. Suddenly, Stanley hears Milana say that he is saying the right things, but she is worried because he is a barbarian. The team members come to the conclusion that even a broken clock shows the correct time twice a day, and Stanley reflects on the fact that his comrades will absolutely not be able to protect the fact that he hears everything. After hearing these arguments, Hikuro states that he still thinks it is dangerous and suggests a vote. The outcome of the vote was fairly predictable, as Stanley had some pretty compelling arguments to offer. That's why the group decided to head to the 4th floor and try their luck there. 3 days after entering the labyrinth, Brown suggests setting up camp and spending the night here. The dwarf turns to Brown and tells him that they have enough strength, asking if they should go further. Brown shakes his head and says it could take several more hours to find a similarly suitable location. Stanley takes out his pocket watch and realizes it is now 9 o'clock in the evening, remembering that it was the same time at the 1st and 2nd day camps. The protagonist suggests that Brown chose future resting places based on the remaining distance and speed. Stanley asks Brown what the plan is for tomorrow, to which he immediately replies that they will be at the Witch's Wood before lunch. He also adds that moving through the forest will require a lot of energy, suggesting that everyone get a good rest. After lighting a fire, Brown calls out the forgotten first man on duty and wishes everyone good night. A few moments later, Stanley hears his game name and immediately opens his eyes. He asks Brown if his time has come, but the ranger states that the reason is different. Stanley quickly jumps up and asks Brown if he can hear the monsters, but he replies that he can't just hear them. Listening closely, Stanley hears loud cries for help and assumes that these are people being pursued. Brown asks Stanley if he remembers the attack at the portal exit, after which Stanley says that it all seemed like a trap for those who escaped. Brown says that he can smell that very smell now, after which Hikuro immediately wakes up and asks him if he means the marauders. Brown says he feels like they've targeted them, and are now trying to trick them by pretending to be people in distress. Milana wakes up and asks her comrades what they should do, adding that they are almost here. Stanley puts on his helmet and says that he will take the opportunity to find out everything. After this, he takes his head in his hands and asks his comrades not to interfere. The frightened people run up to Stanley, but he quickly stops them with a loud command. He also states that if they come one step closer, he will crush the skull of each of them. One of the adventurers states that the other members of their group have died, adding that they will thank them for saving them. Stanley states that they should put their weapons on the ground, and the adventurer shouts that there is a monster behind them. Stanley quickly turns his gaze to the monster, which has already approached the camp very closely. Looking at the orcs, Stanley realizes that they are simply watching and trying to figure out whether they have joined his group or not. Realizing that this makes his task much easier, he turns to the adventurers and orders them to drop their weapons. He also adds that if they do not obey him, they can take it upon themselves. One of the adventurers says that he agrees with this condition. A moment later, they throw their weapons on the ground and declare that they have fulfilled all demands. Stanley turns to Brown and orders him to collect all the weapons from these people. The orcs watching this click their tongues menacingly and do not dare to rush into battle. Immediately after this, they turn around and leave, causing Stanley to realize that these monsters are very cunning. Suddenly, Stanley hears a gentle female voice thanking him for his help in this situation. The priestess states that her name is Eliza and thanks everyone again for saving their lives. Stanley is immediately taken in by the girl's appearance and declares that something bad has definitely happened to them, while the protagonist remains vigilant. The other adventurers introduce themselves as Tyson and Hans, and also thank for the help. Stanley remembers that the first marauder he met was also Hans, and is amazed at such an incredible coincidence. Hans states that his name is quite common, and asks Stanley if he knows another person with the same name, to which he responds with a short statement. Meanwhile, Eliza states that she doesn't even want to think about what would have happened to them if they hadn't met, stating that it was the protection of the goddess Ritless. Brown is surprised by these words and asks the girl if she really is a priestess. The girl says that she serves the goddess of light, who protects researchers and relationships. Stanley continues to look at the girl with suspicion, and reflects on the fact that he already knows that these are marauders pretending to be explorers. Suddenly, the girl approaches her comrade in order to heal his wound. Watching her, Stanley is shocked to realize that the girl just used a divine spell. The other members of Stanley's squad whisper behind him, trying to figure out if they were wrong in their predictions. Brown stands there in bewilderment, and Stanley reflects on how, in the world of the dungeon and stone, the priests are sacred beings, and the people are very devout believers. After this, the girl turns to Stanley and asks him if this is sufficient proof. However, Stanley replies that he is not impressed by such actions, which leaves Eliza very surprised. The protagonist remembers that something like this can only work on people, and barbarians are a different race with a different faith. Stanley realizes that the holy attribute can be used by different people, and demands a reward from the adventurers for saving them. The girl sighs sadly and states that she has heard of such services, after which she asks how much they want. Stanley states that 2 million stones would be a fair price for their lives. The girl says that she doesn't have that much money right now, and offers to give it to him after leaving the labyrinth. But Stanley says that he doesn't trust people who don't belong to his tribe. He also says that her comrade's armor could come in handy as part of the reward. Hans begins to take off his armor and says that their lives are worth much more. After the adventurers give all their weapons to Stanley and his crew, they ask if they can rest. The priestess turns her back on Stanley and he realizes it's time to act. The girl turns around and says that she can heal everyone who is wounded. However, a moment later she realizes that Stanley is standing in front of her, swinging his mace. The main character understands that in any game the first thing you need to do is kill the healer. A moment later he brings the mace down on the poor girl's head, applying as much force as he can. This attack is so powerful that the unfortunate woman is sent flying several tens of meters. The girl hits the hard ground several times, receiving more and more bruises and injuries. Brown, watching this, freezes in horror and opens his mouth, not believing that his comrade committed such an act. Stanley's comrades look on in horror at what he has just done, trying to understand the reason for such cruelty. Eliza's comrades also look in horror at the huge barbarian who just finished off their friend. However, the main character only exhales tensely, feeling blood on his face. Wiping it away with his hand, he apologizes to the adventurers and states that he thought they might be marauders. The adventurers begin to get indignant and shout that now they will all die because of this crazy guy. After this, both adventurers suddenly look down, and Stanley wonders what they are looking at. A moment later, Tyson starts spitting blood and his body starts to become very expensive. The next second, a dark aura appears above his head, causing him to fall to his knees. Suddenly, Eliza, in a prickly voice, declares that she did not expect such a turn of events. Stanley quickly turns to look at the injured girl to see what happened. Turning around, the creepy priestess asks him how he knew she was an enemy. After this, she states that she will nevertheless kill every single one of them, no matter their efforts. Stanley watches the otherworldly priestess's transformation, wondering why his life is never normal. Turning to his comrades, he notices that they have frozen, as if they saw a corpse golem. Stanley decides to cheer up his allies and shouts to them that he will deal with this. Immediately after this, he closes the distance between himself and Eliza, and delivers a powerful blow with a mace directly to the girl's head. The dwarf, continuing to watch what was happening with incredible shock, did not find the strength to utter a word. After this, he asks Stanley why he is beating the girl's corpse. Stanley states that this girl scared him, adding that the best defense is a good offense, while he himself reflects on the fact that if this girl came back to life, then this can only mean one thing. Stanley immediately realizes that this girl is a priest of Karui. This class is hidden, and can be obtained by a priest who has reached the 5th floor, having received a huge number of combat spells and curses. This class also allows you to use dark and light magic at the same time, with some drawbacks. One of these drawbacks is that Karui is an evil god, and so if this is found out, the priest will have his head cut off. Also, to fully utilize this class, you need to regularly sacrifice living creatures. Stanley suggests that this is why she became a marauder, since the easiest place to find loot is in the labyrinth. A moment later, the same fate befalls Hans, who falls to the ground. Meanwhile, Eliza gets back on her feet and uses her assistant's life force to restore her face. The girl angrily states that because of Stanley and his team, she has lost 2 useful servants. Stanley says that, apparently, Eliza's parents were not involved in her upbringing at all. The girl is surprised by the sudden moralizing, and Stanley screams that Hans and Tyson died because of her, so she should have died when he smashed her skull. Stanley starts shouting that he will definitely avenge his comrades, mentally feeling how much he wants to take their things. A moment later, Eliza uses the skill Death's Call, causing the two dead adventurers to immediately rise from the dead. Stanley speculates that this is a standard Karui priest skill that allows one to obtain powerful undead. Eliza orders her servants to deal with her enemies, and Tyson rushes forward. Stanley and Hikuro immediately rush forward to block the path of the mad undead. A moment later, Milana jumps over Stanley to launch an attack. Having poisoned her blade beforehand, the girl launches a sweeping attack, hitting the dead Tyson straight on. Meanwhile, Lior uses his Ice Spear skill to attack Hans. Watching what is happening, Stanley notes that they understand each other without words, and teamwork has reached a new level. Unfortunately, Stanley also realizes that the undead have resistance to ice and poison, so their attacks cannot deal normal damage. Stanley turns to Brown, who shouts at him that he is almost finished cooking. With these words, he orders everyone to step back and throws a bottle of flammable liquid at the thrown Tyson. The throw is very accurate, and the bottle hits the undead right in the face, splashing its contents. A moment later, Tyson is engulfed in flames like a match. Eliza shouts menacingly that all their efforts are useless and uses the dead man's flame skill. Stanley takes a close look at the skill, and immediately realizes that it is trying to absorb any fire in the surrounding area. The protagonist notes that the only attack that could work against the dead immediately became useless. Continuing to hold off the onslaught of the undead, Stanley asks his comrades to attack the priestess in order to stop her. Stanley is glad that he took the armor and weapons in advance, which allows him to buy the necessary time. Lior, Brown, and Milana rush to attack Elsa, hoping that their comrades will withstand the onslaught of the dead. Milana immediately takes out her blades to destroy the priestess in an instant. The priestess realizes she needs to resort to a different tactic and uses the skills of the Shadow Guardians. A moment later, several shadow creatures appear at her side and she asks them to bring the heads of their enemies. Milana rushes into battle and lands several sweeping blows on the shadow creatures, causing them to disappear briefly. Brown doesn't stand aside and shoots accurately straight at the shadow creatures. Lior does the same, summoning ice spears to his side. Meanwhile, Eliza decides to switch to Milana and chooses the right moment to cast a spell. A second later, Milana feels her body refusing to obey her due to the effects of a strong curse. Immediately, shadow creatures appear in front of her and rush at her to destroy her. However, Hikuro notices this and reacts with lightning speed to save his ally. He immediately rushes forward to destroy the shadow creatures. Milana is surprised by the dwarf's speed and immediately states that Bjorn said to help them fight the priestess. Milana fights off another shadow monster and wonders what is happening to Stanley. Upon returning, she quickly notices that Stanley is left alone with two undead who continue to attack him. Eliza gets angry and realizes that everything is not going according to her plans. She yells menacingly at her servants and tells them that she ordered them to protect her, calling them trash. However, Stanley, realizing that he is now the main character in this battle, apologizes to Eliza. After this, he states that her servants are very busy now, and holds them with his hands, not allowing them to move. Eliza glares at Stanley, realizing she needs to use her tactical retreat skills. The girl flies into the air and screams that she will not forget this humiliation, after which she uses her spiritual form. Stanley looks at the girl worriedly, and realizes that she is about to run away. Eliza says with hatred in her voice that Stanley will never get out of here alive. Immediately after this, the girl turns into a cloud of dark energy and flies away. The protagonist, watching this, understands that they succeeded, but she ran away at the last moment. Stanley realizes that, among other things, this priestess harbors a great grudge against them, and feels several curses fall upon his body at once. The game notifies Stanley that the character has more than 15 curses on him, and he curses the priestess for using her entire arsenal on him. Stanley thanks fate for having a wizard on their team and turns to Lior to lift these curses from him. Noticing Lior's hesitation, Stanley says that he said he understood this magic. Lior scratches his head and says that he can use a couple of spells, but he can't remove them. Stanley is silent for a moment, trying to figure out if Lior really just admitted that he can't help him. Realizing that Lior is not joking, Stanley reflects on the fact that he has come across the most useless magician in the world. After some time, Stanley receives a notification that the character's physical characteristics may be permanently reduced if the curses are not removed by magic or holy power. Hikuro, running next to him, asks Stanley if he is okay, to which he replies that he will definitely cope. Stanley realizes that he is feeling so bad that he feels like he is dying due to the sheer number of curses that have been placed on him. The main character notes that if it weren't for the vampire essence, which gives resistance to magic and darkness, he would have fallen off his feet long ago. Looking at his comrades, Stanley realizes that they were also cursed, but they only received 2 or 3 effects. With these thoughts, he remembers Eliza, who in a fit of rage cast 15 spells on him. Stanley admits that he can't even believe that he received exactly the energy reduction from the entire huge list of curses. Stanley recalls that in the game, the character would stop moving when his stamina dropped below 10%, which suggests that he should now have around 30% left. Brown turns to the protagonist and tells him that they only have a little bit left. Having reached the necessary place, Stanley realizes that they have ended up in a completely different place than they originally wanted. Stanley and his squad encounter a huge number of menacing ravens and evil grins made of dark energy. These signs only indicate that our heroes have entered the witch's forest. Stanley is lost in his memories, and the fire they left 5 hours ago appears before him. Then Brown was surprised that they were targeted by the priestess of Karui, who is a rather rare creature. Brown stated that her skills were at least 5th floor level, adding that no one would survive one-on-one. The protagonist noted that if they had not taken the weapons and attacked first, some members of the group would have died in an instant. An inspired Milana shouted out that reliable barbarians are the best partners. The girl cried out joyfully that she thought Brown was mistaken when she saw the holy power. But Stanley did not lose his head and smashed her skull. Stanley asked Brown if he could track the girl, but the tracker said she left no trace. Stanley stated that they had discovered her identity, and therefore she would definitely return to kill them before they exited the labyrinth. Lior says that in that case they should do the same as before. Find her in this place, which causes the protagonist to lose his composure. He approaches the young mage closer, and asks him what they will do if monsters attack from behind in the middle of the battle. It was then that Stanley said that all of the above left them with no other choice. From the protagonist's point of view, they needed to move into the witch's forest to avoid danger. Stanley recalls that many of the monsters in this location have a spiritual body that ignores physical attacks. Upon entering the forest, Milana feels that all status effects except for zone effects have lost their power. The girl happily stretches her arms and says that she feels much lighter. Brown turns to Stanley and tells him that he is surprised that a barbarian who is new to the 3rd floor understands the local geography. Stanley realizes that he has been given too smart a companion, and tries to change the subject by saying that he studied in the library. Hearing this, Milana and Lior start laughing, saying that they have never heard of a barbarian reading books. They suddenly go silent as they receive notifications that they have been inflicted with an abnormal status effect. The nearest tree smiles creepily at the heroes and orders them to die immediately. Stanley hears mockery from the trees directed at his mother, and realizes that these are auditory hallucinations directed at his character. From the protagonist's point of view, this effect is not strong enough to be called a mental attack, after which he turns his attention to Milana. The girl asks the main character how he can listen to this nastiness and be okay. Looking at his companions, he realizes that 3 of the researchers who had already visited this place are in normal condition. After this, he turns his gaze to Lior, whose digestion process has been greatly disrupted by what is happening. Looking back, Stanley realizes that this journey is going to be a little interesting. He also realizes that he has been subjected to hallucinations and disorientation, and is now viewing the world through a distorted mirror. Stanley asks Lior if he can use magic in this state, and the boy tries to cheer him up with his answer, but immediately empties his stomach. The dwarf suggests taking a break for a bit, and Stanley considers the offer. The dwarf says that he will remain on duty this time and suggests that Stanley get some sleep. Stanley immediately falls to the ground and realizes that at some point he will definitely not be able to withstand these adventures. Hikuro approaches Stanley and states that he would like to discuss the incident with Lady Eliza. He tells Stanley that when he came to the guild to recruit a team, some girl pestered him with questions. He adds that apparently this was the very girl who met them in the guise of a priestess. He notes that he received a new item in the Blood Citadel called the Guardian's Bracers, and concludes that she must have heard about it somewhere. Stanley recalls that this item can be found in rifts above the 4th level. Remembering all of its properties, Stanley reflects that he worked his ass off to get the essence, and a guy who barely lifted a finger took the item for 50 million. Stanley turns to the dwarf, irritated, and asks him why he didn't recognize her right away. Hikuro shyly replies that this girl was dressed completely differently. Stanley realizes that the dwarf was busy staring at someone other than her face, and because of that, he didn't recognize her. The protagonist also remembers that they were holding a group meeting in a bar, and she could have overheard it and set up an ambush. The dwarf states that it is not for nothing that they say that treasures always bring trouble, but the protagonist asks him not to shift responsibility. The dwarf quickly states that he could not have foreseen this, and suggests that the target get some rest before turning around and leaving. After some time, Milana addresses Stanley by his game name and asks him to wake up. Brown is surprised that Stanley slept so soundly, adding that even barbarians usually can't stand it on their first expedition. Dressed in his gear, Stanley asks Brown where the monsters are. The Pathfinder points him in the direction, and the protagonist looks carefully ahead to see the monsters. Looking closer, he notices flying pixies circling above the group of adventurers. Stanley remembers that the only skill they have is emitting poisonous pollen. Stanley asks the dwarf if they plan to fight the creatures, to which he replies that they are not that easy to deal with. He also states that Lior is feeling better, which means they can take this fight. Immediately after this, he calls upon his forces and prepares the lightning discharge skill. Once he's ready, he makes a sweeping strike with his weapon to send lightning forward. Pixies that come under attack begin to scream loudly, after which they die. Seeing the death of so many pixies, the creature that had been lurking in the shadows all this time decides to reveal itself. Stanley and Hikuro begin to hear loud stomping and see a silhouette approaching them in the smoke. A moment later, the huge creature slams its hand into a nearby tree with a loud crash. Taking a closer look at the monster, Stanley realizes that in front of him stands a 7th rank monster called a half-troll. Stanley also remembers that this monster only appears in this location and has a habit of chasing pixies. Without thinking twice, the huge monster rushes into attack, swinging its giant club. Luckily, Hikuro manages to react to this attack and covers himself with his shield. However, the attack is so powerful that the dwarf feels incredible pain. Looking back, Stanley realizes that he doesn't have that kind of resistance, making armor damage a big problem for the barbarian. He also recalls that this is one of the main reasons why the location is not suitable for warriors, since the pain here is greatly increased due to the zone effect. Stanley muses that most of the monsters here are immune to physical attacks, and use mental magic that is effective against warriors. Lyar uses the rank 8 attack boost to deal much more ice damage. A moment later, he swings his staff and a pure beam of frosty energy shoots out from it. This beam instantly reaches the huge half-troll, strikes him in the very heart, and instantly kills the monster. Hikuro looks at the defeated creature and sincerely regrets that it did not drop the essence, which is considered quite valuable. Brown suggests that his comrades move on, adding that the witch's forest is not the best place to rest. A moment later, Brown's eyes were filled with the silhouettes of people who had come straight for his unit. Stanley also looks ahead and realizes that they are facing a large number of explorers. However, quite quickly, Eliza emerges from this squad of silhouettes and shouts to her new comrades that they have found their enemies. Using her outstanding acting talents, Eliza again pretends to be a victim and screams that Stanley and his squad killed her companions. The knights from this squad move forward and ask Eliza to stay behind. Stanley realizes that Eliza has caused them more trouble than she could handle and sees that there is only one way out of this situation. He immediately turns to the dwarf and asks him to use the item that Eliza is hunting for. The dwarf immediately carries out his comrade's command and uses the item, the Guardian's Bracers. Using this item instantly knocks back all enemies and gives the party temporary protection from any negative effects, giving them a window to escape. Running away as fast as she can, Milana asks Stanley how the priestess could have found them in the witch's forest. Stanley understands that there is no clear answer to this question in this situation. The protagonist assumes that after they entered the forest, Eliza lost track of them. That's why the girl went to look for researchers to use them to find Stanley's squad. The main character immediately guesses that the priestess is actually trying to pit the two squads against each other in order to absorb everyone. The others realize that the dwarf's item's effect only lasts for 5 minutes, and ask Milana not to stop. After a while, the item's effect ends and Stanley feels the negative effects begin to activate again. Scouts are the first to notice enemy movement from any distance. These people lead their team along the best route to avoid problems. They also collect data in advance, and then use their wealth of experience to guide people through the maze. However, the skills of a professional scout are revealed in front of the gate to the 4th floor in the witch's forest. Brown's key feature is the sense of smell, as he uses specific essences to enhance it. In a forest where even the trees try to lead people astray, he manages to find his way to the 4th floor with surprising accuracy. At a certain level of essence, one can smell the magical power and use it to plot a route. Brown says that the enemy squad is keeping up with them and asks his comrades to speed up. Stanley realizes that it all comes down to who gets to the portal first, and notes that the other team members are already tired. This has a particularly strong effect on Milan, who begins to gasp for air with every passing moment. After some time, the girl hits her foot on a protruding stone. Unable to stay on her feet, she falls to the ground with a bang. Stanley quickly turns around and asks her if everything is okay, to which Milana replies that it is just a cramp and he doesn't need to worry. Stanley realizes that this is not true, and that the girl has clearly sprained her ankle, after which he throws her over his shoulder. In response to Milana's protests, Stanley asks her to simply not twitch, after which he begins to move on. Stanley looks up and realizes that he can't see any of his squad members, even though they were just in front of him. Stanley realizes that at such an unfortunate moment they had to split up, and now each of them is on their own. Milana starts hitting Stanley in the back and asks him why he didn't run further. Stanley asks Milana to be quiet and adds that Brown will notice their absence and come back for them. Looking back, Stanley realizes that this time things are getting much more dangerous. The main character knows very well that it is impossible to pass this location without a scout. A few moments later, they hear a loud, drawn-out scream that sounds very familiar to Stanley. A grave chill penetrates the protagonist's consciousness, and it seems to him that it was his friend Hikuro who was shouting. Milana asks Stanley what they will do, assuming that they should help their comrade. That if they are guided by sound, they will definitely find some disgusting place, and I suggest that they first get out of here. The protagonist wonders what the most important thing is in an emergency. He suggests that the important things might be having water, food, stamina, and tools. After some thought, Stanley realizes that if he had to choose, he would choose to have a high mental toughness stat. Milana begins to whine sadly about how she doesn't want to die in such a miserable way. Stanley asks his ally to calm down and reflects on the fact that when you find yourself in such a situation, you need to accept reality and not try to deny it. However, the girl continues to cry and states that everything would have been different if she had not fallen on that road. Stanley understands that he needs to stop any panic attacks and asks Milana to listen to him if she wants to survive. After this, he asks Milana to reach for his backpack so that she can drink the potion and walk on her own 2 feet. After a while, Stanley decides that it's time to take a little break. The girl gets off him and says that she can't believe that she swallowed the potion while riding a running barbarian. Stanley asks Milana if everything is okay with her legs, to which she responds with a short statement. Stanley starts a fire and realizes that things are only going to get harder. He also reflects on the fact that a tank and a melee fighter must survive in the labyrinth for 11 days. Another problem, from the protagonist's point of view, is that most of the monsters are spirits, which cannot be attacked with normal weapons. Stanley quickly realizes that they need the power of attributes, and makes an important decision. He looks up and turns to Milana, asking her if she is married. Milana answers negatively, and the main character asks her if she has any beliefs that prohibit her from showing her naked body to men she barely knows. Milana states that circumstances vary greatly, and Stanley happily says that he is glad to hear this, after which he takes off his helmet. The girl misinterprets the protagonist's actions and tries to understand what he wants to do. Stanley gets closer and closer to Milana, and the girl begins to get embarrassed, trying to fight off the huge barbarian. As she gets closer, the girl blushes and declares that she is not ready for this kind of event. A few moments later, Stanley, as if nothing had happened, takes the ring out of his pocket and asks the girl to accept it. He states that he was keeping the ring for someone he could give it to, and Milana asks him why he is giving the ring to her. By placing the ring on his ally, he asks her to swear by her guardian god that she will always be by his side. Milana still does not understand the reason for Stanley's behavior and asks him if he has gone crazy. However, Stanley states that he swears on his warrior's honor that he will always be there to support her, and then expresses his hope that Milana will promise him the same. The girl says that it is a bit unexpected, and that it is the first time she has received such an offer. Stanley says that he is very glad to hear this, but the girl immediately asks him for forgiveness. She states that she didn't think of him in that way and shyly looks away. She also states that this does not mean that she does not like him, and tries to formulate her thought further. Stanley, who listens attentively to her, demonstrates miracles of insight and does not understand the awkwardness of this situation. In a determined move, Milana loudly shouts out that she prefers thin men, and Stanley asks her what this has to do with the current situation. Filled with embarrassment, Milana says that Stanley has no masculine charm and is a stupid barbarian. Thanks to his luck, Stanley gets 1 refusal and 0 confessions, and tries to settle the situation by claiming that he had something completely different in mind. He adds that he asks Milana to become his comrade, and therefore gives her a ring. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Milana tells Stanley that he almost caught her, but the protagonist tells her that she can refuse at any time, provided that she compensates for the cost of the ring. After this, he asks the girl if she understood his plan, to which Milana replies that she has never seen a ring that costs so much. Stanley says that this ring can fulfill your deepest desires. Stanley realizes that he would never have done this if he hadn't played the game for so long. The ring that has been standing for so long is the same ring of the Frost Spirit that the main character received from the master of the Artemian school. At first glance, this ring may seem useless, but it has a secret. Once this ring is destroyed, a special effect appears, which is where its value lies. At first, Stanley didn't understand what this effect was, but after a few attempts, everything fell into place. The secret conditions are that if this ring is worn by a beastman who has not yet made a contract with a spirit beast, it will activate the event. By putting the ring on Milana, Stanley activated this very event that carries such benefits. Once destroyed, the ring removes the seal of the ice spirit beast. The bizarre creature immediately appears before Milana and examines her carefully. The creature decides that Milana is a worthy candidate and offers her a contract. The girl immediately agrees and extends her hand forward to demonstrate her consent verbally. Coming closer, the girl touches the muzzle of the huge ice beast and declares that she accepts the contract. A bright light begins to emanate from the beast, penetrating the young girl. Milana feels her body filling with the energy of the Frost Spirit. A few moments later, the contract signing procedure is successfully completed, and Milana states that it was very easy. The girl looks closely at her hands and asks Stanley where he was able to get such a ring. The girl also sadly wonders why her father didn't tell her about the existence of such a ring. Stanley calmly replies that Milana's father most likely doesn't know anything about this ring. He also adds that even the mages couldn't fully understand the effect of this item, and Milana wonders how Stanley knew about it. However, the main character quickly changes the subject and suggests that Milana get dressed first. Milana is surprised to find herself without clothes, and Stanley tells her that all the things are lying nearby. Looking up at Stanley, the girl notices that he has also updated his wardrobe a little. After putting on her clothes, Milana asks Stanley why she was naked. Stanley states that he took all of the girl's clothes off because all equipment is destroyed during the ritual, and Milana asks him why he asked about her husband. Stanley calmly replies that if Milana had a husband, something like this might really anger him. Milana asks Stanley why he thought of such things but didn't think to tell her about it beforehand. The protagonist replies that he was in a hurry and asks Milana if she wants to tell him something. Not used to this, Milana freezes in place for a moment, and Stanley asks her again what she wants to say. After a few moments, the girl pulls herself together and thanks Stanley for such invaluable help. Stanley says he's a little disappointed, and Milana asks him if he wants her to say it out loud. Stanley doesn't answer, and the girl falls silent for a while, gathering her strength to open up to the protagonist. After some time, she turns to Stanley again and states that she is now going to tell him something important. After this, Milana says that she once tried to commit suicide. She also adds that her father found her and saved her, which is why she still has the ability to walk on this earth. Stanley says that Milana should be grateful to her father, but the girl replies that there is nothing good in this story. With these words, the girl tells Stanley about the words she heard from her father when she woke up. According to Milana, her father told her that if she wanted to die, she should do it in the labyrinth, and not try to disgrace her family once again. Stanley reflects that this girl's relatives are even crazier than he expected. Milana states that this is why she went into the labyrinth, adding that the real reason was not that she wanted to die, as her father told her. The girl says that in reality she was just trying to escape from this house. Milana adds that she used to think that she could become a famous explorer even without a spirit, and attract her father's attention. The girl adds that she doesn't know whether he will accept her with such a spirit, after which she adds that this event is still not bad. With these words, the girl takes a step forward towards the main character. After this, she bows deeply to the protagonist and thanks him for what he did for her. She also states that she will not forget Stanley's deed for the rest of her life, and will definitely thank him properly. Stanley smiles and asks the girl if she can swear by her patron god. Milana smiles sincerely and declares that she swears by her patron god. Stanley once again remembers the various skills the beastmen gain by making a contract with a spirit. Among these skills are summoning, strengthening, and strength skills. A beastman who has made a contract with a spirit beast will permanently gain one of these 3 types of enhancements. In Milana's case, the girl received the gift of strengthening forever. With her newfound powers, she was able to strengthen her attacks. In addition, these attacks are not physical, allowing the girl to destroy ghosts. Watching Milana, Stanley realizes that they can now deal with the monsters in spiritual form. Meanwhile, Milana continues to fight and says that when she is hit, she feels as if the hand does not belong to her. Meanwhile, Stanley remembers that just like the barbarian spirit seal was taken away by humans, they must strengthen their spirit beast. He also understands that Milana is only at the first stage of her journey, and will not be able to add an attribute attack to the weapon yet. Milana turns to Stanley and tells him that there are more and more ghosts. Realizing that at this rate they will soon be surrounded, Stanley decides to flee. Stanley reflects that the hardest part of survival is just beginning. 11 hours of grueling survival in a difficult location pass. Stanley and Milana avoided large groups of monsters, and only attacked small ones to gain some experience. At a certain point, luck smiled on our heroes, and they received a magic stone left behind by the defeated spirit. Stanley suggests that Milana speed up and collect all the magic stones that are lying on the ground. Stanley is also glad that they did not encounter any rank 7 monsters, and did not get caught by Eliza and her minions. The protagonist is upset that after the ring is destroyed, the large golem's passive skill is active again. Because of this skill, Stanley's equipment began to quickly deteriorate again. Looking at his armor, Stanley notes that despite the fact that it is made of special materials, it has still lost its shine. Another problem that Stanley and Milana faced was that they never found a single attribute essence. Looking at Milana, Stanley realizes that she has less and less strength to fight. Stanley also realizes that their chances of returning to the city alive are only 30%. After some time, Stanley receives a notification that the negative effects of the zone are increasing. Realizing that this cannot continue, Stanley takes out a rope and asks Milana to tie it around his waist so that they do not get lost. He also explains that the longer one stays in the zone, the stronger its effect becomes. Stanley realizes that they can't stop for a second and asks his ally to keep moving forward. After a few moments, Stanley gains a negative effect called the Witch's Eye, which causes the location to be considered dangerous. This effect is that if you stay in one place for too long, a rank 7 monster named Cannavaro will appear. After a few more hours, Stanley realizes that they have been in the area for over 60 hours, causing the Witch's Eye effect to become significantly stronger. Despite this, they still could not find the way, and their strength continued to leave them. Stanley realizes that they could not stop during all these hours, continuing to wander in an unknown direction. He also muses that it would take about 15 minutes to kill one Cannavaro, but if they stop, it would turn into an endless battle. The protagonist comes to the conclusion that tying himself with a rope was the best solution in case someone falls or gets left behind. After a while, Milana asks Stanley to slow down for a while, and the main character agrees. Stanley realizes that his ally's condition has finally worsened. In addition, Stanley realizes that this is not due to injury or illness, but simple exhaustion. He sees that despite the slowdown, the girl still cannot keep up with him. The protagonist assumes that most of the damage is due to the hallucinations that Milana sees. After a while, Stanley tells Milana to climb on top of him, adding that it will be easier for her if she closes her eyes and rests a little. Milana is embarrassed by such a proposal and says that he has it much harder than she does. Stanley decides not to argue with the girl and simply walks up to her, placing his hands on her body. Before Milana can come to her senses, the protagonist lifts her up to throw her over his shoulder. Stanley tells Milana not to worry and just listen to him. Milana doesn't answer, and Stanley notices that the girl is no longer resisting. After a long time, Stanley realizes that he has been carrying his ally for 17 hours, not counting the moments of battle. Stanley exhales tensely and thinks about how hard things are going to be for them if they don't find that one thing that will give them a break. Suddenly, Stanley hears a female voice asking him if it would be better to let Milana go and go alone. Stanley freezes in place and realizes that this voice is surprisingly familiar to him. The female voice appears again behind Stanley and says that he has already solved the biggest problem in her life. A woman dressed in an office uniform asks Stanley if he won't try to seduce Milana. Stanley realizes that somehow his ex-girlfriend ended up in the witch's forest. Looking around, Stanley realizes that it doesn't look like the forest illusion at all, while the girl asks him if he's afraid of being abandoned again. Looking at his ex-girlfriend, Stanley notes that she looks surprisingly real. The main character reflects on the fact that in real life his girlfriend behaved exactly the same way, and his memories were probably used as a basis. Meanwhile, Stanley's ex-girlfriend comes closer to him and tells him that he never told him anything about himself. Stanley reflects that in this way he and his ex-girlfriend were very similar. The ex-girlfriend takes a few more steps towards the protagonist and states that he knows nothing about her. After this, she straightens her hair and offers to correct this misunderstanding. She places her palm on the protagonist's face, causing him to freeze in place. Looking at herself, the girl declares that Stanley's tastes have not changed at all during this time. Stanley realizes that something is wrong with him and wonders why he feels so good in this situation. The girl cuddles up to Stanley again and tells him to leave the beast woman and choose her. Moments later, Stanley obeys his ex-girlfriend's commands and takes off his backpack. The girl hugs the main character and says that other girls will never understand him. Stanley asks his ex-girlfriend if this is really true, to which she replies that he has no reason to doubt it. After this, the ex-girlfriend approaches Stanley again and tells him that she will do everything herself. At that same moment, Stanley hears Milana scream as she delivers a powerful blow to the chin of Stanley's ex-girlfriend. Milana completes her powerful attack, causing Stanley's ex-girlfriend to fly several meters away. Stanley quickly comes to his senses and realizes that it was just an illusion. Meanwhile, Milana continues to attack the protagonist's ex-girlfriend, delivering a powerful kick to her. After this, she turns to Stanley and asks him if he's okay. Stanley looks in surprise at Milana, who declares that she has just gotten rid of the triad. It dawns on the protagonist that he has just become a victim of a special creature that poses a great threat. Stanley constantly feels like the charm effect has been removed, and remembers that the dryad is a very rare monster that appears in this forest. Defeated units dissolve into thin air, and Stanley gains a few experience points for defeating this creature. Stanley puts on his backpack and reflects that he now understands why the illusion was so realistic. The protagonist turns his gaze to Milana and thanks her, stating that without her he would definitely have problems. Milana suddenly notices something important and tries to warn Stanley about the danger. Stanley looks up to see a group of researchers in front of him, looking at them in surprise. However, the explorers turn out to be quite friendly and ask Stanley and Milana if they are lost in the forest. The protagonist realizes that this location is used as a hunting area. Stanley tells the researchers that they have indeed lost their team, mentally noting that he shouldn't trust these people. Milana happily says that they are finally saved, but Stanley advises her to be calmer. The female adventurer tries to calm the heroes down and says that they are not bad people, adding that they themselves have children of a similar age in the city. Stanley muses that if they have children, things are even more dangerous, and politely declines help. The reason for this is that having children obliges these people to have even more mouths to feed. A hungry family is a great motive for making money at any cost. Milana tells Stanley that these people can help them, but the protagonist asks Milana to remain silent. Stanley reflects that he has gotten into trouble many times and usually asks for help. He comes to the conclusion that if he promises a reward and asks to be let out of the forest, it might be a good deal. Stanley realizes that he first needs to figure out who these people are and introduces the name of his game character. The leader of the group of survivors is surprised by Stanley's caution and introduces himself as Hans. Stanley is surprised to meet another man named Hans, who states that the name is very popular. Stanley looks at the man with distrust and reflects on how he has begun to trust them even less. Looking ahead, Stanley quickly takes stock of his potential enemies and sees that the party consists of 2 warriors, 2 archers, and a scout. After weighing his chances, Stanley realizes that he is in a very dangerous situation. Stanley takes a short step back and asks Milana if she trusts these people. to which she replies yes. The protagonist reflects on the fact that his worries may be in vain, but these people still seem suspicious to him. After a while, he confidently states that they will go further, and the leader of the adventurers asks them if they need help. Stanley mentally acknowledges that they need help, then adds that his instincts are screaming for danger. Stanley says that they will deal with the problems on their own, after which he orders Milana to retreat. The next moment, an arrow cuts through the air at incredible speed, heading straight towards Stanley. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, the main character manages to raise his shield and deflect the deadly projectile. Stanley notes that his instincts did not deceive him, and they ran into some difficult researchers. The surprised archer asks the woman why she did this, and she calls him an idiot, demanding to see Stanley's equipment. She adds that this equipment is made of lithium and costs a lot of money. The young man, who clearly doesn't understand the point of this expedition, says that they shouldn't attack simple explorers, but Hans replies that he doesn't have to participate if he doesn't want to. After this, Hans asks the boy to take a close look at the backpack that the barbarian is carrying, adding that it costs an incredible amount of money. The young man replies that he still cannot afford to attack innocent people, but the woman tells him that in that case he can get lost. A knight dressed in armor steps forward and says that only rich people can be nice to others. Milana asks Stanley if they will try to escape, and the protagonist realizes that they have little strength. He also understands that there is a scout in this detachment, which means there is only one option left. Stanley quietly turns to Milana and says that they need to buy time. Stanley offers to stall for time by negotiating, and states that he can give up his backpack and shield in exchange for mercy. He is suddenly interrupted by Milana, who shouts that they must kill the barbarian, adding that she is the princess of the beastmen and will reward them generously. Milana continues to look pitifully at the adventurers, and Stanley wonders if she is really deceiving them. Hans is surprised by this arrangement and asks his partner what they will do. She replies that they must kill both of them so that they are not turned in. The evil adventurers say that the princess could be a valuable trophy and step forward. Hans joins them and shouts that the prey will go to whoever finds it first. Stanley realizes that they can't waste any more time. Suddenly, a fog appears in front of the heroes, and Cannavaro materializes from it, angrily saying that he must kill everyone. The marauders who find themselves before him are surprised by the appearance of this monster, wondering how long their victims have been wandering here. Without wasting a second, Stanley yells at Milana to grab onto him. As soon as the girl climbs onto the protagonist, he rushes forward, thinking that Cannavaro will pursue his victim to the very underworld. Based on this information, Stanley takes the only effective method of dealing with the marauders and runs past the monster. The adventurers are surprised by this turn of events, but the others do not give them time to recover. The protagonist muses that he should use these marauders as bait and hits Hans on the head to stun him. He then pushes the other adventurers away with his shield, realizing that the monster will now be aggressive towards them. The monster observes Stanley's behavior and uses the magic mind skill. The marauders shout to each other that they cannot move because the monster has mined everything. Realizing they have no other choice, the adventurers decide to kill Cannavaro, and then track down Stanley and Milana. Meanwhile, Stanley continues to run through the mines, realizing that he will not be able to return from them. The main character strains all his strength to run over the mines despite serious damage. Milana, sitting on the protagonist's back, shouts to him that his leg looks very wounded. Meanwhile, Cannavaro raises his hands to use another shadow skill. A moment later, he calls upon several hounds to assist him in his hunt. The monster gives a command to his dogs, and they immediately rush forward. The dogs pounce on the adventurers and bite into them with their razor-sharp teeth. The marauders try to escape, but each of them is killed either by Cannavaro's shots or by his mines. Meanwhile, Stanley continues to run despite his badly damaged legs. One of the dogs smells his blood and rushes forward, pursuing its target. Moments later, the dogs catch up with Stanley and one of them bites into his leg. Stanley decides to get rid of them by using a flesh explosion, which allows him to throw the evil creatures away. Feeling incredible pain, Stanley notes that he can no longer feel his leg below the ankle. The game notifies Stanley that injuries to a body part can cause permanent damage if not treated. Stanley realizes that he can't run any further and shouts to Milana that it's now her turn. Milana tells him that he should throw it straight into Cannavaro, and the protagonist immediately fulfills her request. Having regained enough strength, Milana looks menacingly at the monster and takes out her knife. The fearsome warrior flies even higher into the air to prepare a powerful attack. The monster doesn't have time to react to Milana's speed, and she easily cuts through it. After the monster disappears, Milana turns to the adventurers to understand the situation. Taking a closer look, Milana sees that only one woman remains alive, who looks at her pleadingly. The wounded marauder turns to Milana and asks her for help, holding out her trembling hand. The woman begs Milana to give her the health potion, but she does not answer. A few moments later, Milana approaches the woman and finishes her off with one blow. After this, Milana approaches Stanley and pours a health potion on his leg, stating that such wounds cannot be cured with a simple potion. Stanley reassures his friend, telling her that an injury of this level would be healed almost instantly. After this, the passive skill from the vampire essence is triggered, which significantly increases regeneration. Milana is surprised by this, stating that the potion was quite low level. Stanley muses that with his vampire essence skills, he could regrow a limb even without potions in a few days. Milana asks Stanley who he is, adding that he felt no pain when he drank the potion. Stanley calmly states that it is the mental fortitude of the barbarians that allows them to overcome pain. With these words, he recalls that Einar also drank the potion calmly, without feeling any discomfort. After growing his leg, Stanley quickly puts on his other boots and reties the rope on his armor. Getting to his feet, he tells Milana that they must leave, and the girl asks him how he knew that these adventurers were dangerous. Stanley states that one of these adventurers was named Hans, adding that he dislikes the name very much. Milana pauses for a moment, trying to figure out if this was really the only reason Stanley didn't trust these people. After some time, Milana says that she would never have thought that that woman could change her attitude so abruptly. Moving on, the girl thinks that everything could have been different if they didn't seem so weak and didn't wear different equipment. Stanley says that if they had not met in the labyrinth, this woman might have been remembered for her kind behavior. Milana says that she does not understand such behavior, and the protagonist asks her why she is in the labyrinth. Milana tells Stanley that she needs money, and he states that these people had the same reason. In Stanley's view, money is the best way to protect yourself in a world where tax evasion is punishable by death. Stanley remembers the woman's words and reflects on how she had more than just her own life to protect. He also states that he will rethink a lot of things after this trip. 109 hours after their separation, Stanley and Milana finally find what they have been looking for. Milana runs up to the glowing tree and joyfully expresses hope that she is not imagining things. Stanley smiles and reflects on the fact that they have finally found the witch's hut, which is the only place where they can rest. Stanley moves closer to the tree in which the portal is hidden, hoping that this time everything will go without surprises. Placing his hand against the tree trunk, Stanley feels a warm energy flow into his hand. In a moment, they find themselves in a shelter that appears in random places in the forest at regular intervals. The effects of the zone are temporarily removed and monsters do not spawn in the zone. Stanley admits that they spent a long time looking for the first shelter, but Milana's keen eyes quickly help them find the next one. The main character also remembers that there are only 53 hours left before the labyrinths close. Milana says that she has seen this place for the third time, but she is as happy as if it were the first. Stanley receives a notification that there are now 5 characters in the area and warns Milana to be careful. Milana asks him how he knew about this, to which Stanley replies that the portal closed behind them, meaning the shelter has reached its maximum number of visitors. Milana is alarmed and says that this means that someone entered here before them, and Stanley suggests that she find these people. The heroes continue to slowly move forward and find knightly equipment lying on the ground. Near them, Stanley quickly finds the man who left this equipment. This man turns out to be the knight who helped Eliza and is now peacefully sleeping in the grass. Milana warily tells Stanley that these guys look like those who attacked them. Stanley decides to knock out these people first and delivers a powerful blow to the sleeping knight's face. Milana watches closely as Stanley throws punches and tells him that their plan was to knock them out, not kill them. After Stanley ties up all the knights locked in the hut, Milana states that it's no wonder they're still alive. The girl also says that they are unlikely to last long, and they could have been left untied. Stanley opens a vial of health potion and pours it on the head of one of the knights. Feeling an incredible burning sensation, the knight begins to scream loudly, experiencing pain. Stanley leans over to this knight and asks him if he has awakened from his sleep. The knight immediately begins to tearfully declare that an incredible mistake has occurred, and Lady Eliza has used them. With these words, he begins to tell that they caught up with part of Stanley's group, but there were only 3 of them. The knight explains that they didn't want to chase around the entire forest and wounded a guy who looked like a scout, after which he immediately adds that the wound was not serious. The knight also says that they were then suddenly thrown back by some kind of light that came from one of the group members. After this, the knight says that their scout had an ice spear sticking out of his head. As soon as they came to their senses, they decided to stop the pursuit. After hearing this story, Stanley comes to the conclusion that Hikuro's group was able to escape, and the scream was due to Brown being injured. The knight continues his story, saying that they lost the scout and began to simply wander through the forest. The knight also adds that serious problems began on the second day after the scout's death, as Lady Eliza began to behave strangely. Using her avalanche appearance, Eliza absorbed the life force of one of the knight's comrades. These knights realized too late that all this time they had been helping the priestess of Karui, who was using them as puppets. After this, the knight says that Eliza deceived them, and they did not intend to kill anyone for no reason, but Stanley interrupts him. The knight also shouts that he would like to apologize, after which he declares that he will compensate for all the damage and asks for mercy. Milana listens attentively to the knights and tells Stanley that she will agree with whatever decision he makes on this matter. Stanley becomes lost in thought, remembering that he killed people immediately after arriving in this world, adding that his lives were at stake, and he was attacked by freaks who were not worthy of living. Looking at the prisoners, Stanley realizes that this case is different because they caused trouble. but no one died because of them. After some thought, Stanley comes to the conclusion that this case is indeed different from the others, and wonders if it would be right to kill them. Delving into the mindscape, Stanley finds himself confronted with two versions of himself to make the right decision. Stanley's barbarian version says it will be easier this way because these people could cause problems in the future. The civilized version of Stanley says that you can't kill people just because of one mistake, and you need to give them a second chance. Stanley realizes that the civilized version has absolute moral rightness over the barbaric one, after which he pauses in his thoughts for a moment. Stanley understands that the rules of morality apply only to the world he came from, and are completely inapplicable to the cruel conditions of this world. Stanley briefly turns to Milana and asks her opinion, to which she replies that she cannot trust these people. The girl sadly says that these people tried to kill them, adding that such things cannot be forgiven, even if it was a mistake. Stanley agrees with Milana's arguments and feels his mind clearing at an incredible speed. He grips his mace tighter and reflects on how time obeys strict laws, which means that strict rules must be followed. Realizing that softness can only lead to death, Stanley raises his mace over the head of his offender. Despite the pleas for mercy, Stanley brings his mace down directly on the knight's head, thinking that they would likely repeat this mistake the first time they got the chance. By killing all the bounts, Stanley receives an achievement and a reward that increases his mental fortitude stat. Stanley also reflects on the fact that he realized this from the first day he opened his eyes in a new body and found himself in a cruel world. Stanley also realizes that the name of his game character is a name he must live by at all costs. He reflects on how everything in his life must now conform to the barbarians, since this is the only way to survive. Milana asks Stanley if he is okay, to which he replies that he is fine and offers her to collect equipment from the knights. The girl finishes collecting equipment, when suddenly the main character decides to take a controversial moral step. He grabs the body of the fallen knight and begins dragging him across the floor of the hut, heading towards the fireplace. Milana asks him what he is doing, to which Stanley replies that he is now going to do the necessary thing in order to secure some small advantages for himself. The witch's fireplace instantly consumes the body of the murdered man, and Stanley realizes that the cabin will be open for an additional 8 hours. Stanley is mentally glad that these rules have not changed since the last time he played the game. After this, he takes off his helmet, thinking that they still have 2 logs left, which will provide them with a full 24 hours of rest. Turning to Milana, Stanley asks her why she is standing still and not going to rest. Milana is embarrassed to answer this question, and Stanley falls face down on the bed, declaring that in this case he will sleep first. He becomes lost in thought and comes to the conclusion that the bed he has created is the best sleep he has ever had. He also notes that the phrase no longer seems as ironic as it did at the beginning of his journey. Stanley reflects that the more he renounces his humanity and embraces the life of a barbarian, the more human it becomes. Quite quickly, the main character falls asleep and begins to dream about his office life, which seems incredibly distant. Despite this, at some point he felt quite happy, because he had a job and a girlfriend. Until recently, he managed to combine work, personal life, and his favorite game, which he was so good at. At one point, Stanley sees himself lying on a bed with his girlfriend, and his heart finally feels a brief sense of peace. Unfortunately, this calm does not last long, and Stanley tensely opens his eyes, looking around. Stanley realizes that this was all just a dream and feels Milana fall asleep on his thigh. Stanley sits up to catch his breath and take in the reality that surrounds him. After this, he frowns again and thinks that it was just a dream, despite the fact that everything felt so real. Looking at his hands, he realizes that life in a new body and fighting real monsters is becoming more and more familiar to him. He glances into the fireplace and notices that the skeleton of the knight he threw in there is almost completely charred. Based on this, Stanley concludes that he slept for almost 7 hours and decides to check how Milana is feeling. Stanley wonders when Milana managed to get up here, guessing that sleeping on the chair wasn't very comfortable. Stanley tells Milana that she needs to get up, but the girl playfully states that she wants to sleep for 5 more minutes. Stanley realizes that there is no room for indulgence in this situation, and anger begins to show in his eyes. The main character immediately gets up abruptly and tries to wake Milana up, threateningly calling her a stupid barbarian. After some time, Stanley realizes that there are 24 hours left before the labyrinth closes, and they only need to hold out for 1 day. Milana states that the study was quite difficult, adding that she will take a bath immediately upon returning, to which Stanley replies that he does not know what he will do. After some time, the witch's hut closes, and the main characters again find themselves in a creepy forest, which has changed a lot during their absence. Milana asks Stanley in horror what is happening, but the main character falls silent, not believing his eyes. Stanley stares at the red sky, remembering the conditions under which such a terrible event could occur. Meanwhile, the working computer where Stanley once lived lights up red. The computer also displays information that 7 offerings were made in the witch's hut. Stanley realizes that if this special condition is met, the Chaos Lord Ryakis will begin to roam the floor. Stanley recalls that it is a monster that behaves similarly to the boss of the zone, present on each floor. After Stanley tells Milana about this, she says that she heard that there is no such thing here, but the protagonist states that the methods of summoning these creatures are kept secret. Stanley states that if some sick psycho decides to specifically summon this creature, then a couple of deaths will not be enough. All the monsters begin to disappear, and Stanley remembers that this creature will kill everyone it meets until it dies itself. Also, when this monster appears, all portals are temporarily blocked, making escape impossible. Milana asks Stanley why he appeared now, and the protagonist states that most likely, they were the ones who summoned him. He reminds Milana that they burned the bodies in the hut, stating that this was one of the conditions of the call. Stanley recalls that 10 years had passed since the last call-up, and he was sure that 3 bodies would not make a difference. But it turned out that someone had burned 4 before him. Milana angrily yells at Stanley, declaring that now they will all die because of his stupidity. Stanley asks Milana not to tell anyone about this, adding that if people find out that they were the ones who summoned the boss, it won't end well. Stanley also states that they are no longer affected by the zone's effects, and can now at least leave this forest. With these words, Stanley says that he has an idea where they can escape. He invites Milana to go to the orc settlement, where the Zarvi clan has been in charge all this time. Stanley recalls that if the dwarf is to be believed, this is a huge clan that operates above the 6th floor. Stanley decides to temporarily join this clan in order to survive the meeting with Ryakis. He ponders that there must be at least 10 teams from this clan to control the area on this floor. Upon reaching the orc settlement, Stanley and Milana see a huge number of people gathered around it. Meanwhile, the adventurers, frightened by the appearance of the floor boss, ask the clan for protection, or the opportunity to escape from the labyrinth. Stanley realizes that there is complete chaos all around, which does not look very encouraging. Meanwhile, one of the priestesses at the clan's disposal decides to use a spell. A moment later, a huge protective dome appears around the survivors, emitting a warm glow. The leader of the squad asks everyone to calm down, stating that it is now safe here, since their priestess has activated a protective spell. The commander states that they only need to hold out for 1 day before the floor is closed, and during that time the Zarvi clan will fulfill the agreement with the royal family. These words give temporary hope to all adventurers who find themselves under the temporary protection of the Zarvi clan. However, the commander warns that anyone who does not agree to their terms and starts causing trouble will be expelled. Stanley listens carefully to the commander's words and understands that they were said for a reason. He notes that the commander said too much, but nevertheless was able to calm the panic that began to arise in the crowd. Stanley also notes that thanks to one of the priest's main spells, which creates a safe zone for explorers, they will be able to rest a little. Stanley decides not to attract unnecessary attention and finds a safe place under the crowns of one of the trees. The protagonist understands that no one is going to drive them away now, and decides to remain on guard. Stanley asks Milana how confident she is in her ears. The girl replies that some people tell her that they like them. Stanley corrects his question and asks Milana how good her hearing is. Milana states that she can hear very well, and Stanley asks her to listen in on nearby conversations and pass on to him anything she finds useful. Meanwhile, Stanley himself hears some adventurers say that the monster's summoning has not been carried out for 10 years. The adventurer's interlocutor claims that whoever did this is crazy. Also, adventurers who have rarely seen priests claim that they have never seen their skills in person, and then conclude that being in a large clan is very cool. Stanley muses that if this clan is coming for the right things, then their chances of getting out alive are pretty high. Suddenly, the protagonist's thoughts are interrupted by the peaceful sounds of Milana's snoring. Looking down, Stanley realizes that the girl has simply fallen asleep instead of continuing to eavesdrop on people's conversations. Stanley quickly moves his hand to the side, causing Milana to begin falling to the ground, not waking up even from the sudden change in position. Hitting her head hard, the girl jumps to her knees and asks Stanley what happened, to which he replies that it's time to wake up. Milana asks what he means, and the protagonist states that she needs to look around. He adds that there are too many people gathered here, noting that he counted at least 500 adventurers. Milana asks Stanley what this means. Someone tells her that the clan consists of 50 people, which means it is unlikely to cope with controlling such a crowd. Meanwhile, the squad leader asks all the assembled people for silence in order to make an announcement. The commander says that thanks to the evil destruction skill, the only safe rest area has been created here. After this, the commander says that the priestess would like the people to show a little respect to God and donate 1,000,000 stones from each person using stones or equipment. Stanley notes that this is a smart move, since not every explorer will have that amount of money on hand, making it easier to control the crowd. Meanwhile, the commander continues to explain to the adventurers that 1,000,000 stones is not only respect for God, but also payment for protection. He also assures everyone that while they are here, they have absolutely nothing to worry about, because this spell will protect them from any adversity. Stanley muses that there is actually plenty to worry about, as this powerful skill is nowhere near the power of a floor master. Stanley understands that the clan is unlikely to kill this monster, but decides to obey the rules and asks Milana to take the things that are least needed. The protagonist notes that they were very lucky to have collected equipment, and now they cannot help but give theirs as payment. After this, he becomes quiet and begins to listen to the growing discontent from the adventurers, shocked by such a price. Angry people say that 1,000,000 stones in one day is an incredible extortion. Stanley notes that there were quite a few people who did not want to pay and left the safe zone. After a while, Milana returns to Stanley, and he praises her for a job well done, after which he returns to observation. Stanley realizes that the clan has earned about 300 million and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. After this, Stanley looks up to the sky and muses that they really better pray to the heavens, since if the Floor Lord gets here, they are all doomed. After this, he adjusts his helmet and muses that the 3rd floor is very large, and everyone remains hopeful that they will not encounter its overlord. However, Stanley decides to prepare for the worst-case scenario, as it is difficult to predict the outcome in such situations. With 5 hours left before the labyrinth closes, a rain of dark energy drops begins to fall on Stanley's head. Stanley speculates that this rain is a passive aura of the Chaos Lord, signaling his imminent approach. Looking at the ground in front of him, Stanley realizes that this skill not only deals area damage, but also turns it into an erosion zone that removes all effects. Milana grabs Stanley's hand and tries to keep up with him, feeling incredible horror from the approach of a huge monster. Meanwhile, the Lord of Chaos approaches the Divine Protection Zone, looking at the future victims. Upon seeing a large number of adventurers, he lets out a terrible roar that frightens everyone within a huge radius. Upon seeing the giant monster, the adventurers begin to panic and angrily turn to the clan, demanding protection. Seeing the monster approaching, the leader of the squad understands that the damage from this expedition will be very serious. With these words, he turns to his comrades and orders them to get everything they had prepared for the battle with the monster. Mages at the clan's disposal use advanced scrolls to increase stamina and regenerate energy. The leader himself uses a numbered item, the Banner of the Sun Lord, to fill it with the light of Ursium. Looking at all this, Stanley realizes that various auxiliary scrolls and numbered consumables worth tens of millions were used and disappeared. The leader of the squad raises his banner and asks his comrades not to spare supplies, since they must return alive. Stanley looks at the fighters in surprise and wonders if they are really going to fight Ryakis. Stanley is glad that he found himself in a situation where he was not the only one preparing for the worst outcome. Looking at the fighters, he understands that here are people who walked on the edge of a knife to get to this point. Having made sure that all his soldiers are ready for battle, the commander orders them to take their positions. The monster approaches dangerously close, and Stanley wonders how real raids differ from game ones. The adventurers, watching the huge monster, towering several tens of meters, begin to think that they are doomed. The monster charges forward using all of its attacks, and the Zarvi clan's fighters are the first to meet it. Stanley realizes that the answer to this question is quite simple. The monster continues to destroy the adventurers. Stanley discusses how melee attackers try to avoid direct combat and can barely block such attacks. He also notices how warriors return to the front line immediately after healing, even if their body is in terrible condition. Despite the professionalism of the Zarvi clan, some fighters die before they can receive treatment. The squad leader orders everyone to stay focused on the battle and not make any more mistakes. Stanley looks back to see that one warrior has been instantly crushed, and a squad of ranged attackers have been killed by Ryakis' breath. The other adventurers watching this begin to panic as the clan fails to deliver on their promise despite the hefty price. Stanley notes that the adventurers don't know what they're talking about, as the clan is doing everything it can. Stanley sees the warriors holding the first line of attack while the magic weakens the Floor Lord. After a few moments, Lord Ryakis decides to use his skills and draws on the power of the source. The commander quickly orders his soldiers to stop attacking the monster and focus on the spheres. Looking at this, Stanley breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that the clan knows about the second phase and is trying to prevent it. Stanley speculates that the clan understands the strategy for victory and is acting according to the most rational plan. After a while, Stanley looks at his watch and realizes that there is just over an hour left before the maze closes. He also notes that 11 people from the clan died, which is an undesirable outcome, but not the worst. Turning around, Stanley hears that the adventurers are losing their composure and are beginning to think that they are already doomed. Stanley realizes that the real problems are the adventurers who panic and may do rash things. Every time the monster goes berserk, someone who paid for protection dies. Stanley notes that it is only their fault, since they are close to such a battle and do not monitor the situation. Milana asks Stanley what they should do. The protagonist says that he needs to think. The adventurers say they can't just watch and offer to help the clan to increase its chances of survival. Suddenly, the adventurers come to the conclusion that the Zarvi clan has taken all their equipment, and a terrible thought occurs to each person. The adventurers' eyes immediately turn to the huge amount of equipment confiscated by the clan. Assessing the situation, Stanley turns to Milana and tells her that they need to escape right now. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers approach the guards guarding the equipment and declare that the clan still failed to keep its promise. The guard tries to calm the crowd, but to no avail, and the adventurers rush at him. Stanley begins to speed up and asks Milana to keep up. The girl continues to follow him while the protagonist puts his shield forward to protect himself from the fire. Milana points out to Stanley the spirits of chaos that have appeared before them, preparing to attack. Stanley quickly figures out a strategy and tells Milana that they should turn right as they don't have time to fight. Stanley muses that they need to run as far away as possible to buy themselves some time. Milana continues to follow Stanley, keeping pace with him as the evil spirits of chaos open their mouths. Looking ahead, Stanley realizes that they will soon be quite far from the center of the forest. A second later, Stanley receives notification that the Chaos Lord has successfully absorbed the source's power. The game notifies everyone that the evil cleft effect has been activated with a radius of 5 kilometers. Stanley stares up at the sky, wondering if the creature has managed to swallow all the spheres. Milana looks at the protagonist in fear and asks what is happening, while her body begins to tremble. Stanley feels the same effects and realizes that the Chaos Lord has successfully entered the second phase. Evil's Rift is Ryakis's ultimate skill that activates after he absorbs 10 orbs. This skill lasts for 45 minutes within the game time, and if the player does not manage to escape from the area of effect, he dies, despite his strength. The skill has a special feature: it pulls everyone affected by the effect to the center of the zone. After some time, Stanley comes to his senses and realizes that he, along with a huge number of other adventurers, found himself in the center of the skill's area of effect. Looking around, Stanley quickly counts the number of survivors, and realizes that there are about 200 of them left. Looking at the people of the Zarvi clan, Stanley realizes that out of 50 people, only 20 remained who survived the battle with Ryakis. Stanley reflects on the fact that 11 clan members have died in the last few hours, and the rest in the last few minutes. The adventurers demand an explanation from the clan, but the soldiers order them to be silent and put away their weapons. One of the knights says that the adventurers have no idea how many people have died because of them, and declares that he will kill anyone who comes closer. The adventurers rightly point out that it is not their fault, since they paid a huge amount of money and gave away their equipment. The knight rudely replies that they cannot count on protection as before, and adds that it will not be difficult to finish them off. The adventurers fall silent, realizing that they are trapped in a cursed place, surrounded by armed swindlers who first took their payment and then failed to fulfill their obligations. Suddenly, a trembling hand rises from the crowd and a young man declares that he knows a little about this place. He asks not to ask him for details and states that they need to get out of here as quickly as possible, or they will all die. The young man says that we need to break out of the 5-kilometer radius zone and overcome the resistance of a huge number of monsters. Stanley notes that the young man is right, and muses that the problem is that the chaos spirits will attack them if they move away from the center. The adventurers begin to disperse, trying their luck, and Milana asks the protagonist what they should do. Stanley realizes that it is better not to bet on such a low chance and tells Milana to follow him. Stanley muses about betting on someone more reliable and approaches Tyon. Tylan tries to stop Stanley, after which he notices Milana next to him and asks what she is doing here. Stanley smiles and tells Tylan that they haven't seen each other in a while, but Tylan haughtily states that they are not old friends. Instead of answering, Stanley asks him if they found the essence of the orc hero, and the stupid beastman immediately admits that they were a little lucky. A moment later, it dawns on him that he has just revealed a serious secret, and he becomes even angrier. Tyon immediately draws his sword and asks Stanley how he knows about this, but he doesn't take a step back. Stanley realizes that his bet has worked and a satisfied smile appears on his face. Meanwhile, the squad captain counts the losses and realizes that their team is down to 3 priests, 6 mages, 12 ranged attackers, and 2 melee attackers. The clan's vice captain, Iraz Magrain, realizes that 2 melee fighters are woefully inadequate for survival. Magrain speculates that many warriors died during the confusion because they could not get support. The clan mage turns to Magrain and asks what they will do, adding that there is little time left. Magrain puts his hand to his forehead and realizes that the lack of warriors is becoming fatal, as 2 melee attackers will not be enough to clear the way. An additional problem, in his opinion, is that they only have a swordsman and a spearman on their side, who cannot fight defensively. Magrain also notes that if they had at least one person with a shield, that would be enough. Magrain's comrades pepper him with questions, reporting that the researchers are beginning to leave. Suddenly, the entire squad is shaken by Stanley's voice, shouting that he can pave the way in this hell. Magrain hears the cry and clings to it like a life preserver, turning to see who spoke the words. Turning around, he asks his comrades who it was, but they only advise him to ignore this idiot. Magrain states that he will make his own decision and asks his comrade again what he wants. The spearman replies that he does not know where the barbarian learned this information from, and adds that he asks for the essence of an orc hero to clear the way. Magrain immediately activates his skill known as Survival Instinct. This skill allows him to see targets that can increase his chances of survival, and Magrain immediately notices a bright glow emanating from Stanley. He takes a step forward, reflecting on how this skill has saved him in many difficult situations. He also notes that this skill now tells him that the barbarian is the key to their salvation. Migraine gives the protagonist a stern look and asks his name. Stanley is pleased that his plan worked and proudly states his name. Migraine introduces himself, stating his name and position, and asks Stanley who told him about the quest for the orc hero. Stanley calmly replies that it was his guess, and Migraine asks what he based it on. Stanley explains that such a large clan would not take over an entire orc settlement on the 3rd floor without a good reason. He also adds that the consumables and numbered items that were used were clearly not for regular orcs. In fact, the clan's target was the orc hero, a rank 5 monster that could be summoned using the altar in the orc settlement, and 777 magic crystals. Stanley also says that such a large amount of supplies was prepared in case an even rarer monster, the Orc Lord, appeared instead. Migraine praises Stanley for his intelligence and asks why they should bet on him. Stanley claims to be a barbarian with the seal of the immortal who absorbed the essence of a vampire guardian from the rift. He also mentions that, among other things, he absorbed the essence of a corpse golem, which gives pain resistance. Migraine says Stanley doesn't have to go into detail, adding that he realized he could fight and drink potions at the same time. He also notes that this is quite good for a 3rd-floor explorer, although he immediately corrects himself. Instead, he says that compared to the other warriors they have left, this is an incredible result. With these words, Migraine declares that they are ready to share the essence of the orc hero in order to get out of here. Tylan reminds Migraine that the essence was requested by the nobles, but Migraine interrupts, stating that they can tell it did not fall from a monster. Migraine says he is willing to give up this essence if it will save at least one more life of a clan member. A moment later, Migraine turns to Karlstein and demands that he bring the essence. Meanwhile, Stanley remembers that by sacrificing crystals, 3 orcs can be summoned, each of which is a high-level enemy with unique essences. From the protagonist's perspective, this is why the group must be special, despite being only rank 5. Each orc brother drops a different color of essence, and the eldest of them, named Danish, drops a red essence with the Cry of Passion skill. An orc hero named Velta drops a blue essence with the Banner of Struggle, which is a nice pick. However, Stanley is interested in a brother named Targus, who has a special skill that fits his build perfectly. Stanley looks forward to finding out the color of the essence and is relieved to see that it is green. He opens the flask with the essence and reflects that such luck could foretell something very bad. Stanley quickly absorbs the essence and is notified that his physical stats and fighting spirit have been greatly increased. Stanley admits that he feels a power boiling inside him and assumes that it is a morale-boosting effect. Meanwhile, Migraine turns to Stanley and tells him that he must first remove his gear. Stanley follows his new ally's command, while he adds that they will help him with something else. Stanley looks up to see a wizard standing next to him, realizing that the clan is giving him the support he deserves. After some time, he hands over all the equipment to Milana, asking her to look after it. After this, he takes scrolls that increase his physical strength and endurance, as well as increase energy regeneration. The wizard then hands him several vials of potions, and Stanley rips the caps off all of them with his teeth. After this, he drinks all the potions in one gulp, increasing his resistance to the elements and pain. The clan's priests and wizards also use several spells that greatly increase Stanley's mental fortitude. Migraine states that now is the time for the blood mastery skill from Karlstein, adding that these buffs will be the most useful. Karlstein extracts some of his blood, infused with the beast's spiritual power. Stanley takes a few steps towards Tylan and Karlstein and drinks his blood to gain a power-up. A moment later, Stanley receives a notification that he has temporarily gained a passive skill called Unholy. Migraine looks at Stanley and says that his eyes have changed color, and Stanley feels that the maximum amount of essences possible to obtain has decreased by 1, but the effectiveness of all active skills has increased by 1.5 times. Migraine then hands Stanley the essence and asks him to try to master the new skill without making hasty decisions. Stanley closes his eyes and thinks that he needs to slowly imagine the skill obtained from the essence of the orc hero. A moment later, he suddenly opens his eyes and mentally pronounces the name of the identification skill. The main character's body immediately begins to rapidly grow in size, and his clothes begin to tear from the strain. The transformation ends, and Stanley feels that his physical characteristics and the monster's aggression distance have increased. Milana looks at the huge Stanley along with the other adventurers, who say that he has now become a real monster. Migraine takes off his coat and hands it to Stanley, then states that he should cover himself with something. Stanley quickly makes a loincloth out of several cloaks, then secures it tightly to his body. Migraine asks Stanley if they can get out of here in 30 minutes, and the protagonist replies that there is no doubt about it. Taking a deep breath, Stanley shouts the name of his barbarian goddess to give himself even more fighting spirit. With these cries, he rushes forward, thinking that now there is absolutely nothing impossible for him. Migraine extends his hand and loudly commands his comrades to not stop and run straight after this barbarian. The other adventurers who decided to stay follow Migraine's advice and quickly run away after the protagonist. Stanley reflects on the fact that he is followed by 23 members of Milana's clan and 40 explorers who have chosen to stay with them. On top of that, All the adventurers agreed to have Stanley use the sacrificial seal on them. Stanley happily reflects on how his instinct for destruction and power is overflowing within him, and then thanks the situation for not having to restrain himself. A few minutes later, a huge number of Floorlord clones appear in front of the protagonist, and he furiously rushes into battle. Stanley notes that the Ryaki's clones look tiny compared to the original and less threatening. He also notes that despite this, they are still twice the size of a normal human. A moment later, he rushes back into battle and reflects on how, despite this, these monsters seem tiny to him. Pretty soon, the game notifies Stanley that Ryakis's hatred skill has been activated, causing him to take a lot of chaos attribute damage. Stanley reflects on why the presence of the tank in this place is so important, feeling that despite resisting the pain, he can feel the impact site. He also mentions that thanks to the vampire essence, he only needs to protect his heart to stay alive. Migraine tells Stanley that it was quite dangerous and asks him not to kill too many creatures at once. Stanley speculates that this is much more difficult to do, since gigantification increases the monster's aggression in proportion to their body size. Stanley also understands that he is in a constant aggressive mode, which is why the researchers behind him remain safe. Meanwhile, the other clan members are not left behind and rush into battle, quickly destroying Ryakis's clones. However, after Tylan kills the monster, he takes the same damage he dealt to the disfigured monster. The beastman's pride makes him turn around and ask the priests what they are doing, ordering them to heal him. Stanley rudely cuts off the arrogant knight and tells him to stop getting hurt for no reason and to stay out of the way. Tyon glares at Stanley as the priest tries to quickly heal his wound. Meanwhile, Stanley continues to fight monsters and reflects on how he should be the only warrior on the front lines. The reason for this dedication is because he has a passive orc hero skill that increases all resistances when his health is low. Stanley continues to push forward, remembering that the maximum effects of the essence are achieved at 20% health. As Stanley moves forward, he tells his comrades that no one should come close to the front lines as he must deal with everyone himself. Stanley swings his arm to crush the massive monsters that continue to attack him despite the failure of their previous attacks. Talon changes his position and finds himself next to the squad's chief mage, Harrison. The mage says that the vice captain made a wise decision, adding that no one can know for sure at what moment the monsters will appear from behind. Talon reflects on how one attack caused him so much pain that he had to retreat like a complete idiot. Looking at Stanley, he reflects that it is safe to say that this is not something a human can do. He wonders who Stanley is, remembering that at first he mistook them for simple third-floor explorers hanging around his sister. He also recalls that Stanley did not respond to the order to leave the orc settlement and behaved like an ordinary barbarian warrior. Tyon is surprised that Stanley doesn't hesitate for a second, despite the fact that his pain resistance is much higher. The knight reflects on the fact that the belief about the unprecedented bravery of the barbarians turned out to be pure truth. The adventurers pursuing Stanley wonder what this barbarian's name is, adding that without him they would all be dead. Someone approaches Milana and asks her if she knows about this guy, and the girl admits that she knows nothing about him. Migraine says that if the famous barbarian hero, nicknamed Balkan, had been with them, he would have looked like him. Meanwhile, Stanley continues to move forward, despite his body smoking from the massive amount of damage. Looking at this, Talon reflects that there is no point in trying to find out the name of this barbarian, since soon everyone will be talking about him. A few moments later, an exit appears in front of the adventurers, and everyone decides to speed up in order to get out of this zone. The kill zone effect disappears, and Stanley's new character stats are displayed on the computer. Just moments before, Stanley ran forward as fast as he could to get out of the evil rift zone. As soon as his foot was outside the zone, he received a notification that he did not have enough soul power. Due to the lack of the required amount of soul power, identification was cancelled, and Stanley began to rapidly shrink. Upon landing, Stanley hears the screams of the other adventurers, who joyfully exclaim that they finally made it out alive. Looking up, Stanley sees several people who were still sucked into this deadly funnel, as they did not manage to get out in time. A few moments later, the funnel collapses, and in its place there is a powerful explosion that spreads for many kilometers. Stanley observes the destruction and concludes that the orc settlement was wiped off the face of the earth in just a few moments. The main character also notes that the identification ended immediately after the exit, adding that they miraculously made it in time. The surviving Migraine tells Stanley that it was very close, then turns around. The vice captain also says that it is too early for them to relax, as this is far from the end of this dangerous journey. Stanley muses that the vice captain is right, as after escaping instant death, one of the survivors will be chosen as prey. Stanley looks around at the other players and comes to the conclusion that the chances of it being Milana are vanishingly small. A few moments later, Stanley hears Milana's anxious voice coming from very close to him. Looking at the girl, he listens carefully to her, and receives a notification that she has been chosen as prey and cannot move. Stanley curses his luck and wonders why she was chosen out of such a crowd. Milana doesn't understand what's happening and looks around anxiously, trying to figure out what happened to her. Suddenly, her gaze shifts to the crowd of survivors, and she freezes in horror as she sees the change in their faces. The adventurers and clan members look at her as a burden that needs to be gotten rid of as quickly as possible. Even Talon looks at his sister as an incredible obstacle that could lead them all to destruction. Realizing that he can't do anything for his sister even this time, Stanley turns his eyes away. He remembers that a person who gains the status of prey loses the ability to move and becomes the sole target of Ryakis. Migraine steps forward and states that he never imagined that the prey would be Stanley's companion. He also states that they can help protect the girl if Stanley has a desire to join their clan. Stanley says that he can't work with the others yet, and Migraine says he's sorry to hear that, adding that otherwise they wouldn't have a choice. Stanley places Milana on his back, then ties a rope to keep her from falling, and Migraine expresses hope that they will see each other in the city. Stanley says that this will be possible if he gets out, and Migraine adds that he has a gut feeling that he can do it. With that, he orders his wizards to cast a buff on Stanley to help him a little in this test. Stanley receives an incredible amount of buffs and muses that these mages are very useful, suggesting that they were the last resources the clan had left. Stanley thanks the clan for their help, and Migraine wishes for Stanley to survive, as if he fails, the monster will begin to haunt them. Stanley smiles, thinking about how this man thinks about efficiency even in this situation. There are 15 minutes left before the maze closes, and Stanley begins to hear the loud stomping of a huge monster, which is still walking around the floor. Taking advantage of the short break, the monster regained its strength and now finally awakened, turning its gaze to its prey. Stanley decides not to waste a single second and tenses the muscles in his legs to run away as quickly as possible. Milana reflects on the heat she feels from Stanley's skin as he runs, before hearing a growl that gets louder. The girl assumes that in this case they will both die, and addresses Stanley by his game name to talk to him. The girl reflects on the fact that she is not stupid, and understands perfectly well who the monster is hunting, after which she asks him to stop. After this, she remembers the looks of all the people who looked at her after they found out that she had been chosen as prey. The girl also recalls that even her family members decided to ignore her and abandon her to her fate in this area. The girl sadly reflects on how her existence is a hindrance to absolutely everyone she encounters. Meanwhile, Stanley asks Milana what she means, and the girl states that he has done enough, and now his life is in danger too. Milana also adds that they are not that close, and says that without him she would have died much earlier. Stanley interrupts Milana and tells her not to make him laugh with such stupid speeches, which causes the girl to fall silent in surprise. Stanley says that Milana doesn't want to die at all and asks her why she's talking such nonsense. After some time, Stanley tells her that he understands perfectly well why she feels so bad. Stanley adds that Milana is most likely afraid of being abandoned, and the girl is again surprised by the barbarian's incredible insight. Milana screams that Stanley doesn't understand anything, and in fact she doesn't want to be a problem for other people. Stanley asks Milana if this feeling is really more important than her own life, after which he says that she does not have to answer this question. Stanley says that if Milana wants to live, then she just needs to ask for his help, and then she will have a chance. The girl reflects that these words were simple, like the barbarians themselves, but she understood perfectly well what he was trying to say. Milana understands that in his eyes she looks pathetic and whiny, so just giving up and saying such stupid things is not what the man who tries so hard for her wants to hear. Milana decides to keep fighting and tells Stanley that she will be there for the rest of her life if he saves her. But Stanley says that this is not the first time he has heard this. Milana smiles and says that in that case she will give him all the money from this study, and Stanley happily says that this sounds much better. After some time, all the blessings from the clan run out, and Stanley feels his physical stats begin to decline. The protagonist listens and realizes that the huge monster continues to pursue them relentlessly. He also notes that the spirits of chaos are becoming more numerous and are standing in their way, after which he comes to a difficult decision. Stanley uses the gigantification skill to increase his size again and enhance his physical attributes. The main reason for using this skill is that Stanley's strides become much longer, allowing him to cover more distance per step. Remembering all his stats, Stanley comes to the conclusion that this skill will last no more than 3 minutes, and asks Milana how much time is left. The girl looks closely at her watch and says that there are 196 seconds left until the end of the maze, and Stanley asks her to count down. The girl looks closely at her watch and continues to count the remaining seconds, while Stanley tenses all his muscles. Stanley charges forward towards the chaos spirits, and delivers powerful attacks with his knees to deal with the monsters. With his increased stats, Stanley can easily destroy creatures with his fists, while Milana continues to count down the seconds. The number of chaos spirits increases with each passing second, and they very quickly surround the main character and Milana. However, Stanley does not lose hope and continues to crush the creatures with his feet and hands. After a while, Milana says that there are only 100 seconds left, and Stanley feels hope in his body. A moment later, a loud explosion is heard behind the protagonist, caused by a powerful long-range attack from Ryakis. Milana states that there are 90 seconds left, and Stanley turns to look back in horror, The protagonist very quickly realizes that they are already in the range of the Floor Lord's long-range attack. Stanley also notes that this breath helped to get rid of some of the chaos spirits that were hindering their escape. After this, he immediately rushes forward so as not to waste extra seconds and break away from his pursuer. However, a moment later, Stanley looks up and sees that he is under one of the paws of a huge monster. Only by some miracle does Stanley manage to quickly jump to the side and avoid being caught by the monster's sharp and massive claws. Stanley rests hard to regain at least some of the strength he will need to escape. However, the monster, which continues to pursue Milana, only looks menacingly at the fleeing Stanley. Stanley realizes that he must continue to fight no matter what, and once again begins to flee, trying to choose the most unpredictable route. Milana tries to stop Stanley, but he quickly interrupts her, ordering her to stop. He firmly declares that he will not abandon Milana, but the girl says that it is not worth it, and he must save himself. Stanley says that he promised her that they would be saved, and muses that otherwise no one will give him back the money for the ring. Milana asks Stanley if he is willing to die for a simple promise, to which he replies that no one said they would die. Stanley continues to run and says that he will definitely get out of here alive. Suddenly, Stanley feels a powerful attack hit his arm, after which the feeling in that arm instantly disappears. Looking at Stanley's severed hand, Milana begins to scream in fear, but he asks her how much time is left. Milana tries again to persuade Stanley to leave her, but he only rudely repeats his question. Milana, on the verge of hysteria, shouts out that they still have 60 seconds left. Stanley realizes that he will not be able to escape, and sets himself the task of holding out for a minute without one arm. With these thoughts in his head, he decides to turn around sharply to buy himself some time. Milana asks Stanley what he is up to, but the protagonist asks Milana to tell the time and not complain. Stanley runs forward and thinks that the monster will not attack the place that is under his feet. Running quickly under the monster's foot, Stanley expresses the hope that it will not move and ruin his plan. And with 50 seconds left until the exit of the maze, Stanley deftly dodges a powerful claw attack. The monster continues to pursue Stanley and delivers another attack, which the protagonist easily dodges. Stanley reflects that over the time he has spent in this game, he has already learned the creature's attacks by heart. At one point, Stanley quickly ducks to dodge a devastating attack from an incredible monster. Milana screams that there is only half a minute left, and Stanley makes another dodge using his incredible speed. Stanley lingers in one place for a while and feels his stamina slowly begin to leave him. Milana screams that there are 25 seconds left, and Stanley gasps for air to regain his strength. Suddenly, the monster attempts to attack with its tail, and Stanley realizes that he will hardly be able to dodge this attack. Due to the incredible momentum he gained from jumping off the ground, Stanley feels the armor and rope cutting into his body. Having suffered internal injuries, Stanley coughs up blood, feeling his strength begin to leave him. He turns back and notices that the monster's attack missed, and Stanley successfully jumped out of the way. Meanwhile, the protagonist lands on his back, having received some damage, and protects Milana, who is there. The Floor Lord decides to take advantage of the situation and delivers another attack directly to the main character. Stanley realizes that he can no longer avoid this attack, and now they are doomed to die in this place. Within moments, the character's soul power is exhausted and Stanley returns to his normal size. Thanks to this, Stanley dodges the attack and reflects on the fact that his skull was almost crushed. Realizing that there are only 10 seconds left, Stanley rushes forward to snatch a chance at survival from the clutches of death. To do this, he grabs the claw of a huge monster and makes every effort not to be thrown off. The monster tries to throw Stanley off its paw, but he bites into it with his teeth. The angry creature continues to wave its paws in an attempt to dislodge the annoying prey. Despite this, Stanley makes every effort to stay on the monster's body and prevent it from devouring him. At a certain point, the Floor Lord manages to intercept Stanley and squeezes him with his hands. With only a few seconds left, Ryakis opens his mouth to swallow Stanley and Milana. However, the protagonist realizes that time is up and happily tells the monster that it is late and will now remain hungry. A moment later, the labyrinth closes and a portal opens in Rapdonia Square, through which all the adventurers appear. Residents are eagerly awaiting the return of their loved ones, and wondering how much money they have earned this time. The portal begins to glow brighter as more and more adventurers move into it. A few moments later, a huge number of people are thrown out onto the square as if they were in a barrel of water. The terrified townspeople look at the huge number of wounded adventurers, and decide to call the guild to help with the wounded. Some townspeople find Stanley's body and look in horror at the massive amount of wounds he received. After a while, Milana comes to her senses and rises to look around. The girl immediately sees a huge number of surprised townspeople and wonders if they really managed to survive. The townspeople admit that even for a barbarian, these injuries are too serious, and they try to understand what happened to him. Milana pushes her way through the crowd of onlookers and expresses hope that Stanley will be okay. Looking at Stanley, the girl sees with horror the incredible damage his body received while trying to escape from the monster. Milana throws herself on the protagonist's chest and begins to cry, saying that he cannot die such a death. After this, she presses her ear to his chest and clearly hears his loudly beating heart, which behaves as if nothing had happened. The girl rises to her knees and begins to cry, realizing that Stanley is merely unconscious. After this, she looks at Stanley and says that he really scared her with such tricks. After some time, rumors spread throughout the city, and the townspeople begin to discuss the news about the Lord of the Third Floor. The townspeople also claim that the total number of deaths is in the hundreds due to the fact that they encountered such a powerful monster. Another townsman says that a survivor told them that they only got out because of one person. Quite quickly, the townspeople tell each other that some researcher from the third floor helped them. Not a day goes by before the entire city learns the name of the game character Stanley, and realizes that he is a barbarian who has reached the third floor in his third month of exploration. The townspeople say that a magician told of this feat, adding that this explorer is following in the footsteps of a hero who is braver and more majestic than anyone. Mala quickly gives Stanley a new nickname, Little Balkan, which is a reference to the great hero of antiquity. Quite quickly, this news reaches one of the high officials who are in charge of very important matters. The man wonders how many researchers they had who could reach the third floor in such a short time. The man carefully reads the list of essences that Stanley's character absorbed, and comes to the conclusion that this cannot be attributed to luck. The man also recalls that there were similar cases in history when people were born under the star of a special destiny, and were forever remembered as heroes. The man looks closely at Stanley's photograph and wonders if he is a hero or just an evil spirit. After a while, Stanley opens his eyes and sees a small tent in front of him, into which the setting sun is shining. Stanley feels the sun burning his eyes and covers his face with his hand. Waking up, Stanley looks around carefully and comes to the conclusion that he managed to return. Noticing Milana sleeping next to him, he strokes her head and smiles sincerely, calling her a lucky girl. 2 days later, the scene moves to a tavern, which begins to buzz with discussions of the latest news. The townspeople are discussing the fact that someone was able to summon the Floor Lords, as well as the famous barbarian who received the nickname Little Balkan. Against this backdrop, Stanley constantly receives notifications that his character's fame has been increased. Meanwhile, the main character arranges a meeting with his squad, all members of which somehow miraculously manage to get out of the labyrinth. Brown begins to feel ashamed of himself for getting injured, but Stanley tells him not to worry about it. After this, the team decides to order some food for themselves, and after a while, Stanley is the first to break the awkward silence. He asks Hikuro what happened in the labyrinth, and he reveals that immediately after the incident, he used his item again to save himself. Milana states that she didn't expect this item to be used so often. The dwarf says that using Emergency Restore, you can restore the number of uses of an item's ability. He also states that after they ran a fair distance, they managed to heal Brown, and they re-entered the forest to try to find them. Brown says that on the third day of wandering, they again encountered that crazy woman, and Milana asks them in surprise how everything turned out next. Hikuro says that they decided to escape and went up to the fourth floor. Stanley guesses that his comrades took advantage of the entry restrictions, since on the fourth floor the tower has a structure in which the color of the block periodically changes. Also, this tower does not undergo any restoration after testing, which guarantees complete safety. The dwarf says with sadness in his voice that they had to spend more than 10 days on the first floor of the tower, which makes the main characters angry. The dwarf also says that they got an essence on the first floor, and Stanley asks what he got. The dwarf happily replies that it was the essence of a rank 7 monster called a mimic, and Stanley clutches his mug in anger. Stanley recalls that the mimic is a rare monster that can release essence from a single very powerful blow. Stanley also recalls that this essence allows the player to open a treasure vault, which contains various items added randomly upon first opening. Stanley asks the dwarf what items were there, and the dwarf says that they found 2 million stones, a top-quality potion, and numbered items in the 8,000 and 9,000 series. Hikuro asks Stanley why he is swearing so much, to which he replies that he is just very surprised. The dwarf says that despite this good fortune, these items were of no use to them, and so they sold them for over 10 million stones. Stanley congratulates his comrades on their incredible success, and they ask him why he bends the cutlery. Stanley says that because of the essence of the hero's lesson, he can't control his power, after which the dwarf asks how their adventures went. Milana is eager to tell everything that happened, but Stanley interrupts her, saying that he would rather tell everything himself. With these words, Stanley decides to tell a slightly edited version of events, so as not to compromise either himself or Milana. For this reason, he decides not to talk about the episodes with obtaining the hero's orc essence and with the spiritual ring. After he finishes his story, his comrades look at him in surprise, saying that they did not expect such a gripping story. Brown congratulates Milana on successfully completing the spiritual contract, then asks why she was so worried about Stanley. The girl states that without him, she would not have been able to get out, and the dwarf is surprised that Stanley was able to get the hero's orc essence from the clan, and only 2 million stones, after which he states that they are ready to give him 1 million each for such inconvenience. Stanley is surprised that the dwarves suddenly decided to act like real holy benefactors. The dwarf excitedly says that it was the most amazing and greatest story he had ever heard. Hikuro says that Stanley is called Little Balkan for a reason, and the protagonist is surprised that he received such a nickname. The dwarf chuckles and says that this is now his middle name, after which the protagonist remembers that he is now compared to the great barbarian hero of the previous era. Stanley tenses up at this information and wonders if he has become too famous. He recalls that he used to be very happy to gain fame in this game, but now everything has changed dramatically. The companions congratulate Stanley and say that in the future he will be able to reach even greater heights, after which Stanley thanks them for such warm words. Milana says that now they need to talk about the most important thing, and the companions decide to discuss the distribution of the spoils. According to the results of the study, Stanley and Milan earned 7,650,000 stones, taking into account the deduction of the cost of repairing equipment for 2 people. Stanley proudly turns to Milana and tells her that she promised to give him all the money, and the girl whines angrily, after which she agrees to this. A few days later, Milana and Stanley decide to go shopping to buy new equipment. The girl talks to the main character and says that going through the labyrinth was difficult, but even without him he had a lot of things to do. Stanley constantly makes excuses to Milana and says that he has done everything that was necessary. He also says that he picked up the gear that was sent in for repair and replenished the supplies, after which he stopped by the auction house. Stanley turns his attention to Milana and wonders why she continues to hang around him. After some thought, he realizes that he must now focus on improving Milana, since she is his main comrade. Stanley tells the girl that he is going to return home, but Milana replies that she thought they would stay in the city for a long time. Milana says dejectedly that she will be in town tomorrow or the day after, and Stanley understands that the girl is under a lot of stress. Stanley reflects that there are many things that bother him, but he should not interfere in family matters. He wishes Milana good luck, to which she quietly replies that she is very grateful to him for this. Stanley decides to defuse the situation and forces and pats the girl on the back, recommending not to hang her head, and Milana calls him an ignorant barbarian. The girl irritably tells Stanley that he must definitely return in 2 days and eat well during his vacation. Milana gives Stanley some more advice on healthy eating, and then leaves. Stanley climbs into the carriage and reflects on how Milana is acting just like his ex-girlfriend. The carriage starts moving, and Stanley reflects on the fact that his original task is to pump up Milana. After some time, Stanley arrives in zone number 8, and thinks that with his characteristics he can move to a higher team. But in this case, it will be difficult for Milan to take. He walks around the city, thinking about how he'll have to stick around with his current team for a while, and make sure Milana upgrades her contract with the Spirit Beast. Walking through the main square, Stanley hears the townspeople shouting that the execution is about to begin. Meanwhile, bright red blood splashes across the square next to the guillotine. The townspeople say that they came to watch the execution of an evil spirit, after which they express disappointment, since this man even bleeds, like everyone else. Stanley comes closer, and notices that this time they are going to execute Tarakan, with whom he spoke before going into the labyrinth. Stanley recognizes the man and ponders intensely that, apparently, he did not buy the gun with the money he gave him. Stanley also realizes that this man did not take advantage of his chance, and did not go into the labyrinth to earn a living. Noticing Stanley, Tarakan begins to moo loudly, trying to motivate Stanley to help him. However, after some time, the executioner fixes Tarakan's head and sets the guillotine into action, not giving the poor fellow a chance to escape. Stanley quickly turns away to avoid seeing this, and moves away to avoid attracting attention, thinking about what he could have been in his place, and decides to stop helping everyone all the time. Suddenly, a stranger addresses Stanley by his game name, and the protagonist snaps back rudely. However, the stranger puts his finger to his mouth and asks Stanley to be quiet, adding that they are in the same boat. Coming closer, the man asks Stanley whether he came from America, Europe, or Thailand. Stanley muses that he had expected this outcome, but did not expect it so quickly, while the stranger states that he himself came from the States. After some thought, Stanley decides to use a clever tactical move called the Anar strategy. A few moments later, he approaches the stranger and sternly tells him that he must speak directly, without using complex words. The stranger says he almost fell for the ruse and thought Stanley had only been here 3 months. Stanley says he warned the stranger not to use difficult words, and then claims that it is okay to communicate with him carelessly. After this, the stranger tells Stanley that he ended up here because of a cursed game, but he distorted the first letters of this word. He also states that he admires Stanley's skill in any case, saying that he made a name for himself in just 3 months. The stranger says that Stanley may not admit where he is from, since they are considered comrades in any case. Stanley takes a small step forward and menacingly asks the stranger if he is an evil spirit. The stranger smiles and says that he understands Stanley's caution perfectly well, after which he adds that his guess is correct. Stanley immediately screams loudly, frightening all the passers-by who pass by him and confusing his interlocutor. After this, he menacingly says that the chief of the tribe taught him to kill any evil spirit he sees. Before his interlocutor can recover, Stanley rushes forward to deliver a powerful blow with his strong fist. After some time, the scene moves to the guard garrison, where the chief tells Stanley that he is a little wolf. The guard thanks Stanley for his heroism, adding that thanks to him, his younger brother got out of the labyrinths. Stanley asks the guard how much longer he has to sit, adding that he is very hungry. With these words, Stanley recalls that the guards detained him in time and did not allow him to kill the man who introduced himself as an evil spirit. The guard states that they are conducting an investigation, and so Stanley will have to wait a little while. The guard who burst into the room states that the suspect has a certificate of a hunter of evil spirits. Stanley enters the victim's room and is met by an employee of the same service, who states that the man belonged to their ranks. Stanley menacingly states that the man claimed to be an evil spirit and asks the others if they thought they could fool him. A service spokesman says that typically those who have become famous or demonstrated exceptional abilities in the interim are given suspended sentences. Stanley continues to shout loudly and states that he does not understand these difficult words, after which the guard exhales tiredly. He approaches Stanley and tells him that the Secret Service suspected him of being an evil spirit. Stanley immediately begins to stomp loudly and menacingly says that he will crush the skull of anyone who mistakes him for an evil spirit. Stanley continues to act like a menacing barbarian, and the intelligence officer assures him that it will not happen again. After Stanley leaves the garrison, he reflects on how surprised he was that these people knew such details. Stanley remembers the words of the stranger, who spoke the names of the real countries Stanley came from. This man's fatal mistake was that he mislearned the word game and strangely mangled it. Stanley credits his powers of observation for being able to spot this trick, and accurately determine that he was being deceived. Stanley walks down the street and thinks that if the Secret Service has reached this level, then Terrakin being brought to justice seems absolutely logical. Looking around, Stanley realizes that the more he thinks, the crazier this world seems to him. After this, he goes to his room and is glad that he managed to avoid trouble, at least for a while. A moment later, Stanley feels his boot step on a small envelope containing important information. Opening the envelope, Stanley discovers a red pill inside, which easily falls out onto the floor. Stanley opens the envelope in surprise and finds a small letter with interesting things inside. Stanley carefully examines the text of the letter and learns that it was sent to a random researcher, presumably a player. The letter also contains advice that the player should not admit to being a player. The letter also states that this game has a secret community that guarantees complete anonymity, and that you can get into it by swallowing a pill. Meanwhile, the scene moves to the secret Ministry of Public Order, which is directly subordinate to the royal family. The employee reports that they have decided that it will be very easy to crack a barbarian with 3 months of experience. The boss asks him what the result was, and the employee says that it is better to look at the result in person. The boss activates the magic ball by pressing the red button located at the bottom of the device. A moment later, the magic ball is activated, and the head of the service observes what happened through the eyes of the injured employee. The man carefully watches every movement and emotion that Stanley demonstrates. After this, he watches as the barbarian rushes forward and beats the employee half to death with his own hands. The chief says that in such a situation, evil spirits usually prefer to flee, but this barbarian attacked him without a shadow of a doubt. After thinking for a moment, the chief says that Björn Yandel should be found not guilty, and all suspicions against him should be dropped. Approaching the window, the chief reflects on the fact that fate itself prophesies the role of a hero to this man, since he was able to become famous in just 3 months, even without being an evil spirit. The boss considers this a good sign, since this city has always lacked talent capable of showing itself. Meanwhile, a notification appears on the screen again, indicating that Stanley's character's fame is rapidly growing. The next morning, the main character comes to the Tower of Magicians to get to the bottom of the truth and understand what this letter is. Alice tells Stanley that if he received this letter, it means his reputation has risen significantly. Stanley asks her in surprise if this is really true, and the girl replies that usually everyone who becomes famous receives such a letter. The girl picks up the piece of paper, and Stanley notices that all the letters on it have disappeared, after which Alice says that if such a letter had come to her, she would have immediately checked the letters. Alice also says that these letters are sent by evil spirits who are trying to find others like themselves. Stanley says he didn't even know it was a letter and declares Alice to be a true genius, after which the girl engages in a short session of self-admiration. Alice says that there is usually a pill inside such a letter, after which she asks Stanley if he knows anything about this, to which he replies that he has never come across such a pill. Alice says that such pills were made by an extremely talented magician, who possesses mind control magic and other dimensional magic. Alice says that by swallowing the pill, you can get into a special world of spirits, which is located in an unknown place. Stanley looks at Alice in surprise, and she adds that this can be considered another dimension, adding that only the mind enters it, while the body remains in place. Alice also says that if someone swallows the pill, they will be summoned to a special spirit world at midnight on the 15th day of every month. Alice also states that everyone who took the pill was found dead a few days later. and Stanley wonders what kind of idiot sent him that letter. He says that the pill most likely contains poison, but Alice claims that she can swear that there are no such components in this pill. She also says that the most popular version on this matter is that evil spirits have a way of picking up those who do not belong to them. Alice also says that this world uses a soul form, which makes it impossible for anyone to know what the evil spirits look like in the city. Stanley asks in surprise if it is possible to find out who swallowed this pill using magic. Alice states that this is indeed impossible, since otherwise they would have caught all the evil spirits long ago. After this, Alice suggests to Stanley to begin today's research, asking whether it is worth moving on to blood sampling. The protagonist nods silently and reflects on the fact that the community can indeed guarantee complete anonymity. He also understands that by accessing this community, he will be able to obtain valuable information. The protagonist is delighted to realize that he may most likely get the opportunity to return to his world. Seated in the test chair, Stanley continues to be immersed in thoughts about whether he should take the risk for the chance to go back. Sometime later, Stanley finds himself at home, pondering the risks and benefits of his decision. Stanley realizes that if the pill were that dangerous, the community would not have created it in the first place. Stanley also realizes that he can't take the pill right now because if this is an invitation from the ruler, there is probably a way to find out who has joined. Stanley believes that if he was the only one who received an invitation at any given time, his anonymity would be destroyed once he joined the community. Stanley comes to the conclusion that if he is going to take this pill, it is better to wait 3 months to 6 months. The protagonist comes to the conclusion that he doesn't need the information that much for now, and decides to get ready for bed. 15 days after returning from the labyrinth, something strange begins to happen in the Magic Tower. In one of the laboratories located on the upper floors of the Magic Tower, the clock points to midnight. One of the magicians turns to the magic ball to establish a connection with one of his subordinates. A female voice comes from the ball, and the magician asks the woman called the Queen of Souls what happened to the newcomer. The woman replies that no one showed up, and the magician concludes that apparently he was mistaken, and it really was not a player. The Queen of Souls asks the mage what to do with the other letters that they have delayed sending, to which the mage replies that they must now be sent out in order of priority. The mage reflects on how he had high hopes for this man, because he heard that he chose a shield at his coming-of-age ceremony, and then sadly concludes that this was again a mistake. Sometime later, Stanley comes to the Explorers Guild branch, and an employee informs him that he has been promoted to a 6th-rank explorer. Stanley completed his assignments every day and did not notice how a huge amount of time flew by. Stanley also notes that the huge amount of money he earned flowed away as if it were just water. However, the protagonist reflects that he does not regret anything, since the stones were spent on necessary things. A huge amount of money was spent on an improved head, as well as an acid immunity spell for the armor. Stanley also had the foresight to spend money on special pants that automatically repair themselves, change shape, and are immune to acid. In addition, Stanley spent a considerable amount of money on purchasing new equipment for Milana. After shopping, Stanley decides to try out his gear on some small haystacks. Stanley bought twin blades for Milana, and also acquired the blood of a wild beast to upgrade spiritual beings. Looking at the results, Stanley is pleased that thanks to the blood of a wild beast, Milana can now imbue weapons with an ice element. Milana asks Stanley how she is able to perform her moves, to which he replies that her movements look awkward, and that she needs to train more. After this, Stanley realizes that he only has the 3rd stage of the spiritual seal left, and recalls yesterday's procedure of improving to the 2nd level. Even though the procedure only took 10 minutes, it turned out that resisting the pain did not help Stanley at all. The passive effects that the seal provided increased significantly, and the shaman told the protagonist that in his memory, he was the first person to remain conscious after the seal was completed. The shaman also suggested that Stanley choose a special wand that would determine his fate. Without thinking twice, Stanley pulled out one of the sticks to finish this suspicious ritual as quickly as possible. The shaman, watching this, chuckled thoughtfully, after which he fell silent for a while, taking the stick. The shaman asked Stanley to name the day and hour of his birth, which left the protagonist stumped. However, the shaman immediately stated that this was just a joke, since the barbarians could not know anything like that. Without thinking twice, the shaman declared that Stanley would share the fate of those who are often called heroes. While getting dressed, the protagonist wondered what all this meant, coming to the conclusion that he should still behave as before. Stanley reflects on how he needs to continue to improve his strength to withstand any adversity. After going downstairs, Stanley meets Milana, who offers him a snack before he goes back to the barbarian camp. After having a snack with his partner, Stanley comes to the shaman again and tells him that he is the first one who has returned so soon for the 3rd seal. The shaman tells Stanley that he has a fork in the road, and he can choose between the spirit of flame, the soul of iron, and the spirit of the wild. Stanley muses that everything is within the rules of the game so far, and declares that he chooses the spirit of the wild. The 3rd level seal is so painful that Stanley can't take it anymore and starts screaming loudly throughout the camp. The game notifies that he has activated the third stage immortality imprint, and his resistance to physical attacks has increased significantly. Stanley remembers that thanks to the seal he received an increased threat level and can now attract monsters even with just his breath. Also, thanks to Stanley's new active skill, you can now draw the attention of a crowd of monsters to yourself and get a bonus to stamina for each monster. Stanley muses that this skill synergizes well with his other essence effects that increase threat. Suddenly, the shaman approaches Stanley and tells him that he should return home to get some proper rest. As soon as Stanley gets up, Shaman stops him and states that yesterday he did not tell everything about his fate. The shaman says that Stanley must always and everywhere beware of those who are filled with resentment, after which the protagonist asks him to say it in simpler language, and the shaman rephrases his words approximately like this. Stanley irritably wonders if shaman understands the meaning of the word more simply, then heads for the exit. The shaman sees Stanley off and watches him leave thoughtfully, lost in thoughts known only to him. Stanley heads out of the camp and reflects on the fact that he doesn't have much left to do. Suddenly, Einar jumps out from the nearby bushes, and Stanley asks her what she is doing here. The girl whispers that no one should know that she is here, and states that she heard from the elders that he was given the name Little Balkan. Einar demands that Stanley tell her all the circumstances under which he received this nickname, and the protagonist decides to satisfy her curiosity. After some time after the story, Einar says that she is glad that Stanley remained in that detachment. Stanley looks at Einar and asks her why she has lost so much weight, to which the girl replies that she has been compressing her muscles. Stanley tries to understand what this mechanism is, and Einar says that she herself does not fully understand the principles of operation. Suddenly, the cry of the elder who is looking for Einar is heard, and the girl says that it is time for her to return to her training. Stanley asks Einar if she is okay, to which she replies that the amount of training has doubled, but she is fine. After saying goodbye to Stanley, the girl leaves, but then stops and calls out to the main character. Einar tells him that she is glad to see how he is becoming more beautiful right before her eyes. Stanley tries to understand what she means, and the warrior states that his face used to be filled with anger, but now it looks more relaxed. A moment later, the elder's loud cry is heard again in the camp, and Einar runs away at his call, declaring that he will return when he becomes a more reliable warrior. Stanley freezes for a moment and watches the formidable warrior, then becomes lost in thought. He looks at the falling leaves and asks himself if everything has really become so good, and if he has become more relaxed. After some time, Stanley comes to the library, and the curator tells him that he has now become a celebrity. Stanley is surprised that the sorceress suddenly decided to talk to him, and calmly replies that the rumors about his fame are a little exaggerated. Afterwards, he says goodbye to the caretaker and reflects on how in the past he tried to get closer to her because he thought she would be useful, but now it is pointless. Stanley also thinks that there is already a mage in his current team, and realizes that this person is not a conventional mage since he is not in a magic tower. Stanley turns to the librarian and assumes that she is in the same position as Lear. Stanley finds himself beginning to rationalize his behavior, and reflect on the fact that his moral principle rejects idle curiosity. He recalls that this is precisely why he was wary of those around him, and weighed every action they took. He also recalls that he focused on their value and his own benefit in order to extract maximum benefit. Among other things, Stanley killed when people posed a threat, and was ready to betray at any moment. Stanley reflects on how he must remain cool in any situation and act for himself, then remembers how he saved Milana, despite the fact that it was unprofitable. He notices that he has begun to catch himself more often wanting to do something useless. Moving closer to the library employee, he tells her to stop staring at him and to say something if she wants. The library employee is surprised and asks Stanley how he knew, to which he replies that he saw it in his eyes. After some time, Stanley receives a notification that his overall skills have been significantly increased. The next day, Stanley walks into a cafe that is not designed for customers his height. Stanley squeezes through the door with difficulty and looks around, thinking that he never thought he would end up in a place like this. Suddenly, one of the girls waves her hand and asks him to sit down at the table. Stanley comes closer, and the girl turns to him, stating that he can call her Shavrina. Stanley sits closer, and Shavrina asks him what he will have for dinner, to which the protagonist replies that he would like beer with meat. Stanley also asks Shavrina what she wants, and she asks him if he received any instructions from Ragna. Stanley asks Shavrina if she means the librarian, and Shavrina chuckles, saying that he doesn't even know the librarian's name. Stanley asks Shavrina what she would like to get from him. Shavrina says she'd like to hire him to patrol the sewers, adding that they usually send guards to catch tax evaders. Shavrina also states that the squad died last time in an incident on the 3rd floor, and now they need a replacement. Stanley says he understands what the task is, and asks Shavrina why they didn't turn to someone more suitable. Shavrina says the real reason is that Stanley has become very popular. Shavrina also says that she can order cookies for herself and tell all her friends that Stanley gave them to her. The girl asks Stanley what he thinks of the task, adding that the reward will be 200,000. She also states that they are somewhat picky in choosing people. so if he completes the task, other guilds will start to consider him reliable. Stanley smiles and says that Shavrina flatters him, thinking that most likely no one will seriously consider the barbarian a good worker. After thinking for a moment, Stanley says that he agrees to her terms and accepts the assignment. Having finished discussing the work, Stanley gets up from his chair and says that in that case, he will go on business. Left alone, Shavrina reflects on how she unexpectedly met someone so interesting. She also notes that she became very curious, since her friend never talked about other people. The girl sips her tea and reflects on the fact that Varvara most likely knows nothing about Ragna's past. Shavrina smiles and says that it is time to find new friends for her friend. 2 days later, Stanley contacts his comrades and they go down into the sewers together. Milana, standing at the entrance to the sewer, begins to complain about the unpleasant smell, and Stanley says that such places cannot smell like anything else. When Stanley mentioned the mission at yesterday's gathering, the dwarf immediately agreed, stating that he would not miss such a journey. Lyre also supported Stanley's aspirations, saying that he had been living in books lately and was missing adventures. Brown agreed to the task to test a new skill he had recently mastered. At the same time, Milana decided to go on a mission to spend some time with Stanley and try out the twin blades. Realizing that there was no such thing as free roadside assistance, Stanley decided to take his comrades with him on this dangerous mission. As Stanley continues down the dark corridors, he reflects on how, unlike the others, Brown will be especially useful in this mission. After a while it becomes completely dark, and Lior uses a small light spell to avoid getting lost. The squad continues to move on, and the dwarf decides to tell rumors about a terrible monster that lives in this sewer and devours everyone. Milana asks Lior if he is sure that the monster really exists, and the young man hesitates a little. The dwarf claims to have heard that all the waste from the magic tower is dumped here. He adds that if it suddenly turned out that some kind of potion or chemical reagent was sent into the garbage, which reacted with the corpse of the monster, this could lead to the appearance of a creature that had not been observed before. Stanley listens carefully to these stories and mentally understands that they have no relation to reality. He also reflects on the fact that the powers that be told him that there had been no problems down here for 2 years, so the existence of such a monster was ruled out. Suddenly, Brown stops in his tracks and continues to look closely at the map. Stanley asks him what happened, and Brown replies that he can't really smell anything because of the terrible smell. After this, he states that he is haunted by the feeling that they are not alone here. Stanley recalls that Brown has the essence of a mimic, so his words should be listened to. Meanwhile, Milana, looking around, notices a criminal hiding in a crack. Stanley comes closer to the criminal and grabs him by the clothes, ordering him to get out immediately. Before the criminal can do anything, the protagonist throws him to the ground. The criminal, who is most likely hiding because of some serious crime, understands that he has nothing left to lose. With these thoughts, he rushes forward, swinging his knife at Stanley and ordering him to die immediately. Stanley quickly intercepts the criminal's blow and squeezes his hand with all his strength, stating that it was a good try. A moment later, the bones in his hand break, and Stanley says that he must try everything if he wants to survive. The criminal falls to the ground and clutches his broken arm, after which Stanley orders him to tell why he was hiding. The criminal remains silent, and Stanley asks him if he does not want to answer, or if he is in so much pain that he prefers death. The criminal begs for mercy, claiming that he has never harmed a fly in his life, and in fact was hiding there because he cannot pay taxes. Brown tells Stanley that the man has a brand on his forehead, adding that such a mark is only given to those who have committed terrible sins. Stanley claims he was told he would receive 5,000 stones if he brought in every criminal alive. Lyre asks Stanley what to do if the man is a normal citizen, but Stanley replies that normal citizens don't hang around here. Meanwhile, the criminal continues to lie on the ground, trying to relieve the impossible pain from broken bones. Brown laughs heartily, and says that he expected nothing less from the meditative rule, after which Milana declares that the man will still be executed even if they take him alive. The criminal starts shouting loudly and saying that he will tell them very valuable information in exchange for freedom. Stanley orders the criminal not to mislead them, but he says that he is sure that if they catch the madwoman, they will get a lot of money. Stanley asks the bandit who he means, and he tells him that a few days ago some crazy woman pulled him out of hiding with the help of dark magic. He claims that this madwoman was accompanied by a pack of corpses that did not at all resemble the undead from the labyrinths. Stanley recognizes the man the criminal is talking about, and is surprised that he keeps bumping into her. The image of the terrible priestess of punishment named Eliza Behench appears before his eyes again. Milana watches Stanley's reaction closely and asks him what they should do now. Stanley says that if it really is Eliza, then they can't just let her roam free. Almost all members of the group offer to catch her and take revenge for what she did to them earlier. Brown remains the voice of reason and expresses doubts about the idea, adding that he will go with them since the majority voted in favor. Half an hour later, Stanley ties the bandit to a rope and orders him to lead them forward. The adventurers continue to walk along the fetid canal, wondering who built such a complex labyrinth. After this, they ask the criminal why he hid in such a visible place. He replies that he had to look for a new hiding place again after Eliza drove him away, After some time, the criminal leads the adventurers to a large hatch and asks them to speak more quietly from now on. Stanley asks the bandit if there are any other ways out of here, to which he replies that this is the only entrance. Stanley smiles and thinks that this time they will be able to show the priestess what real justice is. After going down, Stanley tells the criminal that he must go first in exchange for his freedom if he survives. After a few meters, the adventurers come across several withered corpses lying on the ground. Stanley continues moving and steps on the dark seal, which immediately activates. Stanley realizes that the place is rife with traps and orders everyone to move back immediately. A moment later, several shadows appear and immediately rush straight at the criminal walking in front. This trap is called the Evil God's Break, and when triggered, it will cause your maximum health to be reduced after each hit from the restless souls. Somewhere nearby, Eliza flinches and turns around in surprise when she hears a loud noise. The priestess wonders if someone actually activated her trap, and speculates that it could have been the people from the temple. After this, the girl clutches her medallion and reflects on the fact that she still hasn't found the passage to the underground city. The evil god speaks to his priestess and tells her that she must make a sacrifice to him, which will be followed by a reward. The game notifies Stanley that he has encountered 120 undead, but his dark resistance increases the required stats, causing the effectiveness to be reduced by 30%. Stanley breathes hard, holding tightly to the criminal who was just right in front of him. Milana asks him if everything is okay with him, to which he replies that he managed to survive. Turning around, Stanley asks his comrades if they are okay, to which they respond that they survived thanks to him. Stanley looks at the criminal and realizes that he got the worst of it and died a horrible death. Stanley releases the lifeless body and says that this criminal just saved their lives with his body. He suggests that the squad move on, but his comrades linger and search the body, finding a personal plate. Upon closer inspection, the adventurers realize that the man's name was Hans, and Stanley immediately loses his optimism. Stanley notes that he now has a bad feeling about this, as he encountered a man named Hans. After some time, Stanley and his company find the man's hideout, noting that he has settled in well. The team comes to the conclusion that this guy was very thrifty. Looking around, the team notices that Eliza is not there and decides to remain vigilant. Lior says he feels like there's something hidden under the floor, which means there's something hidden under the floor. Without thinking twice, Stanley takes off his armor and approaches the place where the magical aura is coming from. The allies ask the protagonist what he is going to do, to which he replies that he wants to break through the floor. His allies tell him that it won't work with magic, but Stanley doesn't listen and uses his new gigantic powers. A moment later, he slams his huge finger down on the floor with incredible force. A loud roar is heard throughout the tunnel, echoing for a long time. Stanley's allies watch in horror as Brown continues to pound the floor with vicious blows. Despite the fact that the first blows did not bring results, Stanley decides not to give up and continues to try to break the floor. After some time, these blows bear fruit, and the heroes find themselves in front of the destroyed entrance to the underground city. Brown says he can smell the woman and that they can look in there without any fear. Stanley steps forward, wondering if Brown's sixth sense had detected any additional traps. Meanwhile, the scene moves to the underground city of Cork, where the young man runs as fast as he can to his boss. The young man makes every effort to speed up and deliver the necessary news on time. After some time, he reaches the vice captain, opens the doors with loud shouts, and declares that the entrance has been destroyed. The vice captain asks his subordinate what he is trying to say, to which he replies that judging by the reports from the surface, the royal family has nothing to do with it. He also states that this entrance has long been forgotten since the incident with the cult of Carvia, and the vice captain assumes that the priestess on the run is to blame. After this, the vice captain turns to a red-haired marauder named Amelia, and tells her that she can handle this without making too much noise, to which the girl replies that she will be back soon. Meanwhile, his squad continues to move forward, trying to figure out what this confusing place is that they have ended up in. Despite all efforts, none of the adventurers manage to understand what this place is. Suddenly, Brown stops his comrades, saying that the woman's scent has become much stronger and is no longer just a trail. He says he feels that Eliza is very close, about 100 meters away. Meanwhile, Eliza continues her journey into the depths of the underground city. The girl wonders what this place is and why the path curves so strangely. After some time, Eliza hears a strange, sinister laugh from her god, and tries to understand what the reason is. The girl remembers that every time she hears this giggling, something bad happens, and wonders if the scum from the temple have already caught up with her. The girl speeds up, realizing that she needs to reach her goal as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Stanley and his squad notice that the scent is getting weaker again, and they need to speed up to catch up with the damned bastard. Lisa begins to hear approaching voices that begin to seem all too familiar to her. After listening, Lisa realizes that she is being pursued by barbarians with Ball, and decides to deal with them in order to regain her strength. With that, she uses the skill Demon Realm Gate to summon powerful assistance. A moment later, the Shadow Guards take her side and rush forward to meet Stanley and his partners. However, before they can fully form, a Frostblade begins to sparkle in the air. Milana, who ran faster than everyone else, rushes forward and destroys the shadow monsters. Stanley, having caught up with his ally, reflects on how her silent damage has made her much stronger. After this, Stanley uses the skill Savage Burst to provoke enemies and increase his stats. He then screams loudly with the illusion that they have become much stronger than when they last met. A few seconds later, Devore and Brown enter the battle, starting to use their ranged attacks. Eliza looks at the adventurers with irritation and calls them freaks, after which she decides to use defensive maneuvers. The Karui priestess extends her hand forward and casts several curses on everyone at once, reducing their pain resistance and physical attributes. However, Lior quickly comes to their aid, using support spells to dispel all the curses. Stanley continues to wield his weapon and reflects on the fact that Lior learned a very expensive spell that brought incredible benefits. With the shadow minions dealt with, Stanley rushes forward to deal with Eliza. Stanley shouts at Lior to be ready, and the mage begins to closely watch his friend's movements. With these words, he rushes forward and swings his mace to finish off the priestess of Kara with one blow. However, once the mace reaches the girl's body, she uses her spirit form to gain resistance to physical damage and the ability to fly. At that very moment, Lior uses the materialization skill to deprive Eliza of her spiritual form. The girl immediately loses the ability to fly and lands on the ground, once again acquiring a material form. Stanley immediately rushes forward and grabs the girl by her clothes to prevent her from escaping. Before she can react, he delivers a powerful attack with his shield right into her face. Stanley continues to get carried away and stabs Eliza multiple times, after which his friends stop him, saying that they plan to leave her alive. Having badly maimed the girl, Stanley ties her to his shield and tells her that they must return to receive their reward. He also notes that his friends did a great job, before turning around to see that they have all passed out. A moment later, the others are notified that Stanley's character has also been poisoned by the basilisk's paralyzing venom. After this, he receives an additional notification that his constitution stat has exceeded 300, causing the poison's effectiveness to be halved. Stanley looks up to see Amelia standing in front of him and realizes that things have gotten too bad. Amelia calmly tells Stanley that he has become much stronger, and Stanley realizes that he has met this psychopath in the Deadlands again. Amelia looks closely at the unconscious Milana and asks Stanley if he came here to help his friends. Stanley says he doesn't understand the point of the question and concludes that Amelia was being led astray in order to eliminate them. Stanley recalls the moments of their last meeting and decides that Amelia decided to take the opportunity to make sure he didn't spill the beans. Stanley says that he kept his promise, then asks Amelia why she is following him. Amelia looks at Stanley in surprise and says that it was he who opened the passage and invaded the underground city, after which she asks him how he knew about this place. Stanley says he doesn't understand anything and asks Amelia where they even are. Amelia asks Stanley how he got here, to which he replies that he punched a hole in the magical wall. Amelia asks him why he was beating the floor with a club, to which he points to Eliza and says that they were chasing her. Amelia looks closely at Eliza and says that this is the priestess of Karui, who is wanted. After making sure there are no misunderstandings left between them, Stanley says that in that case they can safely leave here. But Amelia says that now she can't just let them go since they found out about this place. Stanley asks Amelia if it would change his mind if he could take another oath not to tell. Amelia continues to look menacingly at Stanley and says that this time everything will be different. Realizing he has no other option, Stanley quickly removes his armor and places the helmet and lantern in front of him. Amelia asks him what he is doing, to which he replies that he knows 2 ways to piss off an opponent. Stanley says that the first way is to not tell the truth, and then begins to talk about the second way. However, he decides not to finish and take advantage of the moment of surprise, after which he throws the helmet forward. Using her agility, Amelia easily dodges the helmet flying at her. However, Stanley immediately rushes forward, swinging his huge shield to hit Amelia. Immediately after that, he throws the shield straight at Amelia, who is still standing calmly in place. As soon as the shield is near her, the girl easily dodges, and Stanley uses this to close the distance. Thinking that Amelia is still flexible, Stanley lifts his leg to crush his opponent. Amelia makes a quick move to the side and again dodges the protagonist's attack. Stanley lunges forward to grab the girl, but she continues to retreat, not allowing herself to be grabbed. Stanley realizes that the girl is behaving as he expected, and now he must act unexpectedly. The protagonist uses the Gigantize skill to make his arm grow longer and grab the unsuspecting Amelia. Given a small window of opportunity, Stanley says he finally has a chance to defeat her. With these words, he decides not to give Amelia a chance to dodge and delivers a powerful attack right to her face. Stanley immediately decides to repeat his attack to get rid of the annoying girl. However, this attack is not destined to be completed, as Stanley notices that the girl decides to perform a quick attack with a knife. To save his arm, Stanley uses the Flesh Explosion skill, which throws Amelia several meters away from him. Despite the acidic blood that gets on Amelia, she continues to attack no matter what. Stanley decides to catch Amelia with a quick kick during another feint. To the protagonist's surprise, Amelia does not have time to react to this attack and receives a powerful kick. Looking at his successes, Stanley understands that now he can deal with the damned marauder and put an end to this story. Suddenly, Stanley hears Amelia's voice right behind him and tries to figure out what happened. Meanwhile, the game sends Stanley a notification that Amelia used the self-regeneration skill, after which she prepared an Asura strike. The girl quickly closes the distance with Stanley and jumps into the air, saying that if Stanley absorbed the vampire essence, he would be able to withstand this. Stanley doesn't have time to recover from this attack, and a moment later an incredible flurry of spiritual energy falls on his face. Meanwhile, the game notifies Stanley that he survived thanks to the passive skill source of darkness, and now his regeneration is significantly increased. After some time, Stanley comes to and hears Amelia's voice, who tells him that he has wild regeneration. The girl claims that one bottle was enough to make his head grow back. Stanley quickly gets to his feet and asks Amelia why she did what she did. Amelia says that Stanley almost changed and asks him why he suddenly attacked her. The protagonist replies that he had no choice because Amelia wanted to finish him off. The girl says that she didn't say she was going to kill him, reminding the protagonist that last time she also left him alive. Stanley says that Amelia told him that she couldn't let them go, to which the girl remarks that she said that she couldn't just let them go. Amelia asks what she plans to do now, to which she replies that she does not plan to kill them. However, the protagonist slowly reaches for the weapon, and Amelia tells him that he should behave more calmly. Stanley says that Amelia has misunderstood him, and the girl shrewdly remarks that he has decided to prepare himself in case she suddenly changes her mind. Stanley also says that the best defense is a good offense, and Amelia rolls her eyes. Stanley also asks Amelia why she didn't drink the potion, to which the girl replies that she can't do that. Stanley realizes that some essences react poorly to potions, after which Amelia approaches him and hands him an unprecedented artifact. Upon closer inspection, Stanley realizes that it is a drug that erases the memory of the last hour. Stanley tells Amelia that if she kills them, she can get tens of millions, then asks her why she is doing all this. Amelia leans towards Stanley and asks who he thinks she is, but Stanley decides not to answer the question. After this, Amelia says that she doesn't care about the answer, and shoves the pill into Stanley's mouth. Stanley decides not to resist, since such a procedure is still better than death. He also asks Amelia if there are any side effects, to which the girl states that she has not heard of anything like that. After this, Amelia asks Stanley what the second method is, and Stanley asks her again, trying to understand what she means. Amelia says she means the second way to irritate an opponent. Stanley tries to answer her, after which he quickly passes out, falling to the ground. Stanley receives a notification that the blessing of summer is entering the character's soul. After some time, he wakes up and receives a notification that his soul cannot be blessed. The next morning, Stanley comes to the administrative office to receive the award. Shavrina says Hans was a wanted criminal who committed robbery and murder. Stanley asks Shavrina if he should compensate for the damages for the broken devices, to which the girl replies that their case was special. Stanley reflects that this was indeed a special case, as they almost died. He recalls waking up in the sewers and by some lucky chance retaining all of his gear, with only his headlamp and flashlight and recording device broken. Stanley also recalls that the other comrades did not remember anything, so the words of the psychopath could be believed. Among other things, Stanley felt that he was the only one whose memory remained relatively intact. Stanley and his comrades also found the murdered priestess of Karui, and came to the conclusion that this lady was involved in everything. In Brown's view, the injuries are evidence that Stanley killed her in a fit of rage and then lost his memory. Despite the complete discrepancy with actual events, Brown's theory turned out to be convincing, and everyone believed in it. As soon as Stanley and his comrades got out of the sewers, they were met by Shavrina in the company of Ragna. Stanley asked Shavrina why they were there, and she replied that they were too late, so they decided to go after them. Stanley looked at the two girls with skepticism, and Shavrina said that Ragna was an extremely capable magician. Meanwhile, Ragna stated that they should thank Shavrina, since she herself would not have followed them. However, Shavrina immediately destroys the image of an unapproachable girl, and says that in fact Ragna was terribly worried. Milana looked at Shavrina and Ragna in surprise and asked Stanley who these girls were. Stanley told Milana that this sorceress works in the library, which he often visits. After some time, a paladin with a two-handed sword approached them, and confirmed Lisa's identity, stating that their mission was completed. Meanwhile, the girls crowded behind Stanley begin to discuss various details of the identification skill. Stanley, who overheard this conversation, looks at them angrily, trying to understand why they are looking at him like an animal in a zoo. Shavrina notices this and quickly slaps her palm on the table to attract the girls' attention. After this, she drives the girls away, saying that she can file a complaint against them for harassment. Stanley smiles and reflects that Shavrina deserves forgiveness for having to visit that women's cafe. Stanley pushes his chair back and says that it's time for him to leave because his partners are waiting for him, to which the girl asks him to stop by the library when he has some free time. The girl says that she saw Ragna preparing something for Stanley, and the protagonist says that he will run there when he has time. The scene moves to a tavern where Dvorov begins to laugh sincerely, trying to tell a funny story. Divor continues his attempts to tell this story, but due to the loud laughter, he fails. Milana laughs sincerely and says that she has never heard such a funny and implausible story. Stanley approaches his comrades and the dwarf greets him, calling him a bag of luck. The reason for Stanley's companion's joy is very simple. The reward for winning with Lisa was 10 million stones. Stanley also realizes that his arm was torn apart during the battle with Milana, which for some reason he still remembers. Stanley remembers his head flying, but his companions remember nothing and feel as if they have won the lottery. Suddenly, Milana turns to Stanley, saying that she would like to discuss something with him, and Stanley tells her to get started. Milana sneaks up closer to the main character and quietly tells him that her father wants to meet him. Suddenly, a man appears in front of the protagonist and joyfully greets him, stating that his name is Hans Hodge. Stanley recalls that this man advised him to join the guild after Einar left the team. A good-natured country bumpkin asks Stanley's companion if he can join them, but Stanley immediately interrupts him, saying that there is no place for him there. Stanley glares at him and says they're finishing up soon, recommending that Hans do the same. The sad young man leaves, and Stanley reflects on the fact that the removal of another Hans was successful. After a while, the door opens and the tavern is filled with bright daylight. The residents immediately begin to whisper, recognizing the Maslin organization in these nights. The townspeople also say that these nights are very formidable, and if you have somehow done something wrong, you can count on nothing but death. Stanley recalls the words of the shaman, who advised to beware of those who carry a grudge in their hearts, and assumes that he meant all Hans. Meanwhile, the knights come closer and closer and stop near the table of Stanley and his companions. To the protagonist's surprise, the knights begin to talk to the dead drunk Lior, declaring that he will be arrested for insulting the dignity of the nobility. Stanley looks at this strange scene in surprise, and the knights grab the drunken magician by the collar. The young man tries to come to his senses, but due to the huge amount of alcohol he has consumed, he is unable to do so. 3 hours later, Stanley and his companions decide to visit Maslin's office, and the staff states that they must wait there until the investigation is completed. Stanley hangs around the gate and watches his companions hopelessly cling to the gate. The dwarf looks at his comrades and asks them if there is a chance that their comrade will survive. Milana asks the dwarf not to say such terrible things, and Stanley adds that he asked Shavrina to find out the situation. After some time, the heroes hear the familiar sounds of boots stepping on stone tiles. Looking up, the heroes see Lior approaching them, still walking with difficulty on the ground. The heroes quickly run up to Lior and ask him how he feels and what happened in the end. After some time, Lior tells his team that he will most likely have to leave them. His comrades ask him what the reason is, but he states that it is all about his older brother, who is Baron Martuan. The young man claims that he is in fact half a nobleman, as he is the son of the previous baron and a servant. According to Lior, immediately after birth he was adopted by the baroness's third brother. The dwarf asks Lior what this has to do with the team, to which he replies that his father passed away a year ago. He also says that after this, his second brother took his father's place, which is a problem. The young man says that after the death of the former baron, his eldest son died, as did everyone in the indirect line of succession. Lior also notes that his brother most likely sent Maslonov for him, so that he would continue to live in the shadows and keep a low profile, especially after he got into a group with a celebrity. Stanley is surprised that they suddenly decided to blame the shooters on him, after which he calms down and realizes that the guy is just worried. Stanley asks Lior if he doesn't want to be an explorer anymore because he's afraid of his brother, to which he replies that that's partly true. Lior says that in exchange for dropping the charges of insulting the dignity of a nobleman, he was forbidden to enter the labyrinth. After some time, the team agrees to continue the discussion tomorrow and says goodbye. Milana asks Stanley where he is going, but he says he needs to visit the library. Milana follows Stanley and says that she can go with him, but he recommends that she rest. The girl insists, and says that she has a lot of free time, after which Stanley raises his voice and tells her that in that case she should train. Stanley reflects that he was going to have a good rest today, but now his plans have changed. At the library, Stanley immediately decides to talk to the librarian, and says that he never introduced himself, after which he gives his name. The girl states that she obviously knows his name, after which the protagonist says that he did not come here today for books. Ragna asks him why he came, and Stanley says her full name, then misspells her last name. He asks her if she would like to take a break from working in the library and go into the labyrinth together, but the girl immediately refuses. Stanley decides not to convince the girl and says that he can understand her decision. He also states that if she is such a bad mage that she can't even enter the labyrinth, then there is nothing he can do about it. Ragna says that she never said anything like that, and Stanley asks her if that means she is capable enough. This teasing slightly angers Ragna, and she furrows her brows, looking sternly at Stanley. After this, she asks him if this is really why he came here, and the protagonist says that the conversation can be ended, since he will not be able to convince her otherwise. After this, Stanley says that Shavrina told him that Ragna had prepared something for him. Ragna immediately says that Shavrina wanted to make a gift for Stanley, and then asked her to do it, after which she states that this gift comes from Shavrina, not from her. Stanley listens to these unnecessary excuses, after which he asks the girl what she cooked. The librarian replies that she has prepared books as a reward, after which she uses a spell that allows her to find highly classified books. Stanley asks Ragna if the spell is legal, to which she replies that everything will be fine as long as he doesn't start blabber about it from every corner. The girl sadly states that no one cares, it doesn't matter what happens here, and asks what happened to this girl. Stanley realizes that the highly classified books were definitely different from the regular ones, and their contents were incredibly useful. Despite this, Stanley almost missed the opportunity to read because he arrived just as the library was closing. Despite this, he managed to make arrangements with the library and immerse himself in reading books, some of which contained information about secret organizations. Stanley also found a book that told about the world of evil spirits, which turned out to be written by an agent of the Hunters who had barely escaped from their world. Stanley also managed to get his hands on a complete book on faults, which contained an analysis of everything that could be known about faults. After reviewing the contents, Stanley realizes that even an experienced player like him cannot find anything to complain about in this book. Until the end of the book, Stanley is surprised by the name written on the cover. The thing is that the authorship of these books belongs to the creator of the game Dungeon and Stone. Stanley comes to the conclusion that there are only two options here: either this book could have been written by a player, or by the developer himself. Stanley comes to the conclusion that if the second option is true, it would mean that the reason he ended up here is somehow connected to the developer. Stanley wonders if this means that the developer is not human, but some kind of divine being. Stanley also feels that this world constantly reminds him that he doesn't know anything about it yet. Stanley comes to the conclusion that if he can track down this name, he might one day find his way back. After this, Stanley decides to go through the book again in case he missed something. After this, he sits down to read again, and more than 1 hour passes, since the information turns out to be even more useful. As soon as Stanley looks up from his book, he notices that it is already morning outside. Leaving the book room, Stanley notices that the librarian was here all this time, and there is simply little peace inside. Stanley asks the librarian why she remained silent, since if she had, he would have left the library immediately. The girl says that Stanley shouldn't get it all wrong, since she decided to take a rest after cleaning up. The girl adds that she is absolutely serious in her words and asks Stanley not to think of anything unnecessary. The center looks closely at the wound and asks him if he was going to leave. A few hours later, Stanley visits the magic tower and shouts loudly to attract Alice Raven's attention. The girl opens her room and asks Stanley what he is doing here so early in the morning. Stanley says that they need a mage on the team, and Alice immediately slams the door, from which the protagonist concludes that it was a refusal. After this, he knocks on the door again and says that he has one more request, after which he hands over a piece of paper from the complete Book of Rifts. The girl opens the door and tells Stanley that he knows perfectly well that she will not work for free. The girl invites him to her room and demands to tell him about the relic with which he killed the vampire. Stanley says he pulled out the relic and the statue in front of the fountain, and Alice says she knew he knew about them all along. Stanley says that he broke the statue because he was bored, and Alice asks him if he read that in a book. Stanley is surprised and asks Alice in which book he can find this information. Alice says that this is all getting stranger because Stanley used them exactly when he needed to, despite the fact that he didn't even know about it. Stanley finds a way out of this situation by saying that he just felt like it, and Alice sighs in disappointment, saying that she was hoping to get a normal copy of the Book of Rifts. After this, Alice says that she will help Stanley if he helps her supervisor with their research, after which he will receive the results of the paper analysis next week. Alice also tells Stanley that he shouldn't come so early without warning. A little later, a meeting of the Outcast team takes place, and Milana begins to scold the main character, stating that he was not at home. Stanley tells his ally that he was simply stuck in the library, and she begins to make incorrect assumptions about what he was doing there. Stanley says he was just reading books, and Milana looks at him suspiciously, trying to figure out if he's lying. Stanley also says that Milana wanted to tell him something yesterday, and the girl immediately starts shyly wagging her ears. Suddenly, the voices of other squad members are heard behind them, saying that they have arrived quite early. Having fully collected himself, the dwarf asks his allies what thoughts they have thought up during this time. Stanley is the first to speak up, saying that it would be much easier to find someone new, adding that he has already asked 2 mages. The dwarf angrily asks Stanley if he really went to talk to the other mages, and Lear tells him to calm down, saying that Stanley is right. The dwarf says that he and Leor thought about this topic last night and came to some conclusions. Stanley asks the dwarf not to delay and to get to the point. The dwarf says they've come to the conclusion that it wouldn't hurt to talk to this baron themselves to sort things out. The dwarf also says that the baron often visits this tea house, and Stanley understands that they will now cross paths with this man. The dwarf also says that if the issue is not resolved today, they will have to wait a whole month, since the baron is a very busy man. A few moments later, the door to the tea room slowly opens, and Stanley turns his head to see who has arrived. He looks at the aristocrat who has arrived and says that this is his second brother, after which he decides to approach him. He takes a few steps forward and addresses Baron Martuan, introducing himself with his full name and surname. He immediately falls to his knees and asks the Baron to listen to him, while the aristocrat says that he has heard this name somewhere. The Baron asks Lior what business he has with him, and the young man freezes for a moment. Stanley realizes that the situation is going to be a complete disaster if he doesn't intervene, and then rises from his chair. Coming closer, he puts his hand on Lior's head and decides to introduce himself to the Baron, calling him his game name. The Baron says that he hasn't interacted with the barbarians for a long time, and asks Stanley what business he has with him. Stanley states that the Maslins have tied up Lior and forbidden him from entering the labyrinth, and then demands that the Baron lift the ban. The aristocrat looks at Stanley in surprise, and his assistant whispers to him that he considered the matter completely unimportant and did not include it in the report. The Baron agrees with his assistant's arguments, stating that discussing such things with him would be a waste of time. Stanley asks the Baron if he can lift the ban, but the aristocrat asks him why he should do that. The assistant turns to the Baron again and asks for a moment of his attention, after which he takes him aside for a moment. Stanley listens attentively to a conversation between two nobles about who he really is. Hearing that a small Balkan was standing in front of him, the Baron's face immediately changed, and he said that he did not expect to meet a researcher who interested the Count so much. After this, the aristocrat leans on his precious cane and again addresses Stanley by his game name. After this, he says that he will lift the ban and fulfill any of his requests in exchange for a favor. Stanley asks the aristocrat what favor he expects, to which he replies that the Count is hosting a large banquet in 2 months, after which he asks Stanley to be his escort at this event. The aristocrat also asks Stanley if he can bend metal with his bare hands or otherwise impress other people. Stanley is surprised at how low the barbarians have fallen in the eyes of other aristocrats, and then hears an offer of 1,000,000 gems for this service. The aristocrat looks closely at Stanley, whose expression immediately changes upon hearing the offer of such a generous reward. Stanley immediately smiles brightly and says that the Baron only needs to whistle and he will be there to do anything for his comrades. In a noble society, barbarians cannot be accused of insulting the dignity of the nobility, even if they behave inappropriately and violate the rules of etiquette, since they were granted such privileges for great achievements made in difficult times.